All right, let's get into this. Hi guys, welcome along to FFP Travels. Today we're going to talk about wellness. We're going to talk about why it's trending, what's in the market, what things you can do to look after your wellness, and first of all, what actually wellness means. I brought in a mate of mine that I thought was around Dubai, but he's actually traveling around the world. He's doing his things, massive expert in the field, and he's been, I don't want to say too many years, bro, but he's been around for a while, so he's very well clued up, very well knowledgeable. So thanks, bro, for joining me for this podcast and giving value to people.
My pleasure, mate. Good to be here.
Like I'm saying, just before we started this one, we're going to jump straight into it and go into like wellness and the trends you're seeing, or why it's becoming
Mm,
so much more to the front of mind for a lot of people, in your opinion.
yeah. I think first of all, kind of define the term, right? There's wellness, there's longevity, there's health span, all that kind of stuff. And I think it means different things to different people. For some people, having wellness means they can kind of get up in the morning and they're not full of aches and pains and they can spend time with their grandkids or something. For someone else, it might be able to do a marathon or a run or that kind of stuff. But I think generally the accepted kind of definition will be, absence of disease or not in a situation where you can't perform at a high level or, you have to have medication or you've got to see the doctor all the time kind of stuff. So I think generally it's that kind of thing where you can do what you want to do during the day. You've got the energy to do that, and you're probably not getting worse week to week. Whereas, some people look back to what they were last year and they're feeling way different. Their aches and pains have gone up. They're not moving as well, all that kind of stuff. So I think that wellness thing is really, can I operate at a certain level that I want to operate at, that I'm happy at, and am I looking to be able to do that for a long period of time and not kind of decrease my energy output or decrease my ability or my functional ability, that kind of stuff.
When it comes to that, because now you're saying like this, there is that discrepancy or that difference when people talk about fitness and wellness,
Mm,
and then the fitness is more that short term, more
hmm.
current change, where wellness is longevity. It's over a period of years. It's not a 6 week training program. It's not a 12 week
Yeah,
training program
yeah.
type of thing. Wellness. Uh, there's this thing that I've heard about: the world's getting older, which means there's more people. The average age in the world is higher, and so they say
Yep.
that's one reason why there's more awareness or there's people front of mind when it comes to wellness. Would you agree with that, or
Yeah, 100%, mate. Like you said, the general population, when I was growing up, someone that was like 50 or 60, you're like, man, they're over the hill. Like, they're just about gone. They can't do anything. And each decade, it kind of, 40 is the new 30, and now 50 is the new 40, and 60 is the new, that kind of thing. So I think what happens now is that people are like my grandparents, they didn't exercise. There's no concept of wellness for them. There's no
yeah,
concept of, looking after yourself. It's just like, well, I get sick, I go to the doctor, and that's all you do kind of stuff. Where I think now, as people are getting older, they're realizing that they've got a lot of potential to look after themselves. There's some self-responsibility on being proactive in your health and looking for the future, like say 5 years, 10 years, 20 years.
mm,
No longer is it you kind of retire, you're 17, you just, well, I go sit in a retirement village. Now people are going, shit, I want to be active into my 70s and 80s. And how do I do that? I start investing in myself now. And that kind of wellness concept, like you say, is fitness is a part of wellness,
mm-hmm.
but wellness is more than just being fit. It's your metabolic health, it's your blood work, it's your cerebral health, your brain function, it's your mobility, it's your ability to still interact socially with people. It's not having to go to the doctors every month to make sure you're still okay and take medicine. I think that's a lot more than just fitness. Yeah.
100%. And then the other side of this is when it comes to uh, like there's a lot of listeners on this side of things will be fitness enthusiasts and sports athletes, and
Yep.
the longevity to keep playing the sport or to be involved in activities, weekend events, time with the family. I think more so from like a hiking or being a cycle or being to go for runs or to play the sport they want to play, not necessarily as a representative level, but to simply go down, play football with their friends, play some rugby. I like to play touch rugby myself, so me personally, I want to do all this stuff that's fitness related or even health related or wellness related in order to be able to keep playing the sport. You know, that's the thing I'm seeing globally as well. What role like how do you place it on people of the priority list? Like, yes, you should go to the gym, you should do your weights, yes, you should look at your nutrition. Yeah, where's wellness in your mind coming into everything here?
There's really, really compelling and really robust research on like three big components. Your cardiovascular endurance, like your cardiovascular levels. So we know that VO2 max is a massive predictor for all-cause mortality, which
Mm-hmm.
means any way that people can die, if you have a better VO2, you're less likely to die, which is pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Oh.
from cancer to cardiovascular disease to getting hit by a bus to whatever, like all those things. If your VO2 max is better,
Mm-hmm.
then you've got less risk of dying from all those. The second thing is muscle mass. We know that sarcopenia, as you age, you lose muscle mass. So maintaining strength and muscle mass is super, super important. And then nowadays, we're really thinking a lot about the Alzheimer's dementia, that kind of brain
Yeah.
function and cerebral function as well. So those three things, I mean, they're pretty much free. Like you can go and go for a jog. You can go and, if you don't belong to a gym, you can get some resistance tubing or push-ups or sit-ups or squats. Those kind of
Mm-hmm.
things are pretty free. And they're the kind of, and doing puzzles or learning languages or just keeping socially active or keep learning or those kind of things, even playing computer games and stuff can engage the, brain function a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then good nutrition, right? Those are the cornerstones. And I think those ones, if you're looking at the basics of longevity, they're pretty much it. You've got all the red light therapy and hyperbaric and hydro, all that other stuff is like icing on the cake. But
Mm-hmm.
get your movement really good, mobility, your resistance training, keeping your muscle mass is super important because as you get older, you lose muscle mass.
Yeah.
You think of your parents, and when you grew up, they were kind of tall and straight, and then they get kind of shrink and they lose muscle mass and they lose their frame and their spine and all that kind
Mm-hmm.
of stuff. So the VO2 max is really important. Your cardiovascular, your resistance training, your brain function, and nowadays it's so much easier to eat good food as well, right? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
it's not hard to just to get really good quality food, and it's not hard to jump online and get an app and find out what's good and bad food and that kind of stuff. So I think for the average person who wants to stay fit and active their whole lives, invest in stuff now, right? Invest in your VO2 max, invest in your muscle mass, invest in your mobility, invest in your brain, keeping that all active, playing sports and tactical stuff is really good for the brain.
Yeah.
And just stop eating junk food and drinking alcohol or all that kind of stuff. Like the sooner you start, the better advantage you're going to have.
There's really good points you brought up there because we, well, we been in the industry for how long we have been in there. We understand the importance behind it. You know what I mean? But there's the majority.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
sorry, I'll change this because more and more awareness is out in the general public. I mean, but still, the majority of the world are not fit or they're not health aware.
Mhm.
It's like
Yeah.
it's strange for people when I say something like that, especially listeners on this side. But like, oh no, everyone's into fitness, everyone's into sports. Like, actually, no, it's like it's a small, it's under 20% of people. Like 80% plus of people actually don't have any understanding or very awareness about health and fitness. Anyway,
Mhm.
so when I talk about this, and there's some key fundamentals of it when it comes to how do I bring in this wellness or this fitness? How do I bring it into my lifestyle, or how do I get that awareness of importance of the effect it's going to have? Especially when let's say I'm one of those people that is 40, I've worked on my career, I've been around family, fitness hasn't been a priority, but now you're saying, oh, look, if I want to live longer, if I want to spend time with my kids, I have to go do this. How are we gonna? How do you continue, or how do you get that awareness, or show how important it is for people to focus on wellness? Because like that's the next stage. People who focus on fitness said like a
Mhm.
6 week training program, 12 week training program.
Yeah.
Next step is actually there's wellness included in here as well. It is about, like I said, daily function. It is about brain stimulation. It is about looking at the cellular level of your wellness.
Yeah. I think if you've been into fitness and like I said, we've been doing it a number of years, right? And kind of the older you get and the more you've been in the journey, the more you tend to focus on the long-term wellness. Because like, well, I don't want to really keep working on my deadlift or who
Mm-hmm.
cares what I bench press now kind of stuff or, all this kind of short-term metrics, like you say, a short-term kind of training goal. And you realize as you get older, you've got to spend more time maintaining those things. But people that have never done it, I think if they get into that fitness side first and they feel better, people lose a couple of kilos, they get more energy, and then they kind of go, what's next? Like I'm feeling good, I've changed my diet a bit and I'm noticing the changes. And that's when you can have that kind of introductory talk about, well, long term, there's strategies we can do long term, and it's not just about doing this for 4 to 6 weeks and losing a bit of fat for the summer, but how can we do this so you feel this kind of way for the next 30 years?
Yeah.
What kind of approaches and stuff we can do it. And I think the general, like you said at the beginning, the general population, Peter Attia and Brian Johnson and Tim Ferriss and, all those kind of guys, they're all got that slant on fitness and wellness and longevity, and it's becoming a lot more mainstream. Andrew Huberman, I mean, these guys speak to millions of people every day in their podcasts and their social media stuff. And what used to be, I mean, bro, you remember being in the gym and talk to someone about protein, they'll go, well, what's protein? And now people come back and quote you how many grams of protein in this and that, and the conversation level is a lot higher. Yeah, it's a lot higher than it used to be, right?
The old conversation, now it's about,
BCAAs, amino acids and peptides.
You know what I mean?
Yep. And your average person will just start spouting facts and figures where you go, I used to take 3 weeks to get my clients to understand this, and they know it straight away.
Yeah.
And I've read some interesting facts on alcohol consumption is dropping lower and lower, and people are not so keen to kind of do the big party thing. They'd rather do more social stuff and events and stuff. So I think there's a general trend around that idea, and it becomes more socially acceptable to be doing wellness things and physically active things and looking after yourself. So I think baby steps, get people into some kind of routine, and the more exposure they get through social media and friends and family about the importance of this, I think the easier it is for them to make that decision and kind of jump on board.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. There's an evolution, I suppose, more than anything else. The more people that get involved in, you see, like it was about protein. Now it's about everything else. Like it's about chemicals in the brain, dopamine, adenosine, testosterone, and everything like that. So that's where it's now looking at. I want to go back because there's actually a whole lot of stuff just kind of open up right there. One is I've just saw something about, maybe it's last night or the night before, and it was Simon Sinek. And he was talking about the 3 most vital organs in the body. And I don't know if you heard this one or what you consider. What do you consider to be your top 3? And then I'll go into what he thinks.
Your brain's pretty important, and anybody doesn't think they just take your brain out for a while and see what happens. Like,
yeah, that's true too.
Your heart's pretty important too. Like when you go into an ICU, they check your brain function, they check your heart. The basic blood pressure, heart and stuff, and liver's pretty important. That seems to detoxify a lot of stuff. Lungs, but they're all pretty important. If it's hard to narrow it down to 3, if you take your lungs out, you're not going to last long either. So
totally. He talked about like we're talking about here, wellness, longevity. Those are all very important, and you got 2 of the 3 that he was talking about. So if he talked about the heart, so longevity, have a strong heart so that you could be active. You got the cardiovascular side. Have strong lungs. That was the second one he talked about.
Yep.
Again, moving oxygen around the body. The third one I actually said was the thighs. And I was like, okay. But again, it's based around movement. So, which I always thought as well, and had a thought about like, I want to be able to walk. I want to be able to stand up. I'm talking about 80s, 90s. It's about everyday living. It is about being able to be out, be social, and be active. And so for long life, having a strong heart, having strong lungs was the more obvious one, but having strong thighs was more about that. Like you go out to be social, you go out and have catch-ups with people, or you go and explore the world, which leads to longevity as well. So it's just quite an interesting one, I thought, when it comes to wellness. And then you talked about the importance of strength, muscle. And that's becoming a talking point for a lot of people as well. So just kind of there's a what is it for you, the strength side of things? Obviously, we lose muscle mass.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thighs aren't an organ, right? So that's why I didn't pick thighs. So you might need to go to his anatomy book and kind of rerun that one. Like the sarcopenia is the technical term for it, and that's the age-related loss of muscle mass. And I first kind of picked up on that term about 20 years ago, and that they first started to really study it for people returning from space, astronauts and stuff. Essentially, when you don't have gravity acting upon the body, there's no need for your body to kind of maintain muscle mass and bone density and stuff, but because you don't need it, right? The body's pretty efficient. Why waste calories maintaining your biceps and your glutes and your thigh and stuff if you don't need it? And so people have massive atrophy when they're in space, and that's why NASA spent a whole lot of money developing exercise equipment in space, and astronauts spend, I think it's 2 to 3 hours a day exercising just to maintain muscle mass and function. Yeah, when they come back down to earth, that's one of the hardest things if they don't exercise a lot. It just wrecks them. And the age-related kind of loss of muscle mass, there's a whole bunch of things. The first thing, obviously, you're more frail, you're more likely to get injured if you fall, you're more likely to break stuff or damage stuff, you're not as mobile, so you're less independent, all that kind of stuff. But a lot of research now coming on about diabetes, and your muscles essentially a massive disposal unit for glucose, right? So you take carbohydrates in, you process sugar, and where do you burn that? Generally in the muscles, right? So
Mhm.
we know the more muscles you have, the better you are at dealing with blood sugar and that kind of stuff. So it's really important for glucose and blood sugar. And also the ability to move and kind of function in 3D space is a massive part of the brain. So a huge part of the brain is developed to being able to move and locomotion and be able to know where you are in time and space and am I orientated upright or sideways, all that kind of stuff. That's massive amounts of brain power going there. And when you become sedentary and you don't use all that kind of stuff, there's a huge risk to you to basically cerebral function. And if your muscles aren't strong and you can't do that kind of stuff, there's an impact on the glucose, there's an impact on metabolic health, there's an impact on frailty, there's an impact on brain function, all that kind of stuff. So it's super, super important, like people exercise and maintain their muscle mass. Like I said before, you see your grandparents and they just shrink, they lose hormonal status and there's muscle mass. And we know the fitter and stronger you are, that it's just so much more robust for the person, for their longevity and wellness.
So where is that point of this is enough, or is there such thing?
Yeah, like you don't have to be Mr. Olympia, right? But you can do some real basic BMI kind of stuff. But generally the kind of thought is you want to anything you build above kind of average baseline. If say for example 50 is the average baseline, and then when you're in 20s, 30s, you build up to 50, 60. Well, when you lose 10 units of that when you get older, you're still above baseline. You're still doing well. So the more you can build, the more reserves you have. If you had 20 kilos of extra muscle, that's a lot, but just for a number, and you lost 10 kilos during your last 20 years of life, well, you still got 10 kilos of muscle. If you only had 10 kilos of muscle and you lost that 10 kilos, you've got nothing. So
Mm.
the more the better. You don't have to be like, say, Mr. Olympia or anything, but if you focus a little bit on building some muscle and maintaining that, that's the important step. If you've added a couple of kilos of muscle in your life, well, that's a couple of kilos of a buffer zone you've got for when you get older. So that's really important.
hmm So then the question being is like, because there's more and more studies, or there's more and more push or marketing or advertising advice about women
Mm.
putting on muscle
Hmm.
mass. There's that
Yep.
that fear of I don't want to put on muscle. I don't like lifting
Mm.
heavy weights. Does it become more important for women over men?
It's the same. I don't know if there's a difference if one's more important than the other.
hmm
But when I first started training people like 30 years ago, mate, I had women deadlifting and I had their partners and husbands come to me and say, "What are you doing, mate? You're going to damage them." Like,
hmm
what are you kidding me? Like I'd had women deadlifting 100 kilos
hmm
and they were robust and strong and they were stronger than their husbands. Maybe that's why they were coming to complain with to me. But I think that generally they've got lower androgen status, so they have less testosterone, they have less anabolic potential, so they're not going to get massive. Some women can, they've got a bit of hormonal potential or genetic potential, but the average female is not going to get huge on weights.
hmm
And it's the same thing if they add a little bit of weight, and generally that's better for their metabolism, it's better for their body fat, it's better for composition, and as they get on later in life, that's just a buffer zone for wellness and for maintaining your strength and anti-fragileness. So
Yeah.
it's important for everybody. I think it really is.
And then what's the difference between size and strength when it comes to muscle? Because people
Yeah.
go like, oh
So,
yeah, they got the definition of huge is more.
mhm,
But
yeah,
there's huge people that aren't very strong, or vice versa,
yeah,
that aren't very big but are pretty strong.
yeah. So strength really is a function of your nervous system. So, say for example, you've got your bicep and you've got a hundred muscle fibers there. You've got more than that, but just to make it easy, you've got 100 muscle fibers there. And if you lift a 10 kilo weight, you use 5 fibers. And if you lift a 20 kilo weight, you use 10 fibers. The muscle doesn't have to get bigger. You just have to use more fibers to get stronger. In essence, it's a bit more complex than that, but in essence, and that's driven by your brain, that's driven by your nervous system. So if I can get more muscle fibers and more motor units, more muscle fibers working, I can lift heavier weights.
Hmm.
So you don't have to have a bigger muscle, you just have to have more efficient and get more of your muscle working. So that's important. You want to have strength. The advantage of doing resistance training and adding a bit of muscle is generally if you have a bigger muscle, it's going to be a bit stronger just because you've got a larger cross section
Hmm.
of muscle. And they're both important. For the glucose disposal and maintaining muscle mass, you want to have a bigger muscle, but also resistance against falls and injuries, you want to have a strong muscle. So resistance training is that nice sweet spot where you add a bit of muscle and you still get some strength in there as well.
Hmm.
But you can absolutely train for strength and not put on much muscle at all. It's the function of the nervous system, not the muscular system, to be honest.
Before we move into more that wellness side, what's the
Mm,
recommendation for you when it comes to strength? Like, where should that strength be? Because there's a lot of studies out at the moment about grip strength, like your health
mhm.
is related to your grip strength. But anyway, from your
Yeah,
perspective, what is those movements or those areas in the body that should be strong?
yeah. The body moves in movements, not muscles, right? So it's probably not. It's probably a matter of kind of keeping some full range of motion, like the old basics, mate. Some bench press, some lat pull downs, some squats,
Hmm.
some deadlifts. If you can achieve those, because they actively get you through a full range of motion as well. So you're getting
Hmm.
some mobility there as well. You want to have a balance to the whole body. You don't probably want to just sit and do bicep curls by themselves. It doesn't really target a lot of muscle. So for efficiency and
It's good for
if
the
people don't
brain
have a
though.
lot of time,
People have a
yeah,
strain.
yeah, squeeze hard on the biceps. It's if you haven't got much time, just focus on the big lifts, kind of eight to
Yeah.
12 repetitions, 2 to 3 sets and hit the basics. And
Hmm.
and honestly, mate, just go and see a professional, hire someone who's got some knowledge and got some skill in there and just get a good program and get some advice that way. But I think generally you can't go wrong. Even if you just went into the gym and went through and did all the machines, leg press and pull down and chest press and
Hmm.
shoulder press, and it's better than nothing, right? Anything's kind of better than
100%.
nothing in that regard. But if you really want to focus on it, go and get some professional advice and get an assessment, see where you're deficient
Hmm.
and take that advice and follow the program.
It's funny because more and more people you hear online, especially the ones that get from 35 onwards, they always talk about the
Mm,
basics, the basic movements.
hmm.
Do your
Yeah,
squats, do your pull-ups, do your press, do your pull.
yeah,
That's repeat,
yeah.
repeat, repeat. And it's just, I feel like it's the whole parent telling to the children, the mum and dad
Yeah.
always said, like, you should do this, you should do this. And then when they get to the same age, they're like, oh, yeah, I
Yeah, they
forgot to
tell them
work on the
exactly the
basic.
same. Yeah, it's so true.
Circle of life in
No
the
Swiss
background
ball
again.
curls and stuff. And yeah, single leg bicep curls on a Swiss ball with an
Backflip
Instagram post
burpee.
on the end. Like, yeah, exactly. Just hit the basics hard. Yeah, it's
100%.
true.
Um, so then, obviously, we looked at the first woman strength and stuff like that,
Mm,
balance coordination. So we're going to start looking a bit more, like, because there's a lot more retreats being offered to people to go away. So there's that combination
mhm.
of, yes, exercise, nutrition, mind and body.
Yeah.
When you've just talked before and earlier, you're talking about the micro things that you can do throughout the day. Now, I know a lot of people
Mhm.
have these put on these retreats that I think are good for a taster or maybe a teaser or a small snapshot.
Mhm.
But like reality is longevity comes from daily habits and like characteristics. What do you put into your day? So, what are some of these things that you be recommending to people without having to go to cold plunges, without having to go to red light or hydrogen, which we want to get into with you? But
Yeah.
what are the things they could be doing as far as working on their wellness?
Yeah, I think, like we just said, the basics, right? Get some kind of cardiovascular. If that means you're going for a brisk walk, or you're going for a jog, or you're going for a cycle or something, 2 to 3 sessions of that around 30 to 45 minutes is good. You can start at 5 minutes, right? But
Mm-hmm.
just some kind of cardiovascular exercise, and it can literally be as easy as just going for a 10-minute walk every day to start you off.
Mm-hmm.
Resistance training again, it could just be some squats and some push-ups, something real basic. But I think you need that resistance training, you need that cardiovascular exercise. They both will help the brain. Then you need to look at your basic kind of nutrition. Try to get as healthy and as basic and as natural as you can. If it's in a packet, it's probably not as good as if it's just comes off a tree or from a farm or something,
Handmade.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then sleep's super super important. Prioritize that. There's so much
Mm-hmm.
more research coming out now on sleep and how that's just so so important. And just hit your basics with your good food, good drink. just start something, and
Hmm.
if you did that, if you just walked every day for 20, 30 minutes and lifted weights or did some body weight stuff at home a couple times a week, and then you got to bed on time and you ate good food, you're probably 80% there. You really are, like,
Yeah,
if you're
it
just
literally
consistent
does
with that.
massively.
Yeah, and you feel the difference. You do that for 4 weeks, you feel great. You really do.
Can we go deeper into that when it comes to, well, there's two things. One is breathing, that's something you do every single
Hmm.
day, and sleeping, you do every single day.
Mm.
The importance, like, because there's more and more people, like I said, more and more people talking about it. And from your opinion, what are these benefits and why, or how long would you recommend as far as sleep
Mhm.
and the importance of getting a good night's sleep?
Yeah, I mean, the basics of sleep are still the basics, right? Kind of 7 to 9 hours, somewhere in there. We know some people that just need like 9 hours no matter what
Mm,
happens. We know some people that do pretty good on kind of 7 hours and stuff. There is a
mm,
genotype that does pretty good on 5 hours. That's around 10, I think 15% of the population do well on that. But the basics of sleep is try not to eat just before bed, try to avoid, screen time and bright lights if you can, and try and sleep
mm.
in a nice dark room. But the most important thing I think is just focus on sleep. Just make it one of those things you're going to try and do, as opposed to like, well, it's bedtime now, I'll just go to bed or I'll watch TV or whatever. Like if
Yeah.
you don't put thought behind the sleep, it's never going to get better. And you find people that do focus on sleep. I mean, there's little hacks. Magnesium before bed seems to work really, really well for about 80% of people. I find that it's a good thing.
Hmm.
The dark room seems to work really, really well. No screen time seems to work really, really well for people. But
Yeah.
just being consciously aware of, I need to be a good sleeper. I need to, be habitual. I need to get to bed around the same time every night. And
Hmm.
even just getting a good consistent sleep time is really, really important.
Yeah, massively. I don't think people realize, and I still don't think they realize the importance of sleep or recovery for the
Yeah.
body and then the brain. You know,
Yep.
most people talk about it, and I have limited knowledge on it, but from my perspective, it's always been like you sleep more for the brain. The body can do it on less, but
Yeah.
it actually it's about the brain, the recovery you get, the functionality of your brain. So, which is funny when people still in this day and age working as hard as they can to make the money to survive. Sometimes, never mind thrive.
Yeah.
Sleep's the
Yeah.
first thing people cut out,
Yeah. Yeah.
which
And it really
is
affects, you just go and have 2 bad nights of sleep and see how you function.
yeah, exactly, literally. And then people still have this thing of no, no, no. Even I'll be admit, I'm
Yeah.
some of those ones that like I'll sleep when I'm dead. I want to
Yeah.
like I
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
live, but the
Yeah.
more I
But
suppose.
there was a crazy study, I still remember it, where they had a group of people and they said, hey, can we put you in a hotel for the night? And we're going to just see how your brain responds with a maths test at different times. People went, oh, okay, cool. So they had the two groups of people, and one group of people, they went up at like 1 o'clock in the morning, knocked on the door and said, fill out this maths test. And the people were like, oh, God, and they filled out the test. Another group of people, they did it like 8 o'clock in the morning or something. And they got downstairs and they said, hey, really interesting. We did the experiment. And guess what? The people that woke up at like 1 in the morning, did the maths test, they didn't do as well. People went, oh, well, that makes sense. But the real test was actually what happened afterwards. And then they said, look, thanks
Mm,
so much for doing the test for us. Buffet is there, eat what you want on the house, saying thanks for doing that. And what they actually measured was how much consumption of carbohydrates and different foods they had.
oh
And
yeah,
the people that had that broken sleep had around 30% more calories,
wow.
20 to 30% more calories on average, and around 80% of those calories are from carbohydrates. So what it showed is the brain window burns most of your calories, and that what they showed is one bad night's sleep, the brain was so desperate for more fuel and energy to be able to process stuff that it caused sugar cravings and it caused overconsumption of food just from one bad night's sleep, which
Mm,
is pretty crazy. So like that,
that's
it's super
awesome.
important, right? So
And
yeah,
it is funny that people still will be listening now, going like, "Is it really that important? Is it really?" You know
yeah,
what I mean?
like just stay awake all night and see how you feel.
Yeah, exactly. Um, let's go further into this because there's other things that are trending at the moment: the ice
Mm.
plunge or the
Yep.
cryotherapy. What's
Mm.
your take and thoughts on this, as far as how important is it for your well-being
Mm.
to do things like this?
Look, if you've got your basics in alignment, like we said before, you got your cardiovascular, your resistance training, your nutrition, they're all good. You got your sleep, all that stuff, that's all good. Then all that other stuff is a bit of icing on the cake, right? That can definitely help. And cold plunge definitely has really measurable benefits. You know, we get a massive decrease in inflammation. I actually had a friend of mine who had myocarditis, which is like inflammation of the heart, and he had all kind of medication and nothing was working. Got his own cold plunge, so he spent 5 minutes at 5 degrees 3 times a day for a week, and they remeasured his myocarditis, and he fixed it, which is pretty cool. And
Wow.
he's a like, yeah, he's a very smart guy. He's got a bit of money, and he's got all the doctors and all the medicine and all that kind of stuff. So he actually owns a longevity clinic in Australia, and they did all the measurements, and he was like, "Yep, that really did an amazing job." So, and we see it a lot. We see people training hard, and they use the cold plunge. So really good to bring down inflammation. It actually is a really good cure for depression as well. You get a big boost of dopamine and epinephrine, and after that you get serotonin. And it's a real good vagal nerve stimulator as well. So the vagal nerve is one of the cranial nerves that helps kind of regulate your, I guess, your gas pedal and your brake pedal. So you're sympathetic and parasympathetic. And your vagal nerve helps you kind of relax and calm down. And when you first jump in that ice bath, it's pretty cold and you get a boost of epinephrine and adrenaline and dopamine. But if you submerge up to the neckline, you'll get some of that cold exposure on the vagal nerve, and then you start to condition the vagal nerve. And as you start to relax and slow down your breathing, and kind of you get to condition that vagal nerve to be able to come from a heightened, oversensitized kind of response, and to be able to calm quite quickly. And so that's a really good way. And that kind of ability to control and relax and kind of wind down has got really good kind of crossover function for sleep, for like say depressive symptoms, for concentration, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really good modality. I don't know if you need to do it every day, if just the average person, but a couple of times a week if it's there. And like say you got your basics right, there's no point doing a cold plunge if you're going to bed at 2 a.m. and having a cigarette and drinking a bit, like that's not going to do anything for you. It's just more stress on the body. It's probably going to do you more harm than good.
Yeah, literally. Which is the lack of, or maybe it's the evolution or the development of education for people at the moment when it comes around, because it's the trend at the moment. It's a fad. There's so many different companies now creating these ice baths, or these portable systems, the chiller systems.
Yeah. And some people shouldn't do it, mate. I know there's a bit of a bias towards females. Some females don't do as well in cold plunge. I've seen some of the research and speaking to people. And people that are just generally tired and knackered and not doing well, you don't want to chuck them in cold water and freak them out. And it's a massive shock to the body, right? They don't need that. So you need to be a little bit careful and start slow. Like I know it's a bit of a macho thing to go as cold as you can, but the research is pretty good that kind of 10 to 15 degrees is the kind of sweet spot to get most of the benefits. Now, if you've been doing it for a couple of months, you can go colder because you become adapted, but there's no need to jump straight in at like 6 degrees. Like that's just... Yeah. No point. You'll get a shock at like 20 degrees. If you jump in water, you haven't been cold before, 20 degrees will feel cold, and 18 degrees and 15 will feel cold. You don't need to go overboard. So I think there's a bit of a trend to try and be hardcore, and when there's no need, mate, like just nice and easy, get the benefit and go from there.
So then who and why, or what, because it's not just about who, it's about the situation as well. So who do you think it benefits most? Or who, if you could maybe come up with a couple of different types of people that these people should look into.
Yeah, look, again, if you're pretty robust and you've got pretty good health and you're hitting all the basics well, and you're thinking, I need to do a bit more, I'm a bit achy, I'm inflamed, definitely brings in inflammation. If you're training hard and you're getting quite sore and you're not recovering, definitely can help there. If you have got some kind of low energy or maybe depressive symptoms, I'm not talking clinical, but you're just a little bit down, low energy, can definitely help there. But you got to be careful with that one, because if you're low energy because your body's not doing well, because you're not metabolically fit, or you got some issues there, then putting someone in cold water is just another stress to an already stressed system, so a little bit careful there. But if you're exercising well and you need to recover a bit more, if you feel like I'm just a little bit low in mood sometimes, you can try the cold plunge, but just go nice and easy, like 30 seconds at 15 degrees. And if you feel good, great. I had a friend of mine that went this first time, they put in there for 6 minutes at 8 degrees. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, he was wrecked for 2 days. It just wrecked him. It was such a stress on his body. No need at all.
People coming out of the water, you come out with, you're red,
Yeah.
And that's, like you said before, like the ego kind of takes over some people, and they're like, it's about trying to mentally beat the other.
Yeah.
I'm not like that at all, but
no need, mate.
just I don't know your depth in this area, but like the difference between cold plunging and cryotherapy.
Yeah, cryotherapy just blows cold air on the skin, and so the surface of the skin has temperature receptors, and they'll sense that super cold, and your body will go, shit, it's cold outside, and you'll get that cold response. But it doesn't actually drop the core temperature that much.
Hmm.
When you lie in the water, water's a very good conductor of heat. So when you lie in the water, you dissipate heat 10 times faster than you do in the air. So that's why when you jump in water, you get hot really fast and get cold really fast because that heat just gets pulled out 10 times faster than if you stand in the air. So if you're standing in 10 degrees on the beach in the air, you don't get as cold, but you stand in 10-degree water, you get cold real fast. So the first one, cryotherapy, is kind of tricking the body into feeling cold, and the second one is cold. Like
Yeah,
you're in 10 degrees water, your body temperature drops. So yeah,
that's the key.
there's a big difference systemically on what happens to the body. They both feel cold, but the plunge generally is a more kind of deep kind of cold, a systemic cold.
Can we go one step further with the cold plunge then? Because there's a lot of
Mm.
hot and cold is now becoming popular. Well, I've
Yeah,
noticed
yeah.
around Dubai, people are going like, okay, it's not just about the ice plunge. They jump. Obviously, Dubai's a hot space as well, so they jump in the cold plunge.
Mm.
They stand outside. They run around for a little bit, then they jump back in the ice plunge, and then they
Yeah,
come back out. Why?
yeah. So that's you can do like a similar thing with hot and cold baths. It's where I'm at the moment in Australia. They're everywhere, mate. I've seen a whole bunch of those. Contrast therapy, you go from hot water to cold water, which is really cool. Or you can, like you say, go from cold to run around and get warm again, or you can go from cold to a sauna. The benefits of those is you get vasoconstriction, vasodilation, so you get the closing of the capillaries and the arteries and the blood flow constricts, and then it opens up and dilates. So that's a really good way to kind of exercise the vascular system, which doesn't get exercised a lot, especially if you don't go for a run or anything, or if you're not really that active. You can literally get cardiovascular benefits from going in the hot in the sauna, and
Mm.
then you get the constriction benefits. So when you have that kind of vasoconstriction dilation, you get a lot of blood pumping, you get a lot of waste products, removal of waste products from the system, general increase in circulation, and you get some of those smaller areas and capillaries that don't get a lot of circulation. They tend to get an increased blood flow and circulation, which is really useful. You get heat shock proteins and cold shock proteins, which are special proteins which kind of activate some survival mechanism in the body and have to do with protein folding, and they have to do with removal of kind of junk from the body. So they're all good to get those working. And that the basic premise is to go from hot to cold like that, vasoconstriction, vasodilation. It also allows you to do more of each. So instead of spending 20 minutes in the sauna and you can overheat, you jump in the cold plunge, you get cold again, you can go back in the sauna. So it allows you to kind of extend that whole process as well.
Yeah, awesome. The further because there's more trends, a few more trends I want to hit on with you because that's the kind of thing that's happening in the world today, and I think it's quite important for people to understand along these
Yep.
trends. Red light's another one. It's
Mm.
kind of the latest craze
Yep.
trend in the last 3 to 5 years. What are your
Mm.
thoughts on it?
Red light therapy is really interesting. It was first thought to be a really negative thing. And one of the first studies that came out, if you look in the literature, you can look for red light. You don't really see much in PubMed, but you can search for low level laser therapy, LLT, or photobiomodulation. They're the kind of technical terms. And there's thousands and thousands of studies proving the effects of it. And the first study was done by scientists who thought that red light stuff's pretty bad. So they got a mouse and they shaved the skin of the fur of the mouse. They did a small cut on the mouse and they shined a red light on one cut and nothing on the other cut. And they said, look, we know what's going to happen. Shining that red light on that cut is going to make it worse and cancerous and all that stuff. And what they actually found is it healed faster. So they went, oh, okay, red light's maybe good. So that started the whole study on that. Does a lot of things. Good for collagen, like aesthetically, it's good for collagen repair. It's good for increased blood flow and circulation. There's two types. There's lasers and LEDs. So what most people do is they'll go to a clinic and lie under a red light bed or a red light, and that'll be an LED light. So that will penetrate maybe kind of 2 to 3 to 4 millimeters in the skin, depending how close the light is to the skin. And then there's true LED lasers, true red light lasers, which are medical grade. They're really expensive, and they can penetrate several centimeters into the body. So you put a laser on someone, you've got to wear the proper goggles and stuff. You can't look at laser light, and they can go centimeters into the body with the red light. But aesthetically, collagen production, increased blood flow, faster wound healing, great for the skin. It does some pretty cool stuff with your ability to generate ATP and your mitochondrial health. So mitochondria are like the little batteries in the cell that help us produce energy.
Mm-hmm.
You got a thing called the electron transport chain, and it's got 4 kind of steps. On the 4th step, red light, if it can hit that, the COX receptor there, if it can hit that, it can actually kind of kick out a thing called nitric oxide that sits on that door. It can kick out that nitric oxide. It can open that door for more oxygen. So essentially your cells can respirate a bit better. You can get more oxygen to the cells. And when you have more oxygen, you can produce more ATP. And that nitric oxide that comes out on the body is actually really good for vasodilation. So red light can increase nitric oxide production and can increase vasodilation and open capillaries and stuff. So it can get kind of complex, and there's guys that just study it for years and years and years, and I've listened to some lectures, and that's crazy how complex it gets. And but there's definitely very provable health benefits. The average person's probably going to feel increased blood flow, circulation. If they've got some wounds or some aches and pains, it can really help. You know, if you've got a sore back or a sore shoulder or something like that, it can really help. And look, if you're not outside and you don't get your skin exposed to natural light, or you don't get any of that kind of stimulation from that light, getting under a red light bed once a week or something, great, why not? Like your body's designed to have natural light on it, right? You know, we're all born, go back a couple hundred years, or spend all the time outside. There was, you know, we were exposed to light and it had a certain effect on the body. So if you're in that situation where you don't get natural light on the body, you can't do that. Red light therapy is probably going to get some kind of benefit.
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing it with you, I mean, geez, literally the difference was night and day for me. Like,
yeah, for pain levels and for healing and stuff. Yep. Yeah, increased blood flow and circulation, the warmth there, capillaries, removal of waste products, better energy production, ATP in the site. Yeah.
Awesome. One more thing I want to touch on with you, because I went through it with you, was that the hydrogen treatment that seems to be again another trend that's coming out. I mean, there's more and more of these things, and more places are looking to have not necessarily the latest trend, but looking at options that are better for our mind and body. Hydrogen. I want to go through this one with you.
Well, yeah, super interesting, right?
Yeah.
So hydrogen is the smallest molecule in the universe, and it just passes through everything, right? So it goes everywhere. It can get everywhere. The hydrogen administration, basically, you probably would have heard of hydrogen water, and you know those hydrogen tablets you put in, or the little bottles where you push a button, you get hydrogen. So they produce this tiny amount of hydrogen. Hydrogen really used to be thought of as an antioxidant, which it is, but it's not it's what they call a selective antioxidant, which isn't quite true, but it kind of acts as an antioxidant in the circumstances where you need it, and it doesn't act like an antioxidant when you don't need it. So we all know like antioxidants, like fruit and vegetables are antioxidants, and they counteract oxidative stress. So you can have a molecule that doesn't have a paired electron, and that basically if you've got a molecule that should have 2 electrons and it's only got 1, it's going to spin around until it hits another molecule. It's going to grab that electron. Now it's going to have 2 and it's stable, but the one it just took the electron from is going to spin around and look for another one. So that's that kind of oxidative stress that happens. An antioxidant will have an extra electron, and it can give that electron and make it stable. So we want some antioxidant capability. We also want some oxidant capability, because if we don't have enough oxidation, some oxidative events actually trigger some really important things in the body. And if we don't have those, it can be negative for us. So there's some studies came out about 15, 20 years ago of people taking vitamin C and antioxidants to a high level, and it actually was worse for their health because they just wiped out all the kind of oxidative stress, and they didn't get any of the benefits of some of the oxidative damage, which you can get benefits from. Hydrogen is really clever because it can help regulate your body's own production of antioxidants like glutathione, etc., but it won't necessarily wipe out all the oxidative kind of damage and stuff. It's more selective on how it helps the body. So it can trigger your body's own internal production of antioxidants, which is super important, and it won't overdo it. So it's a really amazing molecule, and for recovery, it's a vasodilator. It helps. It can get into, like I say, because it's so small, it can get into the cellular matrix and get inside the cell. It can get into the mitochondria, and it can do its magic there. It can trigger a whole lot of cascades of really important reactions in the body. And there's tons of research coming out on it now. Every month, there's more research showing the benefits. It's incredible stuff.
So that, I suppose the question here is like, who's going to be the biggest benefit from it initially? Is it for an
Yeah.
athlete? Is it for the general population? Is it for someone
Mm,
who's unhealthy potentially?
yeah.
Or
So that a lot of studies are done with people going through chemotherapy and cancer and people with disease, because when you have disease, I mean, you've got toxins in the body, and the disease process can create toxins. One of the way your body gets rid of toxins is through the liver, this phase two detoxification, and it creates a molecule. It it changes those toxins into a water-based molecule, and then it can kind of remove them from the system. But it's very dependent on antioxidants. And when we did the hydrogen therapy together, we had a guy, we tested him, we did a finger prick test, and he was just an average guy, pretty stressed, not good diet, not good sleep. And we measured his oxidative stress, and it came out at 950. And on a scale of kind of 0 to 1,000, you want to be around 250, 300. He was 950, which is really, really bad. So really oxidative stress, hugely toxic to the body. We put him on hydrogen inhalation, so just inhaling hydrogen gas with a mix of oxygen for 90 minutes. Then we tested him again about 10, 15 minutes after the treatment. And we dropped him down from 950 to like I think it was 320 or something. So he got back down to normal range. And I spoke to him the next day. How did you feel? Because he's into CS a few days in a row. And he said, well, I can't believe how much better I feel. I slept well, my aches have gone away, that kind of stuff. So people with high levels of oxidative stress, hydrogen's incredible for them. People that work out a lot, people that train a lot, you don't realize when you're training, you're burning oxygen, right? Like you're breathing and you're getting that oxidative damage from training. If you do a lot of training, you're doing a lot of oxidative damage, and you're not offsetting that with your ability to counteract that oxidative stress. Then hydrogen's an amazing way to fix that. I mean, it's almost instantaneous. Like I say, we measured people's blood tests before and after. I mean, a huge response. So everybody respond to it. Everybody will have a good, the healthier you are, the fitter and healthier you are, probably the less likely you are to need it. But if you're training really hard, if you are sick, if you're not full of energy, if you're not eating well and you're smoking or you're flying and all that kind of stuff, you're getting oxidative stress, then it's amazing. It's an amazing intervention. It really is.
because of such a fast impact it has on the body, like you talk
Mm,
about with red light, if you're already kind of healthy, then maybe once a week as a top up type of thing.
mm,
Is it the same kind of thing here with this hydrogen? Like, how often should someone be having it? If
yeah.
obviously there's different user scenarios, but I mean,
Mm,
let's go back to just general public for now because that's kind of where a lot of people
yeah.
need to understand about longevity.
But yeah, first of all, you got to think about the delivery mechanism. So if you're just drinking hydrogen water, that's a whole different ballgame than hydrogen inhalation. So around a 20-minute session of hydrogen inhalation is equivalent to around about 20,000 liters of hydrogen water. So there's no comparison. You're going to
Compared to
spend all year
20,000
drinking
liters.
water. Yeah, yeah. You might have an electrolyte imbalance after that. So if we're talking about hydrogen inhalation, I mean, the hydrogen water you could take every day if you want to do that. If you've got one of those that you get in those tablets, or you've got that hydrogen bottle thing, whatever they are, you could drink that every day, a couple of times a day, no problem at all.
Mm,
If you're taking the hydrogen gas, again, if you're in a real tired and real disease state, the rule of thumb for us is just try it. If you feel better, come back 3 or 4 days later and do it again. And if you get to the stage where you come in and if you did 20 minutes on hydrogen inhalation and you didn't feel anything, well, you probably don't need to do it. Maybe come in and do it once every 2 weeks or once a month or something.
hmm
Yeah.
Okay, because there's so many trends, there's so many
Mm.
different fads, or there's so many different stories out there when it comes to health. In fact, the whole thing of longevity now is becoming a talking point.
Yeah.
What
Cool.
people should look to as far as first when it comes to their wellness
Yeah.
or longevity for, because I think it's more about that. It is about the whole how to be active for longer in life,
Mm.
not necessarily like
Yeah.
you said about the long length of life, but the activity.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, like, say, we talk about it again and again, hit those basics, your cardiovascular, your resistance training, your food, your sleep, and then just try a few things, like you can go to clinics, maybe they'll do an assessment on you, or go and try some red light therapy, or some cold plunge or hydrate or something and see, if you get a really good effect and you feel good, then keep doing it until you don't notice the effect anymore. And going to retreats and going to, like a couple of days away and stuff. Like anytime you do that and you focus on yourself and you kind of get away from all the hustle bustle and you just have some kind of time to look after it, that's going to be a great impact as well. And if you go to a retreat or a clinic and you try 3 or 4 different things and one of the things really resonates with you, it's probably a good thing to keep doing for a while, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a huge thing though, isn't it? Because so many people talk about like, oh, you should do this or you should do that. The reality is we're all unique. We're all Homo sapiens, but I mean, we still have differences of so many different things, from a mental to physical state.
Yeah.
And so different things will work or have different effects on different people. So that trial and error.
And what tends to happen is people, they try something and they like it, so they think it's going to work for everybody. Oh, I did cold plunge, I love it. You have to do it.
Literally,
okay.
Which is such a common expression from never mind professionals, but just enthusiasts.
Yeah,
This is going to change your life. Maybe it will, maybe it won't.
Yeah, so maybe it won't. So like you say, but I think like you say, everybody's different. Everybody responds differently, and it's really hard to do a blood test to find out how well you're going to respond to cold plunge or red light therapy and stuff. So I think, like we say, hit your basics, do it well, and then just try some stuff. How your budget is, how your time is. If you want to go and try it with some friends and give it a go. And if it feels great and your body responds well and you wake up the next day and you go, wow, I feel much better, or straight after the treatment you feel fantastic, it's probably addressing a deficit or some kind of issue that your body's responded well to it. And if you try it and you don't like it, then you don't need to go back. But I think just the idea of being mindful and focused on trying to do something for longevity and trying to improve your wellness and trying to improve how you feel, that's a massive step in the right direction.
Yeah, hugely. I think we've covered so much in today's chat.
Hope so.
There's a lot of value there for people. In saying that, like when you're watching those guys, chuck comments in the comment section, because there is, I think, we've actually literally only had a surface level. There is a deep ocean out there. There are so many different things, and within these different spaces we've talked about alone, I mean, you go into sleep, you go to red light, you can go into hydrogen so much deeper, and so many different applications for people as well. What's the one word of advice, the one last piece of advice from yourself, mate, when it comes to either looking into their wellness or their longevity? Obviously, variety is a way key, but what's the one thing you'd say? Is you got something you want people to try? You say you want people.
Look, I think just do something, right? Like just don't be afraid to start something and try something. Just the idea of being conscious of your well-being and longevity, that's a huge part of it. Don't put it off till tomorrow. And if you're not sure what to do, there's plenty of resources online. There's, if you don't have the budget to spend some money, just go out and start walking and doing a bit of exercise. And, there's plenty of free resources online. But I think that first step is just take a step, like if you're worried about it. If you're an experienced person who's got the basics nailed, go to one of those clinics, try a red light, try a cold plunge, try whatever thing that you kind of think will be kind of cool to try and just give it a go. But just that basic fact of doing something and wanting to look after yourself and wanting to kind of get better every day, I think that's a massive start. It's really important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably now you've said it, the biggest mistake people make is they wait too long. They procrastinate.
Yeah.
And it's like,
the sooner you do it, the sooner you get a good base level, and the sooner you look after your health, the better. It's harder to do it when you're 85 than when you're like 35. You can do it when you're 85. I've seen people do that, but it's much better. The sooner you do it, the better it is.
Yeah, 100%, man. Can people get a hold of you anywhere? I mean, I know you're flying around the world. You're off anywhere.
Yeah.
Or they just leave comments and we get a hold of you later.
Yeah, look, leave comments. Leave comments, and no worries, mate. Leave comments. If someone gets hold of you and wants to get hold of me, you can connect this kind of stuff. Brilliant. Sooner or later I'll get an Instagram thing. I haven't really done that yet, but I must do that.
Snapchat in Aussie, isn't it? At the moment,
I don't know what it is, mate. I don't do anything of that, so
TikTok
I really
or something like that.
Probably TikTok. I don't know, but I'll start. I'll get an Instagram account or something, and if I get that sorted off, I'll fling it through to you. But anybody has comments and stuff, just message you and
put on a pigeon with a little bit of a wrap paper around it. I'll send it to you. Rob's pigeon. Just that way.
Put it on a bat, mate. There's plenty of those in Australia, I tell you.
Awesome. Awesome. Appreciate that, man. Really appreciate your time, and always
My pleasure.
it's really interesting to just dive into your mind and to get that knowledge. So it's amazing, mate.
Cool, mate.
Awesome.
My pleasure. Hope it's been useful, huh?
Get ready for the world's greatest adventure. The FFP World Tour 2026. A year-long journey to 36 destinations packed with fitness, sports, wellness, and unforgettable adventures. Each destination will be under the spotlight. 10 days of activations, events, challenges, and your chance to connect with like-minded people. The tour is led by the Chief Adventure Officer, who will travel the world for 12 months, discovering, exploring, and sharing the best experiences along the way. The CAO will be joined by 100 ambassadors throughout the world to connect with the people and inspire their city. Want to get involved? Simply register as a user or a member on our website or tag FFP Travels when posting content of the places you visit and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure. Hey team, welcome along to today's episode. Again, we're going to bring you more athletes, more experts, and more knowledge about the games, the sports, the fitness episodes that happen around here in the UAE, and how you can get involved, or how you can improve your fitness, how you can improve your health, or you can develop a career in the space. Today, we're going to talk netball, and we've got Susan and Emily here that are going to share their expertise, their experiences, and share their knowledge and values that are going to help you develop yourself in this space. So without further ado, ladies, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Just like that. We're underway.
We're off.
We're having a great conversation off camera before we started recording. And there's been, in that short 5 minutes, I was like, man, I wish I had already pushed record before we started. It's already, It was like nuggets being thrown out. So we might repeat a few things. But I kind of want to start just with your guys' background, just quickly about UAE netball yourselves, or your experience. I mean,
Sure.
yeah, just give us a quick 60-second about yourself.
Okay.
And your netball.
Okay,
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I first came to Dubai in 1987.
Awesome.
Yes, a long, long time
Amazing.
ago. Went away, came back, like a lot of people did, 14 years ago. Started up a netball company, worked in schools for a bit, started up a netball
Very
company,
cool.
saw a bit of a gap in as much as at that time, 14 years ago, if you were in a school that provided netball, then happy days. And if you weren't, well, it wasn't anything for you.
Yeah.
So I set about doing some coaching outside of school. That grew into an umpire program that grew into leagues.
Evolution.
Evolution.
Yeah.
And then on a beach one day with a friend who was the chairman of Europe Netball at the time, said, you guys should really come over and play and, you know, maybe get a team together. So we went over, but not as a federation or an association. We just went over to sort of have a look, played, won, enjoyed the win, thought, oh, do you know what? I think we could maybe do something here. Came back and started having some conversations about how do we make an association and a federation and make that official. And here we are.
Yeah, wow,
I
that's
mean, a
amazing.
lot has happened in between.
Yeah,
Lots
and we're
of
gonna dig into
blood,
that
sweat and tears.
as we
But in
go
a
through
nutshell,
this.
that's it. So
Brilliant.
live for netball.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I actually played netball under Suzanne back in the UK when I
Okay,
was
there
a
we go.
kid.
Yeah.
And then
Part
I
of the
moved-
evolution.
Absolutely, yeah. And then moved out here as the head coach of active netball in 2018. And then slowly got involved in UAE netball, as you do,
Yeah.
and then took on the head coach of the under-17s
Brilliant.
this year.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
again,
gonna talk about
another
that
evolution.
success.
Yeah.
Very shortly. That's awesome. Let's start then, because it's a development, I suppose, here because it's such a young nation as well.
Yeah.
Like that's one thing that I think a lot of sports do go through. What are let's start off with some barriers, like some of the things that you've faced in the last, say, only 5 to 7 years since you come over, Emily, on that side.
Yeah, barriers that we face. I think having a federation, it is unimaginable that we don't have Emirati players at this moment in time. I think we have to be very recognizant of the fact that the country is 86% expatriate. So to find a pure Emirati team hasn't really been an easy thing to do. And it was definitely something that we started with. But that's not easy when there is no funding. So obviously we talked before about things coming back to, so that's one of our biggest problems, I guess, that everybody faces. We're a female sport, we're an unknown sport. We're not a professional sport. And so to find funding for something like that, we've had to really dig deep to make it exciting. And I think that the Emirati program, the Emiratization program is definitely something that is on the radar, and there are some better and better conversations sort of like happening. But you can't get people to buy into something if they don't know what it looks like. So our job over the last sort of like 10 years is to show them what it could look like. And it's really exciting. And we have got a few Emirati players in the background that are coming up through the programs, but you can't go out and put them onto a big international stage and if they're not ready for that yet. So we have to find a way and a pathway for them too. And I think it's right and proper, like in the rugby, for example, where you've got two different pathways that go through. But it's not just about playing on the court. It's also about being involved in the sport. So finding a way to get women involved in netball, in the direction of the netball, in the management of that kind of thing, and all the administrative kind of tasks that there are on and off the court. So that's kind of what we're looking to do.
But it starts somewhere, right? So it's first about getting people, just like you said, as an individual playing the game yourself first. People see you play it, they want to come and join. What are you doing? Then more people come along, and it kind of rolls on from there. And it's just, I suppose this is right now is where the part of the journey is. To eventually it gets there. Like, it's such a young country. I don't think people remember how young this country is. And then,
I know.
You know, maybe we kind of forget, like, in Australia,
so
UK, New Zealand, it's all like
but it's
normal.
Phenomenal what has happened in this country over very, very few years.
A short period of time.
Such a short time. And I came out here in 87 and it looked a very, very different place than the place that it looks today. Some of it's better and some of it isn't quite as good, but
questionable.
Yeah, exactly. But I think from a netball perspective, it's just amazing to see that we are now attracting like really high class players, or people are really thinking, do you know what, I could actually make a career over there, whether it's on the court or off the court, as I say. People are wanting to come out here to be part of the coaching team. So that's evolving and changing, and that means that we're getting new and fresh ideas from all over the world coming, into little old Dubai and Abu Dhabi. So it's pretty cool.
And I think that's made a massive difference to the standard of netball here too, attracting those bigger names and those coaches, and people know who the UAE are, and people have seen the UAE play, and big players that I suppose we all look up to and probably wouldn't even think know who we are now do, which is great. And they want to come over and coach and do workshops, and which is ultimately grows the sport, doesn't it?
The whole side of it.
Yeah.
So it was 19. Way back to
she wasn't born then.
It's like, what year were we in these days? 2018. You came over here and you started the coaching. So what about the coaching side? It was like, what was the first, I suppose, 7 years ago, brought over under Susan to come over here. Maybe she tricked you to come over here.
No.
It was a nice trick either way.
So what was the expectation from your side? Because you came over as a coach, right? So
I did. So I came over as a coach. So I looked at coaching at university, and when I was coaching back in the UK for my local club. And I don't think I really could have ever expected. I kind of came over knowing that we could make a bit of a difference in netball, but just to have fun with the girls. My big thing is making a difference with the girls and making sure that they love it. I love the sport, so you want to instill that love in them
massively.
So I think that's kind of was my ultimate aim, to be able to now do it on an international stage, and with UAE is kind of more than I could have expected. But I think to see how it's grown from even 7 years ago, and the opportunities out there for netball and what the girls can get involved with is massive.
Even the game itself, like seeing. Like, I suppose in the last few months, I didn't realize how much netball goes on here too. Like, there's so many modules every night. Like, teams, like, it seems a very common story, and it is amazing that, like, you've got a couple of people they want to get their daughters into it, then they start up a club, and now they've got like so many teams under their club, and then there's so many modules that run on different nights of the week as well. Like, so there's every day something somewhere. There's netball happening, which is like.
It's really exciting, isn't it, to see that kind of like growth. So from a few schools playing netball 14 years ago, literally. There is now a massive club structure.
Yeah.
Up until a few days ago, there were 12 clubs. We've now got 13.
Wow, there we go. See?
So, yeah, got loads more people getting involved in that. And you're right, it's through, I've got a couple of kids. That's how I started. I did that in the UK. My
Totally,
daughter
yeah.
played netball, and I thought, okay, well, I'll try and get involved. Well, our community doesn't have one. Let's do that. And everything we do is all about community. There's loads going on, whether you're in school, whether you're in a club. There are pathways. There's loads and loads of different offerings that underpin, everything that the UAE does. And you can't just have the UAE. That doesn't work. You need everything underneath it. So there's a really great pathway of schools and clubs, and then you've got performance pathways and programs that have there. And then something I think Emily's going to talk to you about as well, which is the Future Falcons program, which sits just
get around to that one.
underneath.
Sure, 100%. Yeah.
And it's important to have that pathway because every part of it is integral. If you don't have any of those layers, or if there are parts of those layers that are missing, then you don't get to what you want to have at the top. And not everyone's going to be a performance. I was never a performance athlete, but it doesn't mean that stopped me from being involved in netball. And I love it. And I think that there's so many people that can be involved in it with so many different ways.
Growing that. What on the coaching side? So then we're going back to the development, obviously the game's growing, which is fantastic, which obviously you need coaches to grow that. What kind of things are in place currently to help coaches develop themselves? Because there's so many girls now playing the game.
So there's lots of different, so Europe Netball offer a lot of courses. So I'm currently going through my level 3,
very
which
cool.
is the advanced coaching. Yes, and there's also a few, I'm not the only one in the UAE, there's a few of us. So obviously late nights and trying to get on the Europe Netball time zone to do lots of that stuff. But also there's CPD going on. So we get lots of coaches. There's been high kind of big names. So Tamsin Greenway came out a couple of months ago just to deliver some CPD. And all of that really helps terms of us seeing that and seeing what that looks like in terms of what the UK are doing or what Australia are doing, New Zealand. For us to try and, I think coaching sometimes is a little bit about that. You kind of take what other people are doing and kind of use it to your own advantage. And I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
There's only so many ways you can kind of reinvent the wheel, I suppose.
Exactly, yeah.
So we kind of look at those and we all learn from each other. And I think that's the big thing that we've looked at in particular this year.
Yeah.
We've got a real mentoring network amongst our coaching team to make sure that we're all learning from each other.
That's correct. What is the coaching aspects? What are the main, broken down into before it comes to netball? So when you think about fitness, you think about skills, coordination, agility, speed,
we try and do a lot. And I think as UAE, we can only do so much with the time that we've got them. So this is why we rely quite heavily on the clubs and the schools to make sure that the girls that are coming up and through are at that level. As a UAE, you can't spend your whole training session looking at fitness.
Yeah, totally.
Otherwise, you'd never do any strategy or any of the technical work that you need to do. So I think we rely quite heavily on that. And that's something that we are going to look at. In particular, the S&C has been a big one for us going forward. If girls want to play at that level, you have to be strong. Yeah. And I think looking at some of the elite athletes that are coming through from netball, they are super strong. They
Absolute
are super
weapons.
tall.
It's like unbelievable, yeah.
Yeah, and I think some of our girls, even in March, our under-17s went and looked at England and we were playing against full-grown women. Yeah. Because they're so strong and they're always in the gym and they're really fit. Yeah, yeah. So I think it was a big eye-opener for our girls to be like, okay, we maybe need to be a bit fitter if we want to compete for those first and second place spots.
Yeah, massively.
You're right, and I think you're talking about sort of like the whole element of like being fit on the court, but it's also mental fitness, isn't it? And awareness. I think a lot of time that Emily's been putting with all the other girls who are on the level 3 has always been focused on player well-being as well. I think that's really important. So it's interesting that you talk about there's so much netball out, but sometimes maybe for these elite athletes, you've got to be a little bit more picky and choosy about what you're actually doing and what's important. And to become a performance athlete, I find it eye-opening all the time because, like I say, I've not been a performance athlete. So to see what the girls have to do, and it's hard as a teenage girl. Those are some really tough choices. Do you go out with your friends?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you
the ability to say no.
Studies, like how much more am I going to study, or could I actually go and fit another gym session in, or that's what I really should be doing. That's really hard, and that mindset I think is something that is where we need to spend a lot of our focus. I think
there's a big difference when it comes to high level sport too. When it comes to that final 1% or what happens between the ears, right? You know, when it comes to that side, that's the difference at the end of it. What's something you noticed when you talked about the English team? There's an eye opener for you guys. Fitness was one thing. was it also like a mentality you saw there as well?
Yeah, I think they play high level netball day in, day out. So they're used to that standard of netball on a weekly basis within their club structure, within their whichever kind of pathway they're with, whichever franchise they're with, they're all playing NPL. So I think that's a big difference for us. Our girls get to play that standard of netball maybe once or twice a year.
Yeah.
And they get to go out there on the court, and I think it's big eyes, and they're like, oh wow, okay, because we can talk them and we can try and prep them as best we can, but I don't think until you've seen it, until you've experienced it, that you don't quite get that. And I think our girls' mindset changed massively even after playing England on the first day. Just because they like, okay, now we get what you were talking about, and now we get that, and now we've seen it and we've felt it. So I think for us to try and get that exposure more often for them would be massive, and I think it'd make a massive difference to the program. Not even just the under-17s, I think even the Open.
Yeah, for sure.
Having that level of competition more regularly, it would make a massive difference to performance.
It's funny because when you see it on TV, like any sport, you think like, oh, you don't quite appreciate it until you're right. Yeah, exactly. And that's, I suppose, one of the biggest things that you're saying here on that side is that, like, wow, even though, because I'm sure the girls watch so much netball anyway on YouTube or on on TV, and then to be
Netball
in front, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden going, whoa, this is much stronger.
Feeling it is so totally different. To have somebody that's practically twice your size breathing down your neck and bodying up, that's quite an interesting one. So but then having said that, it really, obviously we are yards apart from England, but we're competing with the
number
other
2
teams.
in the world right now.
No, they've dropped down actually.
I think the new rankings.
Yeah, the new rankings come out on a regular basis.
They're all around there.
They go around between 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, they've beaten New Zealand lately, so
they did.
Being a Kiwi, I'm like,
they did.
Yeah,
and I think it's not even just about sometimes feeling it. They play netball on a Tuesday night or whenever they play their netball, especially if they're from Dubai, they'll play on a Tuesday and there's no cameras, there's no crowd, there's no bench, there's no kind of running onto the court and being announced. It's very casual. And I think all of that goes to the mental side of it too, which is kind of why I've said girls at that level can sometimes be a bit unpredictable when you talk about athletes. You can prep them, and we've got our technical game and all of that. We've sorted it and we've gone through in our team talks, but actually they've never seen the cameras. They've never had people commentating about them on a game, and all of that plays a part because that's massively in the back of their mind.
Yeah, hugely. It's the same little thing like people, and I suppose when you're talking about the young ones as well, like some jump on social media quite easily, others don't. They get camera shy straight away. And the same thing happens in sports, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every day you'll play, no one's looking, but then all of a sudden there's a camera there and people go like,
oh yeah,
absolutely.
Stage fright.
Yeah, and we had a 14-year-old that had never experienced that. And that's young.
Yeah, literally.
To be on that international stage, and obviously a massive talent for the future. But I think sometimes we underestimate that, how tough that might be for some of them. So it's about not just prepping them from a coaching physical point of view.
Yeah, massively.
But from the mental side, like Suzanne said.
Because it does make the massive difference, right? Because the aim is to get them to relax, to be calm on that stage, try and act or feel like there's nothing different. But
everything's different.
Everything is different.
But it's even down to things like fueling, and that's not a battle, but it's something. It's a constant educational piece that they need to understand what that is. They're an engine now. They're a machine that needs to go out onto the court and perform, and their body can't start with a bacon sandwich in the morning. It's got to have proper fueling. So it's all that educational piece, which we need the parents on board for that kind of thing as well. So that takes time. That really takes time, which is why we're looking at trying to sort of start some of those things a little bit, the guidance a little bit earlier, so that by the time we get them selected for the under-17 squad, they have that in their locker.
I'll touch on this before we get into the Falcons program, because female, young, going through these changes at this time, you know, and I'm sure that's in the sport of netball, like when you guys go to, there must be different things that happen that you have to deal with away from the sport, obviously, to help them relax, because like you're saying right now, like don't have that, the nuggets or go to McDonald's because it's just, you know, young people in the first place.
Yeah.
They think invincible, I can eat whatever I want, I'm going to eat whatever I want. I don't want to say young ladies are emotional, but they probably are in the same ways. But then,
they are. Yeah, I'll agree.
I don't want to say it out loud. No. But then there's that side of it, like you just mentioned, their nutrition and how to take it more seriously at a younger age. Yeah. That battle or that challenge within yourselves? Like, do you see there's a role that you guys like to take on from professional sports? Like, look, you're 12, but now I'm trying to get professional, and you kind of have to mature even faster.
Yeah, you gave a really good talk actually, Emily, about like you're now here as an athlete, and this is what this means, and it's not just nutrition; it's sleep. You know, you can't be on your phone for like
Literally,
2-3 hours when we've said lights out. That's not okay.
They're not here on a big sleepover.
No,
Yes,
and I think that's also because they go on some great sport tours with schools. Of course they do, but it's not a sports tour.
Yeah.
You know, we are literally at the venue, on a bus, in the hotel, and that's it, on a loop.
Literally.
And until people have seen that, you get given a schedule. So Suzanne, as team manager, gives us all a running order, and it's down to the second. And I think I'm not sure even they've had their lives kind of managed for them to that point or to that degree. So I think all of that plays a part. And it's also with teenage girls, it's tricky because they have to fuel like they've never fueled before. They have to eat more than maybe their peers are eating. And so it's that different mindset.
It's a mentality too when society says, you know, beautiful to skinny, and it is changing in my mind anyway. The athletic ability at being like strong is beautiful type of thing.
Absolutely, and we need to get them to eat. And I think that was our biggest thing. And we're almost like checking their plates to make sure that they are fueling. And we were lucky this year. Our girls were great at that, weren't they? And they were like, please can we have chicken and potatoes? That's what we want. And that's what they were asking for. So they were asking for lots of good fuel, which was great. So it's just about, and it's hard with the under 17 program. You think that you've got them and you've done it, whereas it's a whole different cohort every year because the ones that then get it are then too old. So then you have to work with the next lot coming through.
What is it then? Some of the tricks then you have to go through to do that? Is it more of a just be strict, or is it
sometimes? You
take
are
their
not
phones
to
off
eat
them
this.
as well? Or?
We got them all eating porridge. We just let
We
you say,
did,
do you know what? You need to fuel properly. It needs to be slow release. You're all going to have a bowl of porridge. The faces were hilarious, and they were like, trying to sort of like put this porridge in their mouths as if it was going to kill them. Or we're like, going, it's your fuel. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, literally.
And they did it. They were very good.
They were.
And I think even one day we had a little recovery walk to Marks and Spencer's.
Okay, yeah.
And we gave them a list.
Nice.
And it was, this is what you have to buy. Like this, you can buy off this list only. And it was great to see them, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Walking around with their baskets and like, can we buy this? Can we get this?
Oh, wow.
So they took it really seriously. But again, and it's, you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just trying to educate them on that, to know that they need to fuel their body. So if they don't want to feel tired 30 minutes into the game, you've got to eat that bowl of porridge.
Literally, yeah. Wasn't I going to ask one more question about this, because on the phone side of things, obviously the smartphone is such a massive part of
a huge issue at the moment.
Youth and stuff like that. So how do you guys deal with it when it comes to teaching someone to be professional? Or
It's hard. I think it's a fine line, isn't it? Because you're taking them away into a situation that is alien to them. It's difficult. It's challenging. We're demanding an awful lot of them. Like, we're changing their food and their sleep and everything. And to take everything away is actually pretty hard. But I think we need to perhaps be a bit firmer. So I foresee in the future there'll be a few more. There'll be a few sort of like stricter things. But they want to. Their parents want to. The parents want to contact them. Their friends want to contact them and tell them great things, which is lovely. But equally, we know that that's not always great. So I'm a big fan of no phones in the bedroom.
Yeah.
I just think that's something that we need to do. And I know that lots of parents will be struggling with that right now with their teen. I'm very glad that I'm not a parent of a teenager at the moment, that I don't have to worry about that. But it's hard, isn't it? I think schools are putting lots of measures into place right now that they have the phones out of sight, but now we're trying to deal with smart watches.
Yes,
So
everything's
I
on there as
think-
well, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you're
phone
just
calls, eSIMs
forever
and everything.
connected, and that's kind of like tough. So I don't think we have the answers to all of that, but I think we managed it quite well, if I'm really honest.
I think we had a no phones at the dinner table policy. I think that's a great chance for them to connect.
Yeah.
And for us to be able to connect with them too.
It's a big part of team sport, right?
Absolutely.
Connecting with your
yeah.
team members, like have the
And
cohesion.
and I think we look at the way that we're set up for netball. We talk about them sitting in their unit, so all the shooters will have been sat together and the middies together. So just to try and build that cohesion. Yeah, have we got it fully right yet with the phones? Probably not, but
It's developments and evolution type thing as
Absolutely.
well,
It
right?
is,
So
but
I
I
think
think
schools will help.
They were analysing the
They
games
were.
when they sit in their sort of like units. They sat there for their meals.
They
And
were.
go, and did you see that? And then
Yeah.
giving each other a bit of advice. I thought that was great. So
Yeah.
I think it happened organically, if I'm honest.
Is it then, because you just nearly touched on that too, with the analytical side of things, to be able to go back. That's a big thing with the cameras, right? When it is live stream, you can go back, look at your game, and you can
Correct.
really break it down I mean, do you guys record anyway at your trainings?
We don't have our own PA per se. We do some sort of like recording of some of the match play situations we put ourselves in, and then it gets put onto Huddle.
Okay.
So we at UAE have a conscription to Huddle, so we're able to sort of like, but we don't have anybody that can sit and code.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of money.
Okay, yeah.
To have somebody that sits and codes those things, but we do our best to sort of like pick out all those. That's your assistant coach Suze's absolute forte, isn't it?
Susie was amazing at that, and I think you've got to have an assistant as a head and assistant. You have to have people like yin and yang and that work together. And she was great. She loves it. Full on self-proclaimed
analytical,
netball
like the numbers.
geek,
So
loves the loves the analysis, and the girls also loved it, and they took that on board really well. And I think that's when you've got to look at the phones as well, because they watch the games on their phones,
massively,
and they're actually not watching it to listen to the sound and to all the good bits. They're actually watching it back. So the girls were great on Huddle this year and clipping lots of things that they've done.
Very cool.
Which was great. And I think we use that a lot, and we utilise that a lot, especially in our before the game against Wales. I think that was a massive part of kind of some of our success in that game.
Absolutely.
And looking at what they did and how we could counteract that and what we could do against them. So I think the analysis side is massive. And I think if we could get someone on board with the coding, and obviously it'd just make our lives as coaches a lot easier. But it'd also help the girls in terms of their performance.
And that's the difference, isn't it, between what they're doing at school and club, etc., and when they come onto that performance side of it. How much I learn loads every time. I love listening to all the analysis. It's really interesting. You think, oh gosh, if only you just sort of like done that. Positioning is everything. It's the one percenters. We've talked about that before.
Literally, that's
literally
it.
Those.
Yeah.
And the international game these days is a lot more about analytics. It's so
Absolutely.
deeply immersed in a lot of sports, especially the top, and it's only getting more and more technologies are getting bigger, better. So I mean, as a professional sportsman too, you need to know these things, analytics right through your training. When you talk about nutrition, macronutrients, micronutrients, when you talk about your fitness and things like that, or when you talk about analytics on what you're doing on the court, like how much you're moving, if you're just watching. It's just, it's crazy. Like, and it's just part of, it's going to be part of the future. Obviously, it's part of it now.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
And we're all trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
The game's the same for both teams. So so it is about those one percenters and how you can get that 1% so that you can win the game by one goal. And ultimately, we're trying to play the same game. So we're not.
Massively.
No one's trying to do anything different. We're just trying to do it better than the team that you're playing against at the end of the day.
Well, that's the difference.
Yeah.
You said that actually in your final team talk. I think it was
Did
like,
I
I
can't
think
remember what I said then.
we are
on the wall as well
very
at home.
much both able to win this game. So it's going to come down to who wants it. What do we know, and what are we going to put into place?
Yeah, I think that was my question. Why? Like,
Why?
why do you want it?
Why do you
more?
want it, and why are you going to be the one that picks up that medal at the end of the day? So it's good to ask those questions, isn't it? I think it was it was a great team talk.
Do you think about that from a coaching point of view? From obviously you want to build and develop the players, and especially in a space because it is about development to get into like other pathways or international sides and stuff like that. But do you see a border, or you see a tipping point between the pressure of, because you need to put pressure on people to be better. Something like pressure makes diamonds. The pressure of during these team talks, it's going to be the 1%. You want to push them, but you don't want to push them too much because then they crack. Do you think about these in the team talks, or is it just give them tough love, or just like get out there and do it?
I think different games, different situations.
Yeah.
So I think
You had a lot in
certain
your locker, Emily.
times-
You were great.
Thanks. I think and you have different games. We had the massive highs where we beat Wales, and I had to go in the ice bath because that was part of the team talk that we threw in. Sometimes you've got to put in a little bit of like an incentive for them to win. Actually, and that came from Suzanne. And the girls.
You had to go into,
I had to go into the ice bath.
She did it very well.
If they won, I had to go in. Last game of the day as well, they weren't nice. So you have to do certain things like that. But you also have to know when to give them that love. I think sometimes when we've lost to England, we were always going to lose. We were under no illusion.
Yeah.
But when you've got girls that are coming off and they're upset because they've never experienced that before.
Yeah.
We've got the best girls in the UAE.
Yeah.
They don't lose.
Yeah.
In the UAE, they don't. So to go away and to lose by that margin is tough. It's not nice for us sat watching it. So you can imagine what it feels like for them as players. So knowing how to kind of manage their emotions around that, to know that you've got to pick them back up enough because we can now go and win the next couple of games.
Yeah.
So you have to learn how to kind of push them, I think, without cracking them.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah.
And that's still a learning curve as well.
Absolutely. And I think it changes every game. I don't think there's a one size fits all approach to that.
Yeah.
I think it's knowing the players you've got, leaning on the team that you've got around you, because we also need support in that situation.
Yeah, massively, totally.
Because we're in new situations all the time too. So I think trying to have that empathy with them and not pushing them too much and not knowing that they can do it. So you've got to give them that belief that they can go out there. And I think team talks are a lot about that. You've done the hard work. By the time you get to your competition, there's nothing else that you can do.
What about pre-prep before the actual tournament? Going like, okay, look, these are the games we're going to circle as we want to learn. These are the ones we're going to like save a little bit for Wales, for example. We know we're there or thereabouts, but...
Yeah, I think we looked at that, didn't we, in terms of our prep, and we played against the Falcons. So we played against the Open squad, which was a great learning curve for us, and kind of gave us kind of more of what we were expecting against the likes of Scotland and England. It was a really good prep for us, for the girls to kind of feel what that actually feels like mentally and physically. But knowing that, I think lots of our prep was around like this is who we're playing, go and watch these players.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes it's slightly easier with an open squad because their team tends to stay the same, maybe by one or two players. At the under-17 level, you can quite often have a completely new squad. So footage from last year's competition doesn't really help in terms of what the players that they've got out on the court. So you can look at their structures and their tactics that they put out, which are likely to be the same if they've got the same coaching team. But you have
get familiar with each other as well, don't they?
Absolutely, So I think it's trying to prep them well enough when we're here, and that's why we've looked at obviously putting in the new Future Falcons programme so that we get more access to them.
Brilliant.
And we can do that more often rather than just once every 2 weeks.
So was it with the recent success, was that the reason go to one step now to, let's talk about the program itself, because has it come from like 3 years ago, or has it just been something recently like, okay, look, we need this now because we're at this stage?
It's been a long time coming. It really has been a long time coming. And there's also not much parity between Dubai and Abu Dhabi at the moment. So everything is very Dubai centric. So all the girls from Abu Dhabi, we had 3 girls this year inside the 12 that travelled with us. They've made a massive commitment to come to
the
Dubai.
captain's from Abu Dhabi too, right?
Yeah.
There we go,
Yeah. And literally all the time coming down from Abu Dhabi to Dubai, Abu Dhabi to Dubai.
Yeah, for extra sessions, and they were coming on a weekend, and for all
there was
the
a need
extras.
to provide some parity, and I think that we need to develop the athletes over in Abu Dhabi to the same standard of Dubai. So we need to make sure that we've got the same thing going out, and like Em said, we need to do that more regularly. But we've also, a couple of years ago, Deb Jones, who's headed up the coaching since its inception, is now in like a head of performance role. So she's been talking to lots of NGBs and like around the world. What does that look like for you? What works? What's best? And it's always doing the simple things or the basic things under pressure, and you've got to start those right from scratch at the very beginning. Yeah. So Scotland, for example, have an under 15 program that they put forward. Well, that's a big step to go and put that, and we just don't have the staff. So her remit really was to have a look and see what the other NGBs are doing around the world and what's successful, and how can we bring elements of that into the UAE to make us more successful, and how can we also broaden the coaching team so it's not just a small amount of people. How can we grow and develop that? And as we said before, we're attracting lots of exciting coaches, quite a few from the UK actually, but from all over that are coming in. So we want to build and expand that program. Coaching is different. You all know that in every sport, coaching has changed a lot. And I think Emily now and the other girls on the level 3 at the moment will see so much more focus on like player well-being and that element of it, and all the other bits, not just the tactical stuff on the court. There's so much more to coaching. And so to bring loads of more people in, to have lots of voices, everybody knows that many, many voices are needed to build the athlete. You might say exactly the same thing or mean the same thing as me, but you might just have a much better way of saying it that speaks to this player or that player. And it's important that the girls have lots of voices. So we want to build that coaching team. So that's what Deb's remit was really, to sort of like build and grow that. So it hasn't sprung out of nowhere. It's been a long time coming. But it's great to do that now off the back of this. It also adds kudos to that. Like, we're in a bronze position. What do we need to get silver? What are those 1%ers that we need to put in now? And it is more access time. That's absolutely crucial. And getting those basics right under pressure more consistently. And that's what we don't have. And to teach them about performance athleticism, I think that's really important.
So what are the micros or macros of the program? So if someone goes like, cool, I want to be a part of it. What's that first step, I suppose, they're going to take?
Yeah, so we've just launched that obviously this year. So we're applications are still open.
Very cool.
So they can still register for that. So looking at obviously the right age group, so all of that's on there. But the big thing for us, I think, this year is giving the schools and the clubs a bit more kind of ownership on that too. They're with the girls day in, day out.
Yeah.
And they do, and it is daily. So for them to kind of recommend those girls and say, yep, this athlete has X, Y, and Z, and this is why we believe she'd be great for this program, or in terms of her talent that she's got going forward. Then we will look at obviously the trial process. So there'll be girls selected into the Dubai hub and the Abu Dhabi hub. And then we'll look at monthly camps where they'll come and get involved as part of the Young Falcons. So kind of move from that Future Falcons into the Young Falcons hub. And then we'll ultimately go to Selector 12 ready for our competition again in March. So that's kind of the structure. So we're looking at girls that are playing at high level. Whether that's at school or at club, most of them are doing both.
Yeah.
Obviously, they've got that extra kind of pathway and their pathways that they're in as well, and the academies that they're all in, and looking at girls. So we've actually just released our performance pyramid. So I've been working with Deb closely with that. So obviously, the bottom of that is the schools and the clubs, which is massive, and it should always be the biggest kind of section of your triangle, of your
Foundation
pyramid.
of the sport, right?
Absolutely.
So,
and you don't get, like we've said, I think Suzanne said, you don't get UAE netball without all of that.
Exactly.
So that's a massive part. Then they're obviously going and getting selected into their academies and their programs.
Before we get onto that part, what is it you're looking for as far as in that level from players?
From players?
Yeah.
Okay. Their mental side of it. So kind of their mental toughness is a big one, because it's tough.
Yeah.
Even as, I think that's probably one of our biggest ones. They obviously have to play.
Yep.
They have to be kind of at the right standard. But looking at a trial, what we've all discussed, so Susie and Deb and I have discussed, we're not looking for the finished article. So when they come to trial in April, we're not looking for them to be of that standard. I think the girls that we took away with us in March, so the young Falcons that have just competed, if we look at the standard that they were at back in September, I don't think they would have even said themselves that they'd have been ready for bronze. So it's looking at kind of those that have got the potential to do that. So their basics, like Suzanne said, they can do the basics well under pressure is a big one. And I think even Australia, New Zealand, England, they focus on the basics.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, like we said, it's the same game. You have to be able to do the basics well under pressure, but also their mental toughness, because they are going to get knockbacks.
Yeah.
Even when you're selected into the 12, ultimately only 7 girls can go onto the court at a time. So knowing that they can deal with those pressures, because as a coach, I need to have an athlete that is cheering the loudest on the bench, but also putting out everything onto the court. So someone that can do both. I think it's hard as a coach. You could have the best player in the world, but if they're not a team player, then they're no good to you in your team. So things like that we're looking for. Just we focused heavily on the little called them the bum taps and the little high fives and all of that helps build team cohesion. And you can do all of that even in a trial situation. So I think it's things like that you're looking for from an athlete.
Coachability, I think, as well.
Yes.
It's like, they have to be coachable.
Yeah. Like I was about to say, because in that level, for me, it's the ceiling. There's players that won't be as good, but if they've got that potential to grow and develop or to bond
Sometimes
as a team.
Sometimes it's that raw talent you think, she's there. I don't know how she got there. I don't think she knows how she got there, but she's there.
Yeah.
Wow. And that sometimes that just comes naturally to people, but they're all and I think also, the girls at that age, they're going through puberty and their arms and their legs are longer than they've been. They're growing at some incredible rate and they're not in control of them right now. So it's important to look and understand the physiology of those girls as well and what that could look like.
100%.
Yeah.
And then when you go to the next step, so you come out of schools, the clubs, and you go into this next part of it, what's the difference? Well, explain first and then what's the difference between the two?
Yeah, so the next step is, there's lots of pathways out there. So pathways and academies and programs and that offer the elite netball side. So that kind of the higher level, high performance is obviously a key buzzword, I think, at the minute in the UAE.
Yes.
Everyone's trying to get on these high performance programs, which is great. And I think for us, that's nutrition, that's the psychology and the analysis, all of that is because they play lots at school and club, but it's also recognising that the schools and the clubs maybe don't have the time even to give them all of that. It's not even necessarily the knowledge, but just the time because they've got so many athletes on board.
Yes.
So that's where the academies and the pathways and programmes come into play at that level, which then is hopefully going to feed into obviously what we're then doing with Future Falcons.
Do you look to develop more the like I said, the fundamentals and the foundations are always going to be there and it's always about improving those. So do you push, because into a space where nutrition or analytics are becoming so much more valuable into the game, or it's about those finer details, do you look to push harder into as nutrition, or does S&C when it comes to the development of the game and not so much on the skill set? Or
I think so. I think the programs in the academies are teaching the girl, they're training to train. So that's the difference from the club and the school netball, where I don't want to take the enjoyment out of it, but training to train is not quite as enjoyable, is it really, as playing the game, which is what they all get hooked on in the first place. But then the next step up from that is where all the other bits start to access. And this is where athletes have a responsibility, because you can't do it all for them. And we don't have the funding to do it all for them either. Yeah. So it's our job to educate parents, to educate the players, that nutrition, sleep, and all of those kinds of elements that give you the extra 1%ers are things that they need. So we need partners that want to be involved in the whole S&C side. We've got lots of people. Sophie Hankin's massively involved, who's on the Open squad in S&C, and I'm sure that she'll be a huge part of whatever that looks like. I know she takes some of the athletes on one-to-ones already. But the athletes need to be prepared to go down that route. We need to educate them as to which of the routes, not saying who they should go to, but what kinds of things they need to be putting into them. So it's not necessarily more time playing the game on court.
Exactly, yeah.
It's and this is the difference, isn't it, where they're teenage girls and they love to play because it's great and you're playing in a team sport and you're with your friends, and now all of a sudden it's perhaps not quite so nice anymore, and perhaps you go to a better team and perhaps you sit on the bench a little bit more and you learn how to do that, because that's not easy either. No one will say, I love being a bench player. They don't. Of course they don't, but they might be a fantastic impact player. You got to learn to find out what all those values are and to educate them. So our job is education, really, at that level, I think.
Because it becomes performance based as well, right?
Yeah.
This is the thing. Yeah. So that's the learning someone has to take from infant to that next level.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about, I think we talked a lot this year in particular with them about sacrifices. I think everyone sees the glory and they want to see photos of themselves playing and see themselves on TV.
Massively.
But actually, what are the sacrifices that they've made to get themselves to that point? And whether it is that you have to put your phone away, or you have to eat something that you don't want to eat, and these girls do make sacrifices. All of the athletes do, because you can't put out that sort of performance if you're going to parties or you're doing other things.
Not doing the training, not doing the nutrition. Yeah.
So I think we talk a lot about their sacrifices, and that's part of the education, to learn that you have to give these things up. And I think the biggest thing, we've got talented athletes across the board. So that also means they're talented in other sports. So looking at that specialization, you don't ever want to tell someone kind of that you need to specialize in our sport, because that's kind of what we love. Because lots of the girls, we've got really talented. We had girls that play UAE rugby at the same time. And I think it's trying to manage that and looking at those injuries. And obviously UAE rugby also want them to play and train at the highest level. And that's really hard to do side by side, because they're almost putting in double. So it's those sacrifices that sometimes they have to make, and maybe sacrificing playing for the school football team in the lead up to your competition, whereas you might want to do that with your friends because it's fun.
Hugely,
there are two levels, aren't there? There's player load and time management. So I think these are things that we concentrate on a lot at UAE, so that they can try to understand what that means, first of all, because I know when you're 13, have you even heard of player load and time management?
Exactly.
Probably
you're
not.
Invincible.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone pulls you in, like Em says, everyone pulls you in lots of different directions. So it's about making intelligent choices for what you want to do and the impact of that. You know, do I go on my DFE trip or do I come training?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Short-term sacrifice sometimes for long-term
Long-term gain.
And that's hard. And we have intelligent athletes in the programme, but it's hard being book intelligent. I think sometimes to making those intelligent choices, like Suzanne said, in terms of how do I manage my time as a 13, 14-year-old, that's tough. And that's why you need the guidance from obviously your coaches, but also it's the parents.
Yeah.
I think we obviously don't control what the girls do. And I think it comes down to that. So providing
Huge
not only the
impact.
education to the athletes, but also to the parents.
Yeah.
They're the ones fueling the
And
athletes.
the parents always want the best for their daughter as well,
course
don't
they
they?
do. Of course they do.
So they really need to understand that this is actually, especially if it's not a sporting person as well, like sporting parents get it, I think, but parents that aren't sporting, they're like...
We have amazing parents though, don't we?
do,
Like hugely supportive. I mean, I think we had more parents in the crowd having flown from the UAE to Northern Ireland than some of the Northern Ireland girls.
With their flags.
They had their flags out there. They were chanting. So we're very lucky that we do have great backing from our parents, which is that's half the battle, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Like you need, and they need a support system around, especially when the pressure gets up and as you go through these higher rankings.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's the next step when it comes to the program
Okay.
development?
So in terms of our development, so we're looking to bring on board, like Suzanne said, partners. So we really need to focus on strength and conditioning is a big one. Nutrition is another big one that I think as coaches, we sometimes have to look at our limits as to what we can give, and we can't give them everything.
Yeah.
We have to look at where we specialize. So like I've said, Susie was my assistant coach this season, and her specialism is absolutely the analysis, and she's amazing at it. So whereas I wouldn't need to ask her to go and deliver the nutrition side because you kind of focus on your strengths. So
Completely different skill set.
yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at that. That's a big one, but also bringing them in weekly.
Yeah.
So bringing them in weekly to kind of face up against each other. So like Susan said, not only training to train, they get that through their academies and their pathways, but looking at what that looks like from an international stage. So getting it earlier. So I think earlier exposure to what that looks like. I know we've discussed looking at other countries and maybe going to play against them kind of more often, or touring teams and heading to the UK where we can face that high level of competition so that the girls then can bring that experience back. And I think ultimately that feeds back into the UAE and it feeds back into grassroots level, because these girls are out there on the court week in, week out, playing against their schools and their clubs, and they'll then feed that back. So it's just bringing that different style of netball just to grow our game. I think that's kind of the next step. More exposure, more contact time, kind of more education around the nutrition, psychology, analysis.
It's a tough one though too, like you're saying, because like it costs money obviously to develop stuff. It costs money to go traveling as well. Whether you're the one traveling there or the one coming here, you know, there's a plan to it. Like you got to plan like a year in advance at least minimum in order for that to happen, right? So it's
Rome wasn't built in a day, and we're not going to get this done in a day. So I think the first thing is we get the program up and running.
Yeah.
That's hugely important, and we're not going to achieve everything in year one, for sure. We're not. So
100%.
And also I think going out into Abu Dhabi, so spreading ourselves across two different sides, and we can see Sharjah netball is massively growing at the moment as well at the junior level, and that's going to go into youth level. So again, maybe in 2 to 3 years' time, there'll be a Sharjah hub as well. It's important. I think we also need to find a home for UAE netball. We currently are in a couple of schools, which is great, but you know, it's also important to have more of a club sort of like structure, I think, around. So we have a big event coming up this year where we'll be at Al Nasser, and Al Nasser Club could maybe potentially become a good home for UAE netball, which would be exciting. So trying to get them to put some sunken posts in and put our lines on the court. Daisy.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, that's going to be, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's important to know that. And also we're talking about the prep for like the Future Falcons and what that looks like. And we've done a few different things this year for the Open squad, because we're facing up against some different competition. We went to the Marex's Cup in Singapore last October, faced up against like the likes of Kenya and Singapore, completely different styles of netball. We had to bring everything out of the box, and we didn't have everything in the box, if I'm really honest, to tackle all of that. So we have a growing men's structure under Gillian Wilson, who's worked with Emna back in the UK, who has been growing the sort of like men's side of it. We've got mixed netball that's growing and men's netball that's growing. That is really exciting. And we've been playing against the men for the Open squad.
Yeah.
It's great training, great preparation. Yeah. It's a whole other game.
Yeah.
And they're bringing things out that's not comfortable at all. But it's good preparation for us. So we're really excited about the development that's doing. So we're constantly, that's what Deb's really great at. She's constantly looking at ways that we can improve. And that's how she's heading up the program and leading that whole performance section. Because we could stay still and do the same thing over and over again. But if you don't ever change, then nothing ever changes.
Left behind as well,
we have great aspirations for the UAE. It's a country where you can have great aspirations and you can see them through in a relatively short space of time. And I think we've done an amazing job, because we live in an amazing country that allows us to do that. And there's more amazing things to come. So you've got to keep going. It's exciting.
What's the feeder from the program into the Open? Because that's obviously the big part. You know, you need Open success in order for the youth to go, wow, that's what I want to be doing. There's obviously a very transitional country as well. So with the program based around, and it's mostly based around youth, right? So it is about the development of the youth into the international, into the Open teams.
So there's been a few already that have transitioned and played both at under 17 level, then also gone to Open and played alongside each other. And I know that there's a few of the girls that were part of the under-17, like I know our captain is kind of training now with the open squad, and rightly so. And she absolutely deserves kind of her spot in that long squad, to make sure that she's pushing those girls and also taking her experiences against playing against the likes of England that the Open haven't yet experienced.
No,
So playing against those girls, I think would be an eye-opener for even our Open squad right now. So to bring those experiences back with her and bring them in and try new things. Like Suzanne said, it's all about just trying new things and seeing what works. They're not always going to work, but let's see.
Totally. How do you develop the game? Because like the Nations Cup, we'll talk about in a second, because that's what I want to move this into as well, because to inspire the youth, obviously go through that fun and then performance and that their mentality change, you need a successful senior team, right?
You do.
Yeah.
And it's part of any sport, part of any country. Like that's why you see it grow in that country, because their senior teams are doing so well on the international stage, or the least competing, and there's an opportunity for they see themselves being on that stage eventually. What is it that you look for, like when it goes from the youth? What are you trying to instill in them before they get into potentially the opportunities of the senior team?
It's a real tough one, because obviously I don't think it's the transience of the society that is difficult, but we're not at a stage yet where we have youngsters staying and doing their education here in this country, so they tend to leave. So we have a bit of a staccato effect. So we kind of so we kind of like go up and up and up, and we're great, and we've got these under-17s in there, and then they will go.
Yeah.
So some of them come back, and that's great. But building that open squad is really tough. That's a real tough one, because, as I say, everybody's an amateur. Everybody works full time. So you're trying to train and do all your nutrition and your gym and your S&C all around a full-time job and a family even for some of them.
Yeah.
So that's actually also really quite challenging and difficult. But you just got to keep going with that. And these girls will feed up into that. And so only one or two of them might make it up onto that squad, and they might have 1 or 2 years, because like I say, if they're in year 11 right now and they've got another couple of years, then they might get a couple of years going into the open squad, and then they might go, and then we might get people that have gone to university that then they come back because they've maintained residency.
Yep.
So it's all
There's
about
more people
those.
staying long term here in the UAE as well,
Loads
right?
more people staying long term.
And lots of people are like coming back, so they'll go to university, and then parents are still here, or realise that this is where they want to be, and
100%.
and come back and do that. And I think this is where we've also got to focus on, although we lose them, but if we can prep them to go and play high level in wherever they go off to university, they're still playing that high level netball. So if they come back, they're still at that right standard. And I think that's massively grown. Even in the time that I've been here, girls that left to go to university were making social teams, weren't making teams at universities, whereas now they're making first and second teams.
Yeah, amazing.
Against girls that are playing in the Super League and playing internationally. So I think that's the growth, and I think that's what we've got to look at. And although we don't want to lose them, and we're prepping them and they're going off and having success in other countries, I think long term we've got to think about what that looks like, and for them to come back and be able to do open.
Yeah. That success though inspires the youth back here though, because they can see someone's gone through this pathway and to go there, so that only helps grow the game, in my opinion. Like
we have a young girl who's in under 21 Welsh team, isn't she?
Wow.
Yeah. Somebody in Scotland. Scottish.
Yeah, there's a couple in the Scottish
and the Irish
program
lineup as well. So
Yeah.
they're
Very
into those
cool.
programs. So it is really exciting and really cool.
Yeah.
And we've also, like we said before, about attracting people coming into this country. We've got a few people who've been here almost a couple of years now that will become eligible, that are high level players.
Wicked.
So again, we need to make sure that we can maintain that growth and get them on the outside, keep them involved in a long open squad, so they're also training and being at the right level and being part of that, making those connections with all of the girls. I think that's really important. So yeah, it's not easy, but
No,
we try every way we can.
if it was easy, everyone would do it.
That's true. And it wouldn't be as fun.
What inspiration do you get from other sports? Because obviously with the country where it is, and like other sports are trying to go to the same thing, there's that growth. Do you take like learnings from other sports as well, like what they're doing to put in place, or even just like hang in there because it will happen eventually, just keep going type of thing?
Yeah, well, everybody talks to each other. I think that's the great thing. I think cycling and triathlon has been a real massive success story.
Yeah.
We have great relations with Apollo and at UAE Rugby, obviously. I think that's probably the most akin. We look at all the other sports, but everyone's so different, and you're targeting different audiences. Basketball is a completely different audience, but they've now brought in the 3v3, which is exciting. So looking at other ways that we can get people to come across to netball maybe and see if they'd like to get involved in that.
Is Fast Five the type of thing that goes on here?
Yeah,
or?
it is. It's an interesting one, Fast Five. It was actually designed by Kate Agnew to attract a different cohort of netballers, but actually it's just attracted the same ones in a different format. So it didn't quite tick the box. So, but it's difficult. So World Netball are looking at the whole structure of netball at the moment across the world, the IP that they own, like the World Cups, etc., and Fast Five, and what that looks like. And do we stay an all-female game? Is that our aim, or are we heading for the Olympics? And are we diversifying? Is the men's and mixed coming? These are all conversations that are regularly had. We're very lucky to be a huge part of those conversations. The UAE are intrinsically linked with Europe Netball and also World Netball, and we've had some exciting conversations with our strategic partners of what that could look like. And of course, the UAE want to be a part of that. And we're well placed to, and we're also well equipped to.
Yeah.
So I think everything that is leading towards a potential World Cup, that's what we want. So we might be starting with a small event this year, although it feels like a very big event to be organising at the moment. But, we have our sights on the real big picture. And what that looks like in a few years' time, it could be very different to what it looks like at the moment. It might be more of a mixed event. We don't know. So we're building and growing the whole community of netball, whether it's guys and girls or whether it's just guys or just girls. We're looking at
And the
everything.
mixed community here is
It's
amazing.
huge. It's so good.
And they
It's
love
good
it.
fun, netball.
And
I'd
it's
say that
fun.
as well.
Yeah.
And I think looking at mixed leagues and mixed tournaments, and it is where the fun is.
Yeah.
And I think it's different because it's been an all-female sport for so long. And I think once
You mean
you,
the UAE or?
No, all over the
All
world.
over the
It's
world.
been,
All over the
a-
Oh, I've been
world.
playing it for the last 20 years.
No, you guys have, but it's
Yeah.
interesting how the associations or the federations are sort of like worked. There tend to be separate associations for the men and for the women. So I think it's time to unify a little bit more, maybe to go down that road. But the Sevens has been great
It
for
has been
building and
great.
growing the mixed community.
Yes, yep.
So we have a mixed sort of like section in that came out a few years ago, and that's been great. And it's just building and growing. which
Yeah,
is
and it's
great.
just been great to see the men really get involved and come from like a basketball or like rugby or kind of whatever sports they've been playing and to learn the game. And they're amazing. And it's hard, and we've all joked about this, that we've all been training our whole lives, and the men come in and they're amazing and they've only
Damn
just
them.
played,
Damn
and you're like, we've been working really hard for this our whole lives. But no, and it's just a different element to the game, and I think it just keeps it fun and it keeps it exciting, which is ultimately what we want the sport to be.
Massively. Let's go into the Nations Cup, because that's the big thing you're talking about in the next few months. It's happening, and it's a part of the development as well. It provides opportunities for the federation to grow and to get more awareness. What actually, from your point of view, what is the whole? Everyone wants to put on a World Cup. Everyone wants to host World Cup. The UAE has absolutely unbelievable facilities to be able to do that. What is it that you need to establish, and what's the goal for the Nations Cup besides the World Cup at the end? Like, what's the first kind of thing you're looking for?
First step was that we, as a country, need to play some good ranking games. We've been in the challenge section of Europe Netball competing, and that's been great, and it's been definitely our training ground and our growing ground. But we're at a stage now where we're in those early 20s. We were 21st in the world. We have to play a number of games in the world ranking system to maintain your ranking, but we're 23rd in the world, and actually for the UAE, that is the highest ranking in any sport for the UAE. So we're taking that one.
Amazing.
But we need to protect it because it doesn't stay there forever. You need to
Exactly.
continue playing games. So the biggest thing for us was to make sure that we could get the girls to play the right caliber of games to gain valuable ranking points and to keep us up in that around the 20-ish, 25 mark. That's really crucially important. We want to get ourselves into a World Cup by merit, not by just because we're hosting. So I think that is one of the things that we're trying to do. But equally, the UAE want to host, and we want to be a host nation for netball. We are geographically ideally located, obviously.
So many sports already here, right? They're coming to
Absolutely.
be hosted. It's
Absolutely. And it's time. And I think, one of the pillars of the UAE is to grow and promote females in sport, whether that's on the court or off the court. So this is a massive opportunity for people to get involved in the sport. And it's also a great opportunity for people to get behind it. So from a sponsorship perspective, we're looking for partners. So we're not looking for people just to jump in and be part of a one single event. This is the beginning of our journey on a journey towards World Cup hosting. So we're looking for journey partners to get involved. There's some really exciting packages that we work with Falcon and Associates as our strategic partner who are putting on the event, and they work in connection with the UAE Federation. So we're looking for people to get on that journey with us, and it's an exciting one. I mean, you literally have the eyes of everybody from or around the UAE that are going to be coming, but we're also going to be live streamed. I think Dubai TV are coming down for it too. We have a title sponsor that I don't think I'm able to mention right now, but it will be very exciting. And people who've been involved in netball are also equally involved in this Nations Cup, but we're looking for some new exciting partners to get involved as well, to grow the family. It's all about family, it's all about community, and I think it's really important that we have that opportunity. So they're the two main reasons, to be honest, to host, but also to have good ranking games. And again, that in turn is going to excite the future generations to get people involved, whether that's in an official capacity or a playing capacity or just as a spectator. You're going to be able to have some first-class netball right here. That's never happened right here in the UAE. That's
very exciting for the sport. So I was like, what about the athletes? So what's the athlete side of that as well? Like, they must be very excited to be like,
they are.
compete,
I think nervous because we were looking at the schedule the other day that will come out shortly too, and sort of look at the draw. And generally you can say, okay, so we might be able to get all of our players on like for sort of like this game, but every game is going to be tough. There are some exciting Irish players coming back into the fold that were not there in our previous game against them in Singapore. So we know that's also going to be a tough game. They probably play the most similar netball to us. But Kenya, we obviously had a flavour of last year, and Singapore. Namibia, we've never played. So that's going to be exciting. And exciting if we've got Team USA coming, who we know nothing about. But equally, they're trying to get up in the rankings. They're trying to consolidate themselves. And I think also want to be a bit of a host nation in the future. So these are all these new countries that are coming up. So World Netball want to share the love and get more countries involved. There's no point always going back to the same country, always doing the same thing, because then you'll always get the same thing. We need to be inspiring new nations to get on board and saying, look, you know, we're the UAE. We're really quite small, but look what we've done in 8 years, and look what you could do too. That's the great thing about the UAE. They're great to champion an event like this. So we don't have all the money that we'd like to have right now, but it always comes down to money. But we've certainly got the following. And talking about it and being able to have a showcase event like this is hugely important. So eyes on UAE netball. It's really exciting.
Massively. What would come from a coaching perspective when it comes to this kind of thing as well? Because obviously, how much nerves do you get as a coach to go like, okay, or to bring in coaches? Is there another thing too? Like the players won, the game is won, but the coaching side as well, right? Is there something around with the Nations Cup to bring in other coaches
that's
develop?
a good question. I'm going to take it back to the under-17s first of all before we go back onto the Nations Cup, because during the under-17s, so for Emily, as she said, that was her first foray as a head coach. She's learnt under Deb Jones, an ex-England national player. She's worked along various different coaches, but she's given so much time to UAE netball, and then to go out on your own, that's quite a big thing. But she also had Mel Mansfield, who's a huge part of netball in the UK and was a great mentor for Em, came out for a couple of days of the competition. It was really nice to watch her come into our team meetings and sit back and say, you've got it. I actually don't need to tell you anything. You've got it. Yes, she gave us a few tips and things like that, but she was really proud to see that somebody has actually made it through. And that's the same thing that we endeavour to do everywhere, because like I said before, you need lots of voices for these girls, and just the tiniest little things. So we had Kaz Atkinson, who came over, also ex-international player, England player rather, living currently in Saudi. She came over and did a training session with our Open girls, and she'll be back in April to give some of her time to our Open squad too. So there's lots of people getting involved, technical coaches that come and do various little sessions. We've got sort of like coacher players as well that kind of like do that. So at the moment, Sue's the under-17 assistant coach is also assistant over on the Open. Her technical ability and sort of like statistics and things on the game are really vital. So she's working with Deb Jones, who's actually still currently heading that role up for the time being. But we're obviously expanding the coaching team. So for now, I think you do get nervous. Over to you for that one.
Of course you do, because I think you get nervous for them, I think, more than anything else, because you know how hard they've worked and what they've put in. And you just want them to be able to go and execute that on the court. So I can imagine, obviously I can't really speak for Deb, but I can imagine that's what she'll be feeling when all eyes are on. And normally it's just all eyes on a live stream, and it's through YouTube, and they watch it, and it's not as intense as actually them being live in the crowd. So for them to have that exposure will be great. And I think this is what we're looking to expand our coaching team for, because you don't get that sort of exposure unless you go to these big competitions. So I wouldn't have had that. Obviously, I'm working with like Deb as her assistant for a number of years, and then going out and actually doing it. I think it's hard. I can't even imagine what that would have felt like, being thrown in if I'd never experienced it before. So to open up the coaching team, and that's what we're looking to do with our future Falcons, to be able to give them that exposure and be able to open up and develop coaches. Because as much as we want to develop the athletes and the netball scene that we have here, that starts with the coaches, because that doesn't happen unless you've got a strong kind of coaching team behind them.
Massively,
that's massively what we're trying to look at. And we're, as the athletes are trying to get better, we're also trying to get better as coaches and gain. And like Suzanne said, having Mel come across, and she's a friend of mine from back at home. So sometimes you have to, at this stage in our journey, you have to draw on favours from 100%. Friends, and to bring her into the mix, and for her to kind of give us a few pointers and just to be there kind of as that support was great as well. And Karen Atkinson is obviously amazing in what she does. So to have all of those experiences as coaches within UAE Netball is amazing, just as the athletes get it.
Yeah. How do you go from next stage was like hosting a major event? It is a major event because
it is.
It's never been done here before. So,
True.
Nice one.
You know what I mean? How do you? What's the next step? Because like consistency is the key, and you talk about a journey towards hosting a World Cup. So, is it a major event that gets bigger, or is it more events happening, or is it supporting even other events that happen here, like say if it's Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, like?
It's a little bit of everything, I think. I think it's really important that we are consistent. You can't have a journey if you just have a beginning and an end. You've got to have something in the middle of it. So our aim is very much to host something every year. And we want to also host in Abu Dhabi as well as in Dubai. We'd like to think that when we get to World Cup stage and bidding process, that we can bid as a two-city nation that will be able to provide something. And certainly if the World Cup is changing to include other things, then maybe that would also be a really good thing to have. So we've got the facilities here, which is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, we need to be able to sort of like build and grow that and do it every year. But it also means not only having our own IP, like the Nations Cup that obviously will belong to the federation, but it's also being able to host World Netball events. So you mentioned Fast Five. That's very much something that we'd like to look at. I think it's a spectator friendly event. It's exciting. You've got, a bit of who's going to get the double pointers and a bit trepidation, all those kinds of things. So I think it's important to be able to do that and lots of other events. And World Netball are looking at what the event calendar looks like. Obviously, we don't know what's happening with the Commonwealth Games and whether that will be something that will continue. So there could be a gap in the calendar that needs to be filled. And we need to make sure that we looked at whether we're creating more things or whether World Netball are creating more things. But certainly being a host country, and it doesn't necessarily have to just be bigger and bigger. It needs to be consistent, but we also need to be able to welcome other people in. So it could be that we hosted a test series for New Zealand and England, for example. So again, bringing amazing netball onto the UAE soil would be incredible. And then we can assist it with a bit of a showcase event with guys and the girls and that kind of thing. So we're continually bringing different things into the UAE. That's really important, I think.
Do you have those early stages, those steps, like Nation Cup with 6 teams, is it, I believe?
There are 6 teams,
6 teams, yeah. And like you just very quickly mentioned there, like hosting other countries coming, because it happens in other sports with cricket, with football,
For sure.
Rugby does it as well, where they're 2 different countries come here and that's what they have, like an off season, or even their like top counties from England come over and they compete as well. I know it happens in cricket, just happened recently down in Abu Dhabi.
That's right.
When it comes to your guys' event now, and I know the future, you're looking at participation from the outside, so for more people here in the UAE, or is it about bringing those international teams in here?
I think it would depend who was coming in. You wouldn't want to be setting up yourself against like the top 5 in the world. I just think that would not be a great experience for the UAE. But they might have development teams that they bring in. So you might have like a test series with, let's say, New Zealand and England, for example, but they might also bring their development team, and then maybe that's something that we would get involved with. So it wouldn't. You have to be careful how many things you do like that, and the funding of that event, and who's obviously going to cost that out, and also what are we doing and what are we exposing our girls to? Is it a practice game or is it a ranking game? So we need to make sure that we're careful about things like that. But there are so many more people that we can be inviting. I think that we're doing a great job now. I think we've got some amazing countries that are coming. And, we've been given the confidence to do that through the people at Europe Netball, like Maggie Jackson, who's been around for donkey's years, and Cheryl and Janet, all the people who are behind the scenes that people perhaps don't know about, who have given us the confidence. Say, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Go on, do it.
Go to it, yeah.
Go and I'll give you this contact. I'll give you that contact. And then you call them and they go, yeah, we'd love to come. Like, oh, okay, that's actually happening. So we're at that stage, but it's so exciting. It's just a couple of months away,
it's
so
very, very cool.
It's not far.
What do you get? Do you get to have that? I mean, let's stick with the Nations Cup, because bringing them here is obviously that big first step. Do you get to have communications with the teams? Is there any? How do you put this? Because there's a development, obviously, for people to get more involved with the Nations Cup, but the teams too, knowing where they're at, that I suppose they've all got aspirations to be playing in the World Cup, to be developing their game as well. Is there can you work together with Namibia, Kenya, Singapore to grow the game, or to help each other kind of support to build towards
Absolutely,
World Cup?
absolutely. Because I think the World Cup as it stands at the moment, it favours 16 countries. It's perhaps a bit clunky in the way that teams are selected, and you've got different regions that have got different talents, and we want to see different netball. So the Africas play a very different kind of netball. The Americas play a very different kind of netball. We're developing our own sense of who we're about. So I think that there's a place for a netball cup and a netball trophy event or a shield event at the same time. So yes, I think by them coming out and coming to play against us, we'll become allies. I think we did already, just going to Singapore in last October for the Morexis Cup. You develop relationships. That's what it's all. It's a very small world, the netball world.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the same boat. We're an amateur sport. We don't have any money. It's always been female only. Everyone's fighting against everything else to try and get their sport up there. So I think there's a huge amount of camaraderie and willingness to support each other. So I think the more of these kinds of events that we do, then yes, I think absolutely we as nations would be working together to create something that we have more opportunities to do this. So yeah, for sure.
When it comes to the World Cup, what kind of plan is that? Is that a 5-year, 10-year type thing, or just let's throw the dart?
Probably around
just like
2031-ish.
2031-ish?
Yeah, 2031-ish.
Put on the calendars.
Put a year on it, mark the calendar.
Because World Netball have gone out to a massive consultation on what their calendar looks like and what their IP looks like. So obviously that's really exciting, and we don't know obviously what all the ins and outs of those conversations are and what the final decisions have been made. But we have a new CEO for World Netball, Fiona Harold, who comes from golf background, massive in sport, and really having a big overhaul. So she's on a journey around the world at the moment, trying to sort of see what these things look like, and talking to the people who obviously have won the next World Cup is in Brisbane. So just trying to sort of look and see what all of these things look like and how we can make bigger and better events and how we can grow the sport. So it's all up in the air at the moment. We don't know exactly what the next journey is, but it will be within the next decade.
Okay, that's very exciting. I want to kind of leave this on the part of what would be the tips, the top tip or the top 2 or 3 tips that you would give to someone that's aspiring to be a future Falcon, make their open team. What were that one thing or 2 things that you'd like to say that goes, this is what you need to be
playing.
to do?
Just start playing.
Okay, start playing.
Play.
Just start playing.
Play.
You do you.
Yeah.
Do you? I think there's a lot of voices.
Be open to everything, taking every single experience that gets thrown at you, get as many voices or be in front of as many coaches as possible, because they're all going to give you something for your toolkit.
Yep.
And just keep the love for the game. Don't forget why they started playing. I think would be my biggest thing.
Yeah,
awesome.
Absolutely.
One last thing, look down that camera there and just tell them where they can find you. What's on there over here?
Oh, this one.
That one there. So Future Falcons, you can find that on the website. So it's uaenetball.org.
And on our social media channel. So at UAE Netball, everything is posted on our social media. All the links are on there through Linktree.
Brilliant. So exciting talking to you guys about netball, and just exciting to see where the sport's going to go and being a Kiwi and have been around netball for so long, but then to see what's happening here in the UAE. So well done on what you've done so far, and excited to see what you guys have in the future. I don't say future Falcons, it's kind of a cliche.
That's what we call it now, future
Well, seeing as
Falcons.
you mentioned that you played netball, we're going to have to get you over to play netball,
yeah,
of course.
that's
So you have
it.
to put your kit on and get on that court.
There we go.
Yeah.
Drawn into it. But thank you very much, and we'll talk very much about it soon as well. But more, we have to get you guys back on as it comes
thank
through
you for
over
having
the
us.
Nations Cup.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Awesome. Hey everybody, welcome along to FFP Travels. Today we're going to find out more about female and youth rugby here in the UAE. I invited a couple of guests along to give their insights, their opinion, their thoughts, and the passion they share about the game of rugby. Welcome to FFP Travels, Kylie and Jess. Hello ladies.
Hello.
Hey! We're just talking off camera, trying to make each other nervous before we get started, so it's really cool to get rid of those nerves. It's really exciting for me to chat with you guys about youth rugby, because female rugby has really taken off in the last 3 years. There's more opportunities for girls here with representatives, squads being announced, and there's more rugby as far as the clubs themselves. They're really promoting it and getting more involved. You see there's such a bigger involvement. So thank you for coming along and joining in our space.
No, thank you.
Let's find out quickly more about you guys yourselves, though, to start with. Same with you, Jess, just kind of background, what brought you here kind of into the UAE and with that passion of rugby.
So I'm from England initially. I grew up there on a farm with my parents and family. And I started playing rugby. I was originally a gymnast, and I started playing rugby when I was about 11 years old, and I've kind of been involved ever since. But
Do you remember your first experience of why you loved rugby? Was it the bash or was it the...
I don't know. What does make you love rugby? Sometimes I question it. I don't know. I think the team camaraderie. I think coming from a individual sport like gymnastics, and you know, me and my sister trained hard through gymnastics when we were growing up. Like, Mum used to take us sort of 5 times a week. She'd be there for like 4 hours on a Saturday. So it was so intense. And you know, gymnastics is like a brutal sport. Same with rugby. And I think I just earned for that like team environment. So I think I ended up stopping for various reasons, and I actually saw in the local newspaper, weirdly, a girl that also stopped at the same time as me. There was just like 4 girls at the local Newark Rugby Club, and she was in the paper, and 4 girls on the photo, and she was just promoting the girls' team that just started out there, and they were all muddy and everything. And Dad was like, "Oh, it's Fiona from gymnastics. Like, why don't you come down and like try it out?" Because Dad's always been like so obsessed with rugby, like he's rugby mad. So I seen that, and I think I just was like, I went down, tried it out, and yeah, it's the
That's the
team.
dirt. It was the dirt that attracted you to
Well,
rugby.
I had that
Yeah,
through
made you
growing up
fall
on a
in love.
farm, so I'm well used to that. But I think just like, being in a team sport is what I personally love. I think, you know, having your teammates around you, no matter what, and the girls behind you. I think that was what probably drew me in. And yeah,
What brought you to the UAE then with rugby?
so I trained to be a teacher in the UK at the Loughborough Schools Foundation, absolutely amazing school, and they taught me everything I knew. But I was just ready I'd been in Loughborough since I was 16, so I boarded at Loughborough College, and I did college and uni there, and post-grad, and then my first year in ECT as a teacher. So I'm a Loughborough local, basically.
Yeah.
I'm not actually, I don't classify myself from Nottingham, but no, I do. But
Still got the accent, so it's all
yeah,
right.
I was like, I need to get out. I want to see the world. And I actually played in the Dubai Sevens in 2021 with Scimitar Storm, an invitational team. And I absolutely loved it. Like, when I came out here, I was like, oh, I could live here. Like, it's
Another
so,
one caught.
yeah, it's just so amazing. I'm such a warm weather girl. So I was like, that's what kind of attracted me. And the rugby, like the passion for girls rugby out here, even though it's not huge, like there is such a passion for girls rugby.
Yeah.
So I was like, I want to go to somewhere where I know that it's going to be, you know, pushing that. So
Development and growth, right? That's awesome.
for sure,
Very cool, very cool. Kylie, are you a local as well?
I'm basically a local to Dubai now.
Yeah.
I've lived in the UAE for 12 years.
Oh, wow.
Originally from Canada. Not originally a rugby player.
Not really, no.
Ice hockey is my sport. But
Ice hockey?
yeah.
Oh, wow. Geez,
Not
that's
much
a rough one, isn't
Not
it?
much of that out here. So I had
Yeah.
to switch my my tune there, and I started rugby when I was 29.
Okay, wow, awesome.
Yeah, I made the UAE team about 3 years after that, and
Nice.
really took to the
Naturally.
sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it about rugby that attracted you to the sport? I mean, coming from ice hockey, I mean, obviously that's completely different to, the ice rink to the grass fields.
I played Gaelic football for 12 years. I still play it as well. Maybe 14 years now. But I needed something a little more physical and just something to challenge me a little bit. Yeah.
So you like the aggression?
Yeah, exactly. And I really loved how big and how frequently the girls played rugby here compared to the Gaelic football. The football's only a couple tournaments a year.
Yeah.
Love it. Was still able to.
There was
do
one just
both.
recently too, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Awesome,
But the rugby happened a little more often. So it was great. We started a girls team up in Ras Al Khaimah.
Oh, wow.
And,
was it where they had the sand field at one point? Was it?
yes. Yeah, we were. But when we got in, we were able to get some Astro and then some grass.
Hey,
And Apollo came up and taught us one of our first sessions.
Oh,
and
brilliant.
Yeah,
That's
it was awesome. Took off from there. And then we kind of all dissipated and moved down to Dubai, where there was a bit stronger of a rugby hold.
What happens more regularly as well,
Yeah,
isn't it, too?
exactly.
So it's amazing. And then, so now you guys are into this Empire Academy. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Where do we start?
Where do we start?
Yeah, so I think.
Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Dad.
Well, since moving out here, I've been I say this a lot, but I've been so amazed by the standard of girls rugby out here. It really is. A different level. Obviously, I've seen it a lot back home in England, where women's rugby is really thriving. And I just I'm the head coach of the Exiles under 18s team at the moment, and they're amazing. And there's a lot of club rugby and there's a lot of school rugby, but it's almost limited with the amount of teams that they play within that. So I was like, where is the alternative provision as well? There's definitely other academies out there, which is absolutely amazing, and there's obviously representative rugby through UAE, but I wanted to really build a girls only academy and a performance academy as well, and I wanted to expose them to these performance environments, which I felt maybe they weren't getting all year round. And that's where I've sort of built the idea around the academy being, girls only, led by a female only team. I think that's so important for girls to see that.
Role models and mentors.
Yeah,
As
exactly.
well,
I mean, growing up predominantly, I was, mainly coached by men, which is, still amazing, but it's super cool for girls to see young girls. In my opinion, I would have loved this growing up, but seeing people that have been through, the ranks and played representative rugby and know what it's actually like to play in performance sport and maybe face some of the issues you do face in female sports. And I just wanted to create a bit more of a exposure to a performance environment that's supported.
That's really interesting because, based on that, and you've been here for 12 years, and you went through this rec development, start off kickstart, and going through that. And I do want to touch on that because in the last 3 years, the female game has really, for me, it's just gone taken off, and it's been fantastic. What are things for you that, what things have been put in place, or why do you feel more females are getting into the sport, the oval ball?
I think sevens has definitely helped, the exposure of sevens, and it's kind of inclusive to a lot of other athletes. We can pull from sprinters and gymnasts and stuff, CrossFitters. That's, some of the teams here are purely gym girls. They're like, come on, play rugby. It's a good team thing. There's more exposure on TV, and probably social media has really pushed the girls' game forward because girls are getting recognized. In my opinion, rugby is the only sport where the rules don't change between men and women.
Yeah.
In every other sport, you see differences. No contact. Like Gaelic football, you can't shoulder.
Oh,
ice
really?
hockey, you couldn't hit. Now that there's a professional league in ice hockey, they're allowing women to hit. But it's something that's kind of growing into the game. It's not natural. But rugby, I mean, you ruck, you tackle, you compete at the breakdown. Those things are same and level all across the sport, male or female. So those are definitely things that I think have leveled off between male and female, and it's an exciting electric game,
Yeah.
regardless of the gender.
What would been that because now there's obviously it's developing, there's more mentors in the game. What would be some of the initial attributes you talk about? Gym girls, wanted to get into this because like muscle strong and stuff like that. Or what is it that what would be the 3 key attributes you would think to start off as a female?
I think the first one's got to be like mindset / attitude. Like you've got to have a bit of confidence with. Contact sport is brutal, so you've got to be, you're either all in or you're all out. And I think in rugby, if you're not all in, you kind of get found out, don't you? You slip off tackles, and you've got to buy in. You might, if you don't, you maybe you can result in an injury. So I think the girls are amazing at that out here. As soon as they put their boots on, they cross the white line. They're like they're in and they're for it, and they're all for one another. I think for me, it's the mindset of going for it.
The mindset's one.
Yeah, for sure.
What's another attribute?
It's a really positive sport. You play better when you're positive. So kind of being able to go into those dark places with your teammates and get out of them, and having that positive mindset, especially in sevens, which is the primary kind of form that we see here. If you get scored on, you can't hang your head.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes left to score on them, and then they might score again. So you really just have to pick up where you left off. I find that the teams that kind of keep that upbeat, it's okay, let's go again attitude. I know these are all mental, but those are the good ones.
Yeah.
Is there do you need to be, because again, with rugby there's so many different positions to play and different skill sets required for different positions.
Yeah.
When you talk about rugby and why you want to get into it, for me, because there's a variety of skills that people or different positions people can play, it opens up for more people to get involved, because it's not about just being fit and nimble or being big and strong.
It's your work ethic though as well. So as from my side of performance, the work ethic, I can't teach you that.
Yeah.
You need to be willing to put in the grind, the effort. And you can notice those people on the pitch, the ones that are willing to throw their bodies on the line, support their teammates, support the play. If you have a good work ethic, we can teach you the skills.
Yeah. And I think it's not subjective, like you alluded to a second ago, rugby is for everyone, no matter where you come from, what shape or size you are, height. I'm 5'1" and 3/4, but
three quarters.
Exactly remember that.
Make sure.
But I still, punched it well above my weight. I would
Such a short thing to say, isn't it? I do the same. Now I'm 50.
Not 5'1.5", 1 3/4. But it's for everyone, and it doesn't matter where you've come from, what sport you transferred from. There's a lot of talent transfers these days, aren't there? Who maybe sprinters or like I said, gymnasts and ice hockey players into rugby players. So there's so many transferable skills that you can have within rugby, and
I think gymnastics is a huge one. If anything, I don't have kids, but I mean, if having kids, I'd be the first thing to do, I'd throw them in gymnastics. Yeah. Get this well-rounded space of mobility, strength, coordination, and
I had my 1.5-year-old in gymnastics.
Oh, there we go, straight off the bat,
smashing it.
Amazing. You're a strength and conditioning coach. This is kind of the role you kind of play in the academy as well. What are some of the things when it comes to the strength and conditioning that you look to embark or put onto these newer players that start off with?
A lot of these girls maybe haven't been exposed to the gym. It depends on what school you go to here. Some of the rugby schools really...
Oh, their facilities
their facilities are amazing, and the emphasis on S&C is amazing. And those girls kind of have that platform and that foundation. But some of the newer girls, really trying to get explosive movement into them. Their strength, just trying to develop that because it's so important for them.
Is it leg strength, core strength, inner strength, stability strength, upper body strength?
Yeah, full body explosiveness is super important to me, getting those hang cleans in and kind of powering through the broad jumps. And their core strength needs to be imperative with all the contact situations that they're put in. So just developing that through a variety of movements that are relevant to rugby.
Let's jump into that, because I think it's really important, because I think you're probably going to find there's obviously backs or forwards. There's a big story no matter what you're talking about it. But what would be some of the key strength attributes for a forward, and then what about then for a back?
Oh, testing you.
Da, 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 da.
With the forwards, like obviously the scrum is huge, especially in 15s. So really trying to make sure that they're able to stabilize their core and drive some strength through their legs. So we would do a lot of kind of bear crawl, plank positions in that form and driving forward. So that's where we can use the sleds.
Wicked,
The
yes,
sleds
perfect.
are super important to drive through that.
Those glutes firing.
Yeah, get them going.
Yeah.
Hip thrusters, even kettlebell swings, just things that can provide power from the hips. Did you ask about the backs as well?
Oh, I might as well. Are you back, by the way?
I am back.
Stereotyped.
Yeah.
The backs. She's 5'1" 3/4.
Probably a halfback too. Are you a halfback?
Yeah. How did you guess?
Yeah. She was confusing me with her height a bit there. So
Thought she was a lock, right?
yeah, our backs, what I look for is more explosive power. So them being able to just break that tackle in the first few steps and explode through that. So that's
Awesome.
a lot of your fast twitch muscle fibers that we're looking at. So our box jumps, I still think hang cleans are hands down the best explosive power move.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I love them. But yeah, combining then our squats with our box jumps, that's
Amazing.
probably my favorite combo because they get that strength endurance and then they have to explode out of it. And our broad jumps are huge.
You focus on power, like what kind of I've got a bit of a fitness background myself. That's why I'm quite interested in it. What kind of ratio percentage would you say goes from power to endurance as far as a training plan? And you can be specific like forwards, backs, or whatever. I mean, just I'm trying to think from the viewers, the listeners' point of view, just to give them some, maybe a starting point to go from.
Yeah, I would look for kind of. I try to do about 60 to 70% of strength and about 30 to 40% of power, and that will change in season. What kind of block of the season we're in? I think when we're in season, I like to focus on kind of power. The strength can take a bit of a toll, and then off season we really try to build,
wicked.
but without losing that explosiveness. So that's why I always try to keep explosive moves within the workouts. I don't want them to get too big and then not lose their fire. And then obviously the S&C. So we need to, the speed that we're doing, make sure that we're able to still obtain those speed levels.
Yeah, very cool. Awesome. That's amazing. Let's check to the other side of it because there's the strength side and then there's the skill set side as well. Let's come back to the academy side of it when it's skills. I mean, what is it, the fundamental skills that you'd want to instill in a youth player going forward? What should someone focus on as a female coming into the game?
Yeah, I think all aspects of the game, catch and pass is like a huge one. Like, if we can't catch and pass, it kind of stints a lot of the game, especially in sevens, which is predominantly what we play out here.
What's more important, the pass or the catch?
Well, you can't pass without catching it. Well, if you don't catch the ball, you can't
Chicken or
match
the egg,
it.
right?
I don't know. Yeah. No, I think catch and pass is a really important thing. I'm quite a big believer on that, especially growing up, and introducing the kicking as well at this age is really important. So when they come to different environments, then they're already there. They've already been developing. They've been in their backyard, week in, week out practicing. And I think that's something that I like to try and encourage my players. Practice, practice, practice. You can never practice passing enough. I actually my stronger passing, I always forget which side.
Right to left, left to right.
Yeah, was always my stronger hand became my weaker hand eventually, because I'd practiced so much. And I think, and then obviously just your tackling is so important as well, especially in sevens, like I said before. But it's there's so many aspects to the game, and I think that's what I want to try and give the girls more exposure to. Like out here, we play predominantly sevens, and I want to bridge the gap so when they leave.
Well, 15s are starting now.
It's starting now, but it's it's not a priority out here, is it? And that's just the nature of how it is in the UAE. Which
It's evolution,
is,
right?
Yeah,
It's going to get there, but it's just in that stage of where it is at the moment.
But lots of the girls out here have aspirations to kick on and go to university. And in other environments, 15s is more quite predominantly the leading
especially
format
in the UK,
of the
right?
game, for sure, yeah. I I always loved sevens, so I'm in my element out here.
Typical back,
I know, but But like, I want to bridge the gap of when, you know, they enter a university environment and it is intense, and there's been girls playing the format of 15s their whole life, mainly. They're not, I don't want them to be a small fish in a big pond. I want them to be prepared. And I think that's my main driver of the academy, is preparing them for these next opportunities. And so when they get there, they're confident and you know, they can go on and perform.
Let's talk about that, because that's really important when it comes to, it is about the future, or that pathway going forward.
Yeah.
Like that's why people get into academies, like because they want to develop themselves, not just about their local sport, but about representative.
Yeah.
And then if not representative, if you are focusing on that 15 to 18-year-old range, it is like, where am I going to next? If it is university, and if you, like England women are the best in the world at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
So
Hey, we're coming.
Yeah, sorry. I'm a Kiwi, and I like to say we're number one. We're not. We're world champions for now.
Yeah.
but like, there is a pathway. What kind of, like, I know there's been a lot of development in the UAE because there's a lot more opportunities for youth and women's rugby here. What would be the pathway for someone based in the UAE looking to go potentially to Canada, the States, to the UK, to New Zealand, Australia? What would be the pathway for them?
So I think obviously currently at the moment, last year it was you could trial to represent the UAE in the tournament that's just gone in Malaysia, and I think it's potentially maybe changing that. So not fully sure on that, but so what it was under 18s. So obviously that's an opportunity to play representative rugby out here at the moment, which is absolutely amazing. That doesn't fall all year round, which is obviously something that is a little bit more frequent for a country like mine at home, England. You know, the opportunity to play representative rugby or be in camps is a little bit more frequent in other areas, which I think falls again as to why I want to have the girls in the academy, is because it's
More
exposing them.
opportunities,
So
yeah.
when it comes to crunch point and it's trial time, they're ready, and you know, it's not as much of a nerve-wracking thing because they've been exposed to this higher level rugby all year round. And I think it's hard because how it works out here is how it works out here. I know growing up I was exposed to age grade rugby from even when I was in under 15s ages. So I had a really clear pathway. And I think that's up and coming out here. You know, rugby's developing massively out here, the women's game as well.
With opportunities
But
being
yeah.
said that are available, but there's things that people can do as individuals as well, right? Because you can kind of like, someone sees your skill set, or you see you play one game, like, whoa, we want you on our team, or
Yeah.
come and trial for us.
Yeah.
What would it be that the words of wisdom that you'd pass on to someone right now? Like, you talk about work ethic.
Yeah.
Did I say worth or worth? Oh my gosh. Work ethic. Let me try that again. Blah. Work ethic to put into it. When you say work ethic, what is that exactly? What's the daily?
I think
You
for me,
play both play representative, right?
For
So
me, on pitch, there's never a moment to switch off, and I think that's important for girls to learn, especially at the ages that we're teaching. You know, just because you made a tackle, you don't then roll away and get up and then just sort of float back into
That's
the
your job
defensive
done. Yeah.
chain. You know, I'm really trying to encourage now. You get back up on your feet. What's your next roll? Are you firing through? Are you bouncing out into guard? You know, there's never a time to switch off in rugby, and I think. For me, especially on pitch, that's something that we need to continue honing in on and encouraging. Is, you know, it's constant work, and if you can, you know, keep performing at that level, then that is what gets you seen. It's the unseen work that gets you almost seen.
Totally, 100%.
And like
Yeah.
off the pitch, then the nutrition is so important. A lot of the
what specifics? Let's say, like, so I'm a young girl and I've come to you and asked you, what can I do today to improve myself?
eat breakfast.
Eat breakfast, okay.
yeah.
A lot of the girls, just from like teaching, you probably
Yeah.
have faced it as well. They think skipping breakfast is a good thing. It just
It's about aesthetic look more than it is about performance.
Yeah,
right?
and just or they're not hungry, but they don't realize, even like a lot of our tournaments are in the morning, or our fixtures are in the morning, and they come to games without anything in their system.
Yeah.
So that's where then their mentality, like their mind just switches off in the games. They don't have the energy to focus physically and mentally, and that's actually when personally I see a lot of dips is midway through the game. Their energy sources are depleted. You talk to them, they're feeling faint. It's hot here, you know.
Totally.
Oh,
yes.
I haven't eaten breakfast. You're like, what?
Yeah.
So their nutrition side of things, that's where it needs some work. And that's another reason and another thing that we're going to focus on in the academy is
Very
just
cool.
kind of give them
Fuel the night before, fuel the day of, stay
exactly.
fueled, stay hydrated
it's-
throughout.
Yeah, it's giving examples of the sort of things you can eat and drink, etc. And I think what's important is it's in a supportive environment, and I think that's why I love the fact that it's coming from 2 females as well that have been there and done that. And I know for a fact, like growing up, me personally, I was that person that didn't eat before. Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, you didn't, I need to skip breakfast because, you know, there's so many things that young girls are worried about, you know, how girls look, their weight, etc. And that's such a common and normal thing growing up. But if we can sort of
change that.
yeah, and
Change your mentality. And
Yeah.
Yep.
Because, you know, like girls will also be like, oh, you ate like that much and that kind of stuff. And it shouldn't be like that. So, you know, maybe just educating them on properly fueling their body.
Well, how do you change that stigma? Like, because it's like, it's easy enough. It's like saying, no, someone that smokes, oh, stop smoking.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to really make them believe it. We need to look at performance indicators and be able to show them how their performance is when they aren't eating and how it is when they are eating and eating the right things. You know, here it's so quick and easy to order Taliban, delivery, whoever it is.
What? She just put her hand up for those listening on the bottom.
She's new. She'll get over that.
I said, Vice Stone beginning.
Avoid that at all costs.
That's awesome. The nutrition, I think it's a massive part of it. What about from the skill set point of view? Like, let's say you talk about off the field. So like the work that you do off the field. What would that look like as far as, okay, what, I go for a 10-minute walk?
So we've
I'm
developed
also being dramatic here, but
we've developed a training program for them as well to do off the pitch, and we'll be able to see if they have really put that effort in. We have obviously like their measures of their weights that they're pushing and everything, but we'll be able to see it on the pitch if they're kind of doing what we're asking them.
Can I
to
ask
do.
what kind of things you'd be asking them to do? Because I think it's really good to know. Like it's like a transparency type of thing, or like I want you to wake up at 5 a.m. I want you to have a stretch or a sauna.
No, whenever they can, because we're going to see them one day a week. But we've kind of put something together for them for like a push day, a pull day, a power day, and some extra speed and conditioning.
There's some gym terminology for you. Terminology.
Yeah. And it's just kind of like almost, supporting them through it, but also holding them accountable to it. So, like we want them to be able to do it and we want them to go through it so they know what it's like, but also not be afraid to, you know, text you, Kylie, and be like, Kylie, I need help with this. Like, I'm struggled with this one. I didn't manage to complete this full conditioning session. It was too much for me, you know, but then how can we build that over time where by the end of the 10 weeks or however long they're with us in the academy, they are completing it? Because as I said before, when they do go to these performance environments in other you know, countries or even here, like it is an expectation that you do complete the session and you complete it to the best of your ability and you finish the conditioning session. And I think that's what we want to expose them to, but in a supported environment, because they're still so young, but unless you teach them, and they're never going to know. So I think we feel like it's our duty, don't we, to really expose them to different things that maybe not everyone that's at sort of a high-end school is receiving.
And prime them for what they want. A lot of them have aspirations to play professionally or play in uni, and we want to give them the tools to help them get there that they may not be getting.
What would be some of those KPIs? Like for me, if someone come and ask me, like, you know, what do I need to do off the field? I was saying, look, do 100 passes left to right, then do another 100 right to left.
Yeah.
If you want to work on your pass every day for the next 100 days.
Yeah.
Like that's minimum. What would be like, when you talked about mindset, and there's such a variance between people when they say, oh, mindset, I'll do it once a week, or but then someone else who's so much more successful is because they do the daily grind and they put long time into it as well. What's your kind of standards when it comes to female athletes? Because like there is a little bit of that, I don't want to say it too loud, but like there is that bit of, you know, there's that social pressure to more look instead of perform. You know, so you want to break them out of that. But I think a lot of youth need to have that understanding of, when I say work hard, this is what I mean.
Yeah.
What does that work out? What does that work hard
think it's-
standard for you?
I think at this age, it's about almost, with the support of obviously coaches around them and school coaches, it's identifying maybe the areas of their game that they need to work on. I think that's something that you got to sort of identify yourself, and also with the support of others at the ages that the girls that we're sort of tapping into are. And then it's what you take with them work on. You know, if your club coach has told you or your school coach has told you, you know, you need to get a little bit better at your left-hand passing. Well, it's then down to you whether you go away. We can give you all the provision we want in the academy, and we can give you all the advice of what, you know, go away and practice and practice and practice, and we can give them the drills as well that are easily accessible at home. Because I think that's something we've talked about a lot, is how can, this is for the gym side as well, how can we also give them exercises, etc., that you can also do at home if you don't have a gym. So it's like still allowing them to be able to be doing things that maybe if they don't have access to everything, you know, for the skill side, all they really need is one rugby ball, right? And your dad, or your mum, or your sister, or your
Or you still
brother.
have to throw the ball up and catch it.
Yeah. And I think obviously family support helps that. And for me, a lot of the girls that I've worked with, their parents are so supportive, which helps. So I think the parental buy-in as well is huge, because as you said before, like at that age, it's, you know, it's whether you get out of bed and you do it or not. But I think that is the difference, whether you make it or not. If you want to go out and do it, you'll do it. And if you don't, you don't.
Yeah,
And
tapping into the why for them is super important. Like I'm gonna do a slight brag here, but our Dubai Warriors girls won the Dubai Sevens this year.
Yes, that's awesome, man. Just so
And,
good. Amazing, right? The
in the
Dev
under
defended.
19s,
They were won by defense too. Like, it was great defense. That's what won them the
purely,
game.
But we did a lot of sessions with the girls, and we found out their why.
Yeah.
Why they wanted it, why they wanted to prove themselves, why they felt like an underdog. And all of that drove their determination and their drive to exercise and do the work that we asked them to do. And it proved in the end to
What
be
exactly? What were
sufficient.
they doing? Because what I'd love for visitors to understand is the reality of this is effort. This is what they put in, type of thing.
Well, we threw on an extra training session a week for them. So they had 3 on-field sessions.
Awesome.
We had the girls over to my house to do gym sessions. We had social events too, you know, like a pizza party or
nice.
let's do a beach session, then meet for breakfast. So just kind of that bonding with them. We were really fortunate that we had the girls. And like you said, parental buy-in, you know, it was their parents wanted it for them. The kids wanted it for them. The positivity around the girls in the club, the pick-me-ups. We didn't hang our heads once.
But they're doing it every day as well. That's the other thing. They're committed. There's a massive commitment there.
Yeah, they were amazing. And they absorbed everything, listened and absorbed everything. So, with that, they built a lot of confidence. They were able to follow their structures and systems when we played. And you saw that on the defense line. Like they were in their 22 for 5 minutes. And just
not blowing, but they're still
stopped.
getting, they're still
Yeah.
committing to the defense. It was amazing.
I think, to be honest, like good teams are built on a good culture. Like if you have a good culture within your team, like, you know, you go through training blocks of understanding, you know, how each other works and how hard each other can work. So you know that if when someone's running at 70%, you know they're running at 70%. So you know you can say to them, you know, come on, I think you can give Kylie. I think
Pull
you
your
can give
finger
a little
out.
bit more.
Yeah.
But that person will then respect you because you've gone through the training that, you know, is hell on earth. But and that builds culture. And then when you're in moments that are the crunch point, like a huge final like you guys were in, you know what everyone's willing to go through to win this game. And I think when you know you've got your person right next to you that's willing to make a shot that's on the try line, then it then gives you encouragement. Okay, I'm going to do it as well. Like you back each other up. I think the teams that I've been with that have been successful have had a really good culture. And,
They're awesome.
that's lovely to be involved in
Very,
as
very
well.
cool. What is the next step the 18 going, you're playing, you're representing UAE as well over here. What's kind of a minimum standard that you need to? What's that kind of you need to get to here if you are considering playing for UAE or your local representative a county or thing in the UK or something like that? What's the minimum standard? Like, if you can pass the ball 5 meters, great. Or if you could sprint 100 meters in 20 seconds, I mean, is there kind of a minimum
standards are much higher. She
Yeah.
played for England. But yeah, in the UAE, it's a lot of you like in sevens, you need to be able to pass the ball and get to support.
What does it mean by pass the ball? Hit a
Good,
10-meter pass,
accurate
15-meter pass?
At least 10 meters.
At least 10 meters? Okay, yeah. As a forward or a back? Or
Both.
both? Okay,
Yeah, I think the skill set in sevens, it's you're probably expected to pass regardless of
yeah.
your position.
Mm-hmm.
Holding your depth, being able to work hard to get back into depth, hard on defense. There's a lot of open space.
Yep.
Completing your tackles.
You're expected to make your tackles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, you know,
Your one-on-ones are so important.
yeah, I think that's a huge thing in
9 out of
sevens
10,
is-
8 out of 10 tackles? Or
Always,
10 out of
you got, you know.
ideally 10 out of 10, yeah, I know. But we're human. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, black and white, realistically, in sevens, like 9 times out of 10, you miss a tackle, it kind of leads to a try or like a huge line break where maybe your teammate's quick enough to chase that person down. So I think, definitely that's like a key performance indicator. Like you got to be hitting your tackles and you've got to be accurate because there is so much space on the pitch in sevens. The moment someone does make a mistake, again, 9 times out of 10, the other team will capitalize on it and usually, you know, result with a try. So I think you've got to be accurate, but you've got to be cohesive with your team, and I think you've got to be able to work with other people.
That's a big point of view because you talk about teamwork, it's a team sport.
Yeah.
So literally you can have all the skills in the world, but like we've seen this time and time again over many sports, superstars that just can't elevate a team because they're just about themselves, and then they try and overdo or overplay their role, and then it takes.
Well, I'm so
away from
excited because we've had the trial for the academy and now sort of got the girls locked in of who are going to be within the academy, and like the caliber of girls that we've got training together. Oh,
They're amazing.
Yeah, insane. And it's so exciting because there's such a range. Like it's not just from one school or one club. It's all the schools, you know, across Dubai. We've got actually amazingly like quite a few girls coming from Abu Dhabi, which is absolutely insane. So for them to be exposed to training with girls that they've never trained with before, they're going to naturally learn, oh, okay, I've not done that before. I might try what she's been doing. Like, you know, they've been taught by different club coaches and different school coaches. So it's now cool to bring them all together and be in a real learning environment and be pushed and wanting to push one another, because essentially they do all want to play for the UAE. Like a lot of them, like and
What about beyond? Like, is it how much? I mean, you guys will know how much people want to go. Okay, I'm 18. I've just left school. Sorry, it's been a while since I've been at school, so I don't know. But you know, whatever age you leave school at these days, where do you go from there? Like, okay, UAE is great. Let's say if you're staying here, awesome. But then let's be honest, a lot of youth now depart. They go offshore. They go somewhere else. This, at the current from the outside looking in, it looks like it's a development step. And yes, you play for UAE, and it's been great growth, but there's another level when you step away from the UAE, right?
Yeah.
As well. So, what is that realistic thing for them? Like, what can they expect to kind of get into? Where could you take this? Could you go play representative in Canada, like for the different?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. Sorry. I'll go quick and you go. That's
Well,
kind
she
of
is
where
from Canada. I mean,
So come to Canada.
that's kind of where we're looking to expose the girls, because like you said, you know, there is beyond here. It's a great stepping stone, but UAE is so international, and these girls can represent other nations, and that's kind of their aspiration, to get to those tier 1 nations. So we're just trying to give them the opportunity, making those connections with Canadian athletes, with British athletes, with Australian athletes, and
so good.
Kiwis, of course. We'll try to get them involved too.
If you want to be.
There's less of you here, but
exactly.
especially the States right now is taking off. The US is
That's
taking
huge, and there's
off
more scholarships being offered
massively.
and available.
Yeah.
And like, you know, coming from a place like the UAE where those scholarships may not be offered in your home countries. The US is looking at the talent and taking
massively.
those female rugby players, giving them a full ride and exposing them to high level rugby. So us being able to kind of provide that with them, for them, through speaking with the athletes and universities, colleges. It's
I think what's important as well is ensuring they go to a a positive next environment and a next step. Like, I think obviously if they're wanting to be aspirational, which so many of them do, making sure they're going to a rugby university that fits them. They're not just going to one that maybe doesn't really offer rugby and then falling sort of between the cracks. We want them to be going to, universities that really have high performing sort of programs, so then they can again still kick on, because there's so many amazing players out here, and I don't want them to finish school here and then dip off and not go on and kick on and achieve.
Which is an unfortunate thing that's happened a lot in the past.
It
right?
has, and it has, and that's natural. It happens, but I personally, since coming out here, I've seen the caliber of players, and I'm like, gosh, like some of these girls, they're going to play for their country. Like, and I truly believe that, and I've said that to many parents. Like, I believe, your daughter, if they kick on, they've got the potential. But again, it goes back to the work rate. How much do they want it? But we have so many girls that, we've spoken to that they want to go to England. They want to go to America, which is insane. Australia, South Africans. There's girls from all over. So it's just how we ensure that they're going into them, like I said before, performance programs to give them the next step that they deserve and want, really.
Yeah.
and they can dream to play professionally now.
100%. Like,
And,
that's the thing.
like, they're looking at that as a career.
Yeah.
And
they should do too. Like,
100%.
I think that's one of the biggest things, is to give them the belief and show them that there is the accessibility and the opportunity right now. I mean, you've got 18, 19-year-olds playing in international for the top teams globally. So why not people from here?
If not a player, I mean, there's opportunities to ref.
Yeah.
And female refs are being exposed to male rugby
Yeah,
as well. That's
there's
coming
more.
in, TMOs, pundits. So a lot of, like, Ruby Tui is huge in Super Rugby.
Super.
And that's great, because her opinion is being valued. So your knowledge about the sport and being provided with these opportunities is huge.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah, like the women's Premiership final in England was on yesterday, and completely all female commentary.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so important that they see that. And I think it's important they have
Women's
these.
World Cup, by the way.
Yeah, and exactly.
Hello.
The Women's World Cup is going to be amazing. Like the numbers that they're filling in these seats at the stadiums is like, that wasn't what I had growing up. It was up and coming, and it was coming. And
But you paved the way. You set the standard.
I was a part of the movement. But no, it's so amazing. Like, they can, like you said before, they can dream big, because there's opportunities to go big now. Like, it's so
Massively.
amazing.
Awesome. The future of rugby here then for the year, what would you like to see in the next 2 years? Just for females, rugby in general, and potentially those opportunities. I mean, obviously it's connected with if you guys with the academy as well.
Yeah.
What would you like to have set up in the next 2 years, or like to see here in the region the next 2 years?
I'd love to see more girls going on and representing their country. Like, I'd love to see a handful of girls on the World Series as well. Like,
that'd be amazing, yeah.
I think there's so much potential.
There's a couple who got close. I know Femke
Yeah.
Sons, she was playing for Belgium at one point.
Yeah.
She was quite close.
Funke,
And there's a couple others as well.
Eloise Hayward.
Luca Blomier.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, man.
No, it's amazing. Like, especially with being the Dubai leg, like here, it's it's their home place.
Oh,
like,
interesting. We're going to actually film that this year.
You are?
So how they did the VO last year, we're actually going to film every
So
game
good.
with a close up as well. So yeah, the production will be on what is it, the 28th to the 3rd. So all the invitational, women's, everything. So you'll be able to
Wow.
see and get a really close look and insights into it.
So cool.
Yeah.
Shh, see.
So now. For me, I'd love to see more girls playing rugby as well. I think we're trying to get there in the UAE. This year they introduced under 14 contact rugby for girls. Until then, the girls have been playing under 13 mixed rugby and then under 16 girls contact. So by introducing the under 14s league, we kind of will reduce that discrepancy between male and female growth at that age.
Yeah.
So you do see it still at the under 13 level.
Wow, yeah.
So that's like, we have one girl on our team. Some
Yep.
teams have a couple more, but the kids that want to play contact up until that age group, may now have the opportunity to play at under 14
Brilliant.
next year.
Wow.
Which will
Start
be
them young, they say, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And I think if we can get it into schools even more as well, like there's obviously your main top schools that are constantly competing against each other, but yeah, like my school, Kent College, woohoo. Like
Shout out.
like we're trying to get it up and running, and I think, you know, the more schools that can get behind that and keep pushing it, then obviously then makes it more competitive for the larger schools. So I think that's so important, because club rugby is great, but also like if we can continue pushing school rugby, like it's only going to grow the game out here even
Yeah,
more, and
massively.
then allows more girls to and then that obviously raises the standard. Then more girls, you know, the
100%.
standards.
Keep evolving, keep
Yeah.
developing, keep growing.
Yeah.
There's an
Fortunate.
absolute wealth of knowledge here as well, like between the male and female coaches that are in the region, the players, and a lot of people dedicate and give their time back. So kind of doing that in the schools will really, really help the growth of rugby.
And girls are proud to play rugby out here. Like I said this actually within my first game of playing with the Exiles girls. I said, God, like when I was your age, I was so insecure about playing rugby. Like genuinely, like I was so embarrassed. Like I hid it from so many people, despite sort of some of my achievements at the age I was. I was so embarrassed. Like I don't know why, but it was just because it was maybe the time that it was back then. But it's so cool how many girls love and are so proud to say, yeah, I play girls rugby.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I could
It's funny because like when you talk about that, there's a lot more internationals coming out about how they struggled with, like, their shoulders are big, so they're
Yeah.
ashamed to show their shoulders or something, like, or their
Yeah.
legs are stronger and stuff like that, and they're ashamed of it,
Yeah.
and then it's like going, but actually that's what you need to perform, and what they've done is they've paved the way
Yeah.
for more females to come
Yeah.
through into the game and to knock away that stigma of it's like, why be skinny? Skinny's like,
Well, there's so
most people
many-
are
Strong
malnutrition.
is beautiful.
Strong is beautiful, 100%. Athletic,
Advice.
athletic is the way to go. Hello.
No, there's so many stereotypes.
From a
that have
guy's point of
been
view, it's actually great. So this is silly. As an athlete myself, I'm just like, let's throw that in there.
No, it's
Yeah.
good though. It's good, and it's moving forward, and it's growing fast. It's
Yeah, massively, and
yeah.
it will continue to grow
Yeah.
as well, right? It's been an absolute pleasure, ladies, to
Thank
find out
you.
more and
Thank
hear your
you.
insights about the sport, and I'm definitely looking forward to see what happens, especially in the next 2 years. I mean, it's grown so much in the last 3 to 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine it's only going to accelerate it further, especially with more exposure and what you ladies are doing. Where can they get a hold of Rugby Academy?
Social media.
Look down that camera right there.
It's all over Instagram and Facebook. We are at Empire Rugby Academy. And yeah, check us out. There's some super cool content on there already. So yeah, we just want to provide a platform to really showcase these girls. So come be a part of it.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool.
We can't wait to have you.
Awesome. It's been a absolute pleasure. Guys, thank you very much for joining in FFP Travels. Make sure you check out that website, their social medias, and get involved, get in contact with the ladies, because it is a growing sport here within the UAE, and the pathways, the opportunities presented are now bigger than ever before. The game has grown globally. There's more opportunities, and you can, like I was saying, is that there is opportunities to create a career out of this and create a living, not only as far as sports, but further on as far as support around the game as well, refereeing, fitness and health, training, coaching, management and sports, everything else is evolved around the sport to help it grow globally as well. So don't be shy, reach out to ladies, find out more information. Obviously, they know an absolute ton about what's going on within the space, and check out more episodes here on FFB Travels. Until next time, my name's Grant Ghost, and see you then. Ross, why should people consider bodybuilding?
Well, the first part of this answer is probably going to surprise you a little bit. It's not for everyone. I think the first things first is, if you want to consider bodybuilding, there's going to be two really valid reasons for getting into it. One, you've been a fan of the sport, you love the sport, or you're intrigued by the sport. Maybe you've never watched it too much, or you've just started seeing it pop up in your social media. Let's be honest, bodybuilding within the fitness industry is probably one of the most easily Instagrammable things to do in fitness, because it's such and we know that Instagram is a very visual medium, and so there's nothing much more visual than aesthetics and how quickly physiques can change. The reason why I say it's not for everyone, number of reasons for that. Firstly, you definitely have to be of a certain mindset to enjoy going through something which is so singular and focused and so disciplined. And it's not that other sports, like, 'cause, I mean, you and I, we've known each other for a long time. I came from a background of playing rugby to a decent level. I did CrossFit competitively as well, went to regionals and stuff. Bodybuilding is very different from any of those other activities I've done. Why do I still enjoy it though? For me, I think the challenge of, okay, this is something that is not just uncomfortable in terms of the training component, but there's nothing like bodybuilding, which is so all encompassing in every aspect of your life. So it affects everything. It affects what decisions you make around how you socialize, how you sleep, the importance you place on that, your dietary requirements, and also the sacrifices you inevitably have to make when you're dieting and you're in season.
Yeah.
I do think that, and this is, again, I could go off on so many tangents and I'll try to refrain from that as best as possible, is in the off season, I think the old school belief of bodybuilding is that you're literally on 24/7, 365 days a year. I think the great thing to see both with the approach that some athletes have, I'll probably lump myself within that because I definitely don't take a old school approach.
Oh, yeah.
I do think that both to its detriment and to its betterment, the science of bodybuilding has progressed a hell of a lot, even just the last 10 years. But also the approaches that coaches are taking are a lot more, and I say the coaches, I would say still the minority, but a growing minority of coaches are taking a very intelligent, cerebral approach to how things are done. They understand that it's not about boiled chicken, broccoli and rice, and you don't have to eat like that to do well and to get in shape. But why I say it's not for everyone is that it does require a degree of consistency and sacrifice that frankly just not everyone's ready for. Now, it doesn't mean you can't potentially get to that point, but and I don't know how deep you want me to get into every nitty-gritty aspect of prep.
Mate, we're going to get deep into this over the session. So.
Fine. But the
This is our opening statement, but yeah.
But like, the reality is that it's, if I had to give you another soundbite, so to speak, bodybuilding is not healthy. I think that's the first thing for people to understand, because often it's promoted, like you see all these shredded physiques, often, and I can speak from personal experience quite candidly, those that use performance enhancing drugs. And of course, if you're not competing in natural federations, you can almost guarantee the majority of those individuals have enhancement.
Yeah.
And so with that comes a lot of unrealistic expectations from the outside looking in of, well, they changed their physique this drastically over this 6 month or 1 year period. I want to do that too. But the reality is that one, you have to be willing to spend a hell of a lot of time, effort, and money on the foods, the training, the gym memberships, the PEDs themselves. And then, of course, there's the cost of actually competing, traveling for competitions, hotels, the actual fee to be an athlete, the fees for the competitions. And so I think for me, like, it gives very little back from a tangible standpoint, but it gives so much back if you're passionate about the endeavor, the process, and you love the sport. So
it's about accomplishment, personal accomplishment, right?
Really is. For me, the whole reason that I enjoyed it was the same reason that I did CrossFit, the same reason that I did rugby is, well, rugby had some other bits to it in terms of the camaraderie and the team aspect, but CrossFit did that as part of a team as well. But it's an individual performance. And then I competed mostly individually, just the team stuff happened that particular year. But with the bodybuilding stuff, it's just on you.
Yeah.
It's all on you, and it's a very selfish endeavor as well. It's like no one else benefits from it. In fact, if anything, people around you suffer at times as a byproduct of you doing it as well. So they have to be on side with that. But I think it's not healthy. It's but I would say that also on the enhanced side of things, there's this big sort of debate at the moment between the whole natty camp and the enhanced camp. And I think if you were to ask me from a health standpoint, because often it's just like, well, the moment that you start going down the enhanced side of it, automatically that's less healthy.
Yeah.
I don't actually agree with that. And people are going to be probably like, what the hell where is he going with this? I actually think there's a bit of a middle ground.
Hey there, if you're finding this episode inspiring, you're finding it useful, applicable, we would love you to be part of the community. There's power in community, there's power in numbers. And by subscribing to the channel that you're watching this on or listening to this on, or sharing it with people that you know that may help benefit them, will only help us find more people within the community to help it grow, to support people to live an active and adventurous lifestyle. So if you don't mind, it would mean a lot if you just push subscribe, push like, and share it with someone that is going to help today.
Remove REDS, so relative energy deficiency. Let's get energy balance back in a good place, energy availability in a good place. Let's pull stress off the body. Let's get all the health markers humming and singing again. Thing is, I still pull my bloods at 12 weeks after the competition, and my testosterone was still super low. Thyroid still hadn't quite recovered yet. And so it takes a hell of a toll on the body, even if you do it pristinely as a natural athlete. So technically speaking, probably the healthiest way to actually go about bodybuilding is doing just enough to help support some of the glands and the hormonal changes that happen to an extent. So let's just take the thyroid as an example. Your thyroid is going to get massively downregulated the deeper you go into prep. There's no getting around that.
Let's go back on that because most people are not going to know what's the thyroid do for the body.
So think of the thyroid as the master gland for metabolism. So think of it as if your thyroid is downregulated, your overall BMR is down. Your ability to partition nutrients is going to be less as well. So give an example, if we are starting out a prep and say you're on 2,000 calories at the start, as you lose body fat, as your body weight goes down, that already means that it's going to take less calories for you to exist and to function and also for you to maintain that deficit. But there's this sneaky thing that happens called adaptive thermogenesis where as your body weight gets less, your body goes, hold on a minute, we can become a bit more efficient at how we go about this. So let's just reduce that right down. So then what also then happens, part of that is that the thyroid adapts to that. So you can't just reduce body weight and reduce a hell of a lot of body fat in a short space of time and expect there not to be a consequence. And also our brains are wired for survival, right? We know this, like it's a well-established homeostasis. Our brains are like, right, how do we maintain this or reestablish this as much as we can? So the thyroid gland's response to that is, well, you know what? We're just going to freaking tank your BMR so we can utilize the least energy possible. We can still keep you moving and keep you functioning, albeit we might have to start affecting other things. And this is why you hear females when they go on prep, like they start losing their cycles and, their hair starts to thin and their digestion starts to get out of whack, sleep starts to suffer. All those parasympathetic processes just take a massive hit.
Yeah. This is a massive opening on the session. It's awesome. But there's a lot in the space and there's a lot in space to dive in. Let's take it back to someone's now considering doing a bodybuilding competition. Where do they need to be in order to start, or do you think to consider that to start with before we go into the ins and outs of it? So example being, if I've never really done any weight training, if I've never really done any exercise, should I at least been running first? Should I at least have some understanding of basic nutrition? Where should someone at least be before they consider doing this, in your opinion?
I mean, the sport's called bodybuilding, not body losing, for a start.
Yeah.
So I think often people go into it, and you'll see this in particular with females going into the sport for the first time and they maybe want to compete in bikini. And I think that the perception often as well, I love how lean and aesthetic those females look. And often with that comes maybe they're a bit insecure about how they look. They're maybe carrying a bit more body fat than they would like. And so they just see it as that, well, if I do something like that, it's going to push me really hard to get to a point where I'm really happy with how I look. But the reality is that to do a bodybuilding show well, you actually need to have a decent baseline of muscle tissue to start with. Again, it's bodybuilding, not body losing. So I think that's one of the biggest mistakes first-time competitors make is not taking the time ahead of time to prep for the prep.
Yeah. Do they come in thinking, okay, this is, well, not to win, right? This is just to change them personally, or is their own personal goal to start with?
Most of the time, people just have a personal goal of, well, I want a challenge. I just want to do something that's going to push me out of my comfort zone. And they sort of like the idea of the end result, but they haven't really thought about the full practicalities of everything that goes into that and things we even talked about in the intro, like all the sacrifices that go into it.
Yeah.
With females, it's even worse because they have a much more intricate physiology than we do, and it is a lot harsher on their physique than it is on us. So I think often they go into it as, well, I'm just going to go in, I'm going to diet for 12 weeks, 16 weeks, whatever it is, get super lean, step on stage, okay, I've ticked that box of the experience. And so I think this is why I said earlier, like, I think the sport is really, if you're genuinely really curious about pursuing the sport, or you are already really passionate about the sport and you just want to get into it.
Go a little step further.
If you're treating it just as it's maybe like a bucket list thing, I just want to
I saw this on Instagram, let me give it a go, yeah.
Which is often what happens. And the problem with that is that it's something that the cost versus reward of it, there's many other things you could do to have an impressive physique transformation. You could do a photo shoot. You could, it could be, for example, doing something maybe like a year-long project. But it's just this idea of, right, I'm going to jump into this for 12, 16 weeks, do things as aggressively and as recklessly as possible. They don't realize that's what they're doing potentially, but that ends up what happens. Calories super low right from the start, cardio ramped up right from the beginning. And I think there's just not a big thought process that goes into it. So if you're to answer that original question, what should people consider before getting into the sport? I think first things first, learn what the sport actually involves. Learn about the federations, learn about the categories. What type of physique do you want to present on stage? And then rather just stepping on stage for the sake of it, take the time to build the type of physique that you'd be proud showcasing on stage. That, and honestly, I would say for most people, that probably would be a 2 to 5 year process to get to a point where, right, and don't get me wrong, they've brought out the new category now, the whole fit model category, and certainly for females, that makes it way more accessible, and I think it's great. I think if they start bringing in too many categories too soon, that might get a bit too silly, but I think this is great. It takes us back to what the bikini division looked like back when Ashley Kay was literally like the first Olympia bikini, which I think is fantastic. But unfortunately now, with the growth of bodybuilding, it's just such a trendy thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a sport you get into just because it's a trend. It's something you get into because you've really taken your time to appreciate everything that's involved, and it's something you feel really passionately about pursuing.
Okay, so then the question that comes to mind is, what's the first thing someone's going to do when they get, like, let's say, okay, they've done some preparation as far as like maybe they're going to the gym to start with, they've got some basics under them as far as movement. Now they obviously don't know what they're doing as far as bodybuilding. That's why the kind of curiosity gets them in the first place. What's the first part of this journey for someone who goes like, oh, I want to give it a go?
I think let's assume that they've built the base level of muscle already. Say they've taken a couple of years, 3 years. At that stage, I would say
So 2 or 3 years, you think?
I would say
at
2 or
least in
3
the
years.
gym?
Most people, at least for the lower categories, I'd say for, especially let's just assume that we're going to be competing as naturals at this point.
Okay.
Most people could take it like 2 to 3 years and at least be able to start exploring the possibility of doing a prep.
How long does that mean in the gym? Like for 2 or 3 years, I've been in the gym, once a week, 4 times a week?
It's
Because everyone's got their different understanding, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend. I think depends on your division. The amount of muscularity you need for each division is going to dictate how much muscle you need to build to get to that point. I think if you're looking at the lower entry categories like men's physique for guys and bikini for females, you're still going to be looking at least at a minimum of 4 days per week and an hour to an hour and a half training sessions to probably get enough volume in as well. Now, of course, as people get more experience, certainly for me, for all of my preps, I've always done 5 training sessions a week. And it was just for me to get the amount of volume I needed for the progress, I needed that. But then how you build muscle is also how you keep it. So those 5 training sessions were maintained through prep as well. Albeit there's certain little tweaks and manipulations you do, which we can get into later towards the end of prep, which help you to sort of manage things. But yeah, you're looking at showing up consistently week in, week out, not taking time off just because you've traveled for work, not taking time off just because you're on holiday. We're talking about
family, blah,
every
blah.
single week for years on end to get to that base level. And then that's what it's going to take to also while you're prepping as well. But then add on top of that, when you start prep, okay, we know that energy balance is the key driver for fat loss, right? For weight loss. Now, yeah, manipulating nutrition is a part of it, but a massive part of it where we keep nutrition high enough, but you're still trying to get enough expenditure is, of course, NEAT. So steps and other non-exercise activity and cardio. Now, you see all these things, and this is the problem, is that social media does a hell of a lot for creating unrealistic expectations for people. They see their favorite bodybuilding influencer.
It's a highlight reel, that's all it is. I mean, people just get blown.
Big time. And what they'll do is they'll pick out the best case scenario. What they don't see is all of the stuff that went wrong, all of the failures and all of the catastrophes, and I like to call it all the train wreck physiques that have ended up happening as a result of
No one likes pricing those, do they?
Bad coaching, poor preps, poor approach. So, but the reality is for most people, you are going to have to dedicate time to not just your gym sessions, then there's the cardio on top of that. Now, if I compare my natural prep to my assisted prep, where I had other advantages like lipolytics, like clenbuterol, for example, that can help with the lifting your BMR up, oxidating fat at a quicker rate. You don't have that as a natural. So as a natural, it's like, well, it's really going to come from you expend calories or you eat less. And so in my case, I was doing an hour a day by the end of my natural prep. So not only was it the 5 lifting sessions for like 90 minutes a week, it was then an hour every single day. And I had to do 15,000 steps a day. And part of that was with a weighted vest as well. So how many hours a day was I contributing towards, on average, to my prep? Probably 3.
Yeah. What's the hardest barrier? So like people, just let's take away the Instagram. What is the hardest thing for people to get over? What's the biggest challenge people have when they first... Because I think they see this highlight reels, like, that looks great. Oh, yeah, I can do that. And then they jump in, and then, let's be honest, the majority of people that have the consideration don't follow through with it because there's some barrier that's the hardest for them. What is that hardest barrier?
I don't want to make a blanket statement, but I would say on what I've seen from coaching other competitors on average, the nutrition for sure.
Yeah.
I
they
think
just can't handle the general as far as like discipline, or they don't know what to eat, or...
I think to your point about people getting into it for the first time and sometimes not appreciating what it takes, I think Mal and I were very lucky in the sense that she did it a bit younger than me, but I got into it I was 34 when I first competed. So I was a bit older.
Still young.
I felt young. That's the
Yeah,
main
that's the
thing. But I was a bit older, a bit more mature. I sort of didn't. My whole identity wasn't attached to the sport of bodybuilding. So I knew who I am. I was certain about what I wanted to do, what I was trying to achieve, and bodybuilding was a passion I wanted to explore because I'd never done it, and I wanted to get into that. But I never had any hang-ups around food. Very good relationship with food, and so for me, it was a case of, well, I just understand that it's a means to an end. I just need to control this throughout this time frame to make sure that I achieve an end result. So
That's interesting, really interesting, because there's two things I'm thinking there. One is there's two common things of the sweet tooth for one person or the overeating for another.
Yep.
So when you talk about nutrition, and let's talk about those two types of people, what is it that you think flicks them from or to getting that discipline? Like, what do you have to, like, as far as if that's one of the biggest barriers nutrition is for them, and then someone's got a sweet tooth, let's go for that one. So what do you need to, like, besides giving them a slap of the pan, what's the other thing you can do?
There's obviously there's a lot of sort of dangerous rhetoric around. Many coaches just like, you just don't want it enough. It's a common thing. Many prep coaches who never work with lifestyle
I totally believe that. If you want something, you do it. If you don't want it, you don't do it.
True to an extent, but then that's then to negate a bunch of different conditions that they've maybe had from their childhood all the way up. There's maybe a bunch of different other behavioral aspects that have never been acquired. Like, so behaviors like eating consistently and well and doing your food prep and tracking your calories, these are all learned behaviors. If you never learned those behaviors, you can be, and we've met many people that you get into your 30s, 40s, they've never acquired the skills of how to nourish themselves properly. So I think the biggest barrier people have is that even preceding the food, it's just the mindset. They don't have the mental skills and resilience to handle everything that goes into it, because, okay, now they've got kids, they've got a job, they've got such limited bandwidth, their time poor already. Now you're asking them to learn this whole big, what is ultimately quite an important life skill on top of that, that, I mean, that's something we sort of, a big part of our coaching with clients is managing expectations from the start. And I will not prep someone if I do not feel that they're in a psychologically and physiologically ready state to do so, or that they're not within striking distance where we can coach that for the first 3 to 6 months, then start a prep process. So the biggest thing that holds people back is it's between the ears first and foremost. If they're not psychologically ready to understand and appreciate everything they're going to have to deal with, it doesn't matter how perfect the nutrition program is, how perfect the diet plan is, it's just not going to work. So often for me, if someone's, I feel like they're not that far away, but they need time. It's really more so going all the way back to, as rudimentary as it sounds, it's going back to habits, identity, beliefs. You have to work on that first. And then once they're in a place like, oh, well, all those limiting beliefs I have about, I don't have time, it's too hard, it's too much to learn, it's too much to understand. The reality is not. Like, they've achieved much harder things in their life. So
If they wanted to.
If they really want to, then it's like, well, bear in mind that you might want to compete right now. You're not ready to compete right now. We're going to have to literally treat you like almost like a Gen Pop client coming into the gym for the first time, but it's just a little bit further up the ladder. It's just, you've already got all those skills. And at one point you were a beginner there as well.
Yeah.
But now it's like, we're just now taking a step up in the level of consistent application and precision that we have to do across the board. And I think, like, if you were to ask me, like, the nutrition's a hard part, but then it's marrying that with, I need to be so ruthlessly consistent across the board on everything.
Yeah, massively.
Because ultimately, say for example, oh, my nutrition's good and my training's good, but I sleep 5 hours a night. Okay, great. Well, what's going to happen to you is that your adherence to your nutrition is going to suffer. Your performance in your gym sessions, your recovery is going to suffer. So it is literally, and that's why I say I think it's one of the hardest sports in the sense that you literally can't get away with anything. Everything has to be
caught out. Totally. So let's start the journey then. Let's get into, so they're talking about, they've got some different barriers now. They got the right mindset. They're getting into it. How much preparation do they need to start off with their first one? I know it's a bit of a how long's a piece of string kind of a question, but where was the kind of space you'd think, okay, considering minimum, it's got to be a 6 month, 1 year, 2 year build and 12 week, whatever.
Got you. So I mean, I can even share from personal experience, because this is the approach I decided to take. Was when I wanted to do the natural competition, I spent 2.5 years building my physique first before starting a prep. That didn't mean I didn't have phases amongst that where I might do tidy ups and things like that just to keep the physique reined in, because you don't want to just pile on fat for the sake of it. But you do have to be willing to not be walking around with a six pack while you're building your physique. So
hold on that too. How much of a problem is there with people going like, they want to go straight from where they are to this incredible physique, because that's what people want to get into, right? That must be a massive barrier for a lot of people to let go of. Sometimes you've got to step back in order to step forward.
We have to do a whole podcast on the barrier that people think they put fat loss on a pedestal. And within our coaching, we
Literally,
talk
that's
about
the
the idea
problem.
of
I just-
5 different coaching phases that we sort of labeled. So you've got what we'd call like a priming or a pre-prep phase. So this is getting someone, we call it as psychologically and physiologically ready to go away from homeostasis. So that's like what we would refer to as like a priming or a pre-prep phase. Then, of course, there's fat loss phases. There's reverse dieting, which many people question nowadays, is reverse dieting even necessary? In my experience, it's person dependent, and how much and the severity of it or the magnitude of change, it depends. I've had some clients where we don't really reverse diet, we just go straight to maintenance. You do that with another client and it's a disaster. So
Okay.
again, that whole N of one, you take an N of one approach to people. So there's reverse dieting phases, there's obviously building phases, and then there's maintenance phases. In my experience, maintenance phases are by far the hardest for people to do, which is interesting because given that you're going to literally spend the majority of your time as a human being at maintenance, yet it's the thing people struggle with the most because they're so used to just pushing to an extreme. Now, to your point about the taking a step back and saying, right, you're not ready to just diet right now. 2 scenarios that happen with that. One, a female comes and they're like, I'm already eating 1,400 calories a day. I want to start prep. It's like, where are you going to go from here? You're going to go lower than that? You're going to go sub 1,000 calories? Good luck having any form of physique, eating that much food and training and whatever else. So one of 2 scenarios, either they're going to have to spend time reversing up. Now, those type of individuals, usually their health's not in a good place. They either have PCOS and or HA, so hypothalamic amenorrhea. So they've not had a cycle maybe for 3 months, 6 months, over a year. So priority first is get the health in place. That's the first number one thing. So if health isn't in a good place, that always takes priority. Then where's their physique? Like we talked about, could it take a year, 2 years, 3 years? Once they've done that, now let's assume, because I'm assuming this is where everyone's probably like, when do we get to the bloody contest prep? When you're ready to actually start that. But I do want people to take note of that, is that in both of my preps, even when I became an enhanced athlete and I started prepping for the show I did just this past September, that was another 3 years of prep for that. Spent a good amount of time adding as much tissue as I needed to. And just to give people context, I stepped on stage, and for people who have done bodybuilding, they'll appreciate this. I stepped on stage as a natural at 73 kilos, and I stepped on stage enhanced at 83. It's a 10 kilo difference in stage weight. It's quite a lot of muscle.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot of difference. So you need to take, and that's with enhancements. Now, granted, I kept mine very minimal. We won't get into exact numbers. It's not relevant for the people listening, but if people understand safer use and they understand what sort of moderate to, say, extreme use, mine was always very much on the lower side. And so it was always very risk averse, still built a pretty decent amount of tissue. And so that took, with enhancements, 3 years to get the physique into a position where I would even stand up on stage and be like, right, that's respectable. That's a respectable physique to even compete in an amateur competition.
You're still doing it for yourself at this point, sorry.
Love the process. Like for me, I won't get into the whole Sweden experience. It was a bit of a mixed experience for me personally. I loved the journey. I loved seeing how much I'd progressed over a 3 year period. The actual show day itself, I have reservations about how it was managed by the organizers and whatever else. But like you said, that's just a bit of a highlight. And of course, if you go in and you do well and you place,
It's part of the journey as well. When you talk about this as an overall thing,
for me, it was always about, like, it didn't matter how I placed on stage. Well, not true. I'm quite competitive, but when I came
be
off
honest,
stage
come on
the day, I was like really not happy about it. But as a first time competitor, it's like it's completely out of your hands. It's just like no one knows who you are yet. And
it's just opinion based as well, right?
And it's a subjective sport. So for me, it was like, am I happy with what I brought to the table that day? Yeah, I was.
Cool.
So that was the key thing. And what did I learn throughout those 2 years? Tons. But when I actually started the prep, the actual prep itself was 22 weeks. Now, where things were historically to where they are now, and again, there's no right, wrong per se, but it was always a case that people prepped in the shortest time possible. What's been quite nice to see is a shift towards slightly more strategic preps, where most people will prep somewhere between 16 to 24 weeks in length, for the most part, at least if they're doing one show. Now, common trend also to see now is that athletes will often, once they're down at that condition, they know that it's very slight tweaks and they can bring significant improvements in presentation between shows. So you'll see many athletes will do 2 shows, 3 shows, 4 shows. I've seen some do even more in a season. Makes sense. You're already that lean. We've just got to manage things as best we can, improve the look, and it gives us an opportunity to improve our placings. And many of the people who've been doing it a long time, they've maybe already been knocking on the door. They've been placing in top 3s and they're trying to get that pro card. So you'll see that a lot. Guys who are doing it professionally, they're IFBB pros and they're trying to get to Olympia. they will do multiple shows in the season because they're trying to stamp their ticket.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's the equivalents of that in natural. But yeah, I would say that for most people, once you've put in that initial groundwork, a sensible prep for the majority of individuals is going to be about 16 to 24 weeks.
Oh, cool. The journey started for someone. So how does that journey look for when it comes to training? So let's say you're saying preparation going into this first of all, you're probably doing something like four times a week at least, an hour and a half. What does that training then look for when you start on this journey to, okay, going for my first competition? What's going to change between my 4 times a week that I was doing before to what I'm going to start doing now?
I think for bodybuilding particularly, I mean, there's one thing going in the gym and having your like upper lower, or
stand in the mirror taking photos,
like whatever it is. I think the big thing that changed for me, and certainly for my clients that have ever came to me, like, right, I've been training physique style, but without, because you can bodybuild without being a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Like you can do the bodybuilding style training and love it and experiment and explore. And I think that's underutilized as well. People just actually finding what they enjoy doing and how they like to train, because there's many ways to do it. But when it comes to the sport, ultimately it's going to come down to, right, we do a physique analysis of the individual and we look at, right, how is your physique looking compared to the people that are doing well in the side? You look at the winners, who are the people that are at the top of the game for whether it's a natural federation or enhanced for that division. What are the criteria we're looking for? You do the physique analysis and then you go, right.
Do you look at the top 3 or you just look as a general in the group? Like in that space, let's say it's here in the UAE, so you win a UAE, so that you don't look silly compared to everyone else, or so that you're looking to be accepted in the group?
I mean, a bit of both. So I would look at like, well, what competition are they looking to compete in and what have past winners looked like? But then we would also look above that and go like, what is the best in the world looking like? So you have that sort of range of comparison of, right, well, this is where your physique is now. Let's just say it's a men's physique guy doing their first time in an actual competition. It's like, right, if we take an analysis of your physique now, we know that they need to have that super nice V taper. How's your side delts looking? How's your lats looking? And so you would look at, right, well, this is where your physique is now compared to the guy who won it last time. We maybe need to bring up your lats. We might need to bring up your delts. It might just be the top line in general. So maybe they've got to bring up their pecs more. Once we've figured out what their weaknesses are, the degree of specificity that goes into that training program is probably the biggest difference. So rather than just doing, I'm just going to do a general program where the amount of volume per muscle group isn't really considered, you have to really pull that back and figure out, right, what's the minimum effective volume that each muscle group responds to? Then once we have that data, which is why I'm a big fan of pre-prep phases or working with a coach ahead of starting prep, take time to understand what your body actually responds to. Then it's like, right, we need to make sure that we're training in a way which is specific to bring up your lagging body parts that's going to emphasize what we want in that division. For females, bikini is very, of course, glute dominant, but it's not just glutes. There does have to be enough balance there. For the upper body, the delts have to be capped as well because it sort of creates that illusion of that hourglass shape, right? So if we're looking at a female competing for the first time and they're like, I only train legs, I don't really do upper body, it's never going to work for bikini because they need to have enough symmetry, structure, and well-developed delts. And to an extent, their back has to be developed enough for it to look aesthetic from the rear pose. So to your point, it's just there's the degree of specificity required when you step into competing is very different if you're just training for lifestyle general compositions.
So what is it then? So let's say it's delts, because you brought this up, the hourglass bikini competition. So you're talking about delts. What are you looking to do there then? Is like, let's really dive into like as far as like the exercises themselves. So you're saying, okay, do delts. So you're doing what kind of rep counts are you doing? What kind of set counts are you doing? What kind of movements are you doing in that particular before the delts?
Right. So let's just say
shoulders for everyone else that doesn't understand.
Speaking technical language. Hopefully most people know what delts are by now. But with delts, let's just take that as the example. Glutes, you could almost lump into that because they're both similar joints, slightly different in terms of how encapsulated the main bones are within the joints. But let's just say we take the delts as that main example. You have to look at then the anatomy of that muscle. And then you're looking at, right, what does the individual that we're working with, what does that look like? So let's say we split it. Technically, the delts have 7 main divisions. Technically, people think of front, side, and rear. It's actually further divided than that. But let's just say we keep it as those 3. You then looking, okay, where are they strong, where are they weak? Do they have side delts? Do they have rear delts? What do we need to bring up the most? So ultimately, your exercise selection is going to come down to what's going to allow me to place the most mechanical tension across those tissues, and how much volume per week are we going to need to be able to do in order to see a significant change. So that comes back to what we're talking about, the establishing those minimum effective volume and eventually maximal recoverable volume. So you actually have something tangible to work between and towards to actually see that. And of course, once you reach a certain threshold and you're like, right, there's no favorable adaptations happening anymore, we then need to pull things back, tweak and assess, and then move forward from there. If you're looking at, say, the delts for most people, interestingly enough, I think a lot of people would think, well, surely it's just a ton of overhead pressing and that'll sort of tick your boxes. The thing is if you're doing enough horizontal pressing, enough chest work, your front delts are getting plenty of stimulus through your chest work. So for most, let's just say, because this is the majority of the people I've worked with, men's physique, bikini, it's side delt development. And when we talk about if you've got a lagging body part, what's required to bring that up? If you've got a lagging body part, you better be hitting that minimum 3 times per week. So just to give you an example, my last program just before I stopped and focused, I'm still got a bit of my bodybuilding stuff in now. I'm focusing on strength a little bit more at the moment. Okay. Just while I'm focusing on, we spoke about off air, the focus on fertility and health right now. So it's allowed me to not be so all in bodybuilding and have a bit of a mix. But just before I stopped that, and the plan was to continue competing, I had 5 lateral raise variations in my program. Because the level of volume that particular body part requires to bring it up.
So what specifically were you doing?
So let's just say if I've got 5 exercises, what am I trying to cover with that? I'm trying to create as much challenge at the different lengths of that tissue as possible. So if you look at, let's just take the easiest examples. You look at a dumbbell lateral raise. We know that when you hold that weight down by your side, not much is really happening. You take it out to the side. We know that's really heavy in that position. And why is that? Well, it's not just the weight, because if you've got the same 2 kilos here and 2 kilos down here, it's 2 kilos at both points. So what's the other component that actually makes that challenging? And this is where I think is, this is another podcast in itself, the fitness industry, and where most trainers are not truly qualified to deliver what they're doing, is because they don't understand mechanics. They don't understand the forces that necessarily go into when you have a client do this exercise. You almost should be able to have almost a bit of an x-ray vision of, right, I understand the forces involved here, I understand the implications on the joints, I understand the muscular actions, origins, insertions. So when you're looking at putting together a training program and you're bringing up a body part and maybe you've got a decently wide pool of exercises to choose from, I want to be able to create as much tension at that muscle's full contractile length as possible. So we take a dumbbell, we know that that's going to be overloaded in this position. It's going to be hardest in that top position. So then ideally, I probably want some exercises that make it the most challenging down here, and potentially maybe the loading drops off a little bit as I get into that position as well. So think of a cable lateral raise at around wrist height. That would be another example, but then that's just 2 examples. Then you've got all of those variations in between. There's different positions of dumbbell laterals. There's different setups for cable lateral raises. We're talking about lying, standing, behind the back. There's all sorts of different things you could program, but the exercise itself isn't the important thing. It's what's the challenge that we're putting through that muscle at a given range or its given length.
Totally.
That's the big thing. And so when you're designing a program, it's then figuring out, right, am I getting that balance just right? And am I spreading that across a week in a way where I get the most recovery possible so I can keep output as high as possible? Because you want to progress in your training. You want to see numbers go up. You want to see, and I like to often program a bit of a double progression model for that reason, for physique goals, because you're not going to be able to add weight all the time, especially not in small muscle groups or movements which don't have a high potential for loading. So you're going to want to have other vectors that you can play with. So it might be pushing reps for a period of time. Once you've actually earned the right to increase the load, then you can do that. But let's just take another example. Let's just take the lats as an example, because this provides a bit of a different perspective on bringing up a physique. Let's just say we're looking at a competitor and they're doing their rear lat pose. They're doing a lat spread. We can clearly see that their lats near the upper part towards the humerus is well developed, but their lats practically disappear when we get lower down towards the back of the pelvis, the iliac. Chances are they're probably not very good at contracting the lats towards that, the vertically running fibers, or they just don't do a lot of their training where that's emphasized. So when you know sort of like the actions of the muscles, you know the different lines of pull that the muscles have, you then have a much better position to then go, right, I'm going to program in a way that brings up that specifically, and I'm going to put more of my focus and effort into that. Take females with the glutes. They might be doing all of the typical Instagram, like kickbacks and all of the really sort of
Instagram
intricate stuff. And they've maybe built a bit of an upper glute, maybe even like upper glute max, outer glute med, but just the volume of the glute isn't there. And then you look at their training and it's like they partial rep all of the leg presses, their split squats. They never take that muscle into a proper length and range. And so they don't really get that stimulus in that lower part of the glute. So and I've often found that's actually more the case for most of the females, is that they're very good at doing the little, I hate to say this, it sounds a little bit sexist, but like some of the namby-pamby sort of not very heavily loaded stuff, but they don't get really good at training brutally hard and taking the hips into a great degree of flexion. So sometimes you have to look at, well, how is that person training? How are they executing their training? Ultimately, the mechanics, that comes before any, because I suppose I went into the exercise selection, but honestly, that's not even the important part. Someone doesn't know how to perform mechanically movements properly. You can build, again, the perfect program. If the mechanics that are then used throughout that program are not in place, then you're not going to get the response you want.
Yeah, massively.
So it's a couple of things. If I look at the coaches I've worked with to help them with their preps, they often think, well, the biggest thing you need to offer me value on is going to be setting up my nutrition, making tweaks at the right time, writing this magical training program. But when it actually came down to it, it was like, well, again, bodybuilding is a physique-based sport. It's a muscle-based sport. Your training is nowhere near as effective as you think it is. So actually, sometimes the biggest value offered was actually at the start of the coaching process, where we really got in the gym, tweaked and refined their training. And then even through prep, they were seeing improvements in their physique, which shouldn't technically happen because they're in a deficit, but they were just training to such a better degree than they were previously that they were.
Well, the point being is that if they were already doing it, they'd already be there.
Correct. Or at least they would have made much more progress in the time they had been training than
massively.
So yeah, to your point, I think it's there's been a massive pushback on the whole biomechanics. For lack of a better term, it's been a bit of a fad or a craze. Like this biomechanics has really came out along in popularity, and there's a number of influencers and people. Maybe Eugene Teo could be one that you might shout out. Kasim Hansen might be another with M1, but Ben Pakulski was the original bodybuilding influencer in terms of really bringing the biomechanics stuff to the fore. And Ben Yanes would probably be a name many people recognize now on social media. But the problem with it is that there's then always going to be the traditionalists that push back mega hard, which to an extent I can understand, because you can try to get so cute with your execution that you just forget to put in the effort to actually train hard enough. So where I sort of take a stance on it is like, listen, it's not about one or the other. Most people need to learn proper biomechanics, regardless of how experienced you are, because you could probably do better than you are now. However, that should not come at the expense of the effort you train with. So sure, you might have to take a couple of weeks or 4 weeks, because we know that it takes roughly 3 to 4 weeks to neurologically lay down skills proficiently. So, okay, accept that even in bodybuilding, there's a skill acquisition phase within the start of your training. Then you're going to be able to start really pushing that and progressing that. So I think getting that perfect marriage between ruthless execution in terms of accuracy, but then that almost insane effort that you have to put in, like beyond the point that you think you need to. Because that's another thing as well, is like, okay, people aren't executing as accurately as they think they are. But I've often found people think they train hard, and it's like, okay, let's get you in for a couple of sessions. They don't know what failure looks like. They think they know what failure looks like, but they don't. And so when you get that marriage right of both of those things and they start doing that consistently, it's, even for me, like some of the clients I work with, it's amazing what you can achieve in a 6 to 12 month time frame once you nail those two things.
Massive. What is the point then? Overtraining, because overtraining becomes a big thing where it's always been popularized through a lot of social media inside that thing, but there's obviously a real side of it as well, that people have this mentality of, I've just got to go hard 100% of the time, I've got to hit 110% theoretically, to always do that in order to get to a certain space, because there's also all the motivational things that you see on social media, where people are like, if you're not dedicated, if you're not hard enough, you've got to work harder, you don't know what hard work is. Like, that's the social media message that get pushed out there. So where is that understanding from your point of view on where is that overtraining, or do you face it when people are prepping for bodybuilding? Because as you're saying just now, that a lot of people don't understand hard work or the point of failure, but then is there the opposite side of it where people actually, mate, you're overdoing it?
Naturally, as a pendulum swings, there's extremes to both ends, and exactly right. I think it's interesting, because you probably heard this as well. We've been in the industry long enough. Overtraining was almost getting a bit
trendy,
for lack of a better term, like debunked, or it was really popular to say it's really tough to overtrain. And I would argue that for many gym pop clients to an extent, although try telling that to a 45-year-old woman going through menopause and 3 kids and at the peak of their career is like, I think overtraining, sometimes people say they're overtraining, but they're not. They're just under recovered. And I think that's probably the biggest thing you have to look for, is that is it really that actually they are just doing too much? And that can be the case. There may be, but I'm doing my physique goals, but I'm also doing a couple of high rock sessions tagged on in the week, and I'm also doing cycle, 50K cycle. So I do think that people often just way overstretch themselves for the sake of almost this, I can't not do anything. They have the constant need to be doing something. So I think rather than it being an overtraining component, I think it's more intelligently setting up your training in a way to get the most from the least. If you can always learn how to get the most out of the least, recoverability is so much easier to manage. But then I think it is the recovery component is the thing. People under recover more than they overtrain in what I see. But within bodybuilding, I would say that it is more the under recovery part, because most of the time they have a set program. They're quite consistent following their program. Not always, but more often than not, most people who get into it for a while, they've got a structured training program. They have a logbook. They have their numbers. They know what they can and can't do. They have their, what they can recover from or not. They know at that stage usually that, especially if they've been doing it for a few years, they kind of know that, right, my quads only need this many sets per week and my chest maybe needs this much, and so on and so forth. But it's when they start to cut corners in things like sleep or the nutrition, or you'll get individuals that they did cardio during prep and they felt really good doing that. And so they maybe keep in a bit too much of that when they're in maintenance or the off season. So I think it's just this constant need to be trying to stay lean or to constantly be doing something. People end up just overextending themselves, and the under recovery is probably the biggest thing. I find myself having to get people to pull back, and bear in mind that like people might be listening to this and thinking, but when they think about gym pop clients, it's usually the opposite, and it's true. Like, but we're not talking about people who are just new to the gym and getting into it. We're talking about people who have already been in the gym for a while. They've liked the whole idea and vibe of doing something like physique. They've not. You don't have to tell them to go to the gym 4 days a week. They already do it. You don't have to tell them that they probably should be careful about the nutrition. Do it. You don't have to tell them that they should go to bed at a certain time. Granted, that can be. I found that the sleep thing is becoming more and more of an issue more recently. People are really trying to cut themselves as short as they can on that, because maybe it's just there's more pressure to climb the ladder to be successful with your work. And so I've definitely been guilty of that at times, like sort of 6 hours is enough, but the reality
I'm guilty of that right now.
The reality is, if you're training hard and you're trying to train for a physique goal, I mean, you need to be getting as much rest as possible. So yeah, to your point, under recovery probably more of an issue than training.
So then let's say you got to a point, okay, now you're leading and you're saying there was the 6 to 20 weeks, their final prep into a competition.
Yeah, like 16 to 24.
16 to 24. Sorry, 16 to 24. What are those 16 to 24, if you break it down, what do those look like?
So I think with most preps that are done well, what you'll find is it's a bit of a sort of steeper initial descent as far as what you're looking for from a weight loss / fat loss perspective. Why is that? A couple of reasons. One is that people are usually quite motivated at the beginning of their prep. Two, they're usually holding on to, yes, they've got the most body fat, but that's going to have to come off anyway, but they're holding on to more water. They're holding on to more glycogen, more GI volume. So at that stage, they are just going to be carrying around a lot more mass. So you would expect the scale, and I think that's just a very quick sub point to cover, is that in gym pop, there's been a lot of narrative around, forget about the scale, it doesn't matter. But I'm sorry, if you've ever transformed people significantly from where they are to a point, that scale is going to come down, and usually much more than you think it is. And that's just for gym pop transformations. We're not even talking about physique. If you're talking about bodybuilding, that is good. Not only should it come down, but it should be quite predictable if things have been done well. So we would usually look at it as a bit of imagine it's like a sort of descending arc, and then it sort of starts to flatten out a little bit. So the rate of loss at the start is usually, let's just say we take a 24-week prep just to make it nice and neat. That first 8 weeks, you want to be making some moves, generally speaking. Now, I won't say that's the case for everyone. Some people do really well on just a nice, steady eddy drop across the prep. But the approach that I've seen work well, not just myself, but many of the top physique coaches I respect and look up to, you'll often find it like we need to make a move out the gate.
What do you mean by move? Like
so
over days?
Let's see body fat and the rate of weight loss move pretty significantly at the start. So they'll usually be looking for like 1% at least of total body weight coming off.
In 1 day, 2 days, 1 week? 1 week.
So we're talking about 1% of body weight a week. We want that to come off. And often it might even be more than that sometimes. They'll get a significant drop. Then it will sort of start to steady out. And you want to settle into a more respectable rate of loss. And that could be sticking at around 1%, or it could be just under that. And then usually towards the end of prep, it's usually at the stage like maybe the last 8 weeks. And if you've done it really well, you'll be ready for your show like 3 to 4 weeks out. I know certainly when I prepped a guy, an Indian guy called Poonen, he's a good coach in of himself. he was ready like 5 weeks out from the show. And that was hugely unintentional, because any coach that can tell you they can 100% predict with certainty how someone's going to be by a certain week, you don't. You observe the physique on a weekly basis, and closer to the show, it's on a literally daily basis. Like, we're talking 4 weeks out, you're literally daily speaking to your athletes. By that point, you kind of, like, right, we know when we're going to be ready by which point. He was literally ready by 5 weeks. I had no idea when we started the dieting phase that was going to be the case. He just responded unbelievably quick.
Yeah.
And we actually had to start going through phases. We had to up his food for periods of time to stop the rate of loss moving so quick.
What does it look like then when you're losing 1% per week in this prep phase?
So
Training goes up, training goes down, recovery goes up.
So
recovery
at the
goes down.
start, like, training shouldn't have to change all that much. I certainly don't think it would be a good idea to be doing what they refer to as intensifiers. So things like drop sets, rest pauses, that stuff probably you're going to put that out at the start, but you're going to have your probably usual set volume there. As you get towards the business end of prep, you have to sort of assess it on a person by person basis, but usually best practice will be, well, the thing that's going to hold on to muscle tissue is keeping strength up. The problem is, as you know, if calories come down, carbohydrates are coming down, they have less glycogen to fuel their training. So something's got to give at some point. So what we've often found, and certainly this is the approach I'll often take with clients, is their total number of sets will usually come down about 4 to 8 weeks out. Usually 8 weeks out is a bit too conservative, but certainly with at least 4 weeks out from the show, we're usually going to want to be pulling down training volume, keeping strength up, keeping numbers as high as possible, but if they were doing 3 working sets, we might be pulling down to 2 or even 1, depending on like if we're talking about like big movements like RDLs, hack squats, like stuff that's not just locally demanding but systemically demanding as well.
Yep.
We might be pulling that even down to 1 working set. The goal is just let's keep strength numbers up as much as we can, hold on to that tissue. But we're also making sure that we're respecting the fact that we don't have the glycogen stores to pull from now to support the volume we were doing. So volume usually will come down towards the end of prep. To your point about what can we expect to see in terms of visual changes, the first, even though the most weight is lost in that first 8 to 12 weeks, maybe the first half of prep, it's probably the least visual changes you'll see throughout the whole of prep, which is a real head fuck, for lack of a better term, for most people, because they're like, I've lost like 8 kilos, I put in all this effort, but it doesn't look
Everyone
like
judges
I've lost
themselves
that.
visually, though, what they see, but I think, yeah.
It just doesn't look like it's, and then what then starts to happen is that rate of loss might slow down, but then especially once you get into the final stretch, maybe the last third of prep, the visual changes start becoming much more prominent more often. So I know certainly for many clients I've worked with, even for myself, like when you're in that last 4 weeks, we're talking like every day to 2 days, you're seeing changes. And that's where things start to get obviously really hard as well.
What kind of things are you seeing?
What do you mean?
Are you seeing a change? What kind of things?
Yeah, so I mean, initially when you see the initial drop, let's just say.
What were you seeing?
What was I seeing?
Yeah. Start there.
I tend to, when it comes to my sort of fat storage, I hold most of my body fat around my trunk. Even when I'm sort of like, even sitting around maintenance now, I'm 10 kilos above my stage weight now. My shoulders are still quite lean, arms are still quite lean, even legs stay quite lean. So essentially the outer extremities stay lean for me. But around my, for lack of a better term, people think it's body shaming to call it love handles. What's my love handle? So I'm going to call it that.
Cuddle buddies.
There we go, exactly. So around essentially think of central adiposity. So around that midsection, lower back. Interestingly, upper back is a bit leaner now at maintenance than it was before, but certainly around my trunk, around the stomach and lower back, that's where I tend to hold the most body fat. So for me, that's the biggest change I noticed initially, is that starts to tighten right up.
Every day you're seeing it getting smaller, shrinking.
Yeah, and so it's almost like when I'm doing, especially when you're doing like your front, like men's physique for IFBB, at least there's only 2 poses. There's it's kind of a mixture between a front and a side pose. So it's your very aesthetic pose, and then you've got your rear pose as well. When you look at both of those poses,
point that towards your mouth. Yep, perfect.
Here we go. When you've got those rear poses, that's where you really see the lower back. You just see that start to come right in. From the front pose, it almost looks like you're standing side on instead of side and front on. So you just really see that waist start to come right in. That was sort of the big change for me. Then as you get into the business end and things start changing quicker, this is just where the details start coming right through. So you start to see like freaking all 7 heads of the delts. You start seeing much more detail across all the musculature around your back. So rhomboids, traps, etc.
Just the definition you're seeing more and more come through each day.
Towards the end of prep is where things really start to come to life. And as a result, the funny thing is that middle ground of prep is the part that people hate, because you don't really look big, you don't really look lean, just kind of a bit of a grey land. And anyone who's competed will, even as I would say, as a natural, it's even worse. At least when you're enhanced, you're holding on to a bit more of your size, so you don't feel quite as small. But certainly as a natty, I remember being in that middle ground and thinking, I feel like a salt filled with custard. It's just like just not really big and not really lean. But then as you get towards the end of prep and you're leaner, you end up visually at least looking bigger, more detail, right? So I think that middle part of prep for a lot of people is mentally, at least from a visual standpoint, is the hardest.
Yeah.
But of course, where things get actually hard is when you get to the end of prep.
So what is it looking like then with your food, or with, like, and again, it's just, if it's easier to share from your personal experience, what you had to do with the exercise, the food, the cardio. When you say cardio, obviously it's very generalized. I mean, people have this thing of cardio, of running's the cardio mental go-to. When people say cardio or cycling, but obviously with cardio, it could be low intensity and anything else like that as well. So what was it like for you? Let's say this last 4 weeks, 2 weeks.
I think like almost progressing from the start to those 4 weeks. For me, the thing that was interesting about the last prep I did being assisted versus natural, the amount of cardio was significantly less. And actually, we pulled all cardio out by the last 3-4 weeks because I was finding I was getting to a point where I was losing at the right rate. Body fat was rate. I was losing at the right rate. Body fat was coming off, but my fatigue was starting to jump through the roof. I was getting to a point, and I'm quite resilient, generally speaking, in terms of pain threshold. I don't really get hungry when I prep.
Okay.
People find that a bit weird. It's like, because people either, that is one of two things. Either hunger hits them hard and they're just like so food focused. Doesn't really bother me. Like hunger's not a thing. And even if I'm a bit hungry, so what? Like, I'm going to live, so I'll be fine. Energy is where it hits me. And so you find those two types of people. Either it hits you energy wise or it hits you hunger wise. So for me, energy just through the floor.
And what kind of things what was happening with your energy as far as, obviously your batteries are low, but what was it? Like focus, vision, can't stand up.
I think it was just like the way I can describe it is I could still go in and train and hit my numbers, which is weird. So I could still go in and train, could still get my cardio done, but I felt like I was walking around with concrete slippers on. You just feel so heavy, you feel so lethargic, so slow. You just have points in the day where just like mentally you're just not. But if I was sitting to do a block of work, I could still work. So it's almost like the moments where you're running so much off stress hormones at that point. The moment where you're not doing something focused, you just feel flat, deflated.
Have you eaten something different? Are you eating something before the training session? Have you eaten something different before the training session?
My food was very repetitive for most of prep. The only thing that really adjusted down from start to the end was the quantities for the most part.
What was it?
So if I try to even remember going through a day of eating, so I would have like an overnight oats in the morning, and that was like just oats, protein powder, a little bit of cocoa powder, PB2 powder, and I would have like a very small amount of dark chocolate on that just to give it a little bit of extra flavor. Then
because you have a sweet tooth, or no, just something?
No, I just felt like I wanted something that I knew, because I know that oats for me, if I eat oats, it keeps me full for ages. So I just know from a satiety standpoint, it's a good food for me. With the whey protein mixed into that as well, there's a big double whammy. You've got the protein, you've got the oats. It's like great. That sort of kept me going. On days where I was doing fasted cardio, I would wait till after the cardio, then I would have that. Then usually meal 2 would be just like you would typically expect. Like it was like chicken and like say air fried potatoes or whatever else, veggies.
What kind of volume were you having of it?
So let's say if I was looking at, I'm trying to remember, I should have probably came in with my targets. I should have probably had the numbers. That would have been quite useful. But let's just say I know that my calories by the end of prep were 2 520 on training days and 2 120 on non-training days. Which interesting compared to my natural prep where I was down to 19 and 1600.
So what was your delta though? What was your difference between your expenditure and the consumption?
Well, the big difference between that was that my cardio was daily. So I was on lower calories and cardio daily during the natural prep, but less cardio and higher food on the assisted prep.
Okay.
So obviously carrying around more muscle, but also when you've got these compounds in play, it makes a difference. When you've got lipolytics like clenbuterol in play, makes a big difference as well. So I think people often don't appreciate that natural preps are bloody hard. Like they're super hard. You've got nothing helping you. I was also towards the end of my assisted prep, I was utilizing T4 and right towards the end a little bit of T3 as well to keep thyroid hormones propped up as well. So you've got things to help and support you there. You don't have that as a natural. There's nothing supporting you. So I think that's why I say, like, if you were to have like a slightly assisted prep from a health standpoint, I actually think is the healthiest way to prep is when you go to completely nothing or extreme dosages of PEDs and anabolics. That's the issue. But yeah, to your point about towards the end of prep, I was doing 240 minutes of cardio a week.
What was the cardio? What was exactly like? What were we doing?
So I kept it exactly what I did in my first prep, and it just became a habit. So for me, I wanted something that was steady state. Why? I want to keep overall stress load on the body. So the term we use is allostatic load, which is just think of it as all the accumulative stresses from every source of stress you can think of. It could be like when it changes from winter to summer here. That's a change in allostatic load because you're going from a cooler environment to a much more humid and warm environment, and that affects the body in many ways. So then, like if you're looking at then doing something like moderate intensity training, intervals or HIIT, which is often HIIT went through its period of being very popular, right, for fat loss. Thing is, that is so heavily competing, not just demands in terms of with your resistance training, but with your glycogen stores as well. Like, why would I want to utilize glycogen stores for HIIT when I need it for recovery, my resistance training to even function as a human? So typically speaking, cardio was always steady state, 130 to 140 beats per minute. And Stairmaster. I used the Stairmaster.
What intensity, and then like you're doing 240 minutes, you're doing 2 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours of cardio in that whole week. Yep. And then like, what's your breathing like? What's your heart rate like?
Like 140 beats per minute. That was the sort of, we always did everything based on heart rate zones. Even we sort of implemented an evening walk. I didn't at the time interested. I didn't have a step counter. So I had no idea what my actual steps were. But my daily movement was very consistent. So we just added in a time component. Okay, you're going to do 30 minutes of walking every evening. So that was our way of measuring, okay, compared to what you normally do, we're going to add this on top. But he had conditions around my coach, who I'm still working with as well. It's been almost 7 years soon, actually. We've been working together. Shout out to Callum Reistrick. He'd be an interesting guest to get on, although he's very rarely out here. At least not for any length of time. He pops in for like 3-4 day periods and then he's off again.
Back us off again.
But he had me track my heart rate both during the steps, during the Stairmaster and during my evening walk. Because there was even a minimum heart rate that I needed to have for that as well. Because often people will do steps, but they're moving like slugs. They're just moving so slow. The heart rate's barely even at 80 or 90. So for him, it was like...
It's not what you're doing sometimes. It's not sometimes. It's how you're doing it.
100%. So even those steps, I started doing it even when it got too hot during the summer. I started doing it on a incline walk on the treadmill because at least that way I could standardize the speed, the incline, and I was able to get my heart rate consistently where I wanted it. So we were doing between 100 and 110 beats per minute for the evening steps, but 140 beats per minute during the cardio.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So never getting past
planned or just how it was?
That was planned. That's how we're going to do it. And it's like, okay, then I just need to make sure that my effort level gets me there. Now, the interesting thing is one of the adaptive things that happens during prep is that it doesn't take as much of a level on the Stairmaster to get the heart rate up to that at the start of prep. Towards the end of prep, I'm doing 3 levels higher speed-wise to get the heart rate to the same place. 17. Yeah. Part of it's that, yes, your conditioning does improve a little bit, but the other part of it is that because your basal metabolic rate drops, your resting heart rate drops as well. So in order to get up to the same level, you have to work harder.
That's another thing too, I suppose, that goes into that final prep. You have to work harder to get into these spaces, right? So it's like, okay, that's great, but now we're going to take it up.
So think about what your body's doing. Like the more body fat you lose, the more your weight drops. Your body is literally like, how can we conserve as much energy as possible? So and this is why coaches set step targets and cardio targets, because if you're left to your own devices, you stop moving. Even things like if you're a fidgeter, you stop doing that. Your body literally finds every way possible to slow you down, stop you moving, and conserve energy. So
built to survive. The body's built
100%, and thank God for that. But you need, ultimately, you need to work against that. So that's why you have to be so conscious of, well, I can't let my steps drop. I can't stop doing my cardio. I've got to keep that going. But to your point, I think the interesting thing for me, this prep versus last one, I was doing cardio all the way up to the final week of prep on the first one. This one, we had to pull it out 4 weeks out because I just did not have not only was it not needed, but it was impacting recoverability. So
talking about this, and I want to go a little further into it, but before I do, I want to go back to the irritability side of it because
where's Mal?
Probably need to ask someone else close to you, because ultimately I think that's a lot of things that people, change is hard enough for people anyway, and people don't tend to deal with change very well in a general situation, never mind this situation. Being it it's intense for a lot of people. There's a lot behind it as well. So is it? I want to say, is irritation inflated when you go into these last 6 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 weeks? Where's the point where, like it happens with anything, right? But what is there anything? Is there anything specific when it comes to preparing for a show in those last 2 weeks? Like, you know, they say when ladies going through menopause or menstruating, just avoid them at all costs. Is it the same kind of thing here, or is it you just need the most support potentially, or you need someone's going to help you to bring you back down to earth, to give you that clarity? Don't give up now, like you're only 2 weeks, 4 weeks away.
Well, I think with respect to females, because I coach mostly females, the changes they go through, if they've got issues with their menstrual cycle, or there may be someone who suffers from quite severe PMS, that's very different from a prep scenario. But to your point with prep, I'm someone who is, you ask my wife, I'm as calm as, like, I don't really get stressed about stuff, pretty level-headed, I don't really get flustered. I'm
definitely going to ask her. She might have a complete opposite.
But what she will tell you, though, is that it was interesting because even in my natural prep, I was definitely irritable towards the end of that. This last one, no. The thing is, when you utilize compounds like clenbuterol, for example, it has a major impact on your sympathetic state. So I started having quite a lot of issues with sleep. And it's something that often doesn't really get spoken about that much unless you're in the sport. And it was never something I had a major issue with, other than maybe the last 2 weeks of the natural prep. Naturally you're a bloody low energy state. It's going to get impacted. You're going to be waking up. And it's not because I didn't wake up hungry. It was just that stress response. Your body's just waking up because it's like, freaking, I'm stressed. Like this is a lot. But this was like my sleep from about 5 weeks out. Like I wasn't sleeping more than 4.5 hours.
Wow, really?
I tried to sleep. I'd wake up three times a night. And so even though I was powering on, and the reason why it's funny, I sort of still laugh about this with Mal, I was so productive during my prep with work. And I was like, I don't think it's because I actually had more energy. I just had more time because I was up earlier. I had more time to work. And that was a way of...
Did you like that, by the way? Did you like going, oh, it was great to have some more hours to do extra stuff?
I mean, it's great, but then...
I'd be addicted to that. If that was me, I'd be like, oh, this is great. I should do this all the time.
To be honest, it is a little... I mean, I'm not an addictive personality, but to be honest, there is something about that. I was getting up at like 5:30 in the morning, or even 5 in the morning. And even if I had a 7 a.m. client, it's like, I can crack out an hour of work before I go and train my first client. This is great. Thing is, when you come back to reality and you're back at normal energy availability and so on and so forth, I'm trying to think about living like that now. I couldn't imagine it. 'Cause I sleep really well. I sleep through the night. I feel recovered. But when you're going through it, you're just surviving so much off of the stress hormone side of things, and just this, I suppose, just the drive of, I've got this goal. So you just like, well, this is just how it is. I just need to suck it up and get on with it, because no one holding a gun to my head here. Like, I chose to do this. And actually, and I think this is a bit of a side point, you'll get people that get really almost become a bit of a victim of their own prep. So they start acting like they're a victim. Oh, this is so hard on me, and I'm so... No one forced you to do it. You chose to do this. So for me, I was like, I never want Mal, so my wife Mal, I never want her to feel like I'm complaining, because first of all, I don't see it like as a task or a chore. This is a privilege that I get to do this.
Yeah, totally.
And I think there's far too many people that get into it and they start acting a bit like a victim, and I would just give them a massive backhand across the face, say, hold on a minute. The fact you get to do this is such a privilege, and such a...
Massively.
Many people have not even got the time or resources to even think about doing something like this. So
in the islands, we use a jandal or a shoe by the same. Like you pull a backhand, a jandal, a shoe, mate. Yeah.
Oh, when I was growing up, it was across the knee and a belt.
Belt.
The good old Scots.
Was there a bit of worse, because you talked about the sleep side of things? You know, you were able to be more productive, but then you feel better with the recovery.
I'll finally get to the point of what your initial question was. So, was there a difference? Yeah. I mean, Mal, she really noted that. She was like, the last 4 weeks. And I'm not someone, I don't snap at people, but she would maybe say something, and sometimes she doesn't hear what I say. Like, I maybe said something to her, and the reality is I probably mumbled in my Scottish accent, and she's like, I didn't understand what you said.
I feel you, mate. I feel you.
So it's like, see, people can relate. My clients can relate as well. And so me having to repeat myself got me so angry. So I'd like half an hour, and if I'd said it a second time and she still couldn't hear me, I would just like, do what? Forget about it. So it was what it was just little things that wouldn't normally irritate you. You don't have the bandwidth for it, so you just get very irritated very quickly. I think if you were to ask my clients, they never, like, I would never do that to them.
Yeah.
I would never snap at them or anything like that. But I do think that they would definitely have been able to tell from an energy standpoint. I'd still show up to my sessions. I'd still be delivering the sessions. But if they didn't say that they noticed something in those last 4 weeks, I think they're just being overly nice. I think they'd be lying to me. Because, the last 4 weeks, you're literally just giving everything to your training, your recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's what the focus of, that's what the dedication is, that's what the time is. So,
and obligations. So, for example, if I'm delivering a client session, I don't want them to feel like I'm not there, not present, not focused. If I'm recording a client check-in from online clients, I don't want them to feel like the check-in hasn't been done to the detail that they expect. And so all of your energy is going to that. So when it comes to these little small things, you just have no patience for it. So that was, I think, as she mentioned, when I got back to even 4 weeks post-show and I'd been eating a bit more, she was like, oh, it's nice to have you back.
Love the wife to keep you in check, eh? It's great.
And Swedish people are to the point as well, though. They don't mess around. But it's funny because if you'd asked me before, I'd have said, I don't really change much on prepping. And to an extent, that's true. Like, I don't. But this last 4 weeks of the last one was different.
A tough one. I've got a question there, because that's why I kind of want to bring that one up. So this is actually a question from Samira Cuts, and she asked about the impact of bodybuilding on the body image and its mental health issues.
I think a lot of it is to do with the mindset and the relationship you have with yourself coming into it. Because it's true, like, bodybuilding is an extreme sport, so it attracts extreme personalities. Which I find... And I'll be honest, there's many aspects of the sport and the community that I don't like. Like, I'm not a big fan of the bro rah culture. Like, I don't like it. I've never resonated with it, and that wasn't why I got into the sport. And so to that point as well, there are people that come into it and they're just so narcissistic and obsessed with how they look. Again, not something I can...
But the sport attracts those kind of people though, right?
It's an aesthetic sport, so naturally, and so of course you just accept that's part and parcel of the deal. But I think where the issue is that when people come in and they attach their whole identity to that, like, if I'm not jacked, shredded, if I'm not looking a certain way, I'm lesser of a human being. That's a very dangerous path to walk. So I think to Samira's question, it's that if you're coming into the sport and you already have underlying issues with body image, relationship with food, relationship with self, those are going to be amplified. And even if you talk about people like on the assisted side, there's this concept of roid rage you hear about. Interestingly enough, I think that again it's an amplification. If someone's already quite an angry, bitter, not very emotionally stable, emotionally intelligent individual, it will amplify that. Because the funny thing is when I'm not dieting, and even when I wasn't walking around angry at people because of roid rage and on gear. So I think it's a convenient excuse that people use. Oh, it's because I'm taking this compound. And don't get me wrong, there are some neurological impacts from certain compounds that have been anecdotally noted in the bodybuilding community. Like, for example, when guys are on a lot of tren, for example, trenbolone, you hear people become a bit more, and it does increase aggression and things like that. But I think if you're an emotionally mature, emotionally stable individual and you've got all your other stuff in check, it doesn't, like, I've went through multiple preps, multiple photo shoots, never had binging episodes, never had poor body image stuff. It's just a means to an end. But if you're coming into it with all of that baggage attached to it, and I think especially talking about it's not for everyone, if you've had a clinically diagnosed eating disorder in the past and you choose to engage in something like bodybuilding, I would just question whether that's a particularly smart decision. So to her question, I think it very much depends on the mindset and the capabilities and skills you come into the process with.
Let's dive into that a little bit more then, because like post-competition, I see a lot of people do amazing, they've been so disciplined, they do the competition and they completely fall off the bandwagon.
Post-competition blues.
Oh. It's like mental health, when we talk about that side of things, mental health issues on the side of things. What do you find facing? I mean, that's obviously, everyone handled it in different ways.
Yep.
But like, what's kind of maybe a common thing that you're seeing with people that is the post-competition blues? That, I mean, it's not just in bodybuilding, this happens in everything. Like how much depression international sports people go through, like they've made millions, stuff. But yeah, they finish and they go through it. Specifically, is anything particular in bodybuilding that they're going through with the mental health issues that they just, I don't know.
I think that's a key point that you you said at the start of that question is that everyone's experience is different. I think that does hold true.
I mean, I've experienced it with competition, I'm not even international level, but I mean, I felt like I lose identity.
Do you remember we were going through the periods of all the Dubai Fitness Championships and just all the pressure and stuff that comes with that every year? And so I get it. Even rugby, like you go through so much mental health with playing that sport.
Totally.
Just because if you feel like even just from game to game, if you had a bad game, you've just let down your entire team.
Massively.
You feel a lot of shame.
I had the last rugby sevens, I had that.
It's
It's a social competition. I was like, oh, sorry, boys, man.
But it's in our innate need to do well and to win, and to also, if you're doing it with other people, to make sure you don't let them down. So I think when it comes to physique sports in general, the post-competition blues, I think it can be boiled down to, for most people, one sort of thing. It's the idea that because of how all-encompassing that goal is, and let's just assume you're doing one competition just to make it easy. You do that one competition. So much of your life, your behaviors, your patterns, your day-to-day is dictated by that outcome, or at least getting ready for that end result. Then that end result is no longer there. Now, I think especially if you've not got a good coach or you've not got a plan, all of a sudden it's like, well, there's no North Star anymore. So like people feel like, I've had this from clients, like even if you are a good coach, and I'll point by this, even if you're a good coach and you've taken the time, I do this with all of my clients, even if they're doing photo shoots and stuff like that, I'll be like, just know that we need to have your next set of goals sort of planned out and what's going to happen after this process. And so I've even got the roadmap mapped out. We're going to reverse diet. We're going to go through a maintenance block, literally explain what the next 6 months is going to look like. That can help to an extent for most people, like mitigate that, because it's like, okay, I have a clarity of vision. I know what's coming next. Okay, I've got something to focus on after this. But it doesn't guarantee that that's still not going to be a challenge for people. And so I've had many clients who've laid that all out. They've been like, yeah, I understand that. And they've agreed and nodded, and I'm really clear on that. That when it actually comes to the post-competition, they just still feel lost. Despite
100%.
having that. And I think a big part of it is just that while you're in it, it's just so all-encompassing with the level of effort and focus. Naturally, you're going to feel a bit lost. All of a sudden, that focus is not there. The goal isn't there anymore. And also, certainly what I found is, not as much this time around, but in the first prep was like you got up and did your cardio in the morning, even if you were tired, even if you wanted to sleep more, because you knew that goal was coming. What you see with a lot of people is that the habits start to slide because the gravity of the goal was the thing pushing them to take action. They don't have that anymore. So they're not getting up to do their cardio. They start ordering a few more meals in. They start letting little things slide. And I think that's, or for some people, you've probably seen people blow up after competitions and they pile on body fat, and it's almost like, the only way I could describe it is like they become a big ball of inflammation. They just puff up like a puffer fish. And I think a part of it is just that they don't have a good enough baseline psychologically and physiologically, habits, mentality. Especially if what they were doing for the competition is a massive departure from how they were living their life before, the pendulum then swings a massive way. I think why I didn't experience that so badly was because I think with age and experience and emotional maturity, it was kind of like, well, I understood what this was. It's a means to an end, and I already know what I'm doing next. The next focus is to move into a building phase, improve for the next season. Of course, that then changed to fertility focus, but that was all really clear. But the other part of it was my lifestyle post-competition isn't actually going to be that much different from what it was during prep. So I still food prep every Saturday and top up on a Wednesday. That's something Mal and I have done for like 12, 13 years. Not because we're dieting for a goal or a competition. For us, we enjoy cooking our own food and we like to be organized. We don't have time during the week to be cooking a fresh meal every meal. It's like we want to have, we know where our food's coming from.
Done.
Whether we're tracking or not tracking, it's done. And then training, we always turn up to the gym 4 or 5 days a week, even when we're not training for something specific. We go to bed at a certain time. So there's a lot of the habits and routines that it's not that much different. The thing that changed for us during competition was just the level of focus and the tightness of control was just almost referred to, and this is the best analogy I can give. If you're dealing with body composition goals with an on and off switch, that's a big problem because then it's your all or nothing. If you think of it as like a dial where you just turn the dial down slightly or up, depending on where you're at, that's a much better place to be. So for me, all that the competition felt like was, right, I'm at 80% maximum light in the room at the moment. I'm just going to turn that dial up a bit. And then when I'm done, turn the dial down a bit.
What about for people that tie their identity to this? They tie it here and they like, this is my kind of be all end all, or they find a new identity from doing it because obviously maybe they're out of shape a little bit. They're going to the gym, but they win as lean. And they're like, people can be very competitive in the space, whether it be competition with self or competition with others. And no, far out. A lot of people that tie their identity to the way that they look because they look in this world. People do get treated differently because simply they look better. As far as that was the wrong way to say that because look better is perception. But
quite subjective. Yeah.
it's very subjective. So when it comes to social media, though, when it's like, there's so many influencers these days, or people that are trying to sell themselves as a coach because they look a certain way, and so like it also leads to people tying their identity to looks. I mean, brands, they pay people to do something because some girl's got a nice bum, big breast, or they pay some guy because he's got a six pack and some muscles. So that's status in a way, and especially in a space like the UAE. And so identity can be quite easily for others go like, oh, well, if I want to be treated like that, if I want to get these opportunities, I need to have the same thing as well. And I think it will lead some people to not necessarily bodybuilding, but bodybuilding's a part of that as well because you do look fantastic. I mean, let's be honest, I consider fantastic, but I've been around the space longer. Other people that come into it, they do competitions, they tie their identity to it, and then they fall off the wagon or they go back. Have you experienced that with anybody that's gone like?
I mean, personally, no, and I think a lot of that comes down to if you're someone who's spent a lot of time working on yourself, you know what your values are, you know what your beliefs are, and you know that something like bodybuilding and how you look. Sure, I think it's wrong to say that it shouldn't be at all part of your identity because let's be honest, if someone looks pretty good most of the year round, assuming that maybe there isn't anything untoward there, like they're taking PEDs, whatever, let's just assume that that's off the table. Your body can be a pretty decent reflection of your actions in terms of you show up for yourself consistently, you look after yourself, you're keeping active, you're maybe being mindful with your nutrition, you probably go to bed on time, you probably move around quite often. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think when it goes to that hyper-neurotic component of unless I'm walking around, which we see a lot in the fitness industry, if I'm not walking around constantly like in photo shoot condition or a couple of weeks out from it, then my self-worth is completely invalidated.
And this the self-worth they put on it.
And I think that's just dangerous because what they've then done is that potentially they felt maybe like they didn't have much of that in other areas of their life, and they finally found something that they can take such a hyper control of, and then they just almost to use that analogy again, they just ramp that up completely. It's like I'm going to put a hyper focus into this because and you often find I don't really like my job. Maybe they're in a relationship they don't feel 100% happy in. Don't want to presuppose, but there's a host of reasons that can.
I think most people aren't in a good relationship, to be honest. But anyway,
that's a whole separate subject. I mean, I have to say I'm very fortunate that I am in one, so I value that a lot, and I think as time goes on, I value that even more. But there's many factors that can be contributing into them just trying to gain control in some way or another, and because the physique is something you can have such a great degree of control over, they latch onto that, and it's rather than it being a part of who they are, it's like this has provided me so much change, and now maybe they weren't getting any attention before, now they're getting more attention. They weren't maybe getting much compliments before, now they're getting that. So there becomes a lot of external gratification. But I think the people who get into something like physique sports and they don't really get fazed by what other is because everything's done from a very internal place. It's like, well, yeah, this is part of who I am. I enjoy it. I enjoy staying in shape, but I also value hugely my relationships. I value my career and what that does in serving other people. So I think if you were to really boil it down, and again, I'm sure there's plenty of people far more qualified to talk about that specific component. Just for me, I suppose in my experience, a lot of it comes down to values and belief systems going into it. I think if you're getting into the sport to seek external validation, that's also another wrong reason to do it. You should be doing it entirely for yourself and no one else's approval.
Totally, I agree with that. It's like, but I do kind of, the comparison being like telling someone not to smoke, when it does caught in this habit of smoking, right? It's like, get into it for right reasons, but there's obviously something underlying to start with. If they're going to go there and they're going to attach this value or this identity to the way that they look. I mean, for me, it means simply they're lacking a lot of other things in their life. There's trauma underneath the surface that they don't talk about or they're open enough about it. And so 100% agree with you. Like there's external factors that they actually look at, and they're probably looking more for a pathway out or the way to express or to find that value within themselves, because where they currently have or what they currently have is lacking, for a lack of a better word. What would it be? What would be then? You're saying taper off post competition, provide yourself with another goal, or one of two things. Sorry, is there a better way to prepare? And is there besides the tapering down, is there another way outside of tapering down or finding another goal or is that those are the two things post-event?
Right. So maybe go back to the prepare thing first. You've been
First, yeah,
preparing for
yeah.
the after part of it.
Preparing like you may not continue this afterwards.
Yeah.
Don't make this your be all and end all. Potentially do well, but is that part of the coaching thing for you?
So for
is
me,
it
like I almost mentioned this, I think earlier regarding something different, but the managing expectations thing is when I say manage expectations, that is so encompassing of so many things, and it's one of the main points of discussion within the initial. So when I coach people, we have like quite a thorough onboarding process, and part of that is that when we finish the onboarding, set up the initial, and I always call it initial draft because it will be tweaked and changed after back and forwards, but the initial nutrition protocol or outline, the initial training outline, because that will definitely be changed after a few weeks, depending on what I'm seeing and once they're sending form check
you
videos.
learn more, you see more?
But certainly when we have that initial call, that first 20, 30 minutes of that initial kickoff call, coaching kickoff call is, right, this is the goal that we've agreed on. This is what it's going to take to get there. And because I lay out a roadmap for roughly a year, so I sort of take someone's goal and then reverse engineer it back. Part of that reverse engineering is looking at once you've reached that goal, what's going to happen after that. So I literally run through like, right, this is everything that you're going to have to expect. So say it's a contest prep or a photo shoot prep at the end of it. Massive part of that discussion is, right, here's what's going to happen likely, almost guaranteed, give or take the severity of it, post diet. And I go through all of these. You're going to feel this. You might feel this. You might feel this. This is perfectly normal. This is moving towards behaviors we maybe don't want to encourage. And so, because the reality is, I think often people see it as very much it's 0 or 1. A little bit of feeling lost, normal. A little bit of wanting to pick and eat at things and having more food focus, normal. So it's just normalizing some of the feelings and behaviors helps them to feel like they're not completely losing their shit, for lack of a better term. But it's the future pacing is the big thing, and reminding them of that constantly. So we talk about it at the start, we talk about it at the start of prep, we talk about that halfway through prep, and then we talk about that even before they get on stage or get to the shoot. So you're just constantly coming back to it. Like, remember that thing we talked about? Just remember this. Just remember this.
Your why reasons of it.
Coming back to that all the time. But then I do think that for a lot of clients, I've found that they've managed it so much better. If we have that game plan for after the fact, it makes a massive difference. It doesn't solve every issue or every problem, but it does a lot. And then I think this is where you see a lot of clients that they work with coaches where you know the coach is just interested in that before and after or that result, because as soon as that result is had, communication drops, that there's no real clear, tangible what's next. It's like the client reaches that goal, so thanks very much for your time. It's very transactional. I mean, I can't speak for all coaches or other coaches, but for me, I do not like to feel like any aspect of the coaching is transactional. All relationships are to an extent, of course. For me, the transactional part ends when the investment has been made. Okay, there's a cost to these fees. I'm experienced. I've poured time, effort, money into acquiring knowledge, skills, and experience to help you get this result. But the moment you make that payment, that's the transactional part done. Then it's the personal relationship after that, supporting them through that. So I think if someone feels supported, heard, understood, probably part of that managing expectations is, I think, where most coaching relationships break down is communication. I'm very clear when I work with people that from a communication standpoint, the clients who get the best results without exception are the best communicators. The ones who communicate not just for the sake of it, but they're communicating effectively and they don't delay. They don't wait. They don't go from like, okay, I submitted the weekly check-in, I've sent the review, and then they wait till the next week's check-in and then they, I had this problem, but they had that problem 3 days before submitting the check-in. It's like, it's too late at that point. So the clients that communicate really well, I've always got a very good idea of where their head's at because they communicate it. And so, especially if you're going to go through a goal with the gravity of a photo shoot or contest prep, that communication is non-negotiable. Like that has to be happening. And as a result, you build the trust and rapport and they feel like they can be, for lack of a better term, they can be vulnerable. They can be 100% honest. They know they're not being judged. It's just right, what's going on? Okay, let's be, rather than catastrophizing problems, let's be solutions orientated. Figure out how we can make this work.
Massively.
So that can help in the preparation side. On the back end of it, I think the biggest thing with, at least from my side as a coach supporting clients, is you just need to make sure the level of support is even higher than it was during the prep. So that communication, if anything, every day, every other day, it's just, even once they've checked in, how you feeling? How you doing? How you doing? How's the training going? How's the nutrition going? How you, and they might turn and say, I'm having so many cravings, I'm really struggling. And so then you can talk through that. But if they don't communicate, this is where they feel alone, they feel lost, and then they go and they start making certain mistakes. They don't show up to the gym. So
talk a little about on the side, and it's interesting to see. I'm very much about the mindset of people when they go through these kind of things, and it's really interesting to hear your point of view on it. We have kind of diverse somewhere. I want to go back anyway because I want to go into just give people a bit more insight into the competition themselves.
Oh yeah.
So the day of, the day before, and then kind of the expectations on the stage. So let's start first of all with the day before. What happens in the day before? Let's start there before we go into day of, and then what's on the competition.
I think even better way to feel it is like peak week. This peak week is like a big thing, right? So it's the days leading up, and there's a whole sort of protocol that goes into that. So the first things first, when you get into peak week, if it's been done properly, you already know your strategy. Luckily for me, I had a photo shoot 3 weeks ahead of the actual show that allowed us to trial run our peak week.
Okay, yeah.
So the thing I mentioned about trying to be ready early, if you do that, you have time to actually experiment with how you're going to present that best look on the day. So all that peak week is by that point is all the expectations have really been managed. And at that point, you sort of know, like, okay, well, we've communicated. I'm checking in with Cal like twice a day at that point. So I know what the game plan is. So then it's a case of make sure you're organized, make sure your food's prepared, everything's ready. You know where it is, you know when you're, literally to the minute, what time you're eating, when you're going to be doing your training sessions, where, how long it's going to take to get between venues and all that sort of stuff. But in terms of the day before the show specifically, that's usually going to be the athlete registration day. So you get checked into your hotel, you get yourself, and I usually go in and I've got a process of unpacking everything, laying things out, just so you know, you're just minimizing any unnecessary thoughts. Luckily, the hotels at most competitions, they will have a fridge because they know it's like a partner hotel with the competition.
Yeah.
So they won't usually have this in the lobbies, but they'll have these 2 massive fridges. All the competitors are putting their foods in there and things like that. So you just get like anything, you try to make it just like get it set up a bit like home base as quickly as you can. And then you just know, right, that's everything. When I went to Sweden, I was there at the hotel 3 days beforehand. So I didn't want to be coming in the day before and then just having too many variables. So we were able to go and get the last pump session 2 days before the show. Because the day before the show, you want to be resting. Minimal walking, minimal anything. You're just literally...
Okay, really? So just literally bedridden kind of thing, couch ridden.
Morning walk, evening walk, like light walk.
What's a light walk like? A K, 5K?
I mean, he didn't put a number on it, but it's like you're not going out purposely charging on to get like a...
Window shopping.
Pretty much like we were in a Södertälje is the name of the town. So it was 45 minutes on the train outside of Stockholm. So we just would walk to the supermarket, top up any of the little bits of food we needed. So like that was only like a 10-minute walk away. So like that. So I mean, you're talking maybe minimal movement throughout the day. So that's the day before the show. Is you're just relaxing, letting all the stress come off. You're having your, by that point you've already carb loaded. So that's a normal day of eating. So you're down at the lower calories.
Yeah. We need to go over carb loading, by the way, too.
Carb loading?
I want to carry on. We'll come back in a second.
So let's just say your carb loading's already been done at that stage, and then you're returning back to what would be referred to as the baseline intake, which you've already established into that week. So you're just following your meals at the right times, relaxing. I was very fortunate that my sister came from Scotland to the show, and I didn't know she was coming.
Oh, really?
So
Awesome.
she surprised me on the day
Yeah.
before, and so we just spent time. Our parents came to watch as well.
Very cool.
So it was a really, really nice time just to spend time with family and catch up and things like that. So that was actually the best thing because it just allowed me to switch off my brain, just relax.
Nice.
So you ask most competitors the day before stepping on stage, you just do what's my mandatory stuff I need to do. Go to the venue, register. The night before, I also had to get my first base tan, coat of spray tan.
Yeah.
So you go and you do that, and then of course you can't get the on anything, so you're wearing like your loose clothing and stuff to make sure that it dries in and stuff. And then the next morning, the day of the show, you're going and you're getting the second layer.
So just on that, what is the importance of the tan?
It allows you to present the definition, the details of your physique. Ultimately, that's really it. Because you've got the stage lighting, it's very, very harsh, but it's necessary to bring out the level of detail that you've obviously
Putting the shadows in the right place. Yeah.
So it gets the shadow in the right place, but the tan just allows you to really, really present that.
Awesome.
And you don't think it's good. Like you think, oh, does it really make that much of a difference? Big time. Big time it does.
You don't see many pale bodybuilders on stage, do you? They are with a tan.
They wouldn't be doing very well if they did. You literally change ethnicity for a day. It's great. Although the pro tan that they use for the shows, oh man, like I was still getting that off of my feet 5 weeks after the show.
Wow.
It's harsh.
Yeah,
my skin did not like it. I ended up with all sorts of acne and took me a couple of weeks to get rid of that.
Cheapers. All right. Okay. So you've done the tanning. You go into day one. You got So rest is important throughout the night, before competition. Like what, to get as much sleep as possible, or to get just deep sleep?
Sleep is normal. Just
Sleep
like you
normal.
try to get a normal night's sleep. It's always hard because you're obviously thinking about the show the next day.
Yeah,
And I
literally.
definitely woke up a couple of times, but I did sleep fairly okay. Usually because you've been carb loading up to that point, the energy availability thing isn't disrupting your sleep. You're usually feeling pretty good at that point. But throughout the day, it's the main thing is just it's just relaxing and switching your brain off. And then the actual morning, also during that day as well, there was some small things we were doing in terms of water manipulation, but not some of this crazy stuff you hear about people using clinical diuretics and like trying to manipulate water. It was less about manipulating water and it was more about, so you have what's known as this sort of interstitial space and you hold on to quite a lot of fluid in that space. So we had a supplement we were using, not a pharmaceutical one, just like a herbal supplement. And it's called Peak Max by a company called Strom. And so that was in there, as well as a certain amount of water was being drank at a certain point in the day. Sodium was actually at a normal level as well. So we didn't do anything crazy as far as water cutting or anything like that. An approach I did in my first prep, which was a bit different though, is I sort of needed to do this with the look we're trying to present, is I did like a water loading. It's not the same as water cutting. So all that is that you're loading water and sodium earlier in the day, and then you have a point by which you sort of cut that off. So you're not having any sodium between a cut-off point and stage time, and your water at that point is literally just enough to stop your mouth being super dry.
Oh yeah.
So people often see that as, oh, you shouldn't cut water, that's going to make your physique look worse. But there's a difference between cutting water and loading water. So I've water loaded before, but this second prep, we didn't need to do any of that. We just kept fluid intake and electrolyte intake. We made sure we knew exactly what that looked like leading into peak week and then just kept it stable.
Nice.
I think that's a key thing with peak week. You'll see some of the old school protocols, bodybuilders, they're trying to do peak week magical protocols and, oh, you're gonna blow up and be super full, or you're gonna be super dry. The more things you manipulate in peak week, the more likely things are going to go wrong. And your physique isn't going to look as good. So the idea is to manipulate as little as physically possible and have the look you already want leading into. And then it's just a case of, if the physique does adapt or change, making small tweaks or topping up glycogen or pulling back on some things. But yeah, the minimal changes, the better. So that's kind of, in essence, the peak week. It's the scientific part of it actually comes pre-peak week.
Okay. Then what about on the day? So what happens in a day when someone's going to go into this? It's their first time.
Yeah.
It's their virgin experience of this. So what are they, besides obviously trying to enjoy it, but I mean, they're going through a whole lot psychologically, physically as well. How do you prep? You wake up in the morning. Is the shows normally in the evening? Are they during the day? They vary.
Completely depends on the show, the category, how it's organized. I think when I did my natural show, the show was afternoon and evening because it was 2 parts. And then for this one, you could have got into the later part, but I was only in the first part of it. But the men's physique category wasn't on until, I was going to say, just afternoon. But then if I take the wellness, for example, the wellness category for the females, they were on like freaking 7 p.m. that evening.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it
geez.
really just depends. It depends
So
on
are you looking for hours into the show? Then you're at 2 hours,
when
3
we're
hours?
planning all the stuff around the nutrition, the fluid, the sodium. It's based on hours from stage.
Yeah.
And that's how it's all planned. So the morning of it's very simple. Like I had my tanning appointment really early, so it's get up, don't miss that, go get it done, come back, and then it was just a case of, okay, well, let's get that final meal in. So you have a sort of time frame where, right, we're going to get this final meal in like 3-4 hours before stage, because you definitely don't want to be walking on stage with your GI distended from food.
Just bring that a little closer.
Yeah, you just don't want to be on stage from your GI being distended from food. So the goal is get your meal in at the right time. This has already been mapped out, planned out. I've been sort of like speaking to the organisers the night before, the morning of, when I went to get my tan. It was like, hey, what time is class? I can't remember what class I was even in, but what time is my class?
What am I on? Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, we don't know yet, but it's going to be roughly this time. The funny thing was, it actually ended up being an hour sooner than I was planning. So that was one thing that didn't quite go as planned, but I ate probably, but it didn't affect the look on stage. Luckily, I was still exactly as we wanted, but you're just trying your best to manage, right? Is the show running on time? So you're constantly sort of checking in with the people who are running the backstage just to make sure, is it running on time? Is my time going to be earlier, later? But in
Do
between,
you do that or have someone else do that for you? So you don't have to worry about
many
it?
athletes will have their coach do it for them if their coach is there. I actually didn't want my wife to do it because I didn't want her to stress about it. And also the people that you had to ask were inside the backstage area. So it was just easier for me to just go and ask the people. But yeah, many athletes will have either their partner or their coach go and
Do it for them.
deal with all that. And literally, you'll have guys literally will sleep.
Oh, yeah, really?
They'll just lie and sleep for 2-3 hours before they go on stage, which is fine because I just try to completely relax and de-stress.
Everyone's got their own techniques and stuff.
Everyone has their own way of doing it. For me, I just like to be a bit more involved. And it's also because the way that show was set up in particular, my wife would have to go, take about 10 minutes, 15 minutes for her to get back round into the auditorium to be able to watch. So I didn't want her to miss anything either. So, but yeah, on the day, it's just a case of get your meal timings right. Whatever the protocol has been in place for electrolytes, fluids, just make sure you're nailing that to the T. So this has all been, like, I mean, Cal was fantastic in the sense that by the 2 weeks out mark, most of the coaching pre that was done via Google Sheets and Loom videos. So you would send, like, check-in reviews, detail required. But when you get to that point, literally everything is on WhatsApp at that stage. So I already had a play-by-play from him that morning of, right, if you're on stage at this time, this. So all your literally...
What are these things? Like, what is it?
Just everything from your when to have your last meal, how much fluid to have, even some of the stuff, the timing around, like, caffeine consumption. You would have your last, like, caffeine, and we had a final one of those there. I was telling you about the water management supplements. There was a certain timing along with the last bit of caffeine.
Do you remember what the timing was?
I'm thinking, from what I can remember, I'm going to say it was about 4 hours before getting on stage, I think.
Caffeine, like, are you talking about espresso? You're talking about just black coffee?
Exactly that. So black coffee. So no milk, anything like that, because you're just trying to keep volume light and you're just trying to get the caffeine in. So it's a double espresso, which is not much. It's about 80 milligrams of caffeine, but just enough to help drive that little bit of diuresis, so a little bit more fluid excretion, which is interesting because if you've been sort of on top of that, that's one thing that you get through the night and then through the morning is you're just a lot of trips to the toilet.
Because that's the idea.
You do want to, of course, you want the muscles to be full, but you don't want your bladder and your GI to be full. So you want everything to be as flat and empty from a GI and digestive perspective, but you want the muscles to be as full, tight as possible. So.
And so then you're taking the caffeine for that purpose, and you, like, is there toilets around the thing? Like, lots of plenty? Okay, that's brilliant. Just make sure, like, I know some events don't plan well, so.
With bodybuilding shows, they just know how, with the way people are sort of dealing with their food and water manipulation. Like I think they would not be allowed to host at a venue if it didn't have that.
That is right. What about when it comes to, after people are getting a little bit of a pump before they go onto the stage as well? Did they do that, like, again, 45 minutes out, 20 minutes out, an hour?
So that's an interesting point to touch on, actually. People often, they way overcook themselves with the pre-stage pump-up. And I see this all the time. And I have to give Cal his props. He's obviously had so much experience, like, because he would travel all around the world to go with his clients to their shows. So he's had a lot of experience seeing this play out. And the one thing he said, it was both the natural show and the last one I did in Sweden. He said, exact same approach on both shows. It was like, less is more, and when they start calling you to go on the stage, that's when you start pumping up. So he's like, not 40 minutes before. And you see guys literally, they're freaking practically doing a workout before they get on stage. The problem is that you're now just pummeling glycogen into the muscle, and so by the time you actually go out to step on stage, you start to flatten out. So it's not a very smart strategy. So I kid you not, literally the guys were literally calling us to stand in line. I started my pump up. So I went through 2-3 rounds of push-ups, lateral raises, couple of rounds of posing, to the point where the guys were like, you need to get in line now.
Oh, yeah.
And almost like pushing it. And I was like, but that's exactly what was the plan. It was like, you want to leave it as late as possible, and you want to keep it as minimal as possible. So you don't actually need that much. Like a couple of rounds of lateral raises, bicep curls, banded tricep extensions, and then the posing itself gets you pumped up as well.
But what about when you're saying in a couple of rounds of, like, is it 4 reps at slow, fast, just whatever?
Like you're talking like 10 to 15 reps, fairly controlled.
Yep.
But yeah, just getting blood, you're just focused on getting as much blood into the respective areas as possible.
So any fatigue in that all, or?
You're not training to failure or anything like that, but you're just like, well, let's get blood in there. Stop well short of failure, like 3 reps in reserve or whatever else. You're just doing enough, and you go through a couple of rounds. So the idea would be, for example, I'd do my lateral raises, push-ups, some rows, some bicep curls, and then 10-second holds on, like, a couple of times each on each of the poses. So it's only 2 poses in men physique. The poses themselves drive a lot of blood into where you want them to. So it's sort of like go through round of the pump up, round of posing, round of the pump up, round of posing. That took literally 3-4 minutes on stage. But what a lot of guys will do is they're hammering, and they're doing that 20 minutes before, 45 minutes before. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, you're just all that glycogen that you've got stored that's meant to help your muscle look full, you're just hammering through that now. What's the point? The other thing you'll see a lot of guys do as well, though, is that their coaches have told them certain protocols for what to do for the pump up. So an hour before, you might be taking in, like, for example, a couple of squares of dark chocolate, some rice cakes and jam, like just getting some glycogen and a small amount of triglycerides in there to create that fullness, just so it's going right in. It's in the bloodstream when you're having it, and then bang, you just get into the muscle and you're good to go. Many of the guys start going a bit rogue and going, oh, I look too flat. They hammer down more rice cakes, more jam, and so they go on stage, and this is where they have the distended gut, because they created a lot of upset because they think they needed more, but if they'd actually just trusted their coach and followed their coach, it would have been fine.
Well, what is it then you're walking on stage, because you've got a very finite amount of time, and like just to impress, right?
Yeah.
So what's that mentality? You walk on stage, what's going on?
Well, mentality of walking on stage is you're just going on there to like, I'm here to win this. I think if you go into a competition, any competition, and you're not got the mindset of I'm going to win this, I can't relate to someone who goes in, I'm just there to take part.
Really funny, because that's how I perform at my best. I would go in the ring and like, hey, another workout. But then that's when I perform best. That's why
that's just so funny differences
such a
between
weird
individuals.
thing.
But I think with something like bodybuilding, and it is subjective, but I think you go out there because you want to have confidence in your presentation. So for me, the focus was just go on, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm just going to focus on every time
nailing your bits.
Nail your mandatory poses. The thing that was frustrating about that particular show was that you practice this essentially posing routine. So you're meant to have like an I walk or a T walk, it depends on the federation, but we're meant to have an I walk. So you come in, you pose, you walk out to the front, and then you go through like a mini routine. The problem is that the day before they had the nationals, the amateurs, and they were running like too slow. So they started speeding things up. And I think they overcompensated a little bit for the second day. And so we were meant to have probably 15, 20 seconds to present this pose. And so I'm standing at the side of the stage and I see the guys who are in my category, a couple of the guys going in front of me, literally 5, 6 seconds. All right, next. So it was like, there was no way you were going to be able to present that presentation. I spent money on a posing coach. Luckily he was a client and coach for my coach at the time. So he was based in Dubai. My coach wasn't. So I was able to, so I spent a lot of time really practicing the routine. And in the end, the only thing you actually had time for was to go out and do front pose, rear pose. And then you got moved to the side, and then everyone got brought into the middle to go through the comparison rounds. So that was really annoying. Like, you pay all this time and effort and money to make sure that you're going to present yourself in the best way possible. And then they just sort of like rushed everyone through that. Then when it came to the actual comparison round, it almost felt like when we'd all walked out to do our initial self routine, it's as if they sort of had everyone walk out and they were like, first thing, they'd almost picked the winners, because the amount of time we actually got on stage was, like, when I watched most bodybuilding shows, like, everyone got a chance to really present their physique. They did proper comparisons. It took a bit of time. It was literally like maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes. They were like, all right, off you go. So when I said earlier at the start of the podcast that I had a bit of a disappointing experience on the day, I just felt that the show was so rushed and they almost already had their, okay, these guys, they'll go through to the finals.
What is it then?
That was my experience. But for most people, let's just say they're going on. Like, the whole idea is just to, I think the number one thing is just to be super present, just enjoy it.
But do you need to be positioning yourself on a certain part of the stage? Should you try and get to the middle? Should you get inside?
They've got people on the stage, they direct you to where you should be standing. So when you're doing your routine, for example, if it's done well, like when I did the WMBF, for example, they were very good at this. They really gave you your time to present yourself. They had 3 mark points on the stage that you would go to do each of your poses. Some of the shows, if it's just an eye walk and they've got 1 point, they have it marked out on the stage. So they sort of bring you out to a center point, then down to that point, and then they have tape along the side at a diagonal. So they have the competitors lined up at a diagonal at each side of the stage, and then they'll usually bring, say, 7, 8, however many competitors are in the category. Let's just say it's 15. They'll bring half the competitors in for comparison 1, and then they'll bring the other half in, and then they'll bring the best of those ones into the middle for like a final comparison, usually, something like that. But it depends. It depends on the category, how many competitors are in the category.
Is there any certain poses you should go to first? So, like, if you've got a short amount of time, or is there mandatory poses?
It's mandatory poses. So you have 2, in men's physique in particular, you have 2 poses. That's it. So the judges, they have a head judge who's emceeing. They call you through the poses. So like, right, front pose, rear pose, front pose, rear pose. Or usually if you go to like divisions like classic physique or maybe even bikini to an extent, I'm trying to remember if IFBB is, I think bikini is also 2 poses like men's physique. Always forget this. Bikini is very different between federations, because in the WMF, for example, it was 4 poses. They had front, side, back, side.
Okay.
The same for men's physique. They moved you around like that. So it was always quarter turn to the right, quarter turn to the right. If you go to federations, divisions like Classic, for example, they've got their 4
That one
sides.
as well. So before you do into the competition, you already know what kind of poses you're going to have to be doing. So you perks
So
for those.
it's funny, I saw,
Great for
and
those.
I'll give a shout out to Darren Farrell on this. He's Irish coach who's based here. He's actually Olympian. He's been to the Olympia. He's, I think, the first ever Irish Olympian for, I think ever, but for classic physique for sure. And he actually said this recently. It was so true. I saw it on his stories pop up the other day because he trains in the same gym, so I see him often.
Oh yeah. I'll
Um,
just point this one.
There we go. Yeah, so I mean, I see Darren often, and he said it so right. I think it was actually today. I saw it in the story. Someone was asking about the, because when you go beyond men's physique or begin the classic have the posing routine, and the thing is, it's not necessarily judged. It's very much just an expression of artistry, the sport, and they put a lot of effort into it because it does matter to an extent. But you're not judged on that. You're only judged on your mandatory poses. So I think ultimately the time and effort should be spent on nailing your mandatories.
Yeah.
And if you happen to be in a division like classic or bodybuilding or wellness that has a posing routine, even bikini does as well. And even at the higher levels of IFBB, you do actually get the time to do your posing routine as well. The posing routine isn't where you win or lose your competition. It's in the comparisons where you're comparing your mandatory poses, and everyone's being compared side by side with the same pose.
Is it compared to everybody, or is it compared to the person next to you?
Within your class, but it's compared to everyone. So what they'll do is, let's just say you've got a lineup of 8 people. The judges, you've got maybe like say 5, 6, however many judges, depending on federation, etc. And they'll be sitting there. So they're usually looking from slightly down. So they're looking slightly up. And how you go about your posing, you actually manipulate that to account for the fact that they're looking upwards and not straight on. For example, men's physique, when you do your rear pose, you really arch backwards. So the judges are seeing your back from down here. So you're not just standing super straight upright. You actually have to
Lean back, so
really
good,
arch to
yeah.
make sure they can see from their angle. And bikini's the same. That's why the bikini do the really back breaking sort of arch that they do.
Did wonder that because I've seen it. I was like, okay.
Why are they doing that? It's like, well, from the judge's perspective, for them to really present the glutes the way they want to, they need to
Yeah,
do
I see.
that just from the angle. But what they do is they'll be looking, comparing, and then for their favourites, what happens is you get called into the middle. So if you're getting called into the middle, that's a pretty good sign because it means that they want to see more of you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then what they'll do is they'll figure out there may be 2 or 3 front runners, and they'll eventually have them in the middle, and they might swap them a little bit back and forward. But if you're in the middle and you finish in the middle of your class, that's a very good sign because it means that you're sort of in the running
That's
to
right.
win this.
So then what does it do psychologically if you're not in the middle?
It's funny because I was on the outside and I got brought into the middle, but the run time was so short, I didn't have too much time to think about it. But whenever I've watched it, even my own clients who've competed, luckily they both did really well, so they were in the center. But
Okay, yeah.
from speaking to people who have competed, like we're talking about for like 10 years, whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously because you know that if you're doing well, you should be brought into the center. So
Okay,
of
yeah.
course you have to just put on the brave face and show. Like they've always said, at the end of the day, you go on there to present your best physique. If the judges like what they see in the day, great. If they don't, as long as you're happy with what you brought and you know
Part
that
of
you've got
development
improvements
too.
to make.
Part
The
of
great
learning.
thing is that the judges, generally speaking, if you ask for feedback, even if you didn't get pulled into the center, like they will give you feedback on your physique. Like if you didn't make it in, it's like, well, what was missing compared to the people who were called into the center? And they'll tell you, well, you need more size or you need to bring up this area.
How many judges normally?
It really depends on the federation.
Is it minimum?
Is there a minimum? I mean, I know with WMBF there was 6, and I honestly couldn't even tell you how many it was on. I wasn't even looking.
Oh, yeah.
You do look at the judges, but you're sort of so busy just presenting your physique. I didn't even think about looking at how many there were.
It's not like you're going there 1, 2, 3, 4. But because that's another thought too, because, okay, in the middle it's obviously a little bit easy, but if you got, even let's say there's 6, there's still 3 over there, there's 3 over there. Are you going to direct towards head judge in the middle when you're doing your posing? You're more doing it for that. Like to these ones, how often do the people on the judges
Interesting,
in
a
the
lot
middle?
of competitors and coaches will know who the head judge is, and you do generally know because when you do the athlete registration, you meet them. So often people will make sure that they try to direct, but the general idea of when you're practicing your posing is you get used to looking across the whole panel. So in terms of you make eye contact with everyone. So you're obviously holding your pose, but you're actually smiling and you're sort of looking across the whole panel.
What if that looks creepy for the judges, right? Because or they're used to it as like,
So
like
they're used to everyone's looking for their
attention,
approval, right? So it's like,
approval.
well, so if you're not, imagine if you were like, not making eye contact and you were looking at the floor, that wouldn't look good. That would just make you don't look confident.
Massively. And then, sorry, you've gone through this first stage, then you go to this comparison stage. Does anything change as far as, first of all, what's that first part is mainly just those essentials?
So firstly, they bring you out to do the little like individual routine.
Yeah.
And then they take you outside and then they do the comparisons. Now,
with the mandatory.
If you place within your class, because it also depends on the competition. If you've got, let's say, like immense physique is it's hugely popular division. So sometimes you will have, I mean, God, anywhere from 4 or 5. I think we had 9 classes in our competition. I think it was a lot of compares. So what will happen is that only a certain number get taken from each class and then get brought into the overall. So the overall is done later in the day. So that was the thing I didn't make. So I was in my class in the morning, and if I had placed top 3, I'd have then went to the
overall
show.
thing. Okay. Wow. And then is there a thing like, okay, you know your competition's done.
Yeah.
They either make top 3 or not. Is there something like, is the moment that you just kind of just let go, or you have to go now eat certain food or something like that, or what kind of happens
Obviously,
after
at that stage, there was all bets are off as far as the food side of things goes. But of course, like you should be in a position where you're like, well, I probably shouldn't go in. And what a lot of people do is you probably see these massive post-competition feedings that people have. I think, I mean, to an extent, you've worked really hard. You've dieted.
Totally, is there a reward phase, right?
Definitely, like people, and I definitely like in advance. We looked up like what I want to have afterwards. I was like, I know my favorite food is sushi, so I want to go and have some good sushi. So we found a sushi place, and we went and had that. And I definitely ate to a slight point of discomfort. But the interesting thing was, a lot of people that just continues going for days and days and days and days. For me, I did that day. I had a lot of sushi, a lot. Like we're talking close to 50 rolls, probably. Nice. A lot. And then I went and had a couple of Swedish pastries afterwards. But then the next day, so I just ate normally. I would have the odd little, like maybe thing I wasn't having before, like, oh, it'd be nice to have something maybe like a little bit sweet or whatever else. But I think that's where most people really lose it, is that they have that post enjoyment, and it's that hedonism from just that reward component of the food. And then that reward value is so high, because I don't know if you've ever read Dr. Stephen Gainey's The Hungry Brain. It's a really good book, but it talks about that concept of the reward value that people assign to food. And so for some people, they don't really assign a big high reward to food. It's a bit more of I eat it to nourish my body and that's it. For other people, the reward value they get from food is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And these are the type of people that once they have a taste of something, trying to stop themselves from having more of it is challenging. So for me, luckily, I don't lean on the reward side of things too heavily. So I found it quite easy to sort of rein that in. But for some people, it can be a disaster. So they have to be quite careful. So, okay, eat to a point, but then they're the type of people that have to get literally back on a focused plan right afterwards, and they don't get to relax until they get up towards maintenance. But for others, they handle it absolutely fine.
So it's an interesting world and space to go into, and there's so more Kevins you can go down and have a look into each like individual, I suppose, preparation stage or development stage as you go through this, because
think of it as like almost all these little individual moments of decisions that have to be made. And so that post-competition period, the difference is that now if you overeat, your body's in a place where it's very very sensitive to pile on more weight, more body fat. That's where it's tricky. It's not like any other time. Like you're in such a hypersensitive state, both in a positive way, but also in a negative way as well. So managing that post-competition period is really essential. So as a guideline, like I sort of already knew this, but we sort of spoke about it afterwards. Like what would be an acceptable rate of body weight gain post-competition, and where we expected my body weight to be by the time I've sort of reached maintenance. And that, like to your point about managing the post-competition blues, managing that expectation that, listen, you're not going to be what you were on stage, not close.
Yeah.
And within a good sort of like 4 to 6 week period, you're probably going to be up by, I think for me, I know I was like, how much am I expecting of total body weight to sort of regain? And it was like, you're probably going to be looking at about 10% After about 4 to 6 weeks, you'll be up 10% of body weight.
So 5 to 8 kilos potentially.
So for me, I went from 83 to 89 in 4 weeks.
Well, there you go. 6.
And it held there a little bit, and then it went up a little bit again, and it held, and it went up a bit as we increased food a little bit. And so I've been maintaining ever since. The final point I got to was like 92s. I've been sitting around 92, 93 since.
Oh, well.
So that's 10 kilos up from stage weight, but I had no issues with that because Cal had already said you're probably going to be about 10% up body weight.
Yeah.
Hold.
There you go.
That's exactly what happened. But it was also because I wasn't just going to town on ice cream every night or pizzas or ordering in. It was like, okay,
You're training too, so you have to make good weight as well.
we
It's not
enjoy
like-
some fun foods, but we need to get back to a structure as well.
Wow, it's really interesting. Man, we've gone to a lot. I've got to say that huge thank you for just sharing that space and sharing that thoughts on everything that's gone into the training, into preparation for this. It's a massive journey for people to go through psychologically, physically. I mean, pre and post to get into it. So it's definitely something for families to really seriously consider right before jumping into the space, because man, it could take you one of two ways.
It's a massive decision to make, I think. And I think it's often the sort of both what you gain from it and what you sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's just often massively underappreciated. But I will say, as much as I've tried to be really candid about, like, listen, this comes with a high cost, what I've gained from doing it as well, like some of the even the non-tangible things, like from a mindset standpoint, like I set that task, and not only did I see it through to completion, but I probably got an even better package than I was expecting, to be honest. So I even surpassed my expectations. So it shows that I'm able to start something and see it through to the end. And that's also one of my highly held values. If I start something, I need to complete it.
Yeah.
So that sort of proved to me that this is something that, okay, you set yourself a challenge, you know that even if it's something as hard as that, you can manage it.
Done.
And then the other part is that I would have to say that, interestingly, people talk about relationship with food getting worse after it. It actually provided a bit of a reset for me in terms of habits. And so I've actually found that my maintenance habits now are the best they've ever been. So I sort of saw it as an opportunity to tighten up shop a little bit. And so I found, like, for me, I personally found that I found the balance between having structure and flexibility. This is the best balance that I've had.
Learning, so.
I think often it is what you make of it.
Has it flowed into your coaching as well?
I think with one thing I will say, if you're coaching clients to achieve like really serious body composition goals, for me, I know that I've taken my physique to a point that most of my clients have not been to or will never get to. So now knowing all of the places in between that, it's like, okay, well, even if they do get to that point, I want my client Poonen, for example, I mean, he is a natural competitor, Indian. He got shredded and peeled to the bone. But because I'd done that in the past and I'd done it again recently, I can appreciate and understand what it takes. So I think often people will say, well, you don't have to have done it yourself to be a good coach. Theoretically, that's true. Like, you can know what to do. You can know how to guide someone. It's just different when you have been through it yourself. You can just empathize with all the emotional stuff that goes with it as well.
Because that's the other side of it too. There's theoretical, practical application, but then the experience itself, psychological side of it is, I think, massive.
100%. So I would say, yeah, from a coaching standpoint, it definitely sharpened the toolbox.
Yeah, wicked. Very cool, man. Bro, look down at their camera there. Let them know where they can find you.
Instagram is the main place I'm active. So if you look at the physique coach _ everything you want to know about me is there.
Find the man himself. Man, absolute pleasure talking to you, man. Thank you very much for your
Thanks for
time.
having me on.
That was brilliant.
Hey guys, welcome along to another episode on FFP Travels. Today we're going to talk about the empowerment of women and lifting, and I suppose the topic has come around when people think about women lifting or women exercising, the society stigma that's put on, the pressure that's put on. And we brought in a lady who's started off an initiative, a community, a brand, a company, and an empire. Girls Lift Girls. So welcome on, Gemma. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
It's going to be a very exciting topic to talk about, something that's in some ways a little bit taboo, or some people are scared to talk about. Where I want to kind of lift this off is like the Girls Lift Girls. Just give people a quick intro to what is Girls Lift Girls and why you started it.
So Girls Lift Girls is a community for women in fitness. Our tagline is building strength in community. What we want to try and do is get women involved in fitness as much as possible, surround women with people who are involved in fitness, not only to grow the strength of the individual, but to continue to grow the strength of the community within it. So
Beauty.
what that looks like is we have communities not only in Dubai, but in Sydney, in Brisbane, and in Hong Kong. So it's really exciting that we're sort of growing this movement across the world as much as possible and showcasing women lifting across different cultures as well. So we're really excited about how much it's grown in such a short period of time.
Yeah.
And myself and my friend Sophie co-founded it only in May last year.
Why? So the question is, why start? What was the purpose behind it when you first idea flicked into your mind?
So it started initially when myself, Sophie, and Noor, we were all training at CrossFit Alive together. We decided to take a reel of us doing our Saturday sweat. And we wanted an Instagram caption, to be honest. And we said, what should we caption it? And we said, oh, girls lift girls, because that kind of works. We're lifting each other, we're empowering each other, we're lifting, and it all sort of works. And the following weekend, we went to a women's fitness competition in Dubai. And we sort of looked around. We knew some people, but we actually realized that we didn't know many of the girls who were there. When you're involved in a team sport, like all of us have been involved in rugby, netball, etc., you're all there working towards a common goal. You're meeting the people around you and you're all working towards something that you all want to achieve to win. Sometimes in the gym, you don't have that. You go to the gym, you put your headphones in, you work and you do stuff yourself, which is great. And it also works for some people as well. But we wanted a platform that those women could get together and share their stories, share their experiences, and also have that ability to challenge each other, push each other, say, maybe just put an extra 2.5 kilograms on the bar. Why not? So we kind of wanted it from there. And between the three of us, when we first started speaking about it, we've had very different journeys within sport. I won't go into telling theirs, but I can tell you a little bit about mine. So I was brought up as very athletic, wanted to be an elite netballer, but I also loved dancing. I was involved in theatre schools, was always on the stage, but I struggled a little bit with what the performance versus aesthetic was like between dance and trying to be an elite athlete. So it seems weird now looking back at photos of myself thinking I was so much more athletic and bigger than these other girls around me, because at the time I actually wasn't. But in my head, I felt so much bigger than these other girls. I felt way more muscular, and I wasn't that petite figure that a lot of people were trying to be. And sort of as I've grown up, being involved in netball and then touch rugby and then rugby sevens, I then recently found CrossFit. And I think being in an environment where you're surrounded by really strong women who love being powerful and want to be powerful and enjoy that part of it and enjoy the process, it's been a massive shift for me to understand actually how important my body, how important the function of my body is rather than what it looks like, especially as I had a surgery on my knee recently. I think that really put into perspective that importance of how my body works rather than what it looks like. So between myself, Sophie and Noor, we were having these conversations about our own individual experiences of that performance versus aesthetic mindset and what that looks like now, and some of the stories that we've all experienced looking certain ways and comments that people have made. But at the end of the day, Girls If Girls was for the women who have had those experiences or even not had those experiences and want to understand more about how that might impact them or how it has impacted them in a different way.
Hey there, if you're finding this episode inspiring, you're finding it useful, applicable, we would love you to be part of the community. There's power in community, there's power in numbers. And by subscribing to the channel that you're watching this on or listening to this on, or sharing it with people that you know that may help benefit them, will only help us find more people within the community to help it grow, to support people to live an active and adventurous lifestyle. So if you don't mind, it would mean a lot if you just push subscribe, push like, and share it with someone that is going to help today. That's where I want to definitely go down first, like obviously with you and your experiences.
Yeah.
And it's still a space that's evolving, changing, and there needs to be more initiatives and communities out there to support this. The stigma, first of all, the first main stigma is that aesthetic is skinny. Like beautiful is skinny. That's what the whole world tries to throw out there, magazines trying to throw out there.
Yeah.
There was movements about plus models that was coming 5 or so years ago kind of thing. But still the the muscular side of women. And just recently, actually, Michaela Blythe from she was talking about like her shoulders, like massive. She's got great shoulders, like amazing. But like for her, she was ashamed to wear certain clothes because of her muscularity. But then she's an unbelievable, incredible, like looks fantastic anyway. But I mean, her performance side is unbelievable. What she can do on the rugby field is just nearly second to none, type of thing. When it comes back to you and your personal experiences, because this is what I really don't touch on, is like that understanding of this is how I felt. What is it that you were feeling like you were so much bigger than these girls? So what was it? Wasn't just that you're feeling bigger, right? What was it? What comes along with that? It's not like okay, like Michaela, she's got big shoulders. She wasn't just thinking I've got big shoulders. Yeah. It was underlying things that she was minds or thoughts that were going through herself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially when I was like going through that phase of like dancing, but also wanting to be an elite athlete, I'm comparing myself to other girls in leotards who are very petite, very graceful. And for me, when you're trying to buy clothes or leotards or costumes and you're getting fitted all the time and you know that you're bigger than those other girls, it just eats at you. You just think that you're big and therefore you take up so much space and therefore you're an eyesore on the stage. Sometimes I felt like especially with some of the costumes that we had to wear, it's like, oh, I have to get a slightly different costume because I need to, for example, cover my boobs, or I have to get a slightly different jacket because my shoulders are that little bit bigger. And even now, I think that getting sizes in clothes, a lot of the gym wear brands here, they have extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. No one wants to be called large. No one wants to be called extra large. But actually, that doesn't necessarily mean you're big. That doesn't mean that you are. I think it has that connotation of being fat and overweight. Yeah. And it needs to change and it has to stop because it's making women feel like they're not worthy, that they're not in that ideal space of beauty and that femininity that makes women feel the way they feel. And I think for me, being in an athletic figure and having those muscles that other girls around me I didn't feel had at the time, it made me feel like people were looking at me in a different way. And sometimes different is scary. And I think that's probably how that has affected me.
What I mean, how it was different in your mind? When you say different, they're looking at you different. Like how different? Like
you're looking at all these ballerinas who are size 0 with no chest and they're the model figure. And then you get to myself who was more of an athletic figure who had boobs, who had shoulders. And when you're there trying to be graceful and balletic, I ended up not doing ballet because I was much better at doing the hip hop, musical theatre, tap, because I was kind of afraid to do ballet and be in that situation where I was compared to being dainty and small and petite. Yeah. So I just avoided it. I didn't do it because I actually didn't feel like I fit in that environment, which is actually probably the first time I've reflected and thought about that's probably the reason why I didn't do ballet at the time. Because
what got you into there? Because obviously parents, environment, peer groups, like what made you go into want to go into dance or ballet? To get in the first place, like what got you there in the first place? And then
to be honest, I love performing. I love performing. It wasn't necessarily about just dance. It was about the whole process of being on the stage and showcasing like what I could do and having that sense of freedom on the stage. And I really, really enjoyed it. But that's also the same reason why I love sport, is being out there, showing what I can do, trying to figure out, like trying to showcase the best version of myself as well. But my parents were very, very supportive of me growing up. I think I was one of those kids that you can ask me now, have you learnt this? Have you done this? And I was like, yeah, my parents took me to quite a lot of things and gave me exposure to all these different sports. I did cricket, swimming, athletics. They took me to netball. I played hockey. I went to dance. I went to theatre school. And I went horse riding. I did all these random sports, and they gave me a really, really amazing opportunity to figure out what suited me best. And I think that's one thing that girls, as you get older, you get worried about doing. I think it's really interesting at the moment. There's this big push of this girls in their running era. And so many girls come to me and they say, oh, I hate running. I'm like, well, then don't do running.
Why are you running? Yeah.
Don't run. There is a million sports out there that you can go and do and try. And I think that's also what we are trying to do with Girls If Girls, is we're putting on all of these different opportunities for women to go and try CrossFit. We've had paddle boarding. We're going to eventually do some like paddle tennis. We've done some yoga. We're going to do some Pilates. Like, we're trying to find strength in every single woman, whatever that looks like to them.
Yeah.
Obviously, building an environment where you don't feel scared to go and do those things, that's the process that we're trying to push.
Okay, so then it's like passion for anyone is what motivates people to do stuff. So if you enjoy it, you love it, it's great. But when you're in an environment, and environments can either build you up or pull you down. You found an environment that, in this case, pulled you down, or do you think it was the environment, or do you think it was the outlook or the perception you put on that environment? Because other people are looking, you're like, what are you talking about? You're crazy.
Yeah.
You're like, why are you saying this?
Yeah.
No. So
I don't necessarily think it was an environmental thing that girls were looking at me like having that opinion, but I feel like because of social media that maybe social media became a big thing when I was 14, in the peak of that whole time where you're trying to figure out who you are, what you're supposed to look like, what you're supposed to like, who you're supposed to hang out
how
with.
to fit into the world type of thing.
Yeah. So I think for me, it was the perception of people looking in. As I said, I think I did a post about this recently, and I was trying to find images of myself dancing, and I was thinking, oh, people must think I'm so arrogant, or people must think I'm like, I have no idea what that looks like, because you look back at the photos and I really know there's not much difference between me and the other girls around me. But at the time, I just felt like I was just big and I took up space. But I think it is just the perception that I put on myself. And but that's also what we're trying to change, is we're trying to get girls to be supportive of each other so that they don't have that perception that people are judging them. I think often girls are very quick to compare themselves to others. I think they pit themselves against each other quite a lot of the time because of outside social variables and hierarchy and things like that. And so that's exactly why we're trying to like build strength in the community so that the women around are there to support each other. That's our main goal.
Do you find it differently in a space like Dubai, known for the quickest, the tallest, the largest, the biggest, the flashiest and stuff like that? Do you find it's harder for women here, or?
I think women are scared to be embarrassed. I know I'm scared to be embarrassed. I try and be impressive in a lot of things that I do. And sometimes if I'm not, I get a bit into my shell, because I'm not used to not being good at things. I always, if I want to be good at something, I will lock in and I will try and be really good at things. And I think sometimes gym environments don't often allow you the space to fail. And sometimes that's what you need. You need to figure out how to do things in order to get better. Sometimes I think if you're not failing, then you're not really trying hard enough.
100%.
And sometimes I see that in the gym, and sometimes girls can go in and they can do their session and they look like they've not done anything. And I think also women can be like sexualized often, especially in a gym space. And some people can feel uncomfortable with that. But likewise, some people will be like, oh, well, I don't want to look too sweaty or be like grunting or dying on the floor, because that's not something that is perceived as a sexy thing or a attractive thing. But I almost think that ambition and having that drive and that raw power to go that 1% extra is incredibly attractive. And I think that's what the narrative needs to change, is it shouldn't just be about going in and cruising. I think it should be a real exploration of, wow, what can my body do? And how can I find a space where I can explore that without feeling like I have this external judgment on me?
It's the word I was about to say was hilarious, but it's not, because for me personally, I think it's the sexiest thing in the world. So when women say like things like this, like want to be petite, it's like, like obviously I'm a performance athlete, and I'm the same. Like I've got the mentality of I want to do the best that I absolutely can, not just on the sports field, but in life. That's just me, right? And I know, and maybe it's just my environment, but every guy I talk to is the same kind of thing. So why I say this is because when women put this stigma, perception, judgment on themselves, and it's the whole thought of the world says this, but yeah, this is because of, again, you can just talk from your experience, or you are the woman. Is it coming from because I want to want to look good in front of males. I want to go in front of females. I want to go in front of my friends. Where's that block or that judgment facing? Like you're saying, like they don't want to sweat in front of someone. Is it because, obviously it's judgment. Is it just judgment from anybody? Is it judgment from the opposite sex? Is it judgment from myself? Is it judgment from other women?
I honestly don't know who you could pin it on, apart from like your own perception of who matters to you in that environment, I guess. I think you've also got to understand across different cultures, that's also judgment from parents and judgment from peers as well, and family members. Like I remember, and my dad knows this, and I've spoken to him about this before. Even when I was growing up, my dad was like, "Oh, don't lift too many weights, or you might get a look a little bit muscular, or a bit masculine." And to me, that I don't really know if that actually impacted me at the time, but I remember him speaking to me about that before. And I know that from Sophie, with her like background in Chinese culture, and even with our community growing across Hong Kong, the spectrum from Hong Kong to Australia, with probably Dubai is somewhere in the middle, is incredible, because the cultural differences between our communities is actually quite vast. And the events that we're putting on in different places is very different because of the clientele we have in those places. Trying to get women in Australia to lift barbells is a lot easier than getting women in Hong Kong to lift barbells, just because of the environment that they were brought up in. So I think that judgment can come from anything, depending on what you care about massively.
What are some of the stories then you're hearing? And again, it's only, May 24?
Yeah.
May 24. Since then to hear, I mean, obviously in some of these places already, like different nations already, what are some of the stories you hear from around this topic that women, what freedom are they feeling? What understanding are they getting from the same perceptions they've obviously put on themselves? Like this is why people are coming together, right? Because it's obviously, I don't want to say a problem, but it's obviously an issue in their minds, because if you didn't feel like this way, if you felt confident, you wouldn't be looking for that support. You wouldn't be looking for that community. But obviously, it's very obvious that this community is growing very fast because they want the support, because they want to either support themselves or supporting others. So what are some of the stories that you're hearing?
Yeah, so we've been really, really lucky that we've had some incredible athletes that have been part of our panels. A lot of what our workouts and community events involve is a workout where we get the girls together to support each other and do a workout or be part of a session in different forms. And then we often have a panel or a speaker or multiple different women who converse and talk about their own experience. Our most recent one was with Gymshark here in Dubai.
Oh, yes,
and we had 6 different
people.
women. Oh yeah, it was incredible. We sold it out.
Okay, very cool.
It was amazing. But the theme was strength in every chapter. And I was really proud of this sort of campaign, because we had a female doctor, we had a lady who was practicing Ramadan, we had 2 women who've recently had children within like the last year or to 6 months, as well as a young female athlete as well. And so hearing their perceptions of how their mindset of strength has changed over time, from puberty to pre-pregnancy to pregnancy to post-pregnancy to menopause, as well as like young athletes who are fully invested in wanting to get stronger. It's incredible hearing how that has changed. From the other side of the world, when I went to Australia to run an event at LSKD for International Women's Day, we had this girl called Xanthi, and she is a Red Bull cliff diver. And obviously she was talking about her experience going from initially was swimming into diving. Well, she was a gymnast into diving, and her experience was her parents forced her into doing diving, and she was terrified of heights.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And she still is terrified of heights, which I think is incredible. And one of the things that she said that has literally stuck with me is just to do what scares you. And it's one of my favorite things, because I think it massively is a really important thing that we can push at Girls If Girls. If you're just like, if you're worried about trying something, just try it, because afterwards it'll probably be one of the proudest moments. And the last one that I'd like to just bring up is Sarah Sig. She's trains at our gym. She is Icelandic, and she is an incredible CrossFit athlete. She's been to the games. And And me and her have had some very, very funny exchanges about our experience at airports.
Okay, yeah.
For some reason, airport seems to be the place where we get comments about our body. I say we, but like I have personally, as have her. From my own personal story, even when I just came back from Australia, I was putting my bag onto the carousel for the guy to check it in, and he asked me how much I benched. And I was like, I said, probably more than you. But honestly, like these comments and these things, like Sarah has spoken to me about the fact that someone thought she was Hulk Hogan because she has bright blonde hair and is muscular. I've been mistaken for Ronda Rousey here in Dubai.
Oh, really?
And it's just crazy some of the things that different people have experienced. But I genuinely just think it showcases that being muscular isn't normal, and it needs to be normalized in society for people to ask you. I've been asked, could you beat me up when I was walking to the beach? I've been asked how much I benched. I was asked if I was going to compete, if I've done bodybuilding before. And I look at myself and think, do I have body dysmorphia? Because I don't see myself as this ridiculously, outrageously muscular girl. But for people to come and approach me and make those comments, it's like, is that something on me? But I would say probably a couple of years ago, I've been kind of offended by it. But now I feel really proud of it because I'm like, yeah, I work really hard and I love what my body can do. Maybe I could beat you up, but I'm not going to. And maybe I could outbench you.
Might get
Maybe I could bench more than you, and how impressive would that be? So I think of it as a positive thing, but I think it also depends on who you are. But yeah, those are some quite funny stories about different women's experiences and like views on it, and especially hearing that from some elite athletes, it does give you peace of mind as well.
Because what is it that, I suppose, let's say young girls or even women, what are they seeing in the world that's giving them this thought process, this perception to first go like, I need to be skinny if I want to be beautiful?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the social media was the start of it. I think Instagram caused a massive ruck in what beauty looks like. And you look back at...
Sorry, can I ask you, what should beauty look like? I mean,
I feel it's like size 0 US models, girls growing up on watching America's Next Top Model thinking this is what beauty looks like. And especially those programs identifying plus size models as girls who are size 8 and above. Like that puts a real like seed in your brain about, okay, well, if I'm a size 8, I'm plus sized. So women.
Well, it means you're overweight. I mean, is that what you're thinking?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's up for perception. But when they're explaining that plus size models are women who are size 8 and over, it definitely puts that into your brain, being like, well, if I want to be a model, if I want to be showcased on a magazine, I need to be this size. So I think that could also be a potential thing. But I also feel as I do think it is changing. And I think that especially on social media, a lot of influencers are using their platform to promote healthy living. But I almost think that it's going a little bit far in that it's forcing women to count calories and lose weight. And the idea of a healthy body still is to make sure you're in a calorie deficit. And especially for us women, they're like, oh yeah, intermittent fasting. Actually, if you look at research, there's so many problems with women doing intermittent fasting and having a low calorie diet because it massively impacts the female athlete triad, and it can impact your hormones and it can impact your bone density. And I feel like this whole idea that you need to be skinny to be beautiful is actually probably having some health like detriments on women as well.
Yeah, massively.
And I think that's really important for women to know and understand how to train in a way that's healthy, which is also why we want to educate women on different ways that you can train and have a healthy, balanced diet and a healthy, balanced lifestyle.
So my question for you then is, what's beautiful in your mind when it comes to a female? What was and what is? Because obviously this is a change now for you.
I mean, what was definitely to be as tiny as I could be. I felt like there was a point of time.
You mean thin or less fat or just
I think to be thin.
No
I
muscle
think that sort of idea of being thin, being able to wear anything. I remember being like, you could wear anything from Zara and you would still look amazing. And in my head, I was like, I could never just wear anything because it will make my shoulders look big, it will make my chest look big, it will make my legs look big. For ages, I couldn't wear jeans because my quads were bigger than my hips. So I'd either have jeans that were too big on my waist or were too small. And so I felt like I didn't fit in anything because my legs were so strong. But in my head at the time, it was like, oh, my legs are so big and I don't have a curve like other girls do. Like I had to wear leggings for a lot of the time because I couldn't find jeans that fit my body type. But I think now, beauty for me is having confidence in whatever you have. I think being able to show that you have confidence in your own body is one of the most beautiful things possible. And I think whether that is you finding a really healthy balance of training and eating, and I think it's really hard to define beauty because it comes in all shapes, sizes, and colors. And I think the fact that we are now showcasing that on a much broader level, it gives every girl who's growing up the opportunity to find what their beautiful is.
Well, that's where I find this, I suppose it's nearly hard to believe because beautiful is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So then when people put this massive judgment on themselves, and females in this case, and they talk about, oh, my shoulders, my back, my chest, my legs are too big. And it's funny what you just said there because like in some ways, I suppose, okay, so before being an athlete, and if you talk about females, and I know I've got a lot of friends that talk about their breast size and they're like saying whether they're an athlete or non-athlete, it seems like non-athletes want to have bigger breasts and athletes want to have smaller breasts. Yeah. It's like, we're never happy. Well, what's going on?
But I think that is it. Like you look even across, I spoke about the cultural differences across our communities. Like I remember I lived in Thailand for a year. I worked at a sports academy over there, and you could buy whitening cream for your skin. And women over there, they want to be as pale as possible. Girls over here, they want to be as tanned as possible. Yeah. Like I was even thinking the other day, I was like, oh, maybe I would try and get my hair curly. And one of the girls was complaining that her hair doesn't dry quick enough and would like my hair. And it's just, I think everyone wants
males go through the same thing as well. But no,
I think there is. I think, as you said, beauty is massively in the eye of the beholder, and I think it's just learning to. You as the beholder to find the beauty that you have in yourself and run with it. I think you look in the mirror and you look and find things you don't like about yourself. And I remember having those. Super
easy to do.
Yeah, very easy to do because actually it's a lot easier to find flaws. If I was to ask myself, what are my 3 weaknesses, I could probably tell them. But if you to say,
what are they?
No, let's not do that now. Let's not do that now. But if you were to ask me my strengths, I would probably find it a bit harder to find like positivity in myself. Now, probably more so than a couple of years back, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot easier to pick flaws in yourself than it is to find the beauty that you have with yourself as well.
There lays the problem as far as like the ability to be able to share, the ability to be able to talk about it openly.
Yeah.
And that's where people put themselves into this unbelievable world of, if I say this, I'm going to get judged.
Yeah.
I've got big shoulders and I don't want to tell anybody. I don't want to speak about it.
Yeah.
But as soon as they do, oh, wow, you have the same thought? You think you got big shoulders too? And it allows people to open up, which is like what you're doing with the Girls Love Curls is the massive reason behind it's a safe space to open up. Where is that, in your opinion, where is that block for people to be able to open up? Like, and I've got this whole thing about if you want to truly be yourself, you need to be true to yourself by first just saying what you feel.
Yeah.
Just be honest. Like, otherwise you're living with this mask on until you lift that mask off, you won't have true freedom in your life, right? And so with females, obviously, and males too, but I mean, with the female side of it, how do you lift the mask off? How do you build the confidence to be strong enough as a woman to share? Because women share more than men do. I mean, men don't talk to each other about open the thing. With women, it's quite common. I'm not a woman, but I mean, you know, I go through the battles as a male to be able to openly share. And over in probably the last 2 years, it's like, I don't even care. Like, I'll just share
Yeah.
makes them feel uncomfortable sometimes.
Yeah.
But you know, for women it's different because it's so much easier to share. So why is there still that issue or that struggle to open up about themselves or to judge themselves so much harder?
Yeah.
Because they have the support groups.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that, as you said, women are much better at sharing. And I feel like I think women are now more aware of the fact that women have gone through the same thing and have experienced the same feelings. And I do feel like it is changing and women can speak more about how they feel. But being vulnerable is really difficult because it showcases part of you that you don't often showcase to the world. I know I'm a big oversharer. I tell people a lot of stuff about myself and my thoughts and my feelings, and just experiences. But also sometimes, for example, I wrote down this big paragraph about one of the reasons, kind of like one of my origin stories for Girls of Girls, about the fact it's like, I know I have big boobs, and that unfortunately for me at the time made me feel big and not very athletic. And then like my friends like Sophie was like, oh, well, yeah, you have big boobs. Like every girl wants big boobs. And I'm like, but for me, that was a really big trigger. And so finding that balance of like, oh, I feel like I'm complaining to you about something that actually you like or you want. I remember when I was traveling with one of my friends, she asked to borrow a top from me and she put it on and was like, oh, I can't wear this. This is too big. And I was like, and then she put on her own top and went, oh, I feel so big in this. And it's like, okay, I understand you feel big in this. And in that moment, I was like, do you understand that by you wearing something of mine and saying it was too big and then you putting on your own clothes that are 3 sizes too small, like smaller than me, and then saying you're big, that actually makes me feel even worse. But like being able to have that conversation and trying not to cause problems with girls, I think especially, it is difficult. But I think if we can just normalize the fact of having those difficult conversations, girls don't want to be judged. Girls sometimes keep their cards a bit close to their chest because they said they don't want to say the wrong thing or hurt people's feelings. I think it's just normalizing and having conversation where you can just be like, I understand, and this is how I feel. And I think that is something that we can really promote.
So how honest are these conversations? Like when women do openly talk to each other, how honest are the conversations then? Because from what you're saying, it feels like the conversation probably is. I know when a guy talks to a guy, it's ridiculously honest. It's just pure raw.
Yeah.
Like there's no about hiding feelings. Once he opens up, he'll open up.
Yeah.
But then like you're saying here is that sometimes what it feels like you're saying is that women don't open up. They talk more, but they don't actually open up truly about how they're feeling. Is that correct to say? Or
I think it depends. Like obviously with the Girls of Girls community, we are trying to encourage women to talk more about how they feel and their experience in the fitness space. Now, we're not expecting women who are strangers to start opening up about all their childhood trauma immediately, but like girls have their close friends and you can air that with your close friends. But it's almost having that environment at Girls of Girls where one of the things we did a Valentine's Day pizza night. And with all of our pizzas, there was a little question that asked you something that maybe you wouldn't have even thought to question or thought about asking. And we just asked the girls to have those conversations with someone they felt comfortable with. We don't necessarily need them to talk to every single girl in the community about it. But there's girls who were there who turned up alone. There was girls who were there who were in a partner. And whether they're having that conversation with someone super close to them or they've actually met a girl as part of this community and they've actually bonded over the fact that they actually had a similar experience, that's what we're trying to push. And so obviously finding someone or finding a space where you're comfortable to share openly and have those deeper conversations, I think is really important. And that's why we don't just want to do a workout. Well done, you've improved your confidence in lifting. See you later. We want it to be
there's lots of underlying issues actually that you need to get into.
Strength in every single aspect. Having the strength to have the conversation, having the strength to lift a barbell, having the strength to actually say, I found that really hard. And actually I don't really know if I have the confidence to do this. And being able to then go and speak to someone about it. Like, we want to build strength in the ability to have those conversations, as well as the physical strength and the physical side of it as well.
In the world, I suppose you want to say, no, put it like this, women have this, I don't want to lift heavy because I'm going to get big muscles.
Oh, yep.
It's a very common, very, very common.
Yeah.
It's the battle that everyone kind of goes through. What is it that, what's the why? What's the whole thing with the big muscles? Is it because of beauty? Is it judgment? Is it not being able to find a partner? Is it what is that one?
I think I honestly, I can't put my finger on it. But if I was to sort of make a guess, or based on experiences and conversations that I've had with women, it's I don't want to look too muscular because it's associated with being masculine. And it's also associated, I think, with physical sports, and it's associated with being aggressive and associated with being maybe angry, being in a wrestling, boxing situation that shows a different side of strength. I've had a conversation with a girl before, and I said, "Oh, I've not seen you at the gym in ages." And she was like, "Yeah, I don't do upper body sessions anymore because I've got my wedding in 6 weeks and I don't want my arms to get too muscular." And in my head, I was like,
cringing
what?
right now. Cringing.
What? I was like, I want my arms to be muscular, but women have different ideas of what beauty is, and we're not here expecting that we're going to change that overnight. But we want our platform to be a space where you look at someone else who is muscular and be like, that's normal, and that's beautiful, and that's okay. And I'd like to look like that. And having inspirational people in our community who look like that, who break that idea that being muscular is masculine. We want to redefine what strength looks like. Especially for me, I'm very much a girly girl. I know I have muscles, but I love getting dressed up, and I love showcasing what I can do being in the gym, lifting heavy, but also getting dressed up and having a nice dress on and heels, and being that ultra feminine side of it as well. But I think I think it's the fact that muscles are associated with masculinity, muscles are associated with being big, and taking up space. And we spoke about Michaela before, but like the Ilona Maher effect, I think has had a massive impact on girls, especially across the US, about what that looks like. So I think we're on a really positive trajectory of changing it. I think there is so much work that we still can do. And as I said, the spectrum between different cultures is crazy big. So it's just going to be really exciting to see how we can make a positive impact to women across all of our communities.
When it comes to fitness, lifting, this is, I suppose, the kind of center point, because the world's becoming more aware about fitness, health, and they're more conscious about their health as well, because they want longevity. I mean, the world's changing, people living longer. Fitness becomes a big part of that. There's a lot of education out there about how strength improves your way of life as you become older as well. There's also going to be a balance in people's minds. I don't think there does, but people want to have this balance of, okay, I need to be healthy, I need to be fit. You're saying I need to be stronger in order to have a better way of life. But then I don't want to lift because I'm going to look too big. So they're under this wall,
Seems like it's catch-22.
literally but you get into the gym environment and you lift, but still within a gym environment, there's still the same stigma of, I don't want to lift too heavy, I don't want to go too hard, I don't want to sweat, because it's improper. I don't want to, like you just mentioned earlier about falling onto the floor, doesn't look feminine as a way. Numbers create change because numbers bring power to people. Is it the only way to do that to get more numbers? Or is there other ways that people can feel more comfortable with themselves, to be themselves, to perform better, and not to have to worry about, oh, look, I want to be a lady, I want to be so feminine, Is there something else that they can do besides that, away from the gym, to build their confidence in your mind?
I just think being everyone's biggest cheerleader and being there to support every woman on whatever journey they're on in fitness. I think it's so important that we are supporting the women around us and the men around us on whatever journey they're taking. Because it's not. It's a positive movement. We want it to be the fact that girls see other girls in the gym and you go, that's amazing. You're doing so well. And having that ability to give someone a compliment, which is sometimes quite difficult.
Yeah.
And as I said, I think the best way to do it is to support each other. I think numbers helps because you feel like you're part of something. And I think that's why Girls of Girls is growing, because you feel like you're part of some of like-minded women who have all experienced same thing. They're all going towards a common goal, which is to be the best version of themselves in whatever that looks like. So I don't necessarily, I think strength in numbers is always going to be beneficial, because if you have women all singing from the same hymn sheet about the positivity of the women around you, it's going to make you feel positive about yourself.
100%. What is it for you that you've got to do daily, or you've got to talk to people, read certain things? What are you trying to do to get to that space of freedom, I suppose it is, and the mental freedom?
I definitely don't think I'm there yet. I don't know if anyone ever is there.
Totally. We never will be.
But I think for me, it's just embodying everything that I stand for. And I try and treat myself like my own best friend. That's something that I read in a book called The Kindness Method a while ago. And I try and apply it to myself if I'm having a bad day. If I was my own best friend and I'm telling myself, oh my God, I look so bad in that photo that they took of me at the gym, would I say that to my friend? No. I'd say, it's like, it might not be your best photo, but look how much you've improved, or look how much weight you are lifting, or look, actually, it doesn't matter the way you look. That's a moment in time. So practicing what I preach is difficult sometimes. But as I said,
sometimes or all the time?
Sometimes.
I'd
say sometimes, because I notice my behaviors more, I feel, especially in the last couple of years, I've noticed there's like that negative talk. And sometimes if I'm having that sort of negative feeling, I've recognized it a bit quicker and I can revert back to a positive mindset. But yeah, I'd say the way in which I try and promote it is to treat myself like my own best friend, really.
Where do you feel women have the biggest weakness when it comes to sharing or being open about these privileges they have? Like, my legs are too big, I don't want to get strong.
I think the biggest thing is the judgment, is the fear of someone not feeling the same way and you feeling like you've come across an emotion that someone can't empathize with. Sometimes having those thoughts builds a bit of a barrier between you and the person you want to have a conversation with. Sometimes I find it a lot easier to have conversations with girls who I maybe would assume have had similar thought processes to those who have nothing to do with health and fitness. I have friends who aren't involved in fitness space at all. They don't go to the gym, haven't probably done anything to do with sports since we left school. And if I was to have a conversation about the way that I feel like my body looks, and maybe ways in which that I have different problems with how I look, if I'm telling them about it, they might not have that same thought process. Me being like, oh, I feel like I'm too muscular. And there's a girl my friend who I'm speaking to, she never had that thought process in her mind at all. It's very hard to have that kind of conversation with people like that. Not that that's a negative thing, but then that's why we have spaces like Girls of Girls where you can have those kind of conversations. Maybe girls who have had those sort of experiences.
Obviously, the groups do help people give the freedom to speak. But like, majority of the time, we're not around these groups, right? No. That's the hardest part of it.
Yeah.
So confidence, I think, the confidence within themselves. So there's a bit of a catch-22 here as well, because they say better you are as far as your fitness. If you're more fitter you are, the healthier you are, usually the more confidence you can have. Now, for me, confidence comes from just a repetition in knowing something in anything. Like, you can be a confident speaker, but they'd be very unconfident talking one-to-one. Or you could be very confident doing lifting, but they're very unconfident doing cardio.
Yeah.
For another example there.
Absolutely.
So for me, like, the practice of repetition is what builds confidence in each space. But how do you get to the point of trying to build repetition when you're trying to free yourself from the judgment of, like, not big is beautiful, but athletic is beautiful, performance is beautiful as a female? Like,
yeah, I think it kind of goes back to that positive self-talk, trying to repeat that positive self-talk to yourself, saying, this is how I feel and this is a good thing. Trying to change your own mindset. Instead of, if I repeated to myself, I don't look good in the mirror, I don't look good in the mirror every single day, your confidence will diminish.
Sure, yeah.
And if you're looking at yourself in the mirror and every single day trying to find one thing that's positive about yourself, and you're repeating different things that you like about yourself, you're developing confidence in the fact that you are owning who you are and you're finding beauty in who you are, for example. And as I said, I think having that opportunity to practice skills and practice fitness and within an environment where you don't feel judged as well, and having developed the confidence almost behind closed doors, so that when you are in a space, maybe you're in a busier gym, you have that confidence. You go, actually, I can go to the squat rack and I am going to squat because I know what I'm doing, and I don't feel like I need to prove myself to anyone else.
Do you think healthier women or stronger women have better relationships?
I honestly don't know if I could answer that question. I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Because like if fitness, from the parody of, if fitness is supposed to improve confidence, then the ability to be yourself should kind of, well, in some ways spill over into a potentially a better relationship. If the brain functions better, if the body functions better, could it deal with stresses or freedoms? Do you personally think it may help, or?
I honestly, I wouldn't be able to give you an actual scientific answer, but I feel
it's never going to be scientific.
No, I know, but I feel like having health and fitness and having something that you love and you develop your own confidence in, and said can create confidence in yourself, and maybe that means that you have deeper connections with people because you're more confident in opening up. But as I said, I think it's finding your people and finding the people around you that you can have those connections with, developing, whether it's a personal relationship or romantic relationship, you can also find that like-minded idea and develop a relationship over those sort of ideas. But I think you could have that across different aspects of your life as well.
I mean, for me, totally 100%. Fitness brings better relationships because it allows you to be fitter, to be more active, to be able to do things, be inclusive in movement with people. And usually when people are moving, they're usually more positive because there's a chemical change in the body for that. So not that it means into romantic relationships or anything like that, but I mean, as far as the relationships, I think it definitely has a better impact to deal with. If you know, even with a friendship, if you're arguing with each other, you're not feeling as confident because you're feeling down or you're lower on energy. The impact, I think, there's a massive impact from that point of view.
I didn't think of it like that, but also I guess when you're talking about like team sports as well, from coming from like a rugby background and that my experience in netball, like being able to be part of a team and understanding different people have different good days and bad days.
Massively.
I guess having a healthy, I didn't even think of it like that. That's
and
very
even
true.
the other side of it too is like the ability to be involved in the first place.
Yeah.
And be able to and it happens in sports, the better you are at the sport, the more attention you'll grab from people. Like people want to talk to you because they want to either find out about how you do it, how you evolve and stuff like that. I think the reason I'm asking this is because there's more fitness competitions now available for people to get involved in.
Absolutely.
So it's not just about doing it for sport, it's about doing for fitness itself. You can compete and get involved with people and meet other people within this environment. There's opportunities to travel, not just do it locally within your gym, but maybe around your country or overseas as well. So then with women, because I think there's I suppose it's been like that with a lot of sports, and with fitness, women getting into fitness, there's less women doing the fitness, obviously, but the space of how women are growing in that fitness space, like, because the game is so competitive and there's so many more people, I think, in fitness in a ratio to men, if that makes sense. Like there's less men playing, there's more men playing most sports than there are women. But in fitness, I feel that their ratio is far closer together because it's so much more inclusive. Like the more the running events, there's more females than there is males as far as running, or cycling is the same kind of thing. Fitness events particularly, it helps. How much does that support the community for Girls Lift Girls? Like, getting involved with fitness events, does all the girls, is that their kind of goals to compete or at least be involved socially?
Yeah, so I think that's a really interesting point. But what we're trying to do isn't necessarily, we don't need to force women to compete if they don't want to. We want women to do it for themselves at the end of the day. But we'd also, one thing we're really, really excited about in October is we have the Butterfly Effect coming over to Dubai.
Okay.
And that is a women's only CrossFit, functional fitness style event that we're hosting here.
Very cool.
In collaboration with them. And Butterfly Effect really align with all of our values. And we're really excited that that's happening in October 3rd, Saturday, first weekend of Breast Cancer Awareness Month as well, which is very close to my heart too. And one thing that we're trying to do in sort of the lead up to that is monthly we're putting on workouts and activations where we are working towards that event. It's teams of 3 women. There's beginners, intermediate, and RX standard. RX is like elite in CrossFit, I guess. And we are monthly putting on these workshops for women to improve their confidence so that if they want to be involved in the competition, then they can, and they have something to work towards. So we've almost, in our community environment here in Dubai, we've given the girls that exact thing. We've given them an opportunity to be involved in a women's only competition where they're competing behind, not necessarily completely behind closed doors, but they're in a women's only environment where they're learning what competition can look like, and then it's not supposed to be crazy scary, and you can compete for fun, and it's going to be an incredibly fun, liberating, exciting event with so many women who are going to, I think, absolutely love it. So that's one thing that we are trying to do is we're exposing those women to competing. But as I said, I think you can find joy in whatever you do within fitness. And if that does mean that you and your little group of friends go to the gym and you train and you don't compete, then that's also fine too. But we just want to normalize the fact that you can, and there's opportunity to do that, which is awesome.
Is there a point that gets normalized?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I feel like it is. I feel like it is shifting, but culturally it is different across. But I definitely feel like in Dubai, in the expat community, it is very normal for girls too. But we are also in Dubai, and there is a local community who are involved in the fitness space as well.
Yeah.
And there is also expat women who have different views about fitness and what beauty standards and stuff look like. So we're just trying to be a community where girls can see what we're doing and try it and see if it's something that they want to be involved with, right?
If it fits with them or doesn't fit with them type of thing goes on there. How much of the nutrition then, is it a focus for you guys on nutrition? Because obviously there's a lot of things out in the media that talk about nutrition. That's what you should eat if you want to be lean, if you want to be muscular, if you want to be whatever you want to be particularly. Yeah. How much of it do you find, or how many, first of all, like, is nutrition a big talking point for people that want to get stronger, for females?
It is definitely a huge talking point. And as I said, I think in an environment where you're constantly told, you need to count your calories and make sure you're in a deficit, it's really important that we are teaching women that if you are strength training, that you are eating properly and you're eating enough. I know, and I hold my hands up, that I am not a good eater. I really have to think about when I'm going to eat and how much I'm going to eat, because I don't eat enough food for how much I train. So again, that's one thing that I am trying to get better at myself personally. And I think that comes from my own upbringing of just not wanting to be big. But I know that actually if I want to train to get stronger, then I need to eat the amount of calories and the amount of macros in order to get stronger. For us at Girls Lift Girls, in the last couple of months, our main aim hasn't necessarily been nutrition, because we've been focusing on just the idea of strength training, but it is something that we are looking to push more. We have an event in a week or so's time, depending on when this comes out, which we've got different women in the community coming to speak about supplements and what creatine, the benefits of creatine, benefits of whey, BCAAs, etc., and when to take them, what to take, what to look for, even on labels. Even things like almond milk, oat milk, the fact that that's a huge fad, and actually you look at all the ingredients and is it better for you? Probably not, depending on what you buy. So it is something that we really want to push and look into, and we definitely want to do some more nutrition talks. And we have spoken to a few meal plans and different different companies in Dubai about what that looks like. But we also want to find something that really aligns with us. And so
Massively.
we do want to push it because it is really important.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Can I ask about the side of when it comes to getting stronger, lifting? There's a massive talk about protein. Make sure you have enough, like a pound per kilo.
Yeah.
Right. And so females have this thing about a lot of salads. That's the stigma before. You want to eat salads, you want to look good, you eat salads. You don't eat meat.
Yeah.
So a lot of women turn to, like, there's a lot of, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of protein sources in plant foods, but, you know, a lot of people go back to the chicken, the fish, the steak. What's the kind of the talking point for females when it comes to having meat? Is there, because I'm sure that's a space where, you know, have a steak, it's fine. But then a lot of women that I know in the space don't want to have steak, which is fine. That's not the point. But I mean, the protein talk.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Honestly, it's interesting you say that because I was brought up on meat and veg and carbs. It's like, what are we having for dinner? Lamb mash veg. What are we having for dinner? Chicken, rice, veg. I was
Good hearty meals.
Yeah, I had a very bland diet as a kid, probably, but it was all just based around a protein and a carb and a veg. And sometimes I do think that the fitness space can be really overwhelming with so much research. One minute they tell you to ice bath, then they tell you, oh, don't do it too cold though. And then one minute they tell you, or too long, or too short, or make sure the bath is the right size for your body. And it's like, sometimes being basic and just doing the basics right is important. I don't necessarily feel, especially I guess in my circle of friends, that like having salads and that kind of thing is our like go-to. I think having friends who are in the rugby scene, we eat a lot of food. Yeah, like we eat a lot of food. But I think it's just doing the basics well and making sure that you're eating enough. I reckon most women who are involved in fitness probably don't eat enough. And I think that is probably one thing that I would just, if I was to encourage anyone to do anything from their nutrition, is make sure you're eating enough. Because if you're trying to lose weight and you're not eating enough, you probably won't lose weight. If you're trying to get stronger and you're not eating enough, you probably won't get stronger either. So I don't want to encourage people to count their calories and be super, super on it, but I just think be mindful of what you're eating and make sure you're doing yourself justice, whatever you're doing.
So funny you say that, because I'm like, no, you need to count, and in some ways, or at least know what's going into your body in order to be dropping, lifting,
I just
gaining.
think it can be triggering for some people.
Massively.
That's sort of the.
But that's the learning though, that people have to go through, and it's not going to be for everyone.
No.
People need to find their way to get to that point.
Yeah.
But it's like normalized. There's a lot of things you need normalized in fitness.
Yeah.
Lifting is one of them. I think understanding the amount of calories you put into your body, or the foods you put into your body, because the world has become from a place of it's okay to have your chips, it's okay to have sweets, it's, have your cheat meals, have your crappy meals, or you're feeling bad, don't worry, have an ice cream, da 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 da. That's, we're talking about decades of habitual stuff put into people in all cultures, and to break that in a decade is. That's long. That's not going to happen. So it's going to take longer. So then females can go into that space of away from, like, it's easy for you because you've been in that space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Athletic. It's the change of, it's the people that aren't in that 1% to coming into that are used to, if I want to be beautiful, like social media, then I've got to have salads and I can't have too much. And so, a lot. Because what I want to kind of go with this is just quickly down the lines of, there is still a big battle against beauty is skinny, and that will take time. But with those small wins, need to come think about food. Yeah, they're still out. I mean, there's a big female issue of being bulimic, or going through bulimia is like that's still present in today's world. And even it comes. I know athletes that still do this. They don't want to eat too much because of exactly the same issue, or they have to feel light.
Yeah,
stuff like. Have you encountered people, or have you yourself gone through that? Where you just like you don't want to eat something because I have friends who have experienced eating disorders. Myself personally, I haven't necessarily experienced an eating disorder, but I know when, for example, I had my knee surgery in July, I was incredibly worried about putting on weight because I wasn't training as much. I probably went to the extreme that I was training 2 hours a day, doing upper body, my right leg,
anything that I possibly could to make sure that didn't happen. And I definitely got to a point where I found training very addictive. And I, again, probably wasn't eating enough at that time. But I wouldn't necessarily go down the sense it was an eating disorder, because I was still eating, but I know I was just massively overtraining for probably my body needing to recover. But as I said, eating disorders are incredibly complex, and as I said, it is incredibly frequent that girls, especially younger girls, are experiencing it. And I used to be a teacher, and I've experienced firsthand dealing with children who are currently going through that. But I think that also goes down the route of being a role model for those girls, and being in that space with women, saying like, you don't have to be a stick thin to be beautiful. But I think that comes from, again, the support system around them as well.
You're doing some incredible things, like as a community. Like, it seems to be like regular events which are happening. You got some big plans for the future, like the butterfly effect's one of them. What's another couple of things? Like, that's what I'm kind of leave people with here now. How they get involved, because I'm sure people want to free themselves and get involved with the community.
Absolutely. So the best way to get involved with Girls If Girls is initially to follow us on Instagram at Girls If Girls. On the link in the bio, you can join our WhatsApp group. And on the WhatsApp group, we have a lot of girls on there. Don't worry, there's not going to be pinging messages all the time. It's only for announcements. We know that's everyone has WhatsApp and no one wants to be bombarded with messages. But if you're on the WhatsApp group, you get the first opportunity to join the events, especially when they're capped. They often sell out when they're on the WhatsApp group. So the best place to be is on the WhatsApp group that you can join with the link in the bio. We also do have a website, Girls If Girls, and we are going to be girlsifgirls.com, girls-lift-girls.com. We missed the one without the dashes, annoyingly, but so we are going to be posting more and stuff on there as well. So we are looking to do, as I said, monthly events in Dubai. We also, if you're based in Hong Kong or have friends in Hong Kong or in Australia, we have grown our communities out there, and we are looking to do them in the UK. They're massively growing on a volunteer basis. So girls who want to be involved and want to help us grow the communities across the world, that's what we're looking to do and achieve. So we're really excited about Butterfly Effect. That's probably our biggest thing that's happening this year. And we're really excited about everything to come.
It is. You got this massive smile on your face. You can see the buzz, the energy. So I'm loving that.
Honestly,
it's brilliant.
I didn't realize how important it was to me until we started it. I didn't realize how much of an impact this whole journey would have actually had on my own self-reflection. So the fact that we've grown it to a point where we have so many girls across the world being involved in this conversation, in this movement, and what we're trying to do, it's just incredible. And it takes a lot for me to be proud of what I'm doing, but I'm really proud of what I'm doing, because it is an incredible platform for women to learn and grow and be supported, and that's what we're just trying to do. The
impact is massive. Like, probably the big thing is you won't even realize most of the impact you have been having. You know what I mean? So, because a lot of people they don't go, oh yeah, it changed my life. Like, some will obviously, but there's other people that the unheard of stories that are out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I moved to Dubai 5 years ago and I was a teacher, and then I left teaching just to pursue a different job and to do graphic design and social media. And this was probably one of my projects of me trying to make a brand and figure out how it works. So I do feel like we've grown it in such an organic, incredible way. And so I left a job to try and pursue a dream of doing something completely different. And so the fact that this has taken off, and we are growing in different communities and working with some global brands, like we have a partnership with Whoop, and we worked with Gymshark here, and it's just incredible. It's incredible that also these big entities are understanding the importance of what we do, and they're trying to showcase that, because they obviously understand that it is a really important thing. So that's what we're trying to look to do this year, is to grow that understanding across those platforms and get those governments, those big brands to be involved in what we're doing, so that we can grow it even more. So cool. I'll say a massive thank you for just sharing the passion, sharing the knowledge and the insights behind it. And everyone itself is like, there's problems in the world, but that's life. But then the more support we can have with people, then the better. So get involved with the communities and
just reach out because you need to get that support out
Yeah.
there. So thank you, Jim. Really appreciate your time.
Absolutely, pleasure.
Awesome. Guys, I wanted to bring in a special guest here that has basically had passion, desire, and then the willpower and the courage to go and chase a dream. And it's come from experience. It's come from just the willingness to want to do. And so I think there's too many people out here that they kind of have a dream or they just have a thought and it just gets pushed to the wayside. So in today's episode, what we're going to talk about is just hopefully things that will give you the courage and the confidence to take the step in the right direction that allows you to do the things that make you happy and gives you the confidence to do it. So with that said, Omar, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's great. This is going to be an awesome one because what you've gone through with your journey is just like, to give you a quick backstory on this one.
Okay.
Went to a running group, it was only a few days ago, literally just started going along, you have a conversation and I like to have a bit more of an in-deep conversation, and then you start mentioning about what you're an architect, and I was like, okay, cool, that's all something different. But then you completely flip the script and then tell me about the scuba diving inside of things and the experiences you're creating in the. It's not a side hustle. Well, it's kind of a side hustle.
You can say it is, yeah.
Yeah, totally. But so let's give people, before we get into that and give them unravel and pull back the curtains to all those kind of secrets and those barriers and the feelings you had to went through, the ups and downs. What is it for you that was, first of all, what is it that you do in a day to day, and what's encouraged you to get into the space, the scuba diving space? Or when was it that you got encouraged to go into that scuba diving space?
Okay. First of all, if I may introduce myself, I'm Omar.
100%.
I'm an architect. I'm actually a project manager working in construction in Dubai Holding. And going to the next thing that you were asking about, that what got me to scuba diving in the first place. Actually, I've loved the sea since I was a child. My dad actually forced me, like most of us, to learn swimming at a very young age.
Just threw in the pool?
Yeah,
or?
exactly. Threw me in the pool, threw me in the sea.
Nice.
And I remember one time when we went on one summer trip to Sharm el-Sheikh on the Red Sea, which is an amazing place to snorkel and dive. I've tried snorkeling over there, and I was just amazed with the colors and the fish and the visibility. Cool. Like it was just like a different world, like that you just see and it captures you. It captures your imagination.
So cool.
And I used to remember, like, I didn't have any connection with scuba diving at that time, and I didn't even know anything about it. But I remember, like, playing on shore, like, and enjoying building my castles and stuff. Seeing these people going out of water, wearing all this gear, looking very cool, everything's black and, masks and tanks and stuff. All of that actually shows, like, what is this? Like, it really just got me curious, but...
Yeah. They say sparks, right? Sparks curiosity as well.
Yeah, exactly. But I was young at that age. I wasn't really tempted to... I didn't know that this is something a child can do even at that time. And days passed, and later on, I had this image back in my head for a while.
Playing over and over again, yeah.
Until at some point, I just decided during a vacation I had also in Egypt and in the Red Sea, on the Red Sea in Dahab, to try diving. And actually, I didn't have enough time to either try it or take the full course. And for some reason, I just decided, you know what? I'm going to take the full course. And I just got hooked. Just like that. In 2017, I think that happened, yeah.
They always ask, do you remember your first? And so...
of course I did.
Reaction, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. It was my first dive and my first and last panic attack ever I had in my life.
Really?
I swear.
Wow.
Yeah, to be honest, not everyone, of course, but a lot of people just find it a bit weird to breathe through their mouth.
Yes.
And you just feel that it's like you're not having enough air. It feels a bit weird. And the noises, because everything sounds amplified, underwater. So it's a little bit weird. Your brain doesn't really comprehend it in the beginning. I finished the first dive with a mini panic attack.
What happened exactly?
I was just like, the first session of the course is funny. Everybody who did the course knows about that. And it's the most annoying skill that they teach you. You go down the water and you're supposed to sit down, breathe, remove your mask, put it on again, and clear it from water. And trust me, it's a very confusing feeling because now you have like your nose in the water and you're breathing through your mouth, and it's a lot of stuff. It's overwhelming. I actually panicked. I couldn't do it.
Okay. How deep did you do this?
No, you do it on in a pool or on shore. Like in my own situation, I just did it on shore.
Okay.
It's like 3 meter, 4 meter deep, nothing really that
Yeah.
serious. Yeah. Forced myself, did it, and I was like, that night, you know what? Next day I should be more calm. I should be in a more peaceful, mindset. Or
Yeah.
went there, was a better day. Did part of my skills of the course. And by the third day, which I was supposed to finish the course, I was just like in the last dive, I was just hooked.
Wow.
Even the instructor was so calm to the limit that I think he was a bit worried. Right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was
Is
like,
he coming back in? What's going on?
I'm hooked to that.
Yeah.
And funny thing, he was also an engineer who left engineering and went into scuba diving. So somehow I was like,
really?
Yeah, I told him one day maybe I'll
You
be
can
sitting
relate
next
to that a
you.
little bit.
Yeah.
So then on that, because I know so many people that go on through the fact of they got a high pressure job, or they have a very busy 9 to 5 with it. Well, a 9 to 5 that becomes like a 7 to 7 type of thing.
Oh my God,
you know
tell
what I
me
mean?
about it. Yeah.
And so like it's great money, but then everyone's like they get to a point where, what am I doing this work for? I've got to break free, and I know it's a big thing for a lot of people. They go like, and they they have a moment in life where they come across and they go like, I don't want to be stuck doing 7-7. Like, why am I working all these hours for if I'm not doing anything with my life? Like there's there's an eye-opening moment that everybody's having. You're still in the space. I mean, like, yeah. And so now, and then, okay, so go a little bit further forward. Not only did he do the course, he now delivers the courses as well. So explain that journey from, okay, obviously you had a big passion for it.
Yeah.
But what is it? Why become your master?
Okay. To be honest, it just, one thing led to the other. Took the course. As I told you, I really enjoyed being underwater. It's a different world that you're exploring. Nature, but in a different shape. Like we're used to maybe going to a zoo, going to a forest, going to a hike in the mountain. But when you start to explore the other 70% of the planet that you do not really normally see on your
literally
daily
most of the
basis,
planet, right? It's underwater. Yeah, totally.
70%, and you start to see the creatures that some of them are like just like aliens, man. And you start to find majesty into the whole experience. It starts to grow on you. It starts to grow on you bit by bit. So one thing led to the other. I started diving even more, started taking more courses. I completed my dive master in 2021, if I'm right. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
2021. And I was like, you know what? I enjoy this sport so much, and I noticed how much, like this is something that's not about divers. We talk about diving 24/7. If we're astronaut, it's something that just grows on you, and you
don't get me started.
Yeah, exactly. And you wish to show everyone what you're experiencing, what you're seeing, because you really feel it's really special. You do a connection. You have a connection to the ocean, and when you have an encounter with a specific creature, all of these feelings, get you to really want to show others the ocean, get them to experience that.
Yeah, it's a different experience every time.
Yeah,
as well, right? So I mean,
even in the same place.
Yeah,
like you can do 100 dives in the same place, and still the ocean will manage to surprise you.
Yeah,
no dive is like the other.
Literally, that's What's it like then to be teaching others?
To be honest, I reached the level of dive master. Dive master is allowed to actually guide people in diving. Like if there is a group of divers, you're allowed to guide them through the dive sites, ones you know or even ones you don't. And we have something called a buddy system in diving, where each person should always have a buddy with him underwater, because he's your redundancy. If God forbid any kind of emergency happens, it's always your buddy.
Yeah.
But you always need a guide to take you around underwater. Teaching is the next step.
Yep.
But to be honest, for some reason, I didn't feel it for me, at least yet.
Yeah,
God
totally.
knows, maybe I will be doing that later. But for now, the parts that I really felt more passionate about is to see more places, new places,
Yeah.
have more experiences. This is what took me in a different direction
Totally.
later on.
Let's get into that.
Yeah. It took me-
So the flying fish, the side hustle.
Yeah.
We can talk about that game.
yeah.
It's such a unique thing that I'm aged. It's okay, I can say that. But like, I'm confident with that. But like, I've never heard of this concept. So can you explain, first of all, the idea, and then the delivery, like why you are doing what you're doing now with this?
Okay, first of all, Flying Fish Travel is a travel agency slash travel operator, which operates in the UAE. And the company mainly specializes in preparing and executing travel packages and trips to different parts of the world, specialized mainly in diving activities or I would say water sports related also to the sea, to the ocean, to the marine life. The company is a little bit unique because we don't have much of these in the Middle East. We have maybe a couple of trials here and there, but it's a bit of a new concept. It's maybe more popular in places that are further. Maybe there are some in Europe, some in the US, and mainly because these areas are a bit far from the diving countries and diving locations, so it's a bit harder to reach.
Yeah.
Further destinations, countries that nobody knows about. But here in the Middle East, it's still a new concept because the scuba diving itself is still a growing sport.
Yeah.
Though we have a lot of very beautiful places to dive in here in the Middle East.
Yeah.
But it's still a new sport. It's a growing sport. And that was the whole idea behind the company.
The awareness exposure, because like I say, like people don't know, like people hear scuba dive, like that's the whole stigma, right? Scuba diving, you put a tank on and you dive down. I mean, in New Zealand, it's very different. Like people go scuba diving to go get food. That's what they,
exactly.
that's what they go to it. But it's more of a leisure, like a scenic or experience type of thing. And that's where I suppose the travel side of it comes in as well. But there's so many, like, let's touch on that because there is so many places that you can go scuba diving here in the UAE, right?
Yeah, there is a lot in the area. Like, there is you can dive in Fujairah. Fujairah has a lot of, actually, most of the east coast of the UAE has nice places to dive, starting from Deba in the north, going south to Kalba. All of these areas have nice dive sites. And there is even a lot that's getting explored. There is also some other sites in Ras Al Khaimah.
What, because they've been unexplored before, or the...
If you think about it, what's a dive site?
Yeah.
Just to give you a small brief, like, a dive site is just, it's mainly a place where there is, let's say, a rock formation in the water that gives a chance to coral reef to attach to something and grow, helped with ocean currents that brings maybe plankton and small stuff for the small fish to eat, smaller creature start to come to the place, bigger creatures follow, and then you have a full ecosystem.
There you go, Brian.
So there is no specific location where you can find a dive site. Still, till date, a lot of dive sites are being explored everywhere in the world, not only in
it's more like a preference type thing more than anything else. Like you like going to this spot, this is your favorite spot type of thing. That how people become, how it becomes how does it become a popular dive spot for that way? Is it because it's more unique, the reef's more unique, the ground's more unique, the rock, the creatures, the fish? For example, so it's easy. Here's an easy example: the Great Barrier Reef. That's just massive corals, got beautiful fish. There's so many different fish. Blah, 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 blah. So that's why people go, type of thing.
Exactly.
That's a spot because, but like, and Egypt's got these beautiful spots as well. There's these main spots. What is it for you? What do you look for when you do this? About a travel agency, now with Flying Fish, you're taking people on experiences at other places as well. What is an experience? Would you describe the experiences that you most enjoy?
Okay, that's a very hard question to ask. It's like asking a chef which food is your favorite. Like,
true, but this and this and this and this.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit hard.
Yeah,
but to be honest, there are different kind of divers that who are out there that actually have different interests underwater. So you have the divers that prefers the experience of diving itself. The gear, the stuff they are wearing, the technicalities of diving. And these people might have a preference that's maybe a challenging dive site, a deep dive site. You always find this guy everywhere in the dive center who wants to go the deep dive site or the deepest he can go, obviously within the limits. You have others that prefer maybe the marine life, big marine life, sharks, like pelagic fish, whales. Depends on the kind of the creature that you like. There are others that are more into coral reef. It's a more relaxed kind of dive, more shallow even, because you'll have the sun giving you better light and to see the real colors underwater.
Yeah.
There are people who love the tiniest creatures that are magical, actually. And they're mostly photographers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Underwater
Underwater
photography is a big
cameras.
thing.
Yeah, totally.
I would put myself into the category who love corals or big creatures. I'm more into this area.
I'll definitely be a creatures person. I'll be on. Coral reef, like, yeah. Fish, yeah. Totally.
It depends. Like, you like animals or you like plants.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's something like
I'm
that.
an animal lover. There you go.
Yeah.
I love animal. So then what was it with the flying fish, the experiences? What was it you're looking into? What you want to create? What opportunities you look for people?
Okay. Originally, as I told you, most divers like to start to be like advocates for the ocean, because we feel that there is not enough advocates for the ocean, because there's not enough people who really understand the oceans like divers do. Maybe scientists, maybe fishermen, but divers have a different perspective.
Yeah.
So we always try to advocate for creatures, for how we pollute our oceans. We try to fight that, how we need to take care of our creatures like we try to do for the creatures on land or the animals on land. So the whole idea came from the fact that I love to show people the ocean, show them the magic that they can see over there, the experience that they can do over there, how remote you can go, the places that you can see. And the beautiful thing about diving is that it's always accompanied by land adventure.
Yeah.
Because we really travel to uncharted places sometimes just for a dive. We really go into very, very remote places that normally a tourist won't go to. So this on its own is actually an experience.
That's
this on its
cool,
own
yeah.
is actually very cool.
So unique, I would say.
Yeah. It's just like
Man.
sometimes you reach places and you ask yourself, how did I get here?
Yeah.
So the whole idea with Flying Fish started by the fact that I actually wanted to show people the ocean. And it started by the fact that always when it's me with my group of friends who are divers, I started to be the one who plans our trips.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Here's a familiar story coming out.
Yeah.
How'd you get into it? Well,
Exactly.
I'm already doing it. I might as well get paid for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It is something like that, to be
Because
honest.
it supplements your lifestyle.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I love to do this and other people want to come and join me. So cool. It's like,
It's exactly like the way you put it. Just one thing led to the other. I like the idea of traveling.
yeah.
I like showing people
That's
diving.
awesome.
I enjoy planning, actually. The engineering part and the planning part really
Oh,
kicks
really?
in.
Into that?
It
Okay,
really,
well, there you
it
go.
really kicks in. And I just like it. I even enjoy meeting new people, like the people who join me for the trips, or even the operators I'll go deal with, and even the cultures that I'll experience. And then it went afterwards to maybe, you know what? Why don't I plan trips just for the diving community to join me? Then just one thing led to the other until I eventually realized, like, you know what? Why don't I turn it into a company?
Yeah.
Even for my own enjoyment.
Yeah,
And
totally.
just it kept getting bigger. It's like a snowball that just
Yeah.
keeps getting bigger. And
One
bigger
person
and
hears,
bigger.
next person hears. And it's such a good place to be in it as well. Because the other side of it too is that, because one of the unique things you were sharing with me before, and you can share, or I'd love to share this now, is that, it's like, so if I haven't scuba dived before, you can learn it here in the UAE. But
Yeah, of
like,
course.
as part of an agency, like you've planned trips for people to go away and learn it elsewhere
Yes.
and have a different experience
Yes.
as someone out. And I think that's amazing. Like that's so cool. It gives you not just, you're going to learn a new skill, but you're going to experience a new place
Yes, true.
as well, right?
Yeah. Actually, in Flying Fish Travel, for now, we provide different services. One of them is group trips. And these are mainly big trips that are open for everyone, with a minimum certification, of course, for each trip, depending on the trip type. And we also offer something which is maybe private trips or trips that you can go with your family, with your friends, stuff like that. And lately I thought, like, you know what? Okay, I'm interested in showing people the ocean. There are a lot of people who do not dive. Why don't we actually open up kind of trips where we introduce people to diving? Maybe we can plan you a trip somewhere. You know, because I always wear two hats. I'm a travel agent and I'm a diver as well.
Yeah.
So
Start with the travel agent,
yeah.
the dive run
Exact-
afterwards. Yeah.
One or the other. Like, you never know. Like, maybe one of them will start the idea and the other will take over.
Yeah.
So, like, I was like, you know what? If people are interested in trying diving, why not plan maybe some trips to
That's
locations?
what you love too. So
Yeah,
how good's
yeah.
that? That's so good.
People will go, enjoy their time, try dive, or even take the course if they're already decided, and enjoy new locations, visit an interesting place. Like, you know, you get a lot of things into one package. You can get a package that suits you. Maybe you want to learn diving, but you are not sure how to do it. Maybe you want to do it during a trip. Maybe you want to do it in a place that gives you more chances to explore different creatures. Maybe you want to use your vacation instead for diving only or learning diving only to actually learn diving and enjoy somewhere else. Maybe you want to take your family too with you.
Maybe.
There is a lot. Like,
Yeah.
so why don't I make it customizable?
Yeah,
Like,
100%.
this is the whole idea.
But where would you then? I know this is going to be a tough question because where would you recommend people start?
Ooh. Okay, I can give you some standards. I'm not gonna. Obviously, I have a preferred location.
Yeah,
which is like
totally.
the Red Sea, my home base.
Yeah.
But even within the Red Sea, where or anywhere else, where exactly? This is the question. I would say there are two factors maybe that you need to consider here. First one is to try and find a trusted operator, either through recommendations from your diver friends, or maybe plus, not only or, reading reviews.
Okay. Yeah.
You can check reviews in Google Maps.
Reviews
You
are
can
huge.
check
These are
reviews in
huge, yeah.
TripAdvisor. Try as much as possible to read a lot of reviews.
Yeah.
It like, you know, people share their ideas, people share
Totally.
their opinions,
Yeah.
and try to find a place like that. Other than that, also try to find a place that gives you easy access. Since you are not a hardcore diver yet, so you don't need to travel half the earth like to learn diving.
Because that's the thing too. When you're traveling away, and let's say I'll keep this specific to the point of you want to learn scuba diving. You're a newbie. You want to learn. Fine. You've gone through the reviews. You found you have an operator. Great. I don't think that's the only scare factor out there for people or hesitance behind it. One is the other side is traveling to a new space.
Okay.
Like you must come across this a lot with people who are like, you know. People have the thing of going to Thailand and they're like, oh, but I don't know anybody. I mean, so obviously it's nicer to go as a group, but I mean, what are some things that people can do to give them a little more confidence? Like say they've never been to the Red Sea, I've never been to Egypt, I don't actually know anybody. You know, that person that, but I want to learn scuba diving, but then I'm at a point where, great, I'm by myself though. You know what I mean? I've gone through that process and now I'm just like, what can I do that's going to make the experience better?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. You know what I
Actually,
mean? So,
yeah.
Just curious. It's like,
that's a
is
good
there an
question.
answer to that one or is it just...
you can do, there's some homework that you can do that at least will be enough for you to get the best experience you can. First of all, as you said, after doing the reviews and knowing that at least you're going to a reputable place where people have good comments on, you need to, first of all, the diving community is fun. This is one of the best things about the diving community. Everybody knows that this is a sport that nobody is forced to do it. It's actually something that you love doing, and there is a lot that you go through in diving, like training and courses, and it requires a lot of like dedication to keep on doing it. So most people who do it really enjoy it and are really in a good mood while doing it. So dive centers are fun. It's a fun sport. So first of all, do not feel hesitant when you go, and do not really be scared about the people's reactions and how can you deal with them. What should you do? You know, don't stress out. diving is a very cool sport, and most of the people who do it are really cool and chill and like like you're living by the ocean every day, watching other creatures. It really has an impact on you. So you don't need to be hesitant.
Well, how much of a trip would be based on scuba diving and the other part? Because it just seems like for me, for a scuba diving experience, there's only so much time you're going to spend in the water. The majority of time in my mind, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is actually spent more the dinners, the socials, the boat.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, how long? Like 2 hours in the water? I mean, like an hour and a half in the water, an hour in the water, and then you know what I mean? Like,
You've exactly hit the spot. Actually, that's true. It's a very social sport because you're only under the water. Let's say an average duration for a dive is like, let's say 50 minutes. But the day where you go diving, it's, let's say, excluding the drive, 5 hours. Yeah. 1 hour to prepare your things at the dive center. Then you go on the boat, then do the first dive. You have a break, second dive, return. That's only if you're doing 2. You're not 3 or 4. So you're right. Like most of the time, you're actually socializing with the people, and that's why the diving is a community sport. Like you always start to get into community. You start getting to know people. I even know my wife through scuba diving.
What would be then? So from you, even like the people that love scuba diving, and then can you ever run out of spaces to go? Like I don't think you can, but I mean, from your perspective, like you say you do the 100 dives in the same place, and it's always a different experience, which is 100%. Like I agree with that, but like the longevity of scuba diving, you know what I mean? I mean, it is much more a social side of things, right? So it's, again, that's why I'm kind of like leaning away from the whole it's scuba diving. Well, yeah, scuba diving there's a I think that's more like the cherry on top of the experience, I should say. When based on, we're talking about travel, we're talking about going away a place and stuff like that. Just more like, how much, like, what do you organize around the trips that are not to do with scuba diving? What do you have to organize?
It differs from one trip to the other. I personally, when I try to plan my trip schedule for the year, I know that people have different interests. I know that people will have different like preferences to how their vacation should be. Some people are hardcore divers. Some people are like, okay, we want a bit of this, we want a bit of that. Some people are like more of like, I'm gonna go there, go do a couple of dives, but I mainly want to explore land as well. So I try to balance out between the different trips. You cannot do one trip that it's like one. You cannot do one size fits all, but you can do different trips. So each one will get its own joiners. So let's say some trips we do something called a liveaboard. This is for hardcore divers mainly. We go on a luxurious yacht. It's like a huge one, like it's like 50 meters long, 4 floors. It's like an hotel. It's an hotel. You live on for like a week. And you do 3 to 4 dives every day. That's one kind. Other trips, like one of the locations that we go to is Mauritius.
Nice.
It's a trip that is actually liked by a lot of people, and we are even doing it a 3rd time this year. We've done it the last
3rd
2
time
years.
already in 2025.
No, 3rd time since 3rd consecutive year.
Okay, awesome, man.
Mauritius is an amazing country. So in this trip, there's no scuba diving. Scuba diving is optional, but we are going mainly to watch sperm whales. Which is a very rare creature. And they are residents of Mauritius. They live there in front of the shore.
That's super cool.
Not migrating like all the other creatures. Or all the other whales. And in that trip, we put hiking as an option. We put also, like, I always prefer in the last day of any trip to have like a fun part, like a tour, a boat trip, depend on the trip, but I always like to have something social, because normally people go back from these trips as friends.
Totally.
And this is the
connect a
part.
small space. So 100%. Then what can people do to prepare better then? Like, is there something like to make the trip more enjoyable? Because, like, let's say, for example, if it's how do you improve your skills as a scuba diver? You know what I mean? So, like, is it lung capacity? Is it being able to relax? Is it breathing? Is it fitness? Is it nutrition? I don't know.
Okay,
is there something like that?
In scuba diving, you mainly need to dive more. Mainly need to dive more. And when you're diving, you try to get away from the stuff that can affect your health. Like, let's say you're not allowed to drink before diving. You should get good sleep. Should be well hydrated. All of these stuff that related to your health. Not push yourself, of course, if you're not feeling well to dive. This is something that we learn in the course. But mainly to get better in diving, you just need to dive more.
You had a panic attack yourself
Yeah.
in the first one, right? So
Yeah.
mentally preparing or physically preparing so that you can handle some kind of pressures. It was any tips that you'd give to someone or you give to someone?
There is nothing really I can say that really will make a huge difference. Mentally, this is you can never prepare for something that you never experienced before.
Yeah.
Some like I've went and supported as part of my dive master with try diving, which is the intro to diving.
Okay.
And I've seen people that just went into the water and they are a natural.
Yeah.
And some people like me, they're just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So there is not really something that you can really mentally prepare for. Just follow the process. You know what? Have one idea in mind. You know, there's a million people that did the sport before you. And scuba diving is actually for everyone.
Yeah.
Except people with, God forbid, bad disease. But like even for a handicapped,
Yeah.
Scuba diving is open for all. So there is nothing that's going to be wrong with you.
Yeah.
Just try to calm down and enjoy the moment and let the instructor do his job.
Yeah.
As simple as that. Later on, when you do the course, when you maybe start diving more, just maybe try to have your eye open to learn from others. Have maybe watch a lot of the podcasts that talk about diving. There's a lot out there. No, there's a lot that you can do, but like any other sport, nothing specific that can really get you to, scuba diving is not a competitive sport.
Yeah.
This is a good thing about it. Like, so it's just like, it's like walking in outer space or maybe just
It's for leisure, right? That's the whole point of it. It's
maybe even
entertainment.
teaching a kid how to walk.
Yeah.
A child, like you don't really do much. You just let them experience it, and they'll just get better.
Totally. Yes, 100%. I see you totally mean in there. And then when it comes to like, do you recommend when it comes to diving, take your own gear, rent gear,
Differs.
take your own wetsuit, not wetsuit, or
Wetsuits depend on the water temperature. So, yeah, it's smart to actually follow what the dive center will recommend. There's obviously a small difference. Some of us feel warmer, some of us feel colder, but like follow the dive center's
and that will
recommendation, or you will get cold or hot. So just follow. For the gear, I obviously prefer to have my own gear. Maybe the only thing I would be recommending people to do when they're buying gear is to take a lot of advice because scuba diving gear stays for long. It's not something that you buy and just change every once in a while.
Yeah.
So just do your proper research and get gear that suits your kind of diving.
Which gear would you recommend just for face leisure? Or what's the first thing you buy as far as gear?
Okay, in my own opinion, diving mask, first thing.
Yeah.
Fins and boots, and dive computer. That's how I will sequence it, actually.
Dive computer?
Yeah.
What's a dive computer?
It's something like a watch.
Okay,
And actually smartwatches, even some of them do that now. That actually calculates your dive time and some limits on time and some limits related to, like depth. It gives you information during your dive by reading the water pressure. So it knows your depths, and based on the depths, it tells you how long can you stay underwater, because there is a limit where to the duration that you can stay underwater related to the depths.
Yeah.
So these are the dive computers. It's a very important piece of equipment, and it wasn't there in the beginning of diving, and a lot of people suffered without it. So
a lot of learning taking place.
Yeah.
Evolution of the sport, development of it.
Yeah, diving is a recent, I would say, started getting more popular and commercial maybe late 80s, 90s. It's relatively
recent. Wow, jeez. Because that's the thing, right? Like, so if you are new or you are experienced, and then you go into this and you're like, okay, then what gear should I take? What's worth taking? And what can I just rent over there? But you talk about fins and boots and mask. Mask I think would be more. Is it more essential considering that everyone's didn't face, like for me, I would prefer to take my own mask when you say it, because like this one sits on my face better than other ones.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
On point. That's exactly how we describe it. Because it doesn't matter how expensive it is, how cool it is, what color it is. Just have something that as long as it fits.
Yeah, because like that's like with fins. See, with fins though, I'd be like, I can borrow fins from somewhere else. I don't find them as an essential necessity. I wouldn't consider it, put it that way, but maybe it is in your opinion.
It's not essential, but if you are willing to be comfortably diving, it's always better to have proper strong fins in your legs.
Yeah.
So if you face some current, you don't get exhausted.
Yeah.
And it will be much easier. It will be your size. It will not slip out of your leg. You know, like it's much more comfortable to have your fins. And computer is also a very important piece of gear. And I'm not putting it first just for one reason, is that to give you some time just to make sure that diving is something that you're gonna keep on doing. So you're willing to invest a big investment in a good computer. That's why. But it's a very important piece of gear.
When you say good investment, how much is a good investment?
It can be anywhere between 1,000 to 5,000 dirhams. I would say. Okay. But a good computer would be in the range of 3,000 to 5,000 dirhams.
Okay, well, so it's an investment in itself. Man.
But it can stay with you for years.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's built to last.
Yeah, exactly.
Type of thing. Yeah. So then, I want to go back to the destination side of things and with the travel side of things, because it's that getting over the. You've been through it. You've gone through. There was a passion. You've got a desire to go and explore places. I mean, you got your favorites, the Red Sea's home for you as well. What is it with people that? What are you finding with people that? When they want to travel, they don't want to travel. They do want to travel, like, because this is a new, like with the travel agency for yourself.
Okay.
Like obviously people that I want to travel, but do you do anything like when you talk with groups, like the encouragement of travel? Like for me, for example, I'll give you a better example or a better base on this. Is that when we were down the running group and people were talking about trekking, and they're just talking about trekking. They weren't talking about going anywhere. There was no invitations or anything like that. But for me, that sparks my intrigue. That I want to go do that. I want to do that. I'm going to do that. And I'm just one of those people that drop it and go, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other people out there like, no, I got work, I got family, I got and they make every excuse under the sun.
Yes.
Who are you finding that's the ones that are kind of taking that leap? What kind of people? You know what I mean?
I'll tell you. Most of the people who join us actually are people, first of all, who prefer to travel with a group.
Okay, yeah.
Because some people do not really prefer to be with a group. They love to have their own thing. But it's mainly people who want to be part of a community. These are the kind of people who join. Second of all, people who prefer to travel with flying fish mainly are traveling due to the kind of trips we are planning.
Okay. Based on the destination or the itinerary?
It's not one or the other. It's actually how hard it is, the destination we're going to. I'll tell you. For instance, you're a person who likes trekking, and you want to do Everest, maybe base camp or something. You would feel that you want to go with a group from the UAE. If you live in the UAE,
okay, comfort.
There is a bit of trust, and there is a bit of you will relate.
Yeah,
you will relate. You will have the same maybe challenges. You'll have the same interests.
Yeah,
you feel that you all come from the same background, so you know what to expect from each other. Yes, you will travel, but somehow you will be traveling with people that are all familiar. To each other in a way, just because of we live in, like living in the same community or in the same city. So I feel that people who join us for these two reasons. First, of being with a community that they are familiar with and somebody that somehow they trust. And also because of sometimes we do destinations that are hard to do on your own.
Yeah, totally.
It's always, first of all, it's a bit far. It's a bit unknown or new, or maybe requires groups because it financially makes a huge difference if you go with a group. Yeah,
Budget first, yeah.
yeah, especially in diving.
Yeah.
So the trip can maybe reduce in 50-60% of the price. And to be honest, a lot of people also join us because the footage that we take looks cool. Like the
Yeah.
people actually look
For the gram,
genuinely
for the
enjoyment.
gram.
Yeah.
For the TikTok or for the
Yeah,
top.
yeah.
I'm not one of those cool
Yeah,
kids, but-
people will like if it looks like these people are actually seeing the creatures that are being like promised in a way. Like obviously you can never promise 100% because the ocean might be
Has its own
more
lines
generous
sometimes.
some days than the
Yeah,
others.
Totally.
But like we try to as much as possible get you to what we promised you. So these three factors mainly are what drives people to join our trips. These are mainly the reason.
Get out there.
Yeah.
People have to get out into it. What are those? Is we've actually gone for nearly an hour. Jeez, my God. So we have to wrap this one up. But what is the biggest advice that you'd be giving to people based on like what you're doing with Flying Fish, and to get more people to just take that leap?
Okay. That's a big question.
It's a big question. It's kind of
Yeah,
a loaded question, but like, it's something that people like, I mean, information's cool, but from your opinion, like, so you're seeing people do this. Some people do it through breakups or divorces or just some lost their job or something like that. They just go like, oh my God, I'm just gonna get out of here, freedom and stuff like that. Because
to be honest, I have something that I personally try to always work by. Just go get new experiences.
yeah,
I always try that. Like we always see people that we admire what they're doing. We sometimes even get a bit inspired, but sometimes we have this gap that like, is this for me? Is it easy? Should I do it? I'm into like the idea of like, you know what? Go get the experience yourself. There's a big chance you'll hate it, but it's
Yeah.
fine. This friction will at least get you to know like, okay, this is one thing that actually not for me. I'm gonna go do something else.
different, yeah.
And eventually you'll just end up with one or multiple things that you will like or will be actually part of your life. Or maybe you will realize that one of them is what you're destined for.
yeah, totally.
So I'm always into the idea of like, you know what? Exposure.
yeah,
Go out. Like try different stuff. Try stuff that are, like the word that everybody uses commercially, out of your comfort zone.
yeah,
I like,
cliche.
yeah, it's a cliche, but actually, you know what? Yeah, just do it.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll not like it, maybe you'll not enjoy it, but it's okay. You'll
Literally,
find,
that's the thing,
you'll
literally.
find something later that's gonna be enjoyable.
It's that
It's as simple as that. Yeah.
But it is so simple, and people are like, they prejudge before they do, right? And that's what the thing lets people down the most, is they like stop assuming and just find out.
We have a lot of pre-packed, frozen ideas that we just get out of the freezer, like whenever we have, like, just to have an opinion.
Yeah.
Though, like, I've learned a lot about myself. I've learned a lot about what I like just by trying stuff, not by just sitting there and watching.
You have to.
It builds character.
Trial and error.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Mate, look down the camera then. Let them know where they can find you and where they can ask you questions.
Okay, you can find me on Instagram. I'm active on Instagram, and also on the page for Flying Fish Travel. You will find it on Instagram. Just this is the handle for the profile. I'm the one also answering that, and within the profile you can find the link tree. We have the WhatsApp for Flying Fish Travel. I'm the one who's managing the most of the like answering.
You love
for the-
organizing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. So whatever you want to ask about, like related to traveling, related to diving, I just love what I do. So
Sharing passions. I love it, mate. It's brilliant. Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
time. Thank you for
Thank you.
sharing.
Thank you.
Absolute
My
pleasure.
pleasure.
Totally. It is one of those things you got to do, guys. You got to trial. You have to get out there. You can't presume anything because you'll never know until you do. That does sound like a repeated motivational TikTok or reel or something like that, but it's just the honest truth. And until we as people accept that fact that you'll never know until you experience it for yourself,
You will never know until you experience it for yourself. So get out there, give it a go. Leave comments down in the comment section. Let us know any questions or thoughts, or just simply what you'd love to do, or sharing stories from your side of it, because it's always about learning, it's about understanding, it's about growing, it's about creating greater awareness. So until next time, until next episode. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome, man. Brilliant. Make it real simple, man. Why should people consider transformations as important?
Cool. Good question. So I think the biggest thing for me, and why I would say transformations are important, is I think everybody should see their best shape or their best conditioning at least once in their life. It's kind of one of those things that a lot of people might live their whole lifetime and potentially never see their full potential or what their body's physically capable of. And I think if you look past the physicality, which I'm sure we'll touch on today, there's so many other benefits that come with that physical, image that people don't often realize. So I think it's important that everyone should transform themselves at least once into what they perceive as their best shape yet. And then we kind of help them take it from there.
Well, good thing we're going to dive into this. Like, we look at the spiritual, the mental, and the physical side of transformations as well. Before we get into that, what I'd love to do is start off with barriers, because there's sometimes in a way a negative stigma behind transformations to begin with when it comes to fitness. I'm sure you'll have heard a lot of excuses and like things that's bad as fads. It's there's intermittent fasting and all these different things, or they just cut diets and then they go back the yo-yo diet because they end up going back to what they were in the first place. What's probably the number one barrier you've found when people say, I want to do a transformation? What's the hardest thing they've had to change in order to get there?
Yeah, it's a good one. I think I ask people always, are you prepared to make sacrifices? For a transformation, you have to sacrifice something somewhere.
Yeah, literally.
Simple. So the people just aren't prepared to make the sacrifices. When you do a transformation, it's, for me, it's like, maybe that 5 o'clock beer with the boys has to go. We're on the transformation run now. It's, half of me loves the lifestyle approach, but when we talk transformation, it's those small details. They need to go. We need to make sacrifices, get to bed early, get up early, stay consistent with training. So I think when people can start to understand that sacrifices have to be made, all of a sudden they get like this open-minded approach to go, oh, all right, so I'm going to have to feel a little bit of suffering for a little, short-term pain, long-term gain. Once we've unlocked that, it's pretty good.
What about the ones that go for the, like, usually it's a 12-week, 24-week kind of period that most transformations are based around. But the overweight, the fatty, they wants to lose the weight. They're usually going to do the 12 weeks and 24 weeks and then runs back to the old self. Like, that must be the most common thing you see all the time. How do you break it at the start to these guys? Like, it is a sacrifice. There is a sacrifice, but you have to sit down and have hard words with these guys of like, don't waste my time, don't waste your money, don't waste your time type of thing. Is there an introduction for you to go into this?
Yeah, like you need to set the ground rules at the start, and you need to be really clear and transparent, because the expectations from me are a certain level. They have expectations coming into it. Most people expect me to do all the work, and it to be mostly me that gets them there. But we know that I see them 3 hours a week, maybe a few texts here and there, which I try to give as much as I can. But so much can happen behind closed doors that can obviously make or break this. So it's setting the right expectations. I like to let them know that we are looking past 12 weeks or 24 weeks. Like, look, we're going to focus down into our transformation now. And I even bring it back to 4 weeks. I bring it back to 2 weeks. We start with a 2-week diet boot camp first. So I'm like, eyes are on 2 weeks. That's it. But I'm like, we are going to keep in mind that end game. What's happening at the 20-week mark, at the 36-week mark, at the 52-week mark. But you can't overwhelm them with that sometimes initially. And I think when people come to you, they don't really care about 52 weeks. They don't care. They don't think about the yo-yo. And I think that's where you've been in the industry a long time. You would have seen people.
Watch the AJ. Watch the AJ.
You've been in Dubai a long time in the fitness industry, but you see people yo-yo.
All the time.
And because they haven't been given the right expectations. They want that initial look. They're not really prepared to look past that, and it's a sad story. I think as a trainer, I feel like it's a bit of a fail point for me, honestly.
What about the ones that, how do you put this one? The fatties that literally don't want to put in the work. In the first week, they haven't done the work. You must have these conversations over and over again, right? Because they're not mentally ready. Do you have the hard stance on them, or do you have the nurturing kind of baby stance on them?
I think what defines a good coach is the person that can pick the mood. We get a range of different clients, and I've worked with a range of different personalities. So I think what defines personal training or coaching is somebody that's able to connect with that individual. I love getting stuck in.
Hey there, if you're finding this episode inspiring, you're finding it useful, applicable, we would love you to be part of the community. There's power in community, there's power in numbers. And by subscribing to the channel that you're watching this on or listening to this on, or sharing it with people that you know that may help benefit them, will only help us find more people within the community to help it grow, to support people to live an active and adventurous lifestyle. So if you don't mind, it would mean a lot if you just push subscribe, push like, and share it with someone that is going to help today.
Fatty or to someone to a lazy bastard, basically. Like I love telling somebody who's usually, look, a lot of the people we work with are probably in senior positions in their careers, probably not necessarily a more dominant character, but they're like, they're coming to us with like some good accomplishments. So I'm stripping them right back. And what I love is I love seeing, let's say, a corporate man or woman who's quite successful in their career enter the gym, park their Rolls Royce out the front in their suit, change, and then come kind of hobbling over to me in their old workout gear, looking really timid. And that's where I think then it's my time to shine. And that's where I'll be, I think I'll try and get either stuck in or not. To answer your question, I've had people contact me, not ask my rates, sign up, see you on Monday. They're half an hour early, nail the first week, and their transformations are incredible. The other hands, haggling price, tiptoeing, canceling the first few consultations, not really adhering to the first week. Generally, I'm pretty quick to say, let's just call it because we're probably not going to get what you're expecting here. Or should we change the goalpost? You came to me wanting this. We both realized you can't actually do that right now. What can you give me? All right, let's try this. And then maybe I get them 6 weeks down the line. And then it's like, you ready for this now? All right, let's have a crack. So I like that approach. I try to be a little flexible with that.
But you got to be real. And like the stigma of like, okay, if I'm calling someone a fatty or lazy, it's because I think you're fat or you're lazy, or you haven't accepted the fact that you're fat or lazy, or if you want to change it, you haven't prioritized your health yet. Because you prioritize wealth first because you was doing support for the family, whatever it was, career, whatever it was. But I think one of the biggest things personally is that you got to accept where you are. Like until you do, you're not going to do anything about it. Like it's a change of lifestyle. It's a change of way of living. So you got to do this right.
It's funny you say that. So I had a client who was just with me now. His name's Gordon. You won't mind me talking about him. So Gordon's from NZ. He runs a massive company down in between NZ and Oz. He flies him out. He's been out here. We've done this our 5th year anniversary. So he flies himself out for what he calls fat camp. He calls it fat camp. And I'm always a bit like, oh, don't say that, mate. Like, it's all right. Like, but I love that he owns it. Like, he's like, no, fat camp. I've basically been a bender for the last 6 months. He comes to me to Dubai. We had a 4-week stint. He lost 10 kilos. So he hopped on the flight, 10 kilos lighter, off to the UK and straight on the plane, smashing a bit of booze. But like for him, it's kind of like he gives this time back to himself to kind of set the expectations around, all right, I need to dial back in on my fitness. And every time he comes, we get a little bit closer. He kind of loses a little and he knows that. He's also like, you know what, Jace, like when you're not around, I'm kind of going to enjoy myself, but I'll see you in 6 weeks and we'll go again. Or, 6 months and we'll go again. But so I think it's being real, like you're saying, and don't put your head in the sand. That happens so often.
Totally.
And it's not pretty.
Because like you said, it's the 3 hours with you, but then there's the literally, what is it, 163 without you. And that's actually the time that really counts because those were the big habits. What is it then your first go-tos when it comes to, okay, how do you create these habits? How do you create these or stack these habits outside of the transformation 3 hour time that you have with them?
So we kind of, I would say a lot of it comes down to setting those targets at the start and keeping them simple. I think a lot of people make the mistake of overcomplicating them. We both know that you don't really need to do too much crazy stuff for your average population client to just move from being a sedentary, inactive, overweight, obese, unhealthy adult to being slightly better in all of those areas. All they have to do is kind of move a little bit more, eat a bit less.
100%. So
that first period is, I'm like, let's keep it simple. So it's just, we set them a basic step target, a lot of hype around steps, but it's just like, just move more basically, and eat a bit less. So we just give them a kind of a little of a fine guide around their nutrition. And I just initially, like I literally set goals with the client today and it was just 10K steps We said adhere to the diet plan for 14 days, check the box, and then see me. And there's 3 check boxes on their little app that they have on their phone.
Yeah.
Every night, check it, and we'll review it in 14 days. Basically, that will be a reflection of what your scale weight is when you jump in on the scale with me.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes people overcomplicate. Now it's so hard. Hey, like sleep, it's like ice bath, recovery, sauna. I mean, I love a lot of the things that are out there. There's a lot of things that are science backed.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't you think it's a little bit crazy or a bit overwhelming?
Yes, 100% I do, but also understand where it's come from because everyone's trying to get ahead or everyone's trying to be the master or the leader, the expert. I mean, over the space here, looky here, everyone's saying like, oh, the best trainer or the number one space or the number one brand is like, it's in the eye of the beholder, in my opinion. It's like, and if there's 9 million people here, maybe there's 10 million now, but you're not going to train 10 million people.
No.
So, I mean, like, just be you, do you, and you're fine, right?
That's right.
Because that's where the next kind of want to go. I want to go into the mental side first.
Okay.
Because I think that's the biggest challenge that trainers have. That with people, it's easy to prescribe, like you said, eat a bit less, do a little more.
Yeah.
Boom. That's your first simplicity that you can get to. But then it's the battle that people have got to have to get them inspired or motivated or disciplined, committed, whatever you want to call that. Yeah. To go, okay, how I get this mental change to change the habit. Like, is it George? Sorry, it was
Gordon.
Gordon.
Yeah.
It's Gordon. You know, he's at peace that he knows where he's at least he mentally he's still in the space. He comes in, he works hard, drops the weight down, goes away, still lives life. There's a lot of other people out there that don't want to sacrifice or they don't want to. So when you come to that push, I know you want to do it individually and you're saying if you're not in the right space right now, that's cool.
Yeah.
We'll reassess. Maybe it's not right for you right now. What is the biggest psychological thing for males when they're coming into this transformation? Why do they want to be there to start off with? Okay. And then what do they think they're going to get compared to what are they actually going to get from a transformation?
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of males will come in usually from a confidence perspective or a bit of low self-esteem.
Yeah.
You know, they're not really feeling confident in themselves. Sometimes the missus has given them a bit of a nudge. Oh, they've gone through a little bit of like relationship, you know, dramas here and there. And I think they've realized that they're kind of falling off the bandwagon a little bit, or, you know, it usually stems from like a confidence-based issue for most of the blokes that I've kind of worked with.
There's a pain sitting there, right?
Yeah, it's just like, you know, I don't fit into my clothes. I look, you know, I love hearing the one where my daughter said, why do the other dads look like Superman and you look fat? You know, that one I can see, you know, old mates almost holding back the tears. Like, and I'm like, yeah, fair enough. Like, you know, you are a representation to your kids. So for a lot of the blokes I work with, it's, you know, they're obviously parents or their dads. Our demographic is from 25 to 45 that I'll kind of usually work with. So, you know, from 30 onwards, you've got a lot of parents who are trying to be role models for their kids. So that's usually a big one. So it's like those pain points around confidence and image. It was the biggest barrier, right? You were asking me?
Yeah, like with these guys, they get to change the sacrifice, right? It's ego.
The biggest barrier I have with them is ego.
Yeah.
Because they think they know
everything,
what they need and they need everything. So I have to come in being obviously a lot more dominant in my knowledge base over the years. I mean, it's over 12 years. So I'm kind of like, no, mate, like, this is how it's going to work.
Yeah.
And usually when they don't apply what we say, we kind of both just sit there and go, how did that go? Like we can kind of see why it didn't go the way we wanted. But ego is the trick, especially with guys. Ego is the hardest one. Once we kind of break that, or I would say guys need to you need to earn their respect too a little bit. You need to show that you're living that way.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do. Like a lot of the time is I'll do a lot of the things I'm prescribing. Just by naturally over the years, you know, you're in the health industry. We kind of it's easy for us.
Right,
we don't realize it. But I think
gotta be reminded sometimes, right?
Yeah. But from an integrity perspective, there's also a lot of trainers out there who don't do what they say. Or they don't kind of look the part, or they don't live the way they say they tell their clients to live. And I think that sometimes makes it hard for especially guys to actually buy in and then actually dedicate themselves.
Because like mentally, you're going through this stuff, the work is tough. Like, and there's other things too. Like males aren't very good at opening up in the first place, right? That's the hardest thing. Do you find they start to open up, let's say after week 1, week 2, you know, to become that more brother, best friend, or maybe confident that you're like, hey man, like this is actually what I want to do. This is the reason I'm kind of doing it. How deep do you get with these guys? How deep can you get?
I think my skill set and the reason I've gotten to the place that I've gotten with my career is that I've been able to get onto the levels. You have to.
It's the real
you
deal.
have to. Like, there's just no two ways about it. When you're working with someone in that private capacity, whether it's athletes or just general population, you as like a coach, you need to get to their level. And that's obviously having a bit of empathy, understanding. I've probably learned more from clients telling me things than I have like going out there and living it or reading it online or being taught it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just their experiences that I've kind of been learning from. And I've heard some crazy things. I've had people go through crazy levels of depression, and I've been their first points of contact, which initially is very uncomfortable. And I've had to obviously then at the right point, try to kind of edge them towards professional. But initially they weren't ready for that. So I was just taking it in. And so, you know, I love when you see somebody actually start to unlock those barriers. Those are the guys that get the good results. You need to break the ice, and you need to make them feel comfortable that it's a safe space. And the hardest one is when you train their misses as well. Like when you've got a couple, guy or girl.
Left and right.
I'm getting like the story about old mate from Madam, and then old mate from Sir, like telling me how bad she's been, and it's just like I'm in the middle, like guys, you can just let it out, but it's you know, I'm not obviously there to kind of advise too much, but it's just sometimes they don't need that, and you know what it's like just letting people kind of let their guard down, and then in turn obviously make sure they're still training.
Because like you can easily get caught in the middle. They go like, oh, what did you say? What did you say?
Yeah,
like,
that's risky, especially here. I prefer to avoid that. But yeah, definitely you need to break those barriers, and I just in the past when I haven't been able, there's been times I've not been able to break the barrier down. That person's probably just not been ready to. Maybe I just am not the right personality for them, and that's going to happen. And usually your results will kind of show. Maybe we didn't get where we wanted to get. There was a bit of tension. We kind of didn't gel. And unfortunately, I'm probably not their trainer. And that's normal as
But that's
well.
normal. That's what there's different trainers for people.
The next guy or girl will probably be their breakthrough trainer. And I hope that's the case. So
that's a massive thing. And I'm glad you brought that up, because there is that part where, I can't train everybody. I'm not going to be able to get the results, so I can't make that connection. Like everyone can prescribe, but it's about how you're connecting, how you're communicating with individuals, and some people you just don't gel with. It's just friends in circles and stuff like that, right? What about from the stigma of transformation's bad for you because you lose weight too fast? That's out in the industry, or that's out in the public marketing. It's all about drop faster. Everyone says all the sales or marketing comes out, lose in 4 weeks, lose 10 kilos in 4 weeks. Like everyone's different, but everything's sold in the faster. What is your thoughts on it? How do you deal with it?
It's a tricky one, because I think even if you look back 5 years ago, I felt like there was more trend around quick changes. Let's say Manjaro aside, or Zenpick aside. Let's not open that can of worms yet, because now I think that's brought back the quick results situation. But let's say besides that, before that started to trend again, people were using the word like holistic lifestyle or lifestyle approach. Like I have clients call me and say, I'm looking for that lifestyle change or that lifestyle transformation. Where 5 years back it was like, I want 8 weeks to abs. It was like those. I felt like those headlines.
7-minute abs. Remember they were back?
Yeah, exactly. So I felt like I've been in the. I was saying to you before, like I've been in the transformation space where I was working for a company here, quite renowned in what they do. We were doing 12-week drastic transformations, and some of the results that were being churned out by this company in particular were phenomenal from a visual standpoint. Again, no shade there, but we all know what happens when someone goes through such a drastic change. There's a lot of side effects on the back end, and if it's not handled the right way, it literally can make or break someone. Personal experience. I got here, I did a little shred, 5 weeks, I dropped 10 kilos. Now, like I was more muscular. I was 11% when I started. So I didn't really have that much to drop, to the point where I was on like 1,100 calories a day. I was trying to sneak protein bars so my trainer wouldn't see me. I would walk down the aisles of the supermarket just to look at food. Like when I got to that,
sniffing the aisles.
Oh, mate, like when I got to the 5 week mark, I was like, I can't do this. Like this is bullshit. And for weeks afterwards, I had such a negative relationship with food. I'd eat something. I was like, oh, fuck, I'd go do 40 minutes cardio. I'd have a few biscuits. And I just was like, fuck, this is what's happening on the other side. Like when I'm putting these people through this, they just don't know how to
deprivation
to
leads to excessiveness.
And I'd say to people, like, I'm a trainer. I have all the knowledge. I know why this is happening, but it still really affected me. And we know a lot of trainers also have these issues too, because some of us are crazy. Like when it comes to training.
Every now and again.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I'm all for it, but it's just that transformation can give you such a negative relationship with food,
Massively.
it can really unlock some demons. And I think if it's not handled the right way, you know, it can make and break someone's whole perception of fitness.
Yeah. And that's where I don't know if it's all come from there as far as transformations, because like you lost it too fast. And I know and I've gone through myself times where I've gone like, I've had the whole, just drop it. Just stop eating that crap and you'll lose weight, or go harder on your workouts or whatever.
Yeah.
Changing to the point of just take your time. Like if you can't sustain this like comfortably right now, you're not going to be able to sustain it afterwards. Yeah. So it had to be just conversations about, what do you want? Do you want to lose it for your wedding or something like that, and then go back to being lazy and fat? Like that's just how I see it now, and that's just my point of view. And that by no means means they're a bad person. It's just you have fat on you,
correct,
or you don't do much. That's just, and that's your choice. That's your life, and that makes you happy. It's not going to affect me, right?
No,
that's what I'm like. So then when it comes to that stigma or that push, like, you and I are both in the space where we are like, man, this is normal. I'm going to go lift weights. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to eat this because I like the taste of it, and that's my day-to-days, right? But then the push for guys, like, because now I want to talk about supplements or steroids to get them there faster because of, there is the mental pain that they're trying to relieve first. Yes. Is it the breakup? Oh, man, like I got lazy, I got fat. My wife left me, or she just doesn't like me anymore, doesn't find me attractive. So there's a massive beat down on the mentality side of things. Yes. And so they want that quick, like a dopamine fix in a way, to get to where they want to go to. Have you ever been through cases where they've gone to extremities, had to go, look, mate, you need to stop that, taper back, find help, maybe potentially, because there's other side of it too. And I've actually gone through with a client who was going through massive depression and suicidal. So he got to get into conversations during the session. Mate, I don't think I should be here. You know what? What would be the easiest way to offer myself? And I was like, like we're doing a PT session. Like I'm not a doctor by any means and stuff like that. And how you deal with it. I mean, have you ever to go through that kind of thing yourself? Or
yeah, I've definitely had those levels of conversations. Like I've had a best mate go through that. So I'd kind of dealt with that on a very close basis from a younger age. Back when I was in Oz, when I was like 19, 20. So I was like kind of a bit of a talking, like I was kind of the first point of contact for somebody who was, to the point of writing letters and kind of, I was the first person to be sent the letter, like kind of thing. So it was kind of like real serious. Thankfully, he kind of pulled through that, and he's kind of, taken himself in a great direction now. But I've had people that I've worked with over the years kind of come to that level too. And it's tricky. Like people break down, the messages I've received outside of sessions. I had a client that I was just like, mate, if you're on the edge, just give me a call. And like I'd copped multiple calls. Just say, hey bro, just want to have a chat. And I'd be a stupid hour in the night. I'd label them my contacts important. Like as in like just heads up, like we're giving them the extra mile, because like I think when you're in this for the passion, you don't really notice that little bit of extra. I wouldn't say service. I would say it's a mandatory like human to human interaction. Like you just have to be there. But yeah, I think it gets pretty dark, and it's hard. What's nice and rewarding is when you see those people come out the other side. Usually it correlates with their confidence coming back, and that usually is because they've dropped 10. Their libido's back. They're performing a bit better. On the pitch and off the pitch, should we say? So like you
got your 7 misses.
Exactly. It's like smiling. You can actually hip thrust now. That's good. Because I don't know what you're doing for the last 20 years. So like little things like that, I think then you kind of go, okay, it was all worth it in the end. And I'm always, though, I think just the fine print would be, I'm always quick to obviously try to get a professional involved if I feel like it's borderline. But thankfully I haven't had too many cases like that.
What about that when it comes to supplements? I mean, like your thoughts, your opinions on that supplements, or would it be steroids usage to help you get there faster? Like, what are your thoughts on those?
So we'll start with supplements. From a supplement standpoint, I'm probably the worst trainer when it comes to supplements. Like, is in the sense that I've worked with trainers who've pushed so many supplements. I've tried to follow those protocols and I can't stand it. To the point where I only really prescribe the basic foundational stacks. I work with one or two other key, I would say there's a doctor, a sports doctor. I work with a few different specialists that if I feel like someone needs something in depth, I'll recommend them to get their bloods done and then to go and actually see where they're deficient and what they should be taking. But alternatively, it's like everyone's got their basic stack of like vitamins and whatnot. From a supplement standpoint, I'll throw in, I think protein's always a good way to get your protein up. It's no magic trigger, as we know. Like it was often seen as one, especially in Lebanon. When I go to Lebanon, because I'm half Lebanese, I go to Lebanon, everyone's like, bro, are you on protein? And I'm like, what do you mean protein? Am I on protein? Like powder, like the whey. And I was like, yeah, it's just protein, bro. Like it's literally like a meal, not somewhat to a degree a meal replacement or a quick hit of protein if you can't smash all that chicken in. I was like, what are you guys on about? Like, I think it had a bit of a perception around, it was like your mum when you were growing up being like, Jace, get off the protein again. I'm like, Mum, like relax. This is not why I've gotten jacked overnight. That's the trend or whatever it is, whatever it is. Won't joke about that, but I'll touch on the gear in a second. But it's like creatine was another one I'll throw in there. Protein. So literally protein powder, creatine, and your basic sups, and electrolyte of some kind, some form of hydration. And that's kind of my own real go-to for people. Yeah. I don't really back sending people a massive list of supplements to get stuck into. Their food's right. Most cases you'll cover the bases. Yeah. So I think people get caught up on that side.
I've got this thing too, but me personally is about sometimes you can get not addicted, but reliant on supplements as well. Like people are like, I've got to have this in order to maintain my calorie deficit or maintain my current a weight. Yeah. Like, would you recommend people use that or look for a way to supplement that, or just for a period of time? Like, say they're going for this transformation. So they're just in the transformation and then you're looking to knock it off later on, because you focus now on the 365, the whole year type thing, or the lifestyle. It's not 365. It's beyond that. It's beyond, But I mean, what's the first of all ethos on it, and what do you help them do after the first transformation? What is the transition?
Yeah, so what will happen is when people start with us, we'll get all their basic levels up. So like I always recommend bloods. So I'm taking a blood test. I don't have a look through them. I have a professional that does that. They'll kind of then throw me some suggestions of what I think I should focus on from a vitamins. They'll prescribe the vitamins more or less. Like that's literally their department. I'll outsource that service. They'll kind of say, here, look, old mate's taking nothing. Let's get him on a multivitamin, some curcumin, fish oil, magnesium, bit of zinc, vitamin D. They're kind of your standard ones that are thrown around quite a lot. We'll throw them in. I think they're important initially on a transformation because we are in a bit of a deficit. So the immune system drops. People get sick in Dubai, especially like crazy. We're in the AC a lot. There's people from all over the world. Change the temps. We've got people coming in from every country every day, 1,000 times a day, really. So like I try to make sure the immune system's not compromised. And I think the other thing that we'll throw in is obviously utilizing protein, because like protein powders or bars sometimes, because people are just, people are busy. So it's kind of like, I didn't do this, didn't do that. So I'm like, all right, how can we make it more convenient for you? So after that initial transformation, then I always, again, would be suggesting quarterly blood tests. Hopefully some of those levels are starting to balance out because the food's gotten better, less processed foods, less alcohol, more sleep. Yeah. Do we need to double down on all those vitamins again? Usually not. And then we can start to phase them out a little. And like, it's nothing worse than seeing someone who's like 20. And I've done it. Like you would have done it too. Like where you're just taking 50 different pills and you're 20 and you're like, I don't need to be doing this now. But it was just, we just didn't know what we needed. And I think there's the placebo. Yeah, massively. It's like, in the morning, if I didn't take my fish oil or if my fat absorption, like
you literally got this line of pills. You know a thing called USANA?
USANA.
This is years ago. It was like one of these pharmaceutical companies that gives you exactly what you needed for your day. You could pretty much live off pills.
This was like the animal stack. They had like a pack. It was like an animal stack had like a packet, and it was like everything in the one pack. It was like 50 pills, probably along the same lines.
It would have been the same lines. There was multiple companies at the same time, and then it was like, so had a moment of probably 5 months of going through that, and then snapped out of it. Like
in most cases, I've never really noticed that big of a difference when I've dropped off being in like this head of all these sups, and then I've stopped and I'm like, I'm actually fine, and I've done my bloods and everything's all right. I think there's a time and place. Protein's my favorite, creatine's my favorite. Like those two I think are an essential for most of us who are training, men or women, to be honest. Other than that, I don't really push too much. And hydration here, getting the electrolytes in, especially here. So
what about the key, like on there with women and supplements? Because there's a lot of deficiencies for women in vitamins and minerals in their bodies, and then going through a transformation. Like one of the biggest, I suppose, changes for people in transformation comes from literally just changing the job and removing stress from their lifestyle. Correct. Like as soon as you do that, one of two things. One is they're not losing weight because there's still so much stress in the body that they can't do it. Then that's when you get the bloods and all that. Correct. The other side of it is once they do drop their stress, they change without even changing the diet sometimes.
Yes, that's right.
What about the females? You find with your female clients, how much of them are about like, I've got to have this pill or that pill?
let's start with that because like, how addicted are they to nutrition? Because usually women are better with the nutrition.
Yeah, our female clients are usually a lot more switched on with their nutrition. Yeah, again, I find female clients come in with a lot more confusion around what they should be doing, as in they've heard so many different things. Whereas guys are kind of like, my mate told me to take this, I'm going to take it.
Literally, right?
Yeah. And or like, whereas a female client will generally be like, I've heard this for this, and then I was told about this, and then I'm trying this, and then I've done 6 weeks of that and 4 weeks of this, and nothing's working, or like, so we try to simplify it. And initially, like, obviously the biggest thing with our female clients is understanding their menstrual cycle. That I think that's imperative to a good transformation, because we can understand and obviously be a bit more compassionate with the hormone changes throughout that 4 week period. And like, I always say to our female clients, like, you're going to have one good week a month where you feel optimal, where maybe your scale weight's a true representation of probably where you are, your body feels tight, your stomach feels good. Outside of that, we're kind of going to be battling some stormy weather. The conditions will be varying depending on the client, their age, and all that kind of stuff. So that's when then we'd look at supplementing different supplements in if they need. But again, I still try to say, look, let's just focus on your food. Let's hit your protein. Most females undereat on their protein anyway. That's a huge one. It's just trying to teach them that they need to be eating more protein. Again, I'm not like a protein junkie either, but it's just like, let's just hit the minimum requirement. Let's not go above and beyond. But then after that, it will be individualized.
What is your minimum requirement
for a female? Protein. So I usually try to prescribe. Like I try to prescribe my female clients to be having a minimum of 100 grams a day. But I think that can be a struggle for a lot. So sometimes we'll start at 75. We've had people obviously feel kind of a little bit of a negative reaction to having high amounts of protein too. Their bodies just can't process it. They're not really used to it. We have a lot of different ethnicities as well. So, their diets may consist of, let's look at
plant-based or
let's look at our South Asian clients. So we work with a lot that are plant-based. So their protein are coming from other sources, which then we realize a lot of those sources are actually causing them to bloat and being completely inflamed. So it's trying to it's a bit of trial and error. So this is why in our first 14 day of our transformation, we do I would say it's a diet boot camp, but it's almost like an allergen deficient diet, if that makes sense. So basically we remove without doing intolerance tests or any of that stuff, I just go, let's remove the 8 most common inflammatory food groups, which is like your shellfish, nuts, gluten, dairy, alcohol, obviously. We get rid of soy, stuff like this. So it kind of sounds like there's nothing left, but more or less they're on a shake for brekkie, mid-morning some fruit and some eggs. Sometimes eggs can be in there as well, but I kind of keep them in. Lunch is protein veg salad, dinner's protein veg salad, bit of fruit in the afternoon. So it's like there's plenty of options still, but we just go, let's just remove all those little tricky sticky points. A lot of the time, people will drop a couple of kilos in the first week just from being less inflamed. Their stomach actually starts to fire. They realize like, oh shit, like, I'm not going to the bathroom so many times, or I'm actually going to the bathroom again. Something people don't realize. I've always had strange conversations. I always love when a client says to me, is it normal that I'm doing this, or I'm going more, or I'm going a bit less? And I'm like, like this is probably, considering where you were, this is actually, we're moving in the right direction. Something wasn't working. After that 14-day period, then we reintroduce. I'm not somebody that tells people not to have any of those food groups. My philosophy isn't really around that. It's like what works for you.
Totally.
So let's reintroduce some things. What did you miss in the last 2 weeks? And people always say to me, rice. They'll say milk in my coffee. And then what can happen for some people is like, I added milk in my coffee and I literally was in the bathroom for an hour. I'm like, all right, you make the call. Maybe that's not probably sitting well with you. Did you love your coffee enough? Do you want to keep it in there? Keep it in.
Totally.
Like it's on you now, but you know how you feel without. So maybe we drop it to every second day, and maybe an Americano, then you have your cappuccino the second day. Like I'm not there to say to them, no cappuccinos forever now. Like, because I feel like that's where you'll lose people after the transformation window. Where they just can't sustain it.
Totally.
So it works well when we reintroduce. I think I've gone a bit off topic here, but we reintroduce the foods after 14 days to almost the point where people can kind of have everything again. I'm just there to educate them on the quantities.
Let's just say what has changed then, because it needs to be changed in order to be sustainable for long term.
It's the portions. That's where everyone's getting unstuck. Like if you look at most people, I always love the one, especially, and I'm half Lebanese, so I'll work with a lot of like obviously Arabic clients, and I'm like, but I had Lebanese, it was fine. I had tabbouleh and chicken talk and some hummus. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like, so from which restaurant here had it here? I ordered it in. Usually it's saturated in oil. Most times.
Literally
literally dripping. Like the tabbouleh sometimes I love when I get delivered. It's like nice, clean, fresh bowl of parsley and tomato, more or less. And then there's this jar of olive oil, and I'm like, there's no way all of that should be in there. But most people will just crack the lid, pour it in. And you've got maybe 500 calories of olive oil in that.
Just in that one.
Yeah, so it's just educating.
And I'll bring you another one later on if you wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just education. And I think it's also crazy that people have to get to 30 and then actually have someone tell them or pay someone to tell them that this is what's going into your body. It should be in the education system. I've said this on like different podcasts. I've said this anytime I really get to this topic. It's like it should be in the education system somewhere where we should be learning this. Put me out of a job, but I think we'd be a better society for it.
Yeah, 100%. What about women strength training? Like, where's your philosophies on strength training for women or the battle with women? I'm sure you strength train women, right?
Yes,
you
definitely.
pushed it on them to strength train.
time.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad I have to kick you out of
No,
those.
that's fundamental.
So then, where's the battles for you with women to strength train?
Yeah, so you've got the major misconception around women obviously being quite concerned about gaining muscle. You know, some women will build muscle easier than others. 90% won't. And it will take conscious, continuous effort to really gain any sort of like muscular shape or physique. And so I'll often always kind of say to my female clients, like, you won't end up there accidentally.
Yeah.
Like, we'll get 5 kilos down, you'll gain a little bit of muscle, you'll see yourself get a little stronger. And then we can review things like how you're feeling.
Yeah.
Generally, they'll be a lot more happier with the changes that they'll see. Females like to use the word toned.
Yeah.
You'll hear that often. And what a lot of people don't realize is tone literally just means more muscle, less fat. And that's kind of the look that they're associating with. Yeah, they're associating toning with that look. And literally what we need to do is actually lift weights. You know, the benefits on hormones, the benefits on longevity, obviously fighting any sort of like medical conditions. The list goes on when it comes to
bone support,
Correct.
activity, society level, activity, blah, 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 blah.
You could literally go right on. Like,
Keep
it's
going on
so
and on and on.
important. So for me, it's a must. And I try to really fight that stereotype. I love the one, I had a call with somebody the other day, and it was like, I always love especially in Dubai, you get the call where someone calls you to train them and then tells you how to train them. And I'm always like, all right, I'm just going to stop you there.
Yeah.
This is not how this works. But like, I love the one where it's like, my body wasn't designed to lift weights. It's like, my body's just not, it just doesn't lift weights. And I'm like, your body doesn't know anything about, it only knows what you're telling it and what your mind's telling it. Have you ever tried? No. Cool. But what do you want to see? I want to see more toning. I want to see my posture's bad, or I've got back pain. All right. Like, well, this is the answer. Do you want to do it or not? Let's give it a shot.
It's crazy that like how people want to do a transformation or they don't like, not that they don't accept what they are, but like you look the way you look because of the way you live. As simple as that.
Yeah.
Like, because if you haven't lifted weights or it doesn't fit you, it's because you haven't done it.
Yes.
Or you haven't done it right. Or like that way, it
like,
blows my mind.
I'll have people say to me, like, they'll show me a picture of like, can I look like this? Like, I want to look like this, or this is my transformation goal. Can I look like this? My answer is always yes.
Yeah.
What are you prepared to do? Okay, you showed me Dwayne Johnson. All right. We need to train 4
you
a.m.
6
every
foot
morning.
something?
You've got extreme amounts of good genetics. You've got a family history of good genetics, maybe dabbling in a bit of the dark arts here and there, maybe not. But
Train for 30 years.
train for 30 years. What are you prepared to do to get there?
Yeah.
Okay, so can it be possible? Yes.
Yes.
There's a road though. And that's my job to then set that expectation
The
again and say,
expectations.
cool, let's drop it back a few rungs. But I think everyone has the potential to change themselves however they really want. It just comes down to like what's realistic, what will fit in with their lifestyle, their values.
How can we deal with expectations? Because that's the biggest thing. When you talk about, you got 14 days, your first, what's the next stage after that? Or when you got to go into this lifestyle, away from the transformation and into lifestyle?
It's funny you say that because I think we had a bit of a learning curve this year at 365. We were off the back of two, without trying to plug us, we were off the back of
Plug
two.
away, bro. It's all good. I'm going to plug you anyway,
We spoke
mate.
about this at the start. I don't want to be that guy. But it's a good personal
365, check it out.
It's a good personal experience. We came off the back of two, what we call our cover model challenge.
Yeah.
So basically the focus is body transformation. So it's like get in the best shape yet, get on the cover of a magazine. We're going to put you there. How does Chris Hemsworth look so good on the front of the magazine? Well, he's literally eaten fish and cucumbers for the last 7 days. We do that. So that people then, we book them a photo shoot, they take the shots, they look incredible. Well, then this expectation it becomes real
maintain
because
that
it's
for
like,
the
well, then they know because they're like, hang on. So you're telling me all those years that I've looked at Chris Hemsworth in that movie and wanted to look like him, that he'd pumped up 20 reps before the set, had a tan, he didn't drink water for 48 hours, and he cut cucumber and chicken. He ate chicken and fish for days. I'm like, yeah, now you know. So it's actually, I felt like it's worked really well with our team for the bounce back because they don't feel so bad. They go, oh, okay, so I'll just add in a few more of my things. I'll have my water, whatever. They go back up a couple of percent. So it was hard initially for some to actually make them feel okay with that, that you can't maintain that cover model look all year round. But then it actually sets them up for a really positive experience with going, okay, now I know what I'm seeing out there in social media when you see trainers who have done one photo shoot, post the same photo every few days, and people think old mate's living shredded.
Few years, they get the same photo.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how's he shredded all year round? I was like, no, he just did a lot of shots, and now he just keeps rolling them out. So people kind of, it gives them a really in-person experience of the misconceptions out there or the like misinformation. The second thing that I was kind of tying into is that what we realized is when we did the cover shoot, we had so much more intensity around one focus, which was drop. So we've come into this year we started with a strength phase because I wanted to push our cover model post Ramadan because Ramadan was earlier. So I felt like we just wanted to change the focus point. And we did one just before Christmas. So we needed to kind of do a deload, a refeed phase, a reverse diet phase, I should say. So a lot of people actually they felt a bit lost because they kind of only really got used to this like really intense, aggressive of transformation. So it was a great learning curve for us, and it was a great experience to go, actually, guys, we need to reset that expectation for everyone now that it's okay to be in this muscle building phase. You can eat more. We're going to get stronger. And now we're just about to finish that phase. Everyone's feeling really good. And we've got a lot more muscle tissue on the body. People have been enjoying iftars all through the month. Yeah. Now we'll start to go through this. So I try to show people that it's seasonal and that like, even though we're 365 days and I like that lifestyle approach, it's like, we do break it up into phases. It has to. It just has to.
Literally.
Like, you can't just coast on the same program with the same food all year. One, you won't maintain a shredded physique. You'll burn out and your stress will start to skyrocket. And on the flip side of that, you just keep eating and don't train, and you're going to end up in the same spot anyway. So
it's been a cycle for a lot of people too, right? They end up going back around. That's really interesting. You do the way you approach that way, because there's a lot of what do you put this? The mentality or the psychological side of this as well with the transformations can be a bit of a roller coaster, up and down. Yeah, great one day, bad the next day. Oh, I've lost weight, I put on weight, or I'm strength training, but I'm getting fatter. What's going on? Type of thing. There's always these continuous battles. They keep going on. And it's good you said about the Chris Hemsworth, because they did it, I think, I saw about a month ago. They had the Superman and Hugh Jackman with Wolverine.
Yes.
They're all going through the same things, and they had a bit more showing that this is why they do preparing, or some of them knew like 2 or 3 months in advance. Preparing for that one shot, because they had to be a shirt off kind of shot.
I felt like Hugh Jackman's always been a good representation of being real, because he's always got himself in insane shape. PEDs aside, whether he's jumped on anything or not, for me, I don't really judge that side of the world. It's your choice. But he was really quite good to answer the questions of the people, which were, how did you get in this shape? And he'd be like, look, it was literally this. I looked at like it for this amount of days, and then it was back to reality. I think it's also needs to be led from the top, and that comes back to us as trainers to be a little bit more real. I think trainers try to look like they're actually perfect. And that they're kind of these superhuman individuals. And I think as soon as you, as a trainer, show that you're just normal, we're
going to go a bit off topic here, because you're about to touch something that I already hit on, because in a lot of social media, people listening and watching this, the trainers will do like 3 reps of these big, incredible, whatever they are, lifts or movements and stuff like that to sell you. Or they'll, like you said, get that pump. They've just done a workout, and they'll put it on social media, and that's the only ones they show. Or they'll do their thing, and they go have a cigarette and they drink some alcohol straight afterwards as well. You know what I mean? So people have been sold. What are your feelings on that?
Yeah, it totally go against how I show myself on socials. And I think sometimes it's hard to really be real. Like you do have the insecurities of feeling like you need to show a certain expectation. But I think over the course of my career, the more I've just leveled myself as being just an average Joe, because ultimately I am. People,
we all are.
Our general population clients, so you would have this. They see you as Superman. They see you as somebody that, one, is kind of unattainable. And I mean, as nice as it is sometimes to feel that way and to go, oh, thanks guys, like I appreciate it. It isn't truth. And we do have the same insecurities and the same flaws and same issues. When you show people that, like one, your connection's huge. You know, they straight away, the trust and the respect and,
I have the trouble with coaching trainers on exactly that. Like you need to be real because you're dealing with real people.
Correct.
They want to get out of their space into this space, and they think it's unobtainable. But as soon as you bring out that real world stuff of yourself, whether it be mental or physical, oh, actually, it's attainable. That's all I have to do. Okay, now I know how to apply myself.
And the results then just skyrocket because they can see that you're a normal person and you can, look, there's times where I've had clients go, how you barely sleep in your training. I'm like, yeah, because now I'm in a phase. Like this phase now is like work's just happened to get busy and I'm doing a photo shoot. Because, I need to get some promo material for you guys. Like, so yeah, I'm going to get lean.
Need to get you some friends.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like I need to get laid or whatever it might be. Like, whatever your purpose is. There is a period where, yes, I will show intensity. And as long as you're showcasing that this is a period in time. But then I'll fall back to just being kind of the average Joe, like,
but we all go through those seasons.
Yeah, like even if I have a drink or like I'll post like, post when I'm eating on a Friday night or people just like are so like, how are you doing that? How are you like, there's this pressure. I can see why some people just some trainers feel like they just need to be perfect because sometimes you do get a bit of backlash, like from your audience. They're a bit like, you should be leading by example. I'm like, I agree, but I'm also human. And there's a point where my community.
I want to break that up because talk about transformation. Everyone goes on the six pack, the abs, the rip, the muscle, the bulge, whatever. And it's about, well, actually, the fakeness that's put out there, the obtainable, unobtainable, like they're going to see you eventually. And they're like, oh, why aren't you big anymore? Why aren't you ripped and lean anymore? And there's a lot of trainers out there that actually get caught out and then they're not in the industry for very long.
Yeah, heaps. Well, they just lose their integrity, don't they? Like that they're kind of not really practicing what they preach and they're kind of, selling people a bit of a lie, more or less. And I think, I still believe a trainer should be in some relative form of shape. Do we as trainers go through emotional struggles? Yes. Are there periods where our food will be shit and our training will be shit? Yeah, 100%. But I do think we have a responsibility to come back to at least some form of like,
baseline.
There is a baseline, because I've seen and you would have seen this too. I've seen a client with a stomach, a trainer with a stomach twice the size of his client. I know the trainer. I know he's not really invested in the job. I know he's probably not experienced as he should be. Probably not the right place for him, to be fair. And give him benefit of the doubt. So I know it's not like a circumstance because sometimes circumstances can make it hard for us. We're humans too. But I think when you see someone who's just kind of lazy and not in the industry for the right reasons, that's where we kind of need to draw the line. So I think there is a lot of merit in us looking a certain way, but there's always that happy medium. But I think if your trainer's not able to get into some pretty incredible condition, if that's what you're looking for, I don't know if they're going to be the trainer that will get you there. And I've had mates who are uni whizzes, sports science degrees, incredibly smart. I kind of didn't come through a heavily university background. Mine was very much applied on the floor, lots of certifications and different diplomas here and there, but I wasn't like a university bookworm.
No, neither was I. I wasn't bachelor's or anything like that.
Yeah, so a lot of my experiences come from the floor and like mentoring and applying all the knowledge into like actual real people. And I think that's where you start to really see, the results kind of happen is when it's just through experiences.
Yeah, most of it. Let's go back to the transformation side of things because it's a stigma. It's still being sold out there with the abs and stuff like that. When it comes to muscle, what is a realistic expectation then? Muscle growth, fat loss.
Yeah. In 12 weeks.
Let's put 12 weeks time frame.
Yeah. So again, I think the numbers purely individual. We spoke about me not sitting on the fence today, so to try to not just go, it all depends.
Pull out your dong, mate.
So look, I think in 10 weeks, if I look at the track record of what we've produced, I've had a large number of people drop 10 kilos minimum. Most people come to a trainer and they have 10 kilos to go. Most people, like they'll walk in the door and there's 10 kilos there. For some, it'll put them in a I guess skinnier state than they probably thought. But initially for that transformation photo, you actually have to be a lot leaner than you think to really like, if you want to see that before and after, if you want to see the line striations and the abs. So most people coming in, I think 10 kilos is a realistic expectation for your like general population person, what you could achieve in 12 weeks with obviously sacrifice and dedication and the right guidance.
Yeah.
So 10 kilos, I think you can see from a muscle tissue gaining perspective. We know that, you know, if you're new to fitness, you will see some sort of tissue development.
Yep.
If you're conditioned in strength training, you may not actually build too much tissue in that time. Depends on the programming, but I think a lot of it is just muscle retention. Is like, can we savor as much of the tissue that you have, drop as much fat? This is a deficit phase.
Literally.
Then we'll have a look at how you look, and then usually the reverse diet is where the muscle's built. So this is good that you said that, because a lot of people expect to come in to their first transformation and look like the Hulk. And be ripped and massive. Let's talk about guys. Obviously, females.
It's been sold as well, right?
So you know, maybe your trainers posted him looking shredded and jacked.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is my 12-week transformation. Well, your trainer's done about 15 transformations over the last 30 years. So every time he's done one, he's dropped down, built a bit of tissue, or he's just done a good cycle. But like, it's usually like, you know, let's keep the integrity up there. Like, I mean, we'll be honest.
If you don't want to.
Like, let's be honest. But like, it's usually going to be layering that transformation from year to year to year to year. So for a lot of people, I'm straight away like, look, you're not going to fill out your large t-shirt in this next 12 weeks. Are you going to fit your pants size 32? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Yeah. Happy days. You can throw out your extra large t-shirt, but will you fill out the large and look like, you know, a chiseled Jared Butler? Probably not yet. So there's an expectation there to set that. I think you have to be straight with that.
Well, it's crazy in my mind when people think about this stuff, because in the day, why is everyone so fixated on the aesthetics when they're actually doing it for the psychology of it all?
Correct.
You know,
that's a good point.
Still, years later, they didn't get in here to look for some reason. They just like pick up their woman, they get laid, or they go find themselves in a more of an alpha situation with a circle of friends, or that's on the sports field. They want to dominate. That's what they're actually doing it for. They're not actually doing it for the aesthetics. No. Where you noticing like it kicks in from, or where are they losing themselves in a way? Losing from when I first came in here to my, I suppose, I don't say moral reason, but maybe it is their moral reason, I don't know. And then I get lost in this whole, oh man, I just want to get leaner and get some abs so that I can walk more confidently with my shirt off or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it can be the culture they're in, that environment. Like, you know, because we're doing like small group stuff, when we did our cover model challenge, we had a lot of our guys all competing, or not competing, but they're all like participating in our last cover model shoot. And what I found is that when we put especially a group of guys together, it did very quickly turn very superficial. Like, and then we had the insecurities come in. I was like, oh, he's got abs and my abs aren't there. I'm like, not sure, like, am I ready for this? And I'm like, but no, let's look at the bigger picture. You've reconnected with your daughter because now you feel better about yourself. You're going out every week and socializing. Your clothes fit better. You've got now a new authority at work because people are seeing you as a more energetic character. So it's like, when that environment is not really conducive, or like a bit testosterone filled. Not saying our environment was bad, but it's just when you get a group of guys together, it very quickly turns to add the ab show. Like, who's got the abs? Like, it's like,
who's got the shoulders? Who's got the chest?
Like you go into the change room and you don't even know half the blokes in there, and they'll go, "Oh mate, you're looking ripped," and you get that once, and then you go, "Oh shit!" Like, that's why that person spoke to me, is because I was leaner. You know, I think there's some solid stats. I don't know them, but there's some solid stats about women not really giving a shit about abs.
They don't.
Yeah, it's like
they don't care about muscles either.
Yeah, so it's
but guys are trying to get this muscle, shoulder, abs ripped, and
it's usually the other. It's usually I think I've seen a few videos on this, but it's usually the guys that are complimenting the guys on how they look,
literally.
and then you're kind of like, hey,
okay, way more compliments than males.
This is not what I had in mind, but you know, this is not like, or it's the opposite.
Oh, you'll do. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the opposite genders will usually, it's not really going the way you intended. But I think, to answer your question, I think the environment's key.
Yeah.
If the right environment's there, and our environment is very like lifestyle based, so we are looking at other metrics outside of the physical, and that kind of needs to be led from the front with your coach. You know, if they're not telling you need to have abs, like I hate seeing trainers lift up their shirt to show their client
in the world ever.
It's like 6 a.m. Old mate Bob's there. He's 40 kilos overweight, just happy to fucking get to the gym, ready to do his press. his trainer's got his shirt up, and he's just like flexing his abs in the mirror. He's like, oh, you know, and he's just sitting there, and I'm watching this, being like, he doesn't give a fuck about your abs. It has no relation to him at all. He's never seen that. He's not going to see that for at least another 20 weeks minimum, if not a year. Where's that, like, what type of message are you sending to that person in that moment? So yeah, we see this a lot. So I think, to answer your question, environment is key. Environment, and that comes from the coach.
Because the other side of it too, when you talk about this with males, like they think they need the muscles, but they need to be lean.
Yeah.
There are some, like, look, we're not saying that this all fits in the same shoe, but there is definitely the majority of women that are about the connection point.
Correct.
Like, they want, like, there is a woman, they want a leader, or they want security and support. Yes, there is. On the flip side, you know, when you, I've had a couple of guys talk about this for the last couple of weeks, that they get to their point of lean, muscular space, and they feel like they couldn't pick up women anymore when they were fatter, you know, or they found it easier because they didn't think they could get them in the first place, and they were just like, oh, well, and then have a chat, and then like, oh, they ended up doing it.
Yeah, that's right. There was no expectation. They didn't think they were going to pull, so it didn't matter. So they had a shot.
I like didn't work out any different, bro. What's
I like that. No, I agree, 100%.
You know what I mean? So, because women have that same thing, or even women when it comes to the strength side of things.
Yes.
And this is another one I'm hearing too. Like, women are like going, I need to be skinny. There's so many guys that don't like skinny women.
Yes,
especially guys are around the fitness space. They like an athletic, so a woman that can just move or do something that someone's coordinated as well.
You know what I find the most attractive feature of a woman, without going down this road, is posture. It sounds stupid.
Confidence.
But like confidence, but even go back a rung, literally shoulders back. Like nothing for me, I find will catch my eye more than some, like a woman, even a bloke, like from the perspective of it shows an authoritative figure or a confident presence. Like your eye does attract, whether it's just noticing, or obviously if in my case a female, you'll go, oh wow, she looks like, I can just, whether you'll comment further, I'm not going to go further than that. I'm saying my eyes have gone in that direction initially because I've just noticed a strong like posture, or a confident posture. And that comes from strength training. And literally. I think, you know, that's such a simple, and you can pick up really good postural improvements in 12 weeks. Like, you know, from a postural perspective, you can
look
really
silly different as well, right? When you do this.
Yeah, big time. And like, you know, even posture for guys, they'll sit like this. I'm like, oh, I've got my man boobs. I'm like, all right, pull your shoulders back. And they're like, oh, I'm like, a bit less. And I was like, yeah. He's like, well, let's focus on that. And already now your chest is a couple inches bigger, and you look a couple inches taller. I was like, give me that money.
Hey, mate.
Yeah, exactly. So I think posture is important, and I think tying back to what you said, I think like, you know, it's just having an awareness around that too.
There's an incorrect way to
the
scene.
I think people just expect, you know, people shouldn't be doing it for others, and a lot of the time they are, especially when it's in transformations. And I think what people don't realize is, and we try to tell people this, I try to tell people when I've got my busy executives, etc.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you are working so hard, or you're doing all of these things, neglecting yourself. But at the moment, if you look back, who's really suffering?
Yeah.
And it is the people that they want to care for the most. Like ultimately, I'm like, you need to put yourself first to be able to actually then give back to the people that you care about. So,
and if you truly mean it, then do it.
Yes. Exactly. So it's like rock up, get out of bed, do it. And you know, they'll be thinking, like, especially when I love it when, like, you know, I've been with a client when his daughter comes over and is like, oh, my dad looks like Superman now, or he looks so good. Like I was saying to you, on the flip side to that, when kids see their parents in this like good shape or this healthy lifestyle, I think it's a really positive place. And
massively.
That's where people go, okay, that was worth it. Yeah, that was worth 12 weeks of dedication, you know.
And then want to continue it on after that as well. Right. That's the side of it as well. Yeah. I do want to touch on that part where you just brought up, because there is the mentality, psychology. I'm trying to think of it. As far as for a better way of life, we get to this point, okay, look, if you've got bigger shoulders, if you've got bigger muscles, if you're leaner, if you've gone to the photo shoot, you've done this part, it's the confidence, the self-esteem, the abilities to potentially free yourself from this mental prison of, I didn't go for that job, I didn't go for that, I didn't ask that woman out or something like that, or I didn't do the travel or the adventure that comes out of it. And it's easy enough to say, well, you need to do it, bro. You need to do it.
Yeah.
But it's like telling someone to stop smoking.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So it's, what is this? So someone's listening right now, what's your kind of your go-to personally for you, or that you would look to try and instill? How, like something more specific, maybe that how you're instilling this mindset change in somebody to go, hey mate, you literally need to take this seriously. Do you feel you have to go deep, or I don't know, like I don't want to put words in your mouth, either.
Yeah.
So it's like going, what's your thing for getting this mindset change? What's the actual something applicable? Someone go like, mate, does it write it down? Is it affirmation? Is it just look in the mirror? Is it give us your real reason why?
Why? I think it starts with like first setting the tone, which for me, I always try to have that initial conversation with thinking that we should be as limitless as possible. So what that means is if generally somebody is completely out of shape, they're being limited in some way, somewhere in their life, that's then caused them to call me. Limited in the bedroom, limited picking their kids up, or running around the park with their kids, limited in feeling like they have an authoritative kind of personality in their workplace, or they're perhaps bullied, limited, ways of kind of advancing in their social groups around their peers or whatever it might be. So there's some sort of limitation. I always try to sell it on the point of going, well, what would it be like to just have no limitations? So you could just run the park, you take the stairs, you could hop on that flight to Bali, do a Muay Thai camp for 7 days. You could take your kids hiking. You could pick up any girl, or you'd be confident in yourself to go and have a chat to anyone in the bar. Like, how would you feel now? Like, and I try to get them to kind of envision that place.
Yeah, okay.
And I was in kind of like, it's like, as superficial it sounds, in 12 weeks, you can really start to notice a lot less limitations. And that's kind of where then we'll start to set expectations each week. And it's like, did you notice this week? Have you noticed this week?
Yeah.
And sometimes I won't even ask, and they'll come to me and say, bro, this week was the week that I stayed in the park for half an hour longer today.
Yeah.
Felt good. Like, my son I caught him today, like whatever it is. Like, so I like them to start to feel this limitless feeling. Because I think I like to think I feel it, because like what I would judge my limitations are probably going to be less than, I'm probably going to be more limitless than my client because of like my fitness and what, in whatever they would, in our level perception of limitations, trying to not confuse myself here, I could do more than them initially when it comes, especially physicalities.
Yeah.
Or if we look aside from their careers and their workplace and their expertise, we're looking at just two people that have limitations of physicality or like their mindset, their strength perhaps around to handle challenging environments. A lot of that can come from doing a successful transformation. So it's can you show someone that there's limitations that are there for you to be unlocked if you go through this transformation? And I think when people go through transformation after transformation, they do start to feel like limitless. And there's nothing they can't really do because they've stuck to that diet. They've turned up to the gym every day at 6. They've said no to their mates when they've been out saying, hey, I'm on a bit of a plan at the moment. So then when these other things get thrown at them in life, they can see the benefit. And that's when then it becomes a lot easier to kind of, I don't need to say to them, do they need affirmations or this or that? They're getting real, first-hand experience.
Take accountability to themselves.
Yeah, they feel the accountability there. And I think that's what keeps them going. Because there's a point where I can't be in someone's ear forever.
Well, I mean, like, because there's also a development process, or there's a progressive progress as well. Like, at the first, it seems like you're spitting ideas out to them to trigger somewhere, and then you kind of backing off. Correct. Over the weeks, so they kind of take their control.
They start to take the reins. And that's the best part. And I think that's why I love 365 days, because I think we can cover most of life's circumstances in that period. Bad relationship, it's now affected my training, not turned up for 2 weeks. Cool, what can we do? Right, let's just taper back. You're going to go for a walk every night so you can mull over what's going on at home, but you're still getting your steps sorted. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Come back into the program when you're ready, because we have a kind of a bit of a revolving door where people jump out and jump back in. Like I like that. I always hated when people would have that awkward conversation with their trainer. I was like, oh, man, I think it's time to, I don't know if it's still for me. Like, and when that kind of gets to me where I see someone kind of tap out a bit, I don't expect to hold on to them forever. I'm kind of like, that's all right, mate. No worries. This is a welcoming environment for you. When you feel you're ready, to come back. They always come back because I've left that door open, and they know like fitness is just kind of like all the other things in life. Like there would be points of
seasons.
There'll be seasons of really great consistency, and there'll be seasons where it isn't as consistent, but if it can at least be something and still present, then I've done my job. Like if their less consistent period is still a walk every day, when before it just was a bender, I'm happy. Job done. I'll see you in 6 weeks when you want to push again. So I kind of like, I think when you go with someone over that longer term journey, that's when the magic truly happens. That's when you unlock the doors, you know? So yeah.
What about the other end of the spectrum? We're going like, okay, they're in a space, they've changed their life, they've got their 365 or their 730 days, how we want to look at it, or they're in that space, and it's just about, do you feel that people need another goal, another level? Like once they've got to A and it's a year or two later, it's like, do they need something else, or is it about maintaining, or is it about?
Depends on the person. Like,
what did you feel then when you went? Like,
I'm an ambitious person in stages at different points. Like right now, I'm coasting with my fitness. I'm ambitious in other areas, i.e. my career at the moment. That's where my focus is. But my fitness at the moment is I'm not trying to run high rocks sub X amount. I'm not even entering that high rocks. Like, as in, not
do the sub 1 hour?
Yeah. Like, I might give it a shot next week. Give it a nudge.
But a spare ticket?
Yeah, can we just plug that in? I'll endorse your company.
Ben, you there, mate?
Yeah. But as in, literally, like for me, it's like at the moment, I'm just coasting. Simple as that. I'm just turning up for my training. It's keeping my headspace in check to help me then progress in where my ambition is at the moment is in my career. There's been periods last year where my ambition was a cover model challenge. So I was focused on a very dialed in target, and that's okay. So I think it's just, it kind of comes down to like where you are at different points. I think I've lost your question slightly. What was the question exactly? See, this is what happens, bro. I start talking.
So passionate though, bro.
Yeah, it was good. I just wanted that ticket. I couldn't stop thinking about that free ticket for the high rocks.
I'll reach out to those guys.
Yeah, what was it?
So, because like people get to the point of, hey, I've got there. I've achieved my aesthetic look.
Yeah, awesome.
My performance-wise, I can now. I'm a better footballer. I'm a better rugby player, whatever I am. And
yeah, I wanted to answer it because it was good. Because the reason I was kind of using myself as an example is I do have people that need a goal all the time. Like there are people who just cannot function. If they don't have a goal, they feel like they're a failure. I do try to tell them it's okay to have a period without, but even these people sometimes, and they're different characters, and there's different studies on types of characters and personalities and whatever.
These disc profile.
These type of people, they need something. And so one of my guys, his target literally last 6 months of last year, we had heavy physical and performance-based targets. Because of that, he got a few niggles here and there. So literally this last 3 months, I'm like, bro, your target now, because he needed a target. I was like, because I couldn't just say to him, bro, just take it easy, drop off, attend the sessions, and we'll review in 3 months when we go into our next cover. He needed something. So I said, all right, you're going to do one session with your physio weekly or with your sports therapist. Then you're going to have 3 days a week where you're doing your massage rehab. And our target is to be able to get you to run 3Ks without having any fucking shin pain. Like, now that was kind of, I could have said to someone else, let's just taper back on things and just do your rehab and happy days. He needed to see in the diary, I'm going to attempt my 5K on this date because I've successfully then completed my 3 sessions of rehab a week with my 1 physio session a week. He needed that. If I didn't give it to him, he would have felt like he's not going anywhere. So I think you find the people that need it. And I've had clients with me, most of my crew now, thankfully, love you guys, have been with me for years and years and years. They've completed 365 days times 3, 4, 5. So it is challenging as a trainer sometimes to actually kind of go, all right, like, because I sit with them and go, all right, where is our focus at now? And it will sometimes dabble in performance. It'll come back to physicality. Sometimes it'll come back to just consistency. So it's a tricky one. I think it's individual.
Massively. I mean, it does become individual.
It'll change as life changes too.
Some people need the lighthouse.
Yes.
Point them in that direction, go there. See, I'm very much of like, I enjoy the journey. Like, I know it's a kind of cliche thing, but I enjoy doing that fitness in the morning because it lets me up. Like, I split everything to my day. If I don't have a good day, then I'm not going to have a good life because your life is made up of days, and it's only the whole weeks and month thing for me is, and there's only something recent, but it's just that I want to laugh. I want to do good fitness. I want to be progressive. I want to learn on a day.
Amazing.
I'll put that's my thing, right? And so when it comes to training, what I change is that I might be a little more strength oriented, like this season, or it might be. I went through the start of the year. I literally just did 54 days of running every day. That was just something different, like because I was like, oh, cool. And someone told me about a challenge, and I thought, oh, give it a go.
Give it a shot.
So, and then that's what I did.
How
right?
far were you doing daily?
So I did the whole 1K on the first day. 2K for 2 days, 3Ks for 3 days, 4Ks for 4 days, 5Ks for 5 days, 6Ks for 6, 7 for 7, 8 for 8, 9 for 9, 10 for 10.
Okay, nice.
So it finished on the 24th.
10 for 10 is decent. Like you'll feel it, but you've got a background in it.
I've got a background.
Obviously you're fit.
Well, so I went through dark patches,
Okay.
and I was also from a point of I didn't save myself just for that. I ended up going for a couple of 21s, and I was supposed to do 7K. I ended up playing in a sports tournament where I ran into the 10K in the middle of it.
Yes.
I did some other big workout like I shouldn't have been doing, and then it like really put me on the back foot.
Yes.
So there's a couple of days I had to go through a recovery
Yes.
period. Oh, the Burge was on, so I did a
so you did
21K,
through that,
and I was supposed to do like
Oh,
an
okay,
8K
so-
or something like that.
Yeah.
And so but yeah, I've got a background anyway.
Okay.
But it was more that I just wanted to prove I get my fitness back up, and I just wanted to go through it and get the experience of doing the challenge because someone else was doing the same thing, but from 5 days or 5Ks for 5 days up to 10.
Yes.
But they have breaks somewhere between.
Okay.
And like, this is what I always like to tell people as well. Like, when it comes to aesthetics or when it comes to performance, you're never going to be the best as far as moment. And you're never going to be the worst. There's always going to be someone worse. There's always going to be someone better than you, in some other moments. So what you do, and that's why I come back to the journey, is like, look, I ran for whatever it was, 54 days, or 55 days, sorry. Enjoyed that, whatever. And I was saying, I actually got to the end of this, and I was like, okay, yep. What's next? It was like, because I got to the point of, no, I'm going to do this. It was just a way of life. It was running each day just became a way of life type of thing. But again, what you're saying, based on the same thing, it's season. I understand. Some days I was stronger before, and now I'm fitter here, and I was stronger again, and it's fine.
Yeah.
One of kind of the last things I really want to touch on is the peer pressure side when it comes to transformations. When people go through the whole, like you're saying a little bit earlier about the alcohol or the going out with friends and stuff like that. Do you believe people need to change their friends group, or will their friends group change?
I think the friends group naturally does change, unfortunately, to some degree, or maybe they're friends for a certain time.
I think you've got to change your friends. I think you got to get rid of them.
Yeah, I mean,
I know it's harsh, but
look, I don't want to come in and say that to them at the time, but I think it happens.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, you're right. Like if you were to actually review, like, how can I be optimal with this next 12 weeks? Well, my 6 best mates are out every night. I probably need to ditch them.
Yeah.
That is probably the reality, like you're saying, as simple as that.
Stop beating around the bush.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. So I love that approach as well. I sometimes like people to experience it rather than they kind of probably hold it against me a little bit, or like
Go learn for themselves.
Yeah, like sometimes they'll, it's like you don't want to be the reason that they look back and say, oh, it's because of you that I lost my mates. Like, you're not saying it like that. It's a bit dramatic. But I mean, like, if they start to realize, oh, Bob's really not really, he's not really giving me any good, I don't know who Bob is, but he's not, I know a few Bobs actually. It's not any of you guys. But a name pops in my head. They start to think, oh, you know what? Like, he's not really said well done. He's not really said, oh, good luck for your shoot tomorrow. He's kind of not really given me any sort of support. But then this guy that I met at the gym every day says, oh, mate, how you tracking? How you going? And then, why don't I go for him for a run at Kite Beach? And all of a sudden they're best mates. And then so you kind of just fall into that new social circle where hopefully you're not having negative peer pressure, because we know that is a really hard and difficult place to be. It's even harder if it's your missus or your husband,
family,
in whatever case, your family members, your parents. That's a really hard one. So like, I always love when I have a couple come in. I feel like that's the best. They're usually the best time we get we've got heaps of couples that train with us. Usually starts with one of them, and they usually tend to swing the other one in, and then the results have really become like foundational, and then almost the kid starts improve and the whole family kind of changes.
Massively.
I love that.
Yeah. I think it's kind of essential, to be honest.
Yes.
I think you've got to get your partner involved. There's no point in you coming in here doing this and your wife or husband, whatever, sits back with this old lifestyle. And then
it doesn't usually last, and they'll either end up, relationship will be on the rocks, or they just won't train with me anymore. The results will kind of fizzle out.
Yeah.
So the peer pressure is super, super important. What I've always loved to see, and this goes for a lot of different fitness communities out there across Dubai, is like, you'll actually kind of start to become friends with your fitness circle.
Yeah.
So your best mates will actually just become, and this happened in my group, literally best friends, inseparable, because they met in my sessions. I don't even think they renew for me anymore. I literally, like, I think there's a point where they're just like, oh, I just want to keep training with my best mate. So like, they don't give a shit about me. Like, and I actually don't mind it. Like,
Jason,
I'm like,
who?
like, who are you again? Like, I just came this morning to see my best mate. And I actually love that. Like, for me, it's like, I think that it keeps them people coming back. So if you've got that positive environment, and I think health and fitness needs that positivity.
I think there's a connection. Like, that's the whole point of finding a new way of life, to find new connections with people that are more like-minded and a lot of interests.
Yes.
And I think that's where it comes down to. I think people are far too comfortable. They settle for mediocre. They settle for okay.
Yeah.
They settle for, it's fine. There's nothing broken.
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with going for something better either.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, this is where I think the trap really is for people. That's their comfort zone. And it's about pushing through that comfort zone. It is uncomfortable sometimes to be, to be honest, in this position we are. We are fit, we are healthy, we're athletic, but, you know, we've also got to create a lifestyle to get there. But then it takes hard work, it takes dedication and to be able to get there and then to maintain it.
Yeah.
And I suppose the whole cliche, if it was easy, everyone would do it.
Correct.
So, you know, if you want to be, I don't say it is mediocre. If you want to be mediocre, that's your choice. If you're happy, whatever. I personally don't want to be around that space. I want to be encouraged to be aggressive, to move forward and up. And I think you've got to find the like-minded people in order to achieve that, and especially in order to maintain that. You know, 'cause
there's a big correlation though between high performers in across all areas and fitness, right? You would say
massive. I do 100%.
Yeah.
Like, you get drawn. This energy is different. Like, the mentality is different, and people, like, you hear this one all the time. You talk about family and stuff. You hear the thing of, like, and I was literally talking about this maybe today or yesterday, and because of the culture of New Zealand, like, you'd go out to a social and there would be a dessert, there'd be chips, there might be lollies, there might be soft drinks, there might be the drink or something like that, and everyone's just have one, have one. Don't want to, you know, just and then it's just not normal for them, and so that's why the whole, not that anyone's a bad person, it's just a different personality type. They want things for themselves. I want things for myself, type of thing. So it leads to a space of, look, I love the progression. I want to be around people that want to progress because the mindset's there, the interests are there as well. That's why I find the other things that you get into. It's like, for when it comes to transformation, that's what I think the real power is that it's this a kickstart to get you into a direction you really ultimately going to go. And that can lead to so many different things as far as your life and career, your partnerships, your relationships, and everything else like that. Your way of life.
Yes.
Yeah. Me personally, I'm just not a believer in mediocre as far as, like, I've got one chance to kind of live in the way, and I just want to be the best person I can.
You can be.
You know, and I'll be me, and that's what I'm going to be. So anyway, kind of, but I see
that's an integral part to, like, a transformation though. You weren't always like that. There would have been some point where some change happened, right?
Oh, massively.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still learnings to continue.
Yes.
You know, there's always more levels to go up to, whether you think of it from a business point of view or physical point of view, because there's always going to be someone the same age who's physically fitter. You know, that group gets smaller and smaller, so it's harder to find, but they're out there, you know. But I can 100% know there's someone my age around my same space and be like, well, actually, I want a bit more like that, you know, even though I am where I am. So it's, but I see, and that's what I kind of, I don't want to flip around on the back there, but the transformation side of things, I see it as super important. I see it's marketed in a different way now, and I don't like that, to be honest, but I do see it as the kickstart, or that some people need that. Okay, let's turn your world upside down.
Yeah.
Let's do this 14 days, 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, 24 weeks, or whatever it is. But it is very mindful of that. That's not the end goal. In fact, I'm in a place where I wouldn't want to train someone who's not looking
in that direction
past that. Yeah, literally. It's like going, and I was actually just talking before about this, is like, I have a circle that's like, look, this is my way, this is how I do it, this is what and if you're attracted to that, that's awesome. You know, if you're not, that's cool too.
Yeah.
But, you know, if I try and convince you, or I'm chasing you to do that, it just takes away my energy, and it takes the focus off the people that actually want that same thing as well. You know what I mean? So it's nothing against. It's just saying, like, well, this is who I am. If you like it, great. If you don't, that's cool too.
Yes.
Moving forward, bam. And then, because I know that there's people, and there's people need to be, because we don't understand people, everyone, you don't know what's going on in the background. Yeah. You don't know how the hardships they're going through, or the struggles that they're having mentally, or anything like that. And the other probably bad thing is that people see this as bad, but you can't save everyone. You can't help everyone.
No.
So, you know, focus on, well, yourself first, and then those you can help.
Correct.
That's just the mindset I've got. It's just,
no, that makes so much sense.
You know what I mean? So,
correct.
But I love the whole sort of transformation. That's the kickstart. That's the rocket launch. That's the launch pad
that's
to
where
go.
Rock and roll, get things moving.
Like you were saying before, how many people have you seen change and have this come in and say thanks multiple times for multiple reasons.
I've loved seeing someone literally change careers to go into fitness. Like
Mate,
that one's always a good feeling. I mean, I've literally had one client start. He's literally started his. I think he's working with LiftX, their course at the moment.
Yep.
But he's literally said to me, like, as soon as it's done, like, can I do a little intern with you and all this kind of stuff? And I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. You've done a transformation with me. You've dropped X amount of weight. You know, you've built a bit of a reputation in our community as somebody who's stuck it out and gone through the hard yards. You're a bit of a voice for people to ask questions to. And then why not? Like, now you've wanted to jump into the fitness space and then, you know, kind of take over from me more or less, or like, you know, continue that kind of trajectory. And I love seeing that. So I think that we've done something right. So that's always a really good, rewarding feeling. So there are positives. There are massive positives to it. I just think, you know, if you've not done a transformation yet, you do need to do one to some capacity at some stage. And then hopefully you can look back and say, that was the best thing I ever did.
Oh, I don't think there's a negative to it.
Yeah.
Like literally, even if they fail, I mean, even if they go into the dark space, at least you learn something about yourself.
Correct.
Either you're not ready or you need to work harder for it.
Yeah.
It's going to take more than what you thought to get there.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, right, I think we could go on all night.
Yeah, we could have a good chat. That was awesome.
But we're going to, for your thing, bro, just look down that camera there where people can get a hold of you.
Cool. So you can find us at the 365 www.the365physique.com. My profile is Jason Grimmer on Instagram, or the 365 Physique on Instagram as well. Throw us any questions. We'd obviously love to help.
Brilliant. Appreciate your time, man.
Cool.
Awesome,
bro. Cheers.
Thank you. your opinions on the importance of keeping that connection between your brain and your body.
Okay. So the brain literally is the CEO of our body. And I think we all know that, but we often forget it in practical application. Every outcome that we want from the body, whether it's better cognition, better performance in the gym, better flexibility, better, a smarter IQ, everything that we want has to be granted by the nervous system. We have to convince the brain that it's safe for it to allow that to happen. So the more you learn about the brain and what it wants and what it needs, almost like there's another human inside your skull, like a parent that you have to convince to let you stay out
The
longer.
nagging parent.
Yeah, an overprotective parent.
Overprotective.
Because the brain literally often in today's environment with the stress and everything becomes a little on the overprotective side and puts the brakes on our existence, puts the brakes on our ability to perform, to jump higher, to do the splits, to do everything, every outcome that we want. We have to convince the brain it's safe because that's all it cares about is that survival. Do I trust you enough? Do I trust, because it's like a black box inside your skull. Do I trust you enough to allow you this? And when you start to speak the brain's language and you start to get to know more about the unconscious part of the brain, which is the majority part of the brain, then you start to see those breaks coming off, especially when you're dealing with like clients and you trying to identify what their weaknesses are.
I love it. It's awesome. Okay, so the question for me to you is, if I'm someone listening to this now, what's something that you'd like? What's some of the things that you'd like me to do in order to be successful in this space to make sure that my CEO is talking to my body?
In the survival space, you mean of just like living better, or do you mean in terms of cognition and staying sharp as you are now?
Oh, so super sharp. No, I mean like, just what's kind of, let's say in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
What's a few things that you think you'd like to get across that you're like, okay, Grant, you need to be able to do this. I want to give a quick kind of overview of what you think we should go through in the next 30 minutes. We'll probably go back and forth and different stuff, but
I think in general, the main thing I want to bring across in this 30-minute talk is that we have a lot more control than we think, especially once you start to really age. Everybody just says, "Oh, it's just my age. It's just my age," and then the more you get to know,
oh my gosh,
the more you get to know the brain and the nervous system, you realize there is so much in not just brain and nervous system. Even a health and fitness professional knows this, right? Like who hasn't studied the brain in detail knows how much we have control over the body, and we have a lot more, not full control, but we have a lot more control than we think in our neuronal health and the outcomes of what happened to us and how we age and
Let's go from there, because this is bang on, and this is the thing. So first of all, the reason this is super exciting for me, because I can't stand when people say, and it's become normalized that I'm 30, everything starts to ache. I've got to slow down now. I'm going to put on extra weight. I can't do this. My knees, my hips, my back, my head, blah, blah, blah. And like it's like for me, it's that mindset. It's a horrible mindset. I don't like hanging around people, honestly, that are like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's because you don't use it.
Yeah.
You create an excuse to just be lazy. This is my opinion, but anyway. First of all, why do you think people think like that? Because this isn't the case.
There's so much data on super agers now. I don't know if that term has become a buzzword enough to just not explain it. Okay, so I'll explain it. Yeah. A super ager, they're calling, is someone who is got a brain, someone in their 80s who's got the brain of a 40-year-old, and they exist.
Yeah, 100%.
So what is making their brain look like, in the scans, what is making their brain look like a 40-year-old brain? And it 100% comes down to their lifestyle and their movement and their, all the typical stuff
choices
that we all know, but it's about believing that it is possible. And now all the data is showing that, it's not just this idea that people are pushing out there. You have to take control. You can do it, but it's you can see in the scan. It's just clear. And I think when people see the data like that, it gives them more motivation to actually really believe it rather than just wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you know that counterclockwise study. Maybe we talked about it in our last talk. I can't remember. The counterclockwise study
was
by
before Rocco.
Ellen Langer. They took a group of men in their 70s. They took them on a retreat just north of Harvard University, and they said, in these 5 days, we're going to do a bunch of tests on you before the 5 days, and we're going to do a bunch of same tests on you after the 5 days. And the tests were things like IQ, height, flexibility, strength, blood profile, things like that. And in those 5 days, they told them you're going to pretend to be in 20 years before 1959. So this was in 1979, and they said we've created this. The study was done in 1979, but they said you're going to pretend it's back 1959 again.
20 years earlier.
20 years earlier. So they created this whole environment for them.
Oh, wow.
Where they had sort of Marilyn Monroe posters and the music
The
from the great
jukebox, whatever it
bands
was.
of the time.
Yeah.
And all the newspapers with the stories of the time. And they told them you have to talk about this news as if it's happening now. And you have to talk about your life as if it was happening now. And they got so into it. And the results were incredible. You can check this on Google Scholar. Like their IQ scores, some of them improved by 60%. Some of them
60%?
Yeah, just from 5 days of pretending to be back 20 years before.
I got a way to change my life now.
And they got
Relive my
taller. Some of them. The reaser Ellen Langer said they were playing touch football by the end of the 5 days. Like even their movement, their speech was faster, and all this just from the belief that you obviously they were doing a lot of. I've noticed this with my parents as well. Like when I start to talk to them about the past, their rate of speech speeds up. They start to, their eyes lighten up, they come alive, and I'm asking them questions. I've heard them answer a million times, but I'm asking it just for the sake of activation of these neurons, because that's what we're fighting against, degeneration and death of the neurons of our CEO. And like you said, it's use it or lose it, right? You have to use it. And the more you find excuses for it's just my age, it's just going to degenerate faster. And I mean, no one's immortal, right? But at least we can slow down that degeneration. And when you realize it all comes down to the health of this one neuron and you're picturing it and you want to keep it alive, then you know, okay, I need to feed it through breathing, good nutrition,
Simulation,
etc. And then I need to also do cardio to make sure those nutrients are actually getting there, because a lot of people, for example, who have cold hands and cold feet, chronic cold hands and cold feet, they don't realize they've also got a cold brain, but they do. And that might not mean much to them, but it certainly from a neuronal health is a big deal. And same with people with low blood pressure. They think it's just fine, and I only need to worry if it's high blood pressure. But again, the neurons are not receiving this flow of oxygen and glucose, and it's definitely something you need to take action on. So having low blood pressure, work on your autonomic, see if you can get that higher. And the same with and then that's from the fuel side of things, right? But then also movement, as we were talking before we started this talk, and movement is everything for the brain. Movement is exponentially more important for brain health than it is for heart health. And people always think I need to do cardio for my heart, but actually, no, you need to really do it for your brain, who controls your heart.
All the oxygen that goes through there, how are you going to get... What you've just... And I kind of want to jump back to where you were before, because the environment, to go through the study, then to have that kind of effects, and someone get taller. I mean, I'm going to try the study just to get taller.
Let's go back in teenage time. But that's true. I do listen to music of the 90s just to keep my emotional part of the brain. Because,
I love to get with the 80s sound of music. It just reminds me on the porch, out on the beach, or on the
Because
the
your
lake.
memory lives in the same place as your emotions.
Totally.
So if you can get those emotions up again by listening to music when music really mattered to you, that's also cortical activation. It doesn't need to be just movement and exercise, and I mean that's the big ones, right? But the other kind of maybe more ignored brain activations that we should be doing is listening to music from when music mattered to us, improving our sense of smell, for example, which is declining with age. Also, it doesn't have to decline with age; it comes back to use it or lose it. Our eyes don't have to. Like people train their body, right? But what about training your sense of smell? What about training your vision? And your inner ears and all the other senses that also need to be trained. Why are we discriminating and just thinking of the neck down? Sorry, I'm rambling.
No, but
going in different directions, going back.
See, like it was a tennis ball machine that's pumping out tennis balls everywhere.
Sorry,
it's like
sorry.
no, it's great. It's fantastic because the environment. So obviously, the environment plays a massive part when people when people have this stigma, this mentality of I'm too old, because that's where I think, and give us your thoughts on this, because people get to 25, 30, 35, 40, it's every, they kind of 5 years, and they're like, oh, I know, I'm starting to feel my hips, starting to feel my knees. But for me, it literally just comes back down to, because you're not using it.
Yeah.
You're not using your sense, your smell. You're not listening to people. Maybe you're isolating yourself. Whatever, something's going on, and it just comes back to environmental situations. It's like, I think again, people think your social groups, and this is where I think people don't understand. And we're going to get into the whole practical things you can do, but I think there's just a massive thing we need to touch on first about the importance of who you hang around with or who you talk with. The stimulation between the conversations that you have. Like, I hate boring shit talk about, oh, how are you? Good.
Yeah.
It just most
that's
people,
why you like podcasts.
That's why I podcast, because I want to go deeper and I want to understand deeper, and it's just intriguing about something. So that environment. So I get massive stimulation from podcasts from a point of view that it's learning, it's interest, it's diving into the questions that people don't want to ask or they don't want to hear, type of thing, right? So for you, environment, like what is the environment, or what are signs that people need to change their environment for you in order to keep the brain, the CEO on top?
Well, something that you said, the social side of things is massive for the brain, right? And purpose and feeling like we got my father-in-law over. He's fractured his spine, and you could see the cognitive decline, honestly. But ever since we got him over, and we're giving him more tasks to do with my daughter and asking him to go pick her up, and even though I could pick her up, but I know that he really needs this purpose and to watch her, and we leave him more with her now just for that. So finding that purpose is super important for brain health. It's crystal clear on him how massive that's made a change in his body, but also the environment itself. Your brain is a better survivor if it can predict. It's like AI, right? The better it is at predicting, if you're going to rank people as this is a better survivor than this person and that's a better survivor than that person, neurologically, as leaving aside the physiological, it's in the brain's ability to predict. Just like AI, right? You have some that are better at predicting and some that are less. And the way the brain gets good at predicting is often through the data, not often, always through the data that we give it, the predictable data that we give it, and the clear, accurate data that we give it. And one of the things that really matters is not changing your environment that much, because change is a huge threat to the nervous. Changing if it's a bad environment, of course, is good. But study after study show people who live longest are those who stay in one place. They're not moving from country to country, which is bad for us.
I'm stuffed.
But I mean, when you're young, it's fine, right? But as you get older, your brain wants that predictability, and every time you move or you change, it's a threat. For my father-in-law, it worked out in his favor because he wasn't in a good place being alone there, not talking to anyone. In the UK, he was alone. And then we brought him over. It's a good change in environment, but of course, it's still a threat to the nervous system. The new air, but you've got to ask yourself, what's the bigger kind of payoff?
Where's that based around how much stimulus you bring into the brain then? Because obviously, to be functional, better stimulus is better.
Yeah.
But
there's an overstimulus from the point that if there's too much change?
Yeah, I mean, it's just because your brain's a black box and it's always trying to predict what's coming from a survival perspective. It often doesn't like change. Like when you want to lose weight, and it's easy to lose 2 kilos over or 2 kilos under, but anything more than that, there's resistance, right? Because it's trying to keep you always in homeostasis. So you can still make it adapt. The brain's a wonderfully adapting machine, but it has to be done with good change. So we've moved, but now we need to really lead a healthy lifestyle to overcome the negative of the brain having to adapt to this new place.
So where does that balance out then between, because we don't use much of our brain in the first place, right? We use such a small portion of our brain in the first place, and then not that it's contradictory, but
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? So like, shouldn't we be trying to expand and start trying to use more of our brain?
Exactly. So it is finding exactly that balance. It's like the balance of repetition in fitness versus novelty, right? In fitness, you know that repetition is going to make people improve. But at the same time, the brain loves novelty. It also loves repetition, predictability, but it also loves novelty. So finding that 70%, 30% kind of balance between repeating what's good for me and constantly giving my brain that stimulus, but with a 30% sort of sprinkle of difference. Like, I'm going to a new environment, which is great for my brain, but I need to, in that new environment, I need to make my brain used to its habits. I need to do my usual exercise routine. I don't need to stop altogether. I need to do my usual exercise. Try find the foods that my brain is expecting, predicting. Unless it was really poor in the first place, then it's all good. If you were in a bad environment,
get out of there.
all the change is going to be welcomed, right? Yeah. It's like older populations. Our students always say, I don't know if I'm qualified enough to work with this age bracket or this person with that condition. And my answer is always, the more messed up people's brains are, the more everything you're doing with them is going to be positive. Like, don't worry. Actually, it's the healthier people that are harder to train.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where you have to really kind of decode a bit. But with the older populations who are just starved for stimulus, like you said, and inputs, the more you're doing with them, the better.
So what are some practical application of change? Like, say, for simplicity side of things, unless you got something simpler as well. When you talk about routine, but adding the 30% change.
Yeah.
So what's the 70%, and then what's that 30% difference or change?
Trying to find out what your weaknesses are and really working on those. For example, I have a huge more than typical difference between my right and left sides. Nobody is symmetric, right? But when you actually have, maybe because I have scoliosis, all my left side is kind of numb compared to my right side. Okay. So, for example, in the morning, I tend to brush my teeth with my left hand, just for novelty's sake. Still brushing my teeth as I do all the time, but just with my left hand, I know I'm stimulating that left cerebellum, which needs to stay alive. I already know that it's weak because of my lack of sensation and other things, and my lack of coordination on this side. So I try to do more spiral type activities on this side, not for the purposes of balancing out, but just for the purposes of activating what I know for sure is underactive neurons. So you want to get to know yourself.
So that's the regular, or is that the great change?
Well, that would be the subtle change, the 30% of, say, I'm still brushing my teeth, something I know how to do, but I do it with my left hand. If you notice...
so you normally do it with your right?
Yeah, I always do it with my right.
So funny.
I forgot to mention that point. Yeah. So normally I brush my teeth with my right.
I don't think she's left-handed. I was
no. It's just, I just went with the typical, mostly right-handed people.
But it's funny because that's exactly what I do. I'm literally twice a week.
Oh, really?
I will use my left hand to brush my teeth just so that my coordination.
Yeah.
Oh, because I didn't do it for any particular reason besides of like, I don't want to be uncoordinated. I don't want my right hand dominant. I want to be able to do on both sides.
Yeah.
I still find myself not controlling my left hand.
Yeah.
So well when I brush my teeth.
It's really,
but it's getting better.
It's really great for your cerebellum.
Okay,
and people always criticize in fitness, stop trying to make the body symmetrical. It's not meant to be symmetrical. I know it isn't, but it's still, as we age, our asymmetries increase. You can see it in stroke survivors. You can see it in older populations, even in their face.
The strong get stronger, the weak gets
And
weaker.
the more, the face is asymmetrical, and the body becomes more asymmetrical as the body gets stressed, tired, and aging is obviously also that, right? So some days you wake up, you look in the mirror and you look more symmetrical than other days. If you're very exhausted, overworked, you look and you see there's a difference, right?
Yeah.
So we are not trying to be symmetrical, but given that we know that asymmetries increase with stress and fatigue, then at least to make myself a better survivor, I'm going to activate what I know to be underactive pathways rather than...
So that's awesome because so the environment makes a massive difference of that. So I mean, just by the simple fact of being around other people like right here, and that's why I love talking. Like Neve just mentioned it. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what I've done.
Yeah.
But it's that environmental type of thing. What are other things in day life? Now you've talked about brushing teeth.
Yeah. it's endless. It's because once you find out your weaknesses.
What about brushing your hair, combing your hair?
Yeah, that too. And my sensory deficit, for example, which I dry brush with the left side of my body before I go in the shower. Dry brushing, it costs me nothing, but it's
What is dry brushing, by the way?
You know those ones you get from the pharmacy, those little brushes with the that you're supposed to use in the shower, but you don't wet it, basically. You just...
Oh, it's foliating
like
brush type thing?
Yeah, like one of those things.
I'm not a beautician type of person. So.
But you don't use it for that reason. You use it for... Because this is what they do with stroke rehab, right? They always... Because the sensory cortex is right next to the motor cortex. And if you start... When someone goes through a stroke, if they cannot feel that side that's paralyzed... it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to move.
Okay.
Sensory before motor, they always say in neurology. You have to activate the sensory before the motor. Yes, they can't. If the stroke happens, they test the sensory and it's still there. There's way more hope of that person recovering faster from that stroke than not. So if we know the importance of, because everything in the brain's like dominoes. If I activate my sensory cortex, my motor cortex is already active. It's like those martial artists that warm up. Rubbing, tapping, banging.
Yes,
They're always doing so much sensory warm-up by default because you try one of their sensory warm-ups, follow it from YouTube and see how warmed up you actually feel. You'll feel very warmed up, ready to move, sometimes better even than an actual movement warm-up.
Well, that's really because that's becoming more popular in fitness warm-up routines when people start doing mobility.
Lots of mobility is a big thing. And I'm glad because mobility actually for the brain is massive. Not in the sense of being more flexible, but definitely, and this is another maybe tip that you can do to improve brain health right now, is to really get your joints moving well. Not in the sense of being more flexible, but in the sense of having good motor control. Can my ankle actually do what I'm commanding it to with control without looking choppy? This message needs to be, because if my brain is like AI, like trying to predict what's going to happen to me at every second, the more motor control I have of my ankle, the more, if I'm walking and I roll over my ankle, I could be one of these people that would roll over my ankle and continue walking, no problem, because my brain has good enough data of my ankle and knows every corner of that joint and trusts it.
Okay.
But if I'm not, if I don't have good proprioceptive input from my ankle, that ankle is going to roll and then there's going to be a huge trauma and there's going to be like swelling maybe, and then there's going to be like breaks on the entire chain. And, you have to... your joints are really important for brain health too.
It's so funny because now you're talking about it, and it is not till someone brings it up. It's like not until someone says like the white car, then you notice all the white cars. But before that, you're like going, I don't see a white car. Oh, there. So it's funny 'cause now you've said this is like going, oh well, because like in the mornings, one of the first things I do is roll my ankles. Like,
really,
literally, it's the first thing I do until like. I suppose it's like the warm up. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Before I get up out of bed, I just kind of wake up and start. Obviously, like everyone has their stretch.
Yeah.
I will literally, I just without even
But you're
thinking
an
about
athlete,
it.
right? When I first moved to Dubai, I watched you win the competition.
That was a while ago.
Yeah, no, that was my first move. So I have a real memory of you of that, right? And athletes, especially to that very high level, like people might not get when you tell them that you won that, how big a deal it was until you watch it and see
You're like, what the heck were you
just
doing?
the torture that you guys had to go through. But I would put it up as like really high level athletes, you know, and that kind of athleticism means you're very instinctive with your body. You have a lot of decisions that you make about your body just by instinct alone, because you feel this is needed, you know,
Yeah, 100%.
And the same with dancers, and the same with anybody that has really good proprioceptive input and interoceptive input, like data on your gut, and you get to be very good at knowing when something doesn't sit well with you nutritionally, and how you would make changes to that, because you can feel there is a difference, you know. So definitely, the more you move and exercise and live that healthy lifestyle, the more you know what your weaknesses are without having to have someone else test
Tell
you.
yeah.
I mean, we test people, but that's because they don't have that, right? But most trainers, if they're good at their, you know, they have enough data, they kind of know what their weaknesses are.
No. There's more practical things in a daily lifestyle that we can do, right? So what's another one? Brushing teeth was one of them. Combing as another thing.
Yeah.
Let's say if it outside of the home.
Yeah.
Because obviously if we work most work on 9 to 5, so you're either in the car from 8 till 6 or 7, or maybe in Dubai even later or earlier type of thing, and especially if you're a fitness instructor and a coach is like that as well. So what are things like during the daytime that you'd say to keep that connection, or to avoid the
Well, I think one
difference
of the
in
most
it?
obvious things now is regardless of your job, we are all staring at a screen too much, right? So I know you probably have every guest talking about this, but your brain is craving that novelty, but it's also craving inputs that make it a better predictor, right? So your eyes being so still, looking at something so close, is obviously creating a mistrust. Your brain actually trusts your eyes more than any other thing. It's the most important sense. It trumps all other senses
visual,
because the just sheer amount of data coming in from your eyes and the sheer amount of receptors that the brain's relying on. So if we are constantly looking at our screens so much, then our eyes are quite still in that. And doing just a basic habit of an eye circle to get all these muscles active, just like, you know, sedentariness. Imagine sitting on a chair all day long. We know how bad that is. Same, your eyes all the time still, not using these super important muscles that are controlled by the nerves that are coming from the part of your brain that's keeping you alive. So now when I'm doing eye circles in my classes, I tell the people, this is activating the part of you. I don't convince them that the eyes are so important anymore. I just say, this is activating the part of your brain that's keeping you alive, controlling your heart rate, blood pressure. Then they're convinced to do it. Because people don't care about their eyes, but they care about the other stuff, right? And really, eye training is massively important for your autonomic function, your so many other things. And then looking at far away stuff, like, because we're looking so close and we know that myopia has increased globally, you need to be, when you're outside, any opportunity you're walking outside, and I know that's becoming more of a rare thing now, but if you are walking outside, look at the furthest thing that you can see and try broaden your peripheral vision also. So as you're staring at that faraway building, are you noticing this red car passing by? Are you noticing whatever's going on here? Because we're also getting quite tunnel vision with the higher, with the, I don't want to call it higher stress because, you know, it's like low grade stress, but cumulative. So we are getting more in that tunnel vision from using always.
It's so funny you're talking about this.
Periphery.
Because like right now, the people are watching on the screen, if it's a single shot, we change the shot every 5 seconds, 6 seconds to stimulate the brain.
Oh, wonderful.
So to keep the interest there.
Yeah.
If it doesn't change.
Was that on purpose for this reason, or just to keep them engaged?
To keep them engaged, because people start to switch off, or they start to just, like you said, they're narrow tunnel vision type of thing. They're just kind of just used to it. It's monogamous. It just happens over and over again. So literally by changing the angles.
Oh, that's a great tip for our online videos on our courses.
Literally, totally.
It's always the same.
So you want to change it. So the brain
that's a great idea.
The brain now have to go like, something's different in this shot. Even if it's going from slightly wider to slightly closer, it's changed. There's a new image in front of me. My brain's now got to see what's happening and then what's different.
So that starts to search around again. What's changed? And that's the same thing as that does.
Well, that's a great example because now we're stuck using the screens, right?
We didn't script this, by the way. Unscripted.
But this is where life happens, right?
Yeah.
So it's important that we try find ways of stimulation through it rather than
massively.
just everybody saying less screen time. But
What I might start doing with guests too is get the old thumb circles coming out as well and get the eyes
actually,
going. Like
on the phone itself, you have. If you Google Troxler effect, everybody, Troxler. If you Google Troxler effect, you're going to see a pink dots going around like this. Stare at the green dot. Stare at the green dot for a good while, and you'll notice that pink dot becomes green. And then you've got to move your phone around like this and try keep the green. I know this doesn't make any sense.
It's an application, is it?
No, it's
I'm trying to work it out.
It's literally just on Google. If you Google Troxler effect, you're going to see this pink dot going around with a plus in the middle. Sorry, I forgot to mention that part. Stare at the plus in the middle, the plus sign in the middle, and then that pink sign becomes a green sign. I'm looking at the wrong camera. I was looking at that pink one. So stare at the pink sign. Stare at the plus sign, and that pink dot going around is going to become a green dot. And then that means your eyes are locked in on that target. Now, while your eyes are locked in, without these micro movements, you've got to move your phone around in a circle slowly and try not to get the pink coming back. If the pink is coming back, it means your eyes are doing these micro movements. It means your muscles are not strong enough to hold that in the locked gaze while it's a moving target. You'll know what I mean when you open the picture. But that's if we're gonna use the phone anyway, we might as well do stuff with it that's gonna help. Yeah.
So how often? Because obviously you can do things throughout the day.
Yeah.
To keep the connection between the brain and the body, right? So, how many times should people be doing?
It
like
depends.
often as you can, obviously, is the easy way to say it. But like, is there a minimum? Like,
but that's a great question because when people are recovering from a stroke, the neurophysios say they need to do these novel drills to wake up that brain pathway 8 to 10 times a day minimum to see results. That's in the severe case of these neurons are at the point of death, right?
For how long?
All day. No, 3-4 reps is enough.
Okay.
So 3-4 reps of, for example, this sensory exercise or this eye exercise that's going to wake up that cortex. 3-4 reps, but 8 to 10 times a day because they say it's better to do more frequent for brain activation than a huge chunk in one go.
Yeah.
But now, when you're younger and you're not in that kind of stroke, I'm talking about the extreme case, right? If you're not recovering from a stroke and you're younger, basically just the more the better, but with mindfulness. It can be 3-4 reps of something that you're really thinking about, like brushing your teeth and noticing that you're trying to get every corner, or just like aimless, and then it's not going to be as like doing exercise. If you're more mindful of the
all about technique.
exercise, if you're more mindful about what you're doing. When clients tell me how often is it going to take for me to see results from Pilates, it depends on your brain. Some brains once a week is enough, and other brains they need every day.
And how well you're doing it too.
Exactly, how well you're doing it, how bad you were in the first place, how starved those neurons were in the first place. Because if they were really starved, sometimes, the effect is very obvious just from a little stimulus. But if they're
it's like a heavy person losing weight. Most weight is lost at the start, and then afterwards it gets harder and harder to lose weight.
Exactly. And a dancer, for example, that's hard. You need a lot of load to get a change because they're already so proprioceptive and already so their inputs are really good. So you need to add this on top of this, on top of this, and a lot more load to see results.
So then what's the connection then when you talk about brain stimulation or keeping that connection going on between the brain and the body with coordination? Like how much should involve coordination compared to just, walking can be coordination too, but like complexities of juggling, for example, what is the task that I should be like, for example, brushing your teeth?
Is coordination.
It's coordination. Like it's not exactly the easiest thing to do by any means.
But it's like you said, everything's coordination. And what is a coordination exercise for one person is very different from another person. For you, because you have good coordination, it would be something like juggling. But for an older person that's not at all coordinated, really walking,
Yeah, literally.
like you said.
Foot placement, the sensories under the feet, I'm thinking balance, standing on one foot, like a little balance, one toe, whatever.
Standing on one leg. All
Yeah.
the main part of the brain that controls coordination is your cerebellum. It lives literally right here. And you've got a right half and a left half. And this cerebellum translates in Latin to mini brain and is literally the PA, if you like, of the big boss, which is your frontal cortex, right? Your prefrontal cortex. So there is nothing that happens, nothing that we do without. If I want to pick up a pen, for example, my frontal cortex comes up with the plan of how I'm going to pick it up, but then it has to send that plan to the cerebellum, like an editor, and say, hey, cerebellum, do you approve of the way that we're planning on picking up this pen, or do you want to make some edits to it? And then the cerebellum will make some edits to it to make the movement clean and effective. If we didn't have a cerebellum, we'd be super clumsy and extra. You know those people in the gym that are just, no breaks. They're just extra. Everything looks like there's no control. And these people really need to work on their cerebellum. The best way to improve your coordination, slowing the thing down, breaking it down. I know we all know this instinctively, but slow it down, break it down, and repetition. Now, slow what down? You're probably wondering. Break what down?
Yeah.
The thing that is a challenge for you, so we said is different person to person. If you're a very good mover, if you're already a very coordinated person, spiraling movements that are more stimulating, right? Not your typical just linear gym stuff, right?
Because there's a proponent. Like when you're talking about it before, sorry. It's like when you talk about doing something, I think a lot of people think, it's got to be. People think extreme for me when I've got to change. So I've now got to go running if I'm going to lose weight.
Yeah.
Go for a walk and go for a 100-meter walk if that's where you are. You were kind of referring back to.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of just thinking now too is that if I'm going to stimulate the body, let's say it's, for example, being movement. And I want to refer this back to back pain. People have back pain all the time. So how do you keep that connection so that you don't have pain, or how can you reduce the risk of back pain by doing daily, or for example, so I will every now and again I'll coach myself out, like I was just literally slouching. So I'll sit up just to work on my core, my posture. So I'm using it, not losing it, type of thing. Or when I'll go through a movement, it's not about doing the biggest and heaviest weights. Like I'll do a lot of workouts where I'll just do 70%, 80% of intensity, and just so it's comfortable, I can do it on a regular basis. But I'll focus about range, or that's what people think about. But then for me, it's actually, if people want to, I don't know if this is just because of my upbringing or whatever, but it's more like, I was just thinking, like, instead of me trying to go and lift weights, smash weights, what about also just drawing figure eights or coloring in, or writing
with your non-dominant hand. Totally. These things are just
following
massive
lines.
Inputs for your cerebellum.
Yeah.
And actually, the way we train in the neuro studies I've done have all been figure eight everything. Figure eight is like the answer to your cerebellum, honestly. Figure eight your shoulder, figure eight your ankle, figure eight your pelvis, figure eight everything in a figure eight, because the figure of eight takes your brain through a lot more coordination than a circle, right? We're used to moving our joints in a circle. But like you said, when it comes to pain, this stuff's really important for reducing pain, because we know that pain is an output from the brain. It's not, when you feel pain, it's not necessarily that you have this tissue damage. You could have some form of, tissues grinding on each other or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's the brain that has granted this pain output. It's the decider that this is definitely what is in your interests, to feel pain, to protect you from doing something else. So if I want to reduce pain, I need to convince my brain that I'm safe. And the only way that I can convince my brain that I'm safe is by feeding it more data. And if I'm going to feed it more data, if I can feed my cerebellum, the biggest advisor to the big boss, and this is happy if your coordination is happy, then those messages between these two are going to be a lot better, and the output's going to be a lot less pain because there's more trust. It's like Carl Jung, a neuroscientist, says, in each of us, there is another who we do not know. The brain, right? It's in our skull. We don't know it. We're trying to convince it. We're trying to get to know it. But the more you think of it as this external being inside you that controls everything about you, the more you can control it because you get to know it better and you can
repetition.
Yeah.
Or getting to know the unknown. So where's the connection then between brain, body? Does the brain need the warm up first, or should it be warmed up first before trying to do the physical? Before I'm trying to
As
go
in,
do
like,
figure
training?
rates, or
Yeah.
and obviously it's it's not. Well, it is a warm up. Is there a mental warm up that would enhance, make it more effective before starting to do Is there something you should be saying in your brain, words, voices? Do you activate the sensories first before trying to brush your teeth with your other hand? Can you just sit there and sing, hum? Is the other
Actually, singing is great for the brain, and humming.
Doesn't matter how bad you are.
but really, my husband was training the Chinese basketball team, and basketball in China is like football everywhere else. It's like the biggest sport, right? And when I went to watch, they were doing all these neural warm-ups all the audience would come and watch the warm-up, not just the game. So they would be doing the warm-ups with the eyes, with the balance, with the figure eights, and the whole stadium was following along with their eye exercises, copying. It was amazing to see how open they were, not cynical, just following just because there's
longevity over there too. They have long lifespans.
But I know I didn't answer your question, but basically that reminded me about the warm-up, of doing the things that are going to make your brain calmer for that performance of whether it's the basketball game, whether it's the gym, I need to lift heavier. The more data you feed the brain from its underactive pathways, it says, oh, finally I'm getting data from that knee that I didn't know much about. Finally I'm getting data from that, medial eye muscle. I trust you more now. So here's some the brakes taken off. Yeah. The brakes taken off means you're going into more of a parasympathetic state, and not because I know you need to be in a sympathetic state for performance, right? But
just quick on that, can you explain the difference between sympathetic and parasympathetic?
So our autonomic nervous system is always in this tug of war between the sympathetic, which is your fight or flight state, and your parasympathetic, which is your rest and digest state. So you're even right now, as I'm sitting here, my brain's deciphering, are we in danger? Are we not in danger? Are we in danger? Are we not in danger? And something like these lights could even be making me more sympathetic. Just enough sympathetic is great for performance, but often it's too much. More often than not, it's too much sympathetic that causes shutdown. And that sympathetic comes from fatigue, from overtraining, from maybe adrenaline and too much nervousness about the outcome, all this stuff. You see it in reality shows, right? The most person who wins that you can see from the beginning is the one that's calm under pressure, right? And I think with sport is very similar. The person who's still able to make decisions.
It's do or die. It's the difference between a champion and a second place.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch Tested to the Limit, Cristiano Ronaldo's video on YouTube, his brain is unbelievable. Just how he's able to still make these decisions under stress. Under his predictive capabilities are really obvious in that documentary, and maybe what made him a great player, I don't know, his brain, but basically, yeah.
So how many repetitions?
Yeah, just enough to usually depends on what it is you're doing, right? With eye exercises, it's about what they got used to, right? If I go overboard, that might shut down because then they're going into fatigue. But if I do 3 or 4 repetitions, for example, of saccades or eye circles or something, that's enough to wake up the underactive pathways. It's very fast, super fast. You don't have to do so much. But if you're working on the endurance, just like in training, you do need to increase that load over time. And then based on how much you've been doing is how much you put into the warm-up to get the most out of your body. Because if you want to push those boundaries, but not in competition. Yeah. So
how do you recognize fatigue then?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we're training people on neuro, say, I keep using the eye exercise as an example because fatigue kicks
Your eyes are
in
getting
very.
a great workout.
Yeah, the fatigue is very obvious when people are doing eye training because they're not used to it. So I do it with them. And then when I start to see their eyes blinking too much or watering too much, or I start to see their throat swallowing, they're going too much into sympathetic state, Then you've pushed yourself too much. But it doesn't have to be the eye exercise. You're doing any training in the gym, and you start to feel your body going into too much of a survival mode. You're feeling your breathing get too fast. Let's say you're not doing cardio. Obviously, if you're doing cardio, it's different. But if you're not doing cardio and you notice too much of a shortness of breath, or you're noticing this throat feeling of swallowing, or you're starting to twitch too much in your face or your eyes, you're starting to go into sympathetic. You need to kind of, we do need to go into sympathetic to adapt to that stress, but it's how much you go. You're going to push your limits, and very often people overdo it. So respecting that I need to stress my body so it adapts to it, but I don't need to push my luck either. And I feel like
Which is a skill in itself, learning to
So hard.
where to adapt and how to.
And that's a good trainer from a not great trainer really knows that difference,
massively.
because
Don't
it.
open that can, jeepers.
You can just see,
Yeah.
when you're pushing that client too much. It's not about what reps you planned; it's what you're looking at in front of you. You know from experience how much reps you need to do to push this, but then now it's looking a little bit too much. Okay, let's ditch the planned number and come down with this
Get educated
weight.
and practice.
Yeah. And read your autonomics. Get to know your autonomics, all that stuff. Yeah.
We're going to bring this one to close in a second, because there's a lot of awesome information, and I hope everyone's taken a lot of tips. I got their pen and paper out. Because I want to leave this one on three practical takeaways that or even if it's one or two, to be honest. The whole thing of, if you don't take anything else, what's that one thing or two things it needs to be that. Remember, if you don't remember anything else, please remember this.
If you don't remember anything else, breathe better, eat better, move better. And I know easier said than done, but breathe better, eat better, move better. If you do these three things, you are really sorting your brain out, your neuronal health. Breathe better in terms of just slowing down the breath. Most of us just need to slow down our breathing rate. And honestly, research shows as little as 3 minutes a day makes a massive difference. I know I'm opening a whole can of worms now, but this is just to summarize.
Tune into the next episode.
Yeah. But 3 minutes in bed, trying to challenge yourself in these next 2 minutes, which will help you fall asleep. In the next 2 minutes, how many breaths can I take? And tomorrow, can I take less breaths than that? So you're just trying to aim for 2 breaths per minute only. See if you can do that as a challenge. 2 super slow breaths per minute. And if you can't, work towards that. And then eat better. I'm no expert in nutrition whatsoever, but I know that nutrition has a massive effect on brain health. And I think the more you can start to become your own nutritionist and learn about what works, the more intuitive you become. And most people do know what works well for the bodies and what doesn't. But just noticing more.
I think it's really simple. If you feel highly energetic throughout the day,
highly energetic.
If you're energetic throughout the day, not like overbuzzed, but you're focused or you're switched on. When it comes to eating, then you're doing no good. Like as a general rule, you should be focused and on point.
If you're the type that a salad causes you to crash, look into it. If you don't know. Ask an expert, right? That's going to help you, someone you trust.
Not Hebrew myself.
No, definitely not me. I stay away from nutrition as much as possible.
Yeah.
But then after that, move better, move in more coordinated ways, more novel ways. Like we talked about, brush your teeth tonight with your non-dominant hand. Do more spiral type activities. Balance more on your less balanced leg. We all know what that is. And to make things really happen, you've got to lump it in with a habit that you're already doing. if you are Muslim and you pray 5 times a day, at the end of your prayer, that because I love training people who are practicing, because then you know that 5 times a day, that's a good opportunity for anything. And they usually after prayer, they know what to do, right? So I say, okay, after you finish your prayer, you're going to do this just really short vacuum with your stomach just to get some signaling from your gut, right? Or then we do the teeth brush routine. So if you are brushing your teeth twice a day, turn away from the mirror and do your eye circles with your toothbrush, you know? Or while you're brushing your teeth, you make a promise to stand on your left leg because that's your weaker balance side, or while you're waiting for the kettle to boil. So whatever a novel weakness you want to work on, stack it with an existing habit that you're already doing, and the chances of you actually doing it with enough repetition to make it worth doing is going to stick, rather than just a few weeks of trying something out and then parking it.
Work it. Hiba has own business. It's called Body Hack. You can check it out online. Where can they check this out?
So we have bodyhack.co is our website. Bodyhack Official is our Instagram, and Neuro Pilates is my personal Instagram.
Oh,
so.
it's everywhere. It's all over the show. We're going to bring Hiba back on multiple times, talk about multiple things like this. But yeah, guys, make sure you reach out. And the biggest thing is, when it comes down to it, knowledge is only good as much as you apply it. So if you're not applying it, then it's a waste of time. So please get out there. Please apply the learnings. Please take this further. Please ask more questions. Please contact Hiba and find out more about it. But thank you, Hiba.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Grant,
it. It's always
for
a
having
pleasure.
me. Always a pleasure too.
Take it easy, guys. Am this
Yeah.
like, and when I've thought like that, for me personally, it just works.
Yeah.
Like for me personally, like I was fitness instructor for I don't know 20 years, and then for the first year, why is nutrition so important?
Okay. Well, big question.
It's got to start with a bang.
I think. I'm trying. Okay, so nutrition is food is the closest we can get to nature in terms of what we put inside our body. And it all starts with food, in my opinion, because if you think about it, if you're going to fuel a high performance sports car, you're not going to want to use, rubbish, poor, dirty fuel to power that. So if you look at yourself as, a sports car, you're going to want to fuel that body with the best type of food. And I just noticed it in my own life. If I have a weekend where I don't eat as well, I don't feel great. My mood is low. I don't feel energized. And then when I eat a normal, healthy, balanced diet, I feel great and I perform and I show up. And yeah, that's what it's all about. And then I do want to add as well, why nutrition? Because I think food brings people together as well. And I'm like a big family girl.
Yeah. Okay. So now you've said that, food, what was kind of that relationship you had with food in the early days, through your teens, going through there?
Not good.
Not good?
No.
Okay.
I've been delving into a lot of this right now through hypnotherapy. And I grew up quite a chubby child, like always loved chocolate, and just probably was a little bit on the chubby side. And
white, milk, dark, all?
Galaxy. It was always Galaxy cookie crumble. Loved it. And I always loved food growing up. My parents always encouraged me to finish my plate of food and everything like that. But then certain things happened as you grow up, childhood, people might say things, or family members might comment, and that has actually left a lasting imprint on me. And it's not since I've gone back into hypnotherapy and getting to the root cause of some of my behaviors, I've realized that some of those comments over the years really did make a lasting imprint. And then moving on to my teenage years, hitting puberty, I lost weight. I got sort of quite obsessed with being skinny, and I got really quite thin. Didn't have an eating disorder, but I was very thin, sort of in my 16, 17 years. It was the age of Tumblr. I don't know if you remember Tumblr.
Oh, 2 years.
It was kind of like Pinterest.
Showing my age, but yeah.
Yeah, but less. It was and it was just all skinny women. And yeah, so I got really quite obsessed. And then I got into fitness. And then I sort of made the direct impact of, eating well and getting strong and having energy to be fit. And I got into making healthy snacks. And that's when that was my first initiation into healthy cooking, healthy eating. And I wouldn't say my relationship with food is perfect. I would be lying if I think women have so much pressure. I know men do as well, but more so. I think we have so much pressure to be small and be slim. But I've definitely got to such a more positive place with that. But it's been a journey.
It's definitely a journey, right? And I'd like to touch on this if you don't mind on that side, because
Yeah.
I think you're right. Women do have a more complex relationship with food because of the stigma of society where they place people like you have to be beautiful, you have to be pretty, and like there's a lot of not necessarily for men, but I know a lot of women does for like, other women as well, for like judgment of the peers type of thing.
Yeah.
So what is it then when it comes to the food? What are the kind of battles that women feel are going through? Essentially, you went through yourself. That is about, okay, how do I change away from the emotional side of, okay, I know eating well is good for me. I feel the difference when I'm eating well. But when something's not going like by the breakup or stress at work or just something but not working out, then you, like most people, they turn to the cream, the whipped cream, the cookies. You know, they don't go. What is that battle, I suppose, for females?
So we're very emotionally charged, women especially, and we are more attuned to reaching for food in those times of emotional stress, especially when you think of like across the menstrual cycle as well, like where our hormones are fluctuating so much. And there is a period during that time where you're actually burning 300 calories more a day. So women are like berating themselves of like, I want to eat well, but I'm so hungry. It's because your body is working so hard. You actually need those extra calories.
Yeah.
And then we crave things like carbohydrates because there's like a drop in serotonin, and carbohydrates make us feel happy.
Yeah.
And then also we have a magnesium dip, and funnily enough, chocolate contains magnesium. So it's our body actually like telling us what we need. And yeah, it's hard with women, but we just have to try and listen to our bodies and make sure what we have in our home is going to serve us. So for example, if I know I'm going through a hormonal dip, in general, I don't buy really unhealthy things. I'll have like 90% dark chocolate in. I'll have like, for the carbohydrates, I'll have
Galaxy?
no, it'd be Lindt. It'd be like 90% dark chocolate. And then like some fresh berries, maybe some yogurt. And then I'd also have like some good complex carbohydrates, so sweet potato, bread. I'm not going to be having like pastries, white chocolate, things like that, because they're so easy to overconsume. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Yeah. Are there common ones that you find other women, like when it comes to like go-tos, like chocolate you've just mentioned, but is it usually like, is it chocolate or is it ice cream? Or pasta's another one.
Yeah, pasta. But pasta's not bad. Yeah, ice cream. Ice cream I feel like I've got like memory from films when like the girl breaks
Well, that's
up
what I
with
was
the
thinking
guy
of, to be honest.
and they're like out like eating like a Ben and Jerry's, crying. Yeah, I guess that is probably quite a common one as well. Yeah.
Well, when it comes to healthy food, then obviously, because I know it's harder said than done, but the aim is to eat healthier because it puts you in a better state of mind. I mean, the short fix is the sweet stuff. Obviously, the long-term fix is the healthier stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a go-to for you? Like, is it like I've got to have watery, like tomatoes and cucumber, for example, or I've got to have avocado?
On
or
like
I've got
a
to have
day-to-day?
nuts? No, just when you're feeling down.
Right, okay.
So, you know, you've got a choice of, you can reach for the ice cream or the chocolate, or you can reach for my go-to meal, which is, it's like, as a male for me, to be honest, if I'm ever going through something mentally like that, I know I've got to go and have chicken and rice.
Okay.
Just because I love the taste of it to start with, and I know it's healthy. So like, or if I'm going to go something a little bit different, don't get me wrong, I've gone for chocolate and stuff like that as well. Yeah. But acai is another one. My go-to. You know, because I just whip around to that. I love the taste of it, but also forces me to go for a run too before I have it. I mean, is there anything?
For me, I do feel like it's been such a long time now that I've been in this world that I don't look for food as like unless it's like, you know, having a bit of chocolate. But like in terms of a meal, I would much rather have like a really wholesome filling homemade meal as a comfort over ordering a takeaway. Like that just is, and I would rather create like a fake away if anything. But
homemade
when it
burgers?
comes, sorry,
homemade burgers.
Yeah, or like even like fish and chips and like curries, things like that, like healthy versions.
Yeah.
But I do love a good pizza. Like if it was to come and like if it was a moment where I was like, oh, I just want to like have a night off, like. Yeah, probably a pizza and a glass of wine.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
I've seen like all the stories and stuff like that. You've posted things like that. You've hosted your pizzas.
I'm very balanced. Yeah.
What is it that I mean, obviously now it's a habit for you because like it's happened over time. But then how would you recommend for people to break old habits to get into the habits when they're potentially in their 20s or in their 30s?
really, really baby steps and habit stacking, I find to be so powerful. So, for example, like when you're making your coffee in the morning, like the kettle's boiling or like it's, burning away or like on the hob or whatever, like take that moment to down a glass of water and, make sure you're hydrating like before your coffee. So like just pair that. And then in terms of breaking habits, in terms of sweet things, so like say if my client, for example, really struggles with just like overeating on indulgent sweets, I say, okay, so say if it's chocolate, get it out the fridge or the cupboard, add it to a bowl or a plate, add some yogurt, maybe some berries, add some nuts. So it's like a big bowl of food, kind of like a dessert or a snack.
Yeah.
Sit down, put your phone away and mindfully eat and enjoy that. And have that as a moment, as a ritual, as opposed to, just grabbing out the fridge, eating it without even thinking. And then before you know it, you need more. You haven't hit the craving. So I try to teach my clients to just be as mindful as possible and always before they reach something, take a beat, like take a moment, be like, do I actually need this? Or can I go for a walk? Just get some fresh air. And then if I come back and I still want it, I'll have it. But you've had time to sort of process.
Make better decisions, kind of like stepping back, stepping away. I did hear there's something to do with the brain as well. I can't remember what part of it is. I've forgotten that, you just need this 10 or 15 minutes because your brain gets stuck in this pattern, and this 10 or 15 minute window just gives this ability for this part of your brain to start functioning again.
Right,
that gives you actually
is it
clarity.
the hippocampus?
Geez,
No.
I have to ask my friend who's a brain
Yeah,
brain doctor, but I've heard this like a few years ago. So it's something that I learned again. I can't remember. A few years ago anyway.
Yeah.
That was like literally if you get to a place where you're angry or uncertain, just change your environment.
Yeah.
Take that 10 to 15 minutes, like 20 just to be sure that you can think clearer. So instead of hitting it straight on.
Yeah, like have a cold shower, like move rooms, like just switch up your environment.
Massively.
It can be so powerful.
I do love talking about these kind of things when it comes to the psychology for food as well, because a lot of people have this battle always, and women, face it differently than men as well. When it comes to, okay, you're eating healthy, that's great, and having a stressful day at work, what kind of your go-tos is there particular foods that you have that okay, this is going to help reduce the stress, or this is going to help give you more energy? Do you have your like primary three that you'd say, okay, make sure this is the morning, this is the lunchtime, this is the evening?
So ideally, I always include protein and fats with your breakfast. And more often than not, try to have a savory breakfast. This is going to really balance your blood sugar. So most people, they have maybe, cereal. I think cereal in the UK is the most popular thing to have. And like, I love a bowl of overnight oats and but I will always make sure I add nuts to that or have protein powder in it and yogurt to balance the blood sugar spike.
Yeah.
But what I find is that when you start your day sweet, you're more likely to then crave sweetness as the day goes on. Even if that is, honey, natural sweetness, it's still sugar.
Yeah.
So I'd always say start savory. So things like eggs are great. And then throughout the day, having set meal times, I find this helps with cravings as well.
To create the routine, or just for the
create the routine, but your body learns when to expect food.
Yeah.
So it digests food better. You're more in tune with your hunger cues and signals. And knowing that, for example, for me, I have breakfast at 8, I have lunch at 12, I have snack at 3, and then I have dinner at 6. Like
okay, well, yeah.
Most days, like the weekends obviously I'm a bit more flexible, but that's how I work, and my body works really well. I don't eat anything after dinner. I'm always dinner and done. And yeah, just making sure that they're balanced meals. They all contain protein. So if we're going to do like breakfast, lunch, might have some like eggs, avocado, toast, and I always put like loads of different veg and salad on. Like you've probably seen from my Instagram.
You got like 10 or different.
Yeah, I will just whatever. I will just look at my plate.
How do you have the time?
I'll just chuck it in. Like it doesn't even
really
require cooking most of the time. It's just like random bits. And then lunch might be, I don't know, like a fillet of salmon with some sweet potato and some more veg. Like really balanced protein, good carbohydrates. And then in the afternoon, that's like my sweet time. So that's when I might have some natural yogurt with some peanut butter and some berries.
Oh, yum. Oh.
Yeah.
Mouth started to water there.
And then dinner, it's either, I might have like a chili or like I might have like organic beef, like a chili or bolognese or pasta or a curry. I love just like a one pot dish. So yeah, I'm very plant forward. Like I actually used to be a vegetarian. I've started eating good quality meat again in the last sort of 6 months. But I would say my diet is very much made up of plants predominantly, with the addition of like some fish and meat.
Okay.
In there.
So I was actually wanting to ask about that because there is obviously the big debate between have meat, don't have meat, vegan, vegetarian, paleo is another thing. Where does your opinion lie on this?
Yeah.
This?
So I first went vegetarian it would have been about four years ago. And it was purely an ethical thing because I'm a massive animal lover. I love dogs. I've always felt quite connected to animals. And my sister has been a vegan for as long as I can remember. So I always had her sort of influence. She never like put it on us, but I always had her influence. And I always kind of thought, I would love to do that. So just one day I just like, right, I'm going to be a vegetarian. I ate a bit of fish. So I was pescatarian for a while. And then it's not until... So I'm a certified nutrition coach, but I'm currently doing a degree in nutritional therapy. And the more I'm learning about nutritional therapy and how supportive, good quality, organic grass-fed meat can be for female hormones and things like that, I then started to introduce a little bit of meat here and there. So I don't eat it every day.
Like beef or lamb or chicken?
Beef and chicken mainly. If I eat out, I might have some lamb, but I don't tend to buy pork or lamb. I don't really tend to eat pork. But I just think I try to have a Mediterranean style diet, which is what the most science has got back behind it. So it's predominantly plants, lots of fresh vegetables, a little bit of dairy, and then like a little bit of meat and fish.
Yeah.
Healthy fats. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. That's a big one.
Yes. There's also a lot of information out there too with people and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, everyone's different and everyone can be unique and they have their own bits and pieces. Where in your mind is, like you just kind of mentioned, the Mediterranean lifestyle, and there's like the Japanese, the Asian, there's the Western side. Do you have like a favor that you say people should go towards? I mean, Mediterranean obviously is up there in your list, but you know, obviously you're English, so it's like you're used to these foods as well. So.
I would say go back to your roots. Like I was speaking to another nutritionist the other week, and she said that she just really can't tolerate wheat very well. I think she's from Bahrain, whereas like rice and lentils and things like that, like absolutely no problem. But like wheat and starchier things like that, she can't handle. So I do think it's very much genetics in our roots, but like Mediterranean, I would say is so flexible. Like it's even, I don't even know if you can call it like country specific because well, one, it's a region, but it is literally fresh fish, a good quality meat, lots of vegetables and healthy fats. Yeah.
The olive oils.
Yeah.
It's so nice. I mean, just outside here, actually, there's like olives, gherkins, cucumbers, tomatoes, and then the meat. I'm like, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You know, I take that
spot.
in literally every single time. What is it then to help people understand, like avoiding sugars, avoiding the spikes? Why are we avoiding these spikes?
So this is something that I've explored. I did a testing about 3 years ago where I wore the glucose monitor and I ate the muffins, and then I had this device on my phone where I tracked my blood sugar, and it come back with a report. And I got really into it, and I did really think, oh God, there's so much in this of, you know, we should be avoiding these blood sugar spikes. But as the years have come along, and as a professional in the wellness industry, like your opinion does change, and you learn and you grow.
Yeah, totally.
And now I don't think it's necessary for people unless they have diabetes or they're pre-diabetic. Our blood sugar should be like rising and falling throughout the day. It's when you're eating, you know, highly processed foods, highly sugary foods, lots of like processed carbohydrates, and it's constantly like that. That's when there's a problem because you will develop insulin resistance. But for the average person like you and I that's eating a good balanced diet, good protein, and you know, combining your foods, so not just having porridge oats on their own, making sure you're having some yogurt with it or some nuts or some protein powder to balance that spike. So yeah, there's a big craze about it. I don't personally think it's totally necessary in my opinion.
Any particular nuts you recommend when you're mixing with your breakfast?
No, just get a variety in, although there has been a lot of science recently out about how walnuts are linked to improved cognitive function.
I did hear that. I heard the same thing.
Yeah.
I do like walnuts anyway. I mean, back in New Zealand, I used to always find a walnut tree, crack them open, and
wow,
just
I
for
love
ages,
that.
like, just loved eating them, to be honest. Loved more the fun of actually finding the nuts, cracking the nuts, and then
that's so
picking out the
wholesome. I love
it was very, very cool. What I'll mix this into, because there's a different mindset, obviously, with females and a stigma in the world society of something like that when it comes to food. So is most women having trouble with? Actually, sorry, let me take this back, because there's one point where society says skinny is beautiful. Now there's a culture that's coming out where lifting is priority, strength training, good development, longevity, and obviously there's a different diet when it comes to that as well. What are your thoughts on this when one woman trying to break out of that? Because you're saying yourself, you went through the skinny phase to go a fit phase, right? So thoughts on that, how to break out of that space of being too skinny, and then being okay to eat foods, because it is about eating more. It's not about eating less.
Yeah. And I think with the whole Ozempic craze now, and like I think there's been a lot of news around like the Hollywood celebrities nowadays are, you know, like promoting this like unrealistic thinness, and it's like now we're bringing back the heroin chic, they're calling it, which is just so sad, especially for our younger generation that just have these like aspiring people and they're just unrealistically thin.
But under the knife, a lot of them too. Like they go to surgery, they get cosmetic surgery.
Yeah. And it's just impossible to like sustain for the average person. But if I was to give advice to someone that was sort of focused on, you know, being skinny and focusing more on gaining strength, I would tell them to, you know, try and do something they enjoy first of all. So if they don't want to lift weights in the gym, like, could you go to a group class? Could you go to CrossFit? Could you, I don't know, do like body pump? Could you do Pilates? Find something you enjoy and work hard, like push yourself, and notice that you'll start to feel hungrier. So you need to fuel your body and getting stronger and noticing how you feel as a result of that, how empowering it is. And just trying to get out of like that mindset of like, you know, smaller is better, because it's not. Your body is so amazing and what it does for us every day, and putting it into semi-starvation mode, it won't be able to perform those things. It won't be able to eventually carry children, but like also show up and have and work and do all those things that you feel passionate. So I would try to speak to this client and say like what lights you up, what are you passionate about, and then relate that back to like how your body can help you get there.
This has got kind of lean towards where I want to take this in the way, but like because you saying or have this very different, unique point of difference, is why I wanted to connect with you, because there's manifestation, nutrition side of things. You're bringing these two worlds together. Explain more about that. Yes.
So manifestation is something I've been passionate about for a long time, and I've invested personally around maybe £20,000 over the last few years in mentoring, coaching, manifestation coaching. So and then plus my nutritional studies. So like I am all in on personal development. I am so passionate about it. And in terms of manifestation, of course, when I first heard about it, I was like, okay, like I didn't really believe it.
I think most people are at the start, right?
People are skeptical, and fair enough. But what I say to people that are skeptical when they don't believe in like a greater force than us, like the universe, I'm like, I say, right, okay. So the moon, the energy from the moon alone is controlling the tides of our seas. We're 70% water. So how can you expect us to not be affected by the changes in the moon?
Literally, I'm with you on that.
Yeah. And then also when you think of like Wi-Fi, you can't see Wi-Fi, but it works. Well, you can't see the energy around you, but it works. And I just, we're spinning around on this giant ball of fire in the middle of the universe, yet people won't believe in, you know, like greater forces, universe, and like
vibrations,
frequencies and things like that. And why it's a positive thing. Why not believe in something? What, like, instead of just being that person that just feels like it's not realistic. Like what even is realistic?
Yeah, literally, yeah.
So anyway, sorry, to get back to your question.
I love the passion.
Yeah,
yes.
I am. Bring it. So I guess I'll share like a personal story of how manifestation worked for me. So I was probably doing it subconsciously, you know, growing up and achieving certain things. But the one that sticks in my mind is when I moved to Dubai. So I've lived in Dubai now for 2 years. And my partner at the time, we come on holiday here and we met some people and they were like, you've got to move here. Like you get this, you get that. Like it's lots of good perks for the job that my partner had. And we come back home to the UK and we was like, right, I said, I want to be self-employed before we move there. and he would need to find a job. So we needed maybe 6 to 8 months for me to like leave my job and then him like find the job. So that happened. I managed to go self-employed, and then he was applying for lots of different jobs. It did not look like it was going to happen. It was so saturated. He wasn't getting accepted for all these roles, despite being hugely talented. But it's just really, really saturated. I had meetings about my visa, and it just wasn't like all these different companies. I felt like I was being, what's the word? Just like. Fooled, like they weren't taking me seriously, and I was like, well, I'm not going to be able to get a visa.
Just another number in the system.
Yeah, so it wasn't going to happen basically. And then every single night leading up to that, I would sit in bed and I'd make me and my partner do it. I'd right, close our eyes. We're there. We're in our apartment. Like we were visualizing Dubai. And then every morning, in the shower, I would visualize myself walking onto the beach with my yoga mat and doing yoga in Dubai. Like that was always my vision. And I had to feel it. Like I'm getting goosebumps now because I had to feel that physiological response of me being in Dubai before I got there.
Their belief?
Yeah. The belief, and also like waiting for reality to catch up with you. If your body believes it. So anyway, it wasn't going to happen. It got down to like the last 2 weeks before my partner could technically give his notice in. So we're like, it's not going to happen this year. It's fine. We'll try again next year. And then by a stroke of luck, he had he got down to the final 2 in 1 week for 2 roles, and then got offered one, and we were leaving in 9 weeks. And we had to rent out our flat. We had to sell our cars. We had to sort out my visa. I had to sadly give my dog to my mum and dad. So all of this happened, and I honestly believe it was my commitment to manifestation and visualization, and also taking that action step. Right, we were doing all the things. I went self-employed. He was applying for jobs. Like that's a common misconception about manifestation, that you just sit there and you wish for it. It doesn't happen like that.
Because that's the sorry, when you think about, when people think of manifestation, because there's no belief behind it in the first place, that's why they struggle in the first place, because I don't know. Like that thought process in there.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was like, the story you've told was like, it took me 10 plus years, 15 plus years, maybe 20 plus years. Even now I still struggle with it. But when I know I believe in it, if it hasn't happened, and it's not that I'm trying to manifest it, but like I've been in positions where I'm just like, I am this.
Yeah.
Like, and when I've thought like that, for me personally, it just works.
Yeah.
Like for me personally, like I was fitness instructor for, I don't know, 20 years. And then, for the first year, I felt like, what's the word? An imposter syndrome going into the AV world. And sometimes I've had that before as well with the space. But then as soon as the belief was there, because I just look back and go, well, I've done it once.
Yeah. You've
So-
got evidence.
Some part of evidence, yeah. And it's like, that would take as in, well, there's another step. And I'm just like, well, if I can do that one, obviously I can do that one.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, believe it, I know I can do it. I don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until I started believing and thinking that then things starts to happen. It was like, so when you talk like this and like that belief of the goosebumps, goosebumps, that's right. I'm 100% with you on that, because that is something that I think people, you need to commit to it. It's like when you, like religion, if you don't believe, then you don't believe.
Yeah.
If you do believe, then you do believe, and you're fully invested, and you're there, and you've created the way, I suppose.
Yeah. And your mind, 95% of your mind is subconscious. Only 5% of it is actually like the physical, like what me and you were talking about now. But like you having that belief subconsciously is what got you there. 'Cause that's 95%. It's not always about, what we're thinking in our mind. So like rewiring the mind and, unblocking things. Maybe this is a separate conversation. But
we can take it there.
but what I wanted to touch on with you as well is like you having that belief, and like sometimes we take the aligned action and we think this is the right thing for us, and then we overcome these tests where it's like, actually it's not going to happen. Or I always know that when something doesn't go my way, even though I've manifested it or tried to manifest it, I know that there's something else better for me. So that feels very comforting, because I know that whenever you look back at your life, anyone listening to this, they'll know if they've ever like tried to get somewhere with something and they haven't got it, it all worked out for them in the best way possible. So it feels hard and you want to grip on and you want to try, but sometimes letting go and just letting the universe do its thing, you will be surprised that it will show up for you.
It does. Like it's can't explain it sometimes, but then and it's it's a great topic. I want to stay around this realm, this space, because I find that's the difference between people. I find when someone fully commits, and there's a lot of things when it comes to small business and like entrepreneurs, like it's a big trend, fad, what do you want to call it? It's the in thing to do these days. Ones that are not making it. There's a very small amount of people that do make it. But I think the difference is the ones that have the belief they can make it, like the ones that, like, in a way, they've manifested this as well. Like, I believe this is going to work. I know, like, I'm just going to, what am I going to do? I've got confidence in just going to do what if I'm learning, I'm just going to learn it.
Yeah.
Keep learning, I'm keep evolving, keep developing. And it's just, they just have this drive to keep going. And hopefully, you consistent enough for long enough, you will be successful. What is it then for people that, when you're talking with people about these kind of things, they want to make you've got a life decision as well to make as well. So what is it when you talk with people about the challenge they have to make these changes? Because it does come a commitment to sometimes cut the rope, take the leap of faith, and then move forward in that direction, whether it be a career, whether it be weight or a new partnership or something like that, So is there discussions you're having with people that...
Yeah, and I'm always great at giving advice, and I'm not always...
I think we're all good at that.
I'm not always as good as, taking my own. But I remember years ago when I was working in a job really unfulfilled, but like the money was good, but I knew I wanted to do something more in nutrition. And I had a couple of freelance jobs, and I was so miserable in this 9 to 5 or 9 to 8 really. It was like long hours. I was so miserable, but I didn't have another job, and I just ended up going in one day and I just quit. Like I was like, I was fortunate enough that I was still living at home. My parents didn't have a mortgage at the time, so I could do that. But I was like, I need to make space for new opportunities to come in, because if I don't, like, where are they going to find me? So I quit that day, and within 2-3 weeks, I got a really like aligned role for a wellness company. I was still supporting them in nutrition, but also a bit of marketing. So I still had a bit of my background in there, and worked with them for years, and it was incredible. And I remember telling my sister the same, like when she's been unhappy, like make space. And it's hard to like cut that cord, but the universe is gonna support you if you kind of do those steps. Like if you do what your intuition's telling you. Like my intuition was telling me, you need to leave this job, like for ages. But I was like, well, I can't. Like the non-subconscious mind was like overpowering. Like, no, you need to pay your bills, you need to do this.
The sensible side of things.
Yeah. And ultimately, like you've got to create a life you love, like, and waking up every day and being miserable in a job. I would hate to look back at my life and think that, and I would love to think that I, took the risks and I left the job, I followed my heart, because it will 100% be worth it. And it has been worth it. It's definitely been worth it.
So now you just talked about like it's easier to give advice than it is to take your own advice. What are some of the advice you do give, like as far as all the first steps when you're looking at this path? Because I think you're including manifestation and nutrition side of things. Yeah. What's kind of the first couple of steps you take with someone?
For manifestation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the first piece of advice would be get completely clear on your goals. So what is it that you're, and don't just write down 10 or 20 goals because like you feel like you need to. Like I would say if you're going to write a list of goals, half them initially, because you don't want to feel overwhelmed by it, and also you don't want to feel like you've let yourself down if you don't achieve them. So
that's exactly what happens. I've gone through that before.
It's every January rolls around, we're like, right, I want to,
that one,
earn £1 million. I want to buy 10 houses. Like it's just, I don't like the word like realistic, but like sometimes you have to be a little bit realistic.
Sensible,
okay. Yeah, responsible maybe.
Responsible.
So I would say get really, really clear on that. So, like I'll be completely honest, one of the things right now for me, I'm running my first manifestation program. It's blending nutrition and wellness. And I want to fill out all those spots for that. I want to have 10 aligned women in that circle. And I have calls with all these women before they sign up. Like I want to make sure it's a group where I feel like we're all going to, connective like group and like have a connected group and just support each other. So that's one of my goals right now is to fill that out. And then I have another goal of getting to 10,000 followers on Instagram. Like these are quite like vanity things. And then I have another goal of
There's direction.
Yeah,
as well, so.
yeah. And then I have another goal. I'll be really personal of like eventually meeting my soulmate. So like I have a few in there. And then I'd like to like support my membership and things like that. So like get clear, get the numbers down, and also like if it is meeting your soulmate or your person, like what does that person look like? Like not so much aesthetically, but look like what are they like?
The life
like,
you're living.
How are they treating you? Yeah, like what do they do for work? Maybe what industry are they in? Like get clear on it. Even trips, like what does the hotel look like? What does the bedding feel like? Get really, really clear on it. So that's the first step. And then I would take my clients through a visualization, and this wouldn't just be a one-off thing. Like I would want them to like listen to this visualization every day if they can, every morning, every night. And one thing that I always say, and I mentioned it at the start, feeling how it feels. So if I get these 10 women signed up, I've already got 2.
Okay, very cool.
If I get 10, I know that will make me feel so proud, so successful, so strong. I'll feel like my parents will be proud of me. I feel like my coaches, my mentors will be proud of me. And I'll just feel like, you know what, I can do this. And like, not that I doubt that anyway, but it's just that extra boost of like, I'm now going into manifestation, because I've never actually done anything like this before. It is quite new. And I think I would then, assert myself in the manifestation world. So it's feeling those feelings and then taking action. So for me, for this example, I would, be putting out social media content at least 3-5 posts a week. I'd be connecting with maybe old clients that I feel like would really benefit from this. I would send out email campaigns. I would maybe chat to the people that are engaging with my content a lot and say, hey, have you seen this? Taking those steps, sometimes it can be cringy. Sometimes you have to get your face on camera and you just have to show up for yourself. But like talking to camera, you have to do it. Like at the end of the day, what I say to people that
I love it.
worry about you being cringy, they're not paying your bills. Like the people sat there, they're probably in the same job, like not pushing themselves at the limits. And I worry that like my family think I'm cringy, and they've said that they do in the past, but I just have to get over it because it's my work. And if I can't be front facing, people aren't going to trust me. And that is what I want to build. I want to ensure that I always provide the highest level of service I can to serve my clients, but also know that they can fully trust in me and that they are investing in someone that completely has their back and is not going to do them over, which there are obviously a lot of that out there.
Yeah, I think I love it because as far as I'm concerned when it comes to that side of things is that I think you build your world and the people that are supposed to be in your world will come into your world.
Yeah.
Like it's just you be you. And like I don't think anyone can be truly happy unless they are themselves.
Yeah.
They think if you're a geek, own it. If you're a nerd, if you're whatever you're into, a jock or not, or you are vain or whatever, then like just own it.
Yeah.
Because then you're you, and what you do is instead of trying to chase something, you attract something. And I think, and that's also something I've learned probably in the last 3 years only, to be very fair. Just as I find a lot of people you're not going to believe in someone else's dreams or goals, but you can easily believe in your own. And when you believe in your own, you focus on you building your world, then you're not worried about what other people are doing and what other people think. So when it comes to like cameras and stuff like that, that's the first thing I would take, and that's why I think it's the easiest way to burn the boats.
Yeah.
To cut the fires. And I told you earlier before, I've quite well practiced that now. So it's something I've always, that I strongly believe in when it comes to people and looking for change, because it's the hardest thing to do. To change is change. And change means not going backwards. It means leaving the old life behind and creating this new life yourself. And the only way to do this is to let go of the old one to create this new one. So,
and it feels hard. Like
totally, you're letting go is comfort.
Yeah.
It's comfort at the end of the day.
And a real person story is like when I broke up with my partner last year, like the loveliest man ever. We're still friends. And I was leaving a healthy relationship that was great, but it wasn't enough. And like, I knew he wasn't my soulmate, and I wasn't prepared to like have an average relationship, or I'm not prepared to have an average life. And it took me months to leave that relationship because I was leaving something that was so good, but I knew that my intuition was telling me, you need to leave this. Like, this isn't your path. And that was the hardest, most excruciating thing I've probably been through. But I've come out the other side, and I'm still single now, and like I'm just focusing on myself. And I think you just please, like anyone listening, like listen to your intuition. It is never wrong. And if you're getting that knock, it's going to be hard. Rip the Band-Aid off, but you will be a so much more stronger, resilient person for it. I know I've gone slightly off topic, but I do feel like, yes, it's very much interlinked.
Well, first of all, thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. It's very cool. I want to go into that manifestation when you talk about affirmation, visualization, a little more specifically, a little more deeper, just with people, because I love to give the audience something practical, applicable that they can put towards their daily life. Because what you touched on was, it's not just about thinking, it's about action points that happen on a regular, consistent, daily. I'm about daily. If it's not part of your 24 hours, then it's not part of your life at all. It's like if you're not working out, if you're not eating healthy, it's all those little habit stacking you referred to, that's the key to a happy day equals a happy month, a happy year, a happy life. That's how I see it.
I love that.
So it's all like
every day you can make every day beautiful.
Every day beautiful. You know, and there's going to be ups and downs in a day, and some days will lean a little more towards the dark, and some days will lean a little more towards the light. So if you work on building those habits to lean towards the light or to deal with the darkness, then you create more light. And I'm always about choice as well. So what are sorry, let's go back to the actual question. Sorry. Let's talk about the actual habits that you would like you maybe personally instill, or you like to help instill within others.
Yeah. So I think I saw somewhere like someone ask about manifestation to like a big, expert in the industry, and they were like, is 20 minutes a day enough to dedicate? It has to be a light. It has to be built in you. Like, for example, every morning I wake up, and even like the 2 feet I put down on the bed, I'm like, I'm grateful. Like, I'm grateful for my bed. Like, I'm grateful for a good night's sleep. I'm grateful for my body. And then like going in, brushing my teeth, and like always grounding in gratitude, and just being I might have had an awful day the day before, but a new day is a fresh start and new energy. Like, I'm all about like that new energy. Come on, like I can turn this around. So I always like love to like move and shake my body, like move out any stagnant energy. I'll then probably go and do a workout or go for a walk. And I'm always listening to like, inspiring podcasts. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm listening to a comedy podcast if like I feel like I've got too much in my brain and I just want to switch off.
Totally.
Which I think is needed. I also journal. More recently, I've had my journal by my laptop whilst working, and just been writing down like every little win. Like even if it's something so small, like I get so many lovely comments and people DM me like, I love your content. Like, I love that recipe. Just people, they're not paying me. Like, they're not my clients, but just people reaching out. And like, I think that's so kind and so lovely. And I'm like, that person reached out and told me they really liked, or even like, I like your top, like just little things like that. And little wins, they can be really big wins, like just sign a new client, or, like just signed a brand deal, or just got this. But most of the time it's just those little things, like my first coffee in the morning was amazing. And then by the end of the day, I've got this beautiful list of like little things that I'm so grateful for. And what you'll find is most days have more good in them than bad. And yeah, totally. So I'd say journaling, movement, obviously eating well, and rest, which is something I definitely am grappling with at the moment, because I do struggle to switch off. But yeah, I'm in a bit of a growth spurt at the moment. I'm in like a sprint season, and I know that I'll have my calming season as well. Yeah, I think it's seasonal, but I think just embodying that gratitude is number one. Being grateful for what you are while striving for more.
What's that? What you said, because you talked about and you touched on, like you're looking at the positives, where for probably everyone, let's say, negative is so easy to, like, you ask someone 5 negative things about yourself, bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
Ask one good thing, and they're like, But the truth is, like, and I struggle as well, but as soon as you open your eyes, the opportunity already that you've opened your eyes that presents the opportunity for the day, we all, and I, myself included, go through the moments of just like, I loved how that passion where you expressed it there, because that's what it should be like in the mornings. It's like, whoa, but should I make your life? I get another chance to live this day, and those days create my life. And that's what I think people miss out on. Like, your day is your life. And like I loved how you said like laugh. Like it's actually one of my 5 values. Like a daily, like I've got 5 daily values, and one of them's laugh. And so it's like, what's the point of living my day if I don't laugh?
Yeah.
Like laugh at myself, laugh with someone, laugh at somebody, laugh online or podcasts and things like that. But what is it then? I want to ask about the other side of it. How can we, or what advice do you give to snap out of, to break out of? Because when you're trying to stack these habits, there's always going to be maybe the mind devils or the one trying to change or pull you away from that positivity. Do you have a go-to to snap you out of that?
What if I'm feeling like I'm in a bit of a funk?
Yeah, you don't, the days you don't wake up, you're like,
yeah. Oh, and I felt like that. I felt like that recently, like for sure. Like I'm missing my family a lot, and there are moments that I do have that. But I would say I try to, I shake out energy. Like I listen to
physically shake.
Yeah, like physically shake my body, like or dance around my kitchen or something like that. Go for a walk. We're so grateful, like lucky to live in Dubai, and like the sun and most of the time is shining. So get outside, get into the sunshine, and avoid having your notifications first thing. I try to keep my phone on do not disturb until like 8 a.m. after I've, got up at 6, worked out, maybe journaled, maybe even meditated, maybe had my breakfast, and then I will then be available to the world. But until that point, I'm not letting anyone else get in my energy. So I would 100% recommend that. But when I am in a funk, I would I would write a gratitude list, shake up my body, or like phone my sister or my mum and, just like tell them my problems and
release, get off.
Yeah, yeah.
I got a funny, I don't mind sharing this, but a funny one, if I get that funk, it's a cold shower. And it's a dance in front of the mirror quickly, like afterwards, just a because literally just like because it doesn't matter. It's the silliest, stupidest thing. It's always going to make me laugh. Always laugh at myself because there's that bit of embarrassment or something like that. And it's like, who cares?
Like we take life too serious. I take life far too seriously, and I'm really trying not to. But like to give you another like bad example, like another example, it's like I have my own membership, right? And like I had someone cancelled their membership the other day. That's still I'm still at this point where it's still. It's still a
the
sting.
Comes out,
And you like usually
personally take it personally.
Take it so personal, but it's not personal. And I know I'm doing an amazing job on there, and I have so many active members, but just even that, like recent, it happened this week, and I was like you, I was in front of the mirror, and I was like, it's fine, and I was just like shaking my body. I was like, one door closes. Good, right? Yeah. If that member doesn't want to be in my membership, I'm just making space for another person that's going to really, absolutely love and appreciate everything I'm putting out.
100%.
So yeah, that was a recent example that just made me remind me of that in the mirror. Yeah.
The other thing too, and this took me a little while to learn, is you don't know what's going on in other people's lives. Like there's so many other reasons. And what I've got really good, especially in the last year, is rejection. Like I love rejection. I chase rejection. I chase it.
Teach me.
That's just so well. It took me a little while to learn because it's that practice.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. How do you put it? It's kind of like off the Hulk actually. If you watch Marvel, it's like the Hulk doesn't turn into Hulk because he remains angry all the time. All right. So for me, I put before the doing something, I expect rejection.
Okay.
When you expect it, you either get it, you go, cool. Or you don't, and like, oh, that's look okay. Like, so I'll give you a very good example. In the last couple of weeks, start with these podcasts. Just put it out there, like if someone wants to come and jump on, because my whole game here is to do 100 and before September 1st, and just variations and stuff like that. That's a massive, like people do once a week normally. They do like 52 in a year podcasts. So I'm going to do 100 in like 4 months, 5 months, something like that. But one, I love it. And then two, so it's just, I know the value it's going to give to so many people or the opportunity it's going to provide. And in order for me to do that, I have to take steps of going to rejection. Now, we've all been to rejection. So it's not the first time I'm going to be rejected. It's not the last time I'm ever going to be rejected. And that's how I just think about it now. It's like I can quite easily pick up the phone and just go, I would just like to come on. No, you wouldn't. Or, hi, I've got this or that.
Yeah.
Because I deal with it now as like, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? So that's how that's my triggers for me to get in the right space. So sometimes obviously I will before I'll have a moment of, should I be calling?
Yeah.
But then I just go like, hold up. You know what you want at the end game, and you know to get there, it's going to take rejection. To build a business or to build knowledge, it's going to take failures.
It's going to take mistakes. That's a part of life.
Yeah.
And as soon as we accept that, and that's what I finally did, this is back just over a year ago, was I would rather die trying.
Yeah.
And it's not going to mean anything.
Yeah.
Like, so because someone hates me or someone rejects me, and
As long as you've got good intentions and you can go to bed at night knowing that you did a good thing, like you're working towards something positive and good, you've got nothing to worry about.
Totally. But the other side of it too is that, like, why does their opinion matter? I don't know their world either. Like, just because maybe they don't like me, or maybe it's just the moment, or there's just so many other things. Like, it's not actually personal.
Yeah.
It's like actually driving in the car. I've had this discussion quite a lot of times. When you drive in a car, something happens, and you get angry at someone for cutting you off, and you get super, super angry. But they don't care.
No.
They'll forget about it 2 seconds later, and you're still the one going, "Oh, I can't believe it did this." Blah, 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 blah. It's a choice the way we react to something. There's an action, there's a reaction. It's the same with the rejection. It's just, well, you got two choices. One is you'll never know, or two is you'll do and you'll find out.
Yeah.
I'd rather find out, because then you'll know, and that's the true. I think that's the true journey of life, is to be open to development. And then where you're going to grow, is to find out.
Yeah.
So you don't know if you're going to be able to do it, or you don't know if it's going to work. So you go and find out. You ask the question to start with. So,
and also just like swallowing your ego sometimes, and just being like, right, I'm just gonna, even if I do get rejected, like, you'll learn from it, you'll grow, but you've got to try, because otherwise you will never know. You will never know, and that's why people stay stuck.
Literally, and that's the worst place to say, I reckon. Like, there's no happiness in that. Let's come back to this, because I want to kind of. There's more. Actually, I had this conversation a little bit earlier, yesterday or the day before, and it was just with females love to talk to each other. They can usually be more open. Where males don't. And then I think females are more open though to manifestation, where not as many males are. I think it's trying to get there, and it's trying to push on there. But like, when it comes to dealing with, I know you deal with the women. Do you have to deal with men at all? Have you had to change your tactic at all to?
Yeah, it's funny actually, because I've historically predominantly only worked with women up until the last few months, where I now have about 3 male clients. And I've really enjoyed it. And I wouldn't say I'm working with them on the manifestation side. It's mainly around nutrition at the moment. But I have brought in a lot about the visualization of, like, if their goal is weight loss, it's like actually visualizing that version of themselves, like that slimmer, more active, fitter person. How does that feel in your body? Like, how would it change your life? How will it change your social life, your relationships? So I'm definitely weaving a lot of that in. And then I also would...
Is it well received? Because I know a lot of men like going, oh...
I hope so.
Totally. Yeah.
I mean, no... Yeah, I think it probably can come across a little bit like, they are probably not as open to it. And I do always have to, like, what's the word? Like, filter I'm going to try and stop doing this, where I'm like, I know this sounds a bit woo-woo, or I know this sounds a little bit kooky.
Oh, you try to set yourself up at the start,
and I
before
want
you say
to
it.
stop saying that, because I believe in it. And by me saying that, it's showing them that I sort of don't. So literally. I'm putting that out into the universe that I'm going to stop doing that.
Yeah, literally. But that's part of the whole belief too, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, I would agree with you. I would say that men probably aren't as open to it. But I think we're living in a world now where it's like, you're open to it. Like, you're seeing it. It's the way we are moving. Like, we are moving into a more aware society, I think.
Obviously, I think for me personally, I've like gone, if I think about it, and I don't like to think about it, but I do, just to be open with myself about the amount of years or the amount of things, amount of years are wasted, and the things I could have done if I had just done it before. And there was no difference between now and then. It was just the mindset. It was just a choice of, okay, do it or don't, reject and end. Like, because I was taking it personally, like the judgment, society, social media, yada, yada, yada. But as soon as you switch that off, for me, the entire world changes. Like, literally, there's nothing to be scared of. It's like, it's scared of missing out. And missing out. It's like, man, I want to go into this. I suppose there's the mixture, because there's kind of a bit where you're doing the manifestation, where you're doing the nutrition side of things. You're obviously mostly dealing with females as well.
Yeah.
Do you find the difference with a space like Dubai or a space like UK? Is it changing? Is there differences culturally between people that you're discovering?
Yes.
Especially when it comes to manifestation.
I don't want to offend my Dubai clients, but I would say that convenience out here is so much higher in terms of like, you know, people drive or taxi everywhere. There's not much public transport. So they're less likely to walk. You can order what you want and like it's there within 5-10 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
literally.
So I would say that it's kind of Dubai is set up for lazy people. I'm not saying that they are, but I feel like it kind of
agree.
Yeah, it fits that. Yeah. Rightly or wrongly. So I'd find that with Dubai, but then I'd find with the UK, sadly, with the cost of living crisis and the pressure from like although the pressures from the government and things like that going on in the UK, it's in such a sorry state. I feel for my clients in that sense where I'm like, oh, buy organic and, you know, get this fish and get that. Like I have to check myself and be like, you know, like they're going through a cost of living crisis. So it's different. I'd say like we have amazing things in Dubai, but that's also a negative.
Yeah.
But then in the UK, they're also struggling, but then maybe they can get out for walks more and I don't know. So
Pros and cons from
yeah,
both ways, pluses and minuses.
pros and cons. But I would say Dubai in general and why I do love living here is the vibe and people in general are happier and more receptive to things. The wellness space is big, whereas in the UK, you do have a lot of like, I have a classic example of when I went to the supermarket back in Christmas in the UK and I just went over the counter. I was like, is this grass fed?
Oh, really? Yeah.
And
Corn-fed,
she
grass-fed, what's going
looked at
on?
me. She was like this East End woman and she looked at me as if to say, sorry, love.
What do you mean?
Like,
yeah. Is
just
this Evian or Voss?
Yeah.
What kind of water is
And
this?
and I was like, oh, I shouldn't have even done what? Who do I think I am? But I ended up just walking out empty handed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that sums it up.
Kind of want to go back into a little bit of the nutrition side of this because then we're going to mix the wellness because when it comes to healthy snacks, or you mentioned earlier about like being more creative, like but you can create or make or learn how to bake your own things as well. What are some options for people that would be like, okay, look, you're not feeling the best, maybe you want something sweet, but let's make it healthy.
Yeah. So are you thinking like grab and go stuff like from the supermarket? Or both?
But both actually, to be honest. Like one's from some. I mean, I personally was thinking like I've actually got into this. Like I don't like to cook. Be very straight on, and I'm very bland. Chicken rice, done. I'll have banana protein shake, water, done. Maybe put some oats. Maybe put some oats in it.
Yeah.
If I get fancy, I'll put some strawberry and blueberries in there. Like
oh, really pushing the boat out.
So I mean, I see your Instagram. I was like, geez. So, but I did try, like in making some energy balls or some coconut stuff like that, and which was nice discovery for me. And it was a learning. The air fryer, same thing with the chips and stuff like that. That's what I was trying. But I'm going to pick your brain for my own benefit.
Yeah, I would say for you, like, look, you obviously stick to what you know, but like trying to add in a little bit of diversity if you can. Like, if you're having rice, could you have wild rice, for example? Like, could you just add in, instead of having normal carrots, have like a purple carrot? Like, just trying to be a bit more colourful is going to really help your gut health, making sure you're getting that diversity. But in terms of
all right, good.
but in terms of snacking, so my go-to like grab and go things would be naked bars or they do them in the UAE, or Deliciously Ella is also good, but I think that's only UK. But then in the UAE, I actually work with a brand called Freaking Healthy, which you've probably heard of. Yes. They're really natural ingredients like peanut butter, chocolate. But I would always say to like, you know, make it more of a filling snack because it's probably not going to go too far if you're just going to have a small bar.
Yeah.
So add some fruit with it, get some nuts, maybe a little pot of yogurt, or a lot of places now, it's not very economical, but they'll do like some boiled eggs, like having things like that on the go, a tub of hummus, edamame beans.
I had hummus this morning.
These are like handy things you can just grab. But I would say, basically all of the above: fruit and nuts, yogurt.
Anything like as far as baking or cooking?
Yeah, so I used
meal prepping's a big thing.
Yeah, I used to love making healthy snacks. I don't so much anymore, but like I love making like healthy banana bread muffins. Things like
with
that.
Walnuts.
Yeah. And I'll also put in like turmeric or something as well, which you can't really taste, but like it's really good for anti-inflammatory.
So can I ask about? I mean, I don't know much about turmeric because like I do have it nearly every second day at least. The old Baccarat shots, turmeric or turmeric cinnamon honey.
Great.
Just because I just like it, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'll just
down. But what's the benefits behind it?
I'll have to check that product and actually see
Okay.
if it's. You can send it to me after, and I can see if it's
Okay.
like got natural ingredients. But turmeric is really well. It's an anti-inflammatory. It also supports our joints. It can support our immune health as well. You want to make sure you're getting a good, potent source of it. But just lots of herbs and spices in general, like cayenne pepper is also a good one. So when you are cooking your chicken and rice,
I don't cook, I just go get it.
oh.
I burn boiled eggs, okay? It's out there now.
Right,
I burn,
okay.
Literally, I'll put boiled eggs on, I'll leave it, I'll forget it, and I'll be like,
Oh no!
what's that smell?
How can you forget about food? I literally cannot. I'm like,
All the time. I'm really good at eating it, but when it comes to
Yeah,
cooking, I
wow.
forget all the time. And actually, I've nearly a dozen times would have burned
Oh
the
my
pot when it comes to boiled
God.
eggs. Yes, I mean, that's what I'm a male. There we go.
but even if you bring that chicken and rice back, like if you can get some herbs and spices, just like putting a few like different spices on it, just to like up that diversity. Also, fresh herbs. Are
So this
really
is for gut health.
Yeah, for gut health and also detoxification. Like coriander, for example, can really help detoxify heavy metals from the body. And like in a place like Dubai, especially when we're exposed to heavy metals and pollution, adding just, a handful of fresh herbs a day doesn't feel like a lot, but over time it will help you detoxify.
I had this mentality at one point of, what's the point of eating salad? It's just so tiny. It's going to take forever to get there,
Yeah.
thing. But I do. It's kind of changed over time. I'm not a person to eat for pleasure. It's just literally I just eat because I have to.
Right.
The same with
okay.
sleep because I have to. Like I
Wow.
understand the importance of it, so I do it. But I hate sleeping and I actually hate eating. I mean, I'm very good at it, but
Wow.
like I literally
Can't relate at all.
oh, it's just so weird because I want to go do other things. And I was like, man, sometimes eating gets in the way. It was like, oh, it's weird. But as a male, it's also like, I want to eat because I don't want to be skinny either. I want to be
Yeah.
athletic. I want to be performance-based. And
Yeah.
so I do that. And same with sleep. I know if I want to perform better mentally, physically, then I need to sleep as well. So it's just forcing myself to sleep. But sorry, going to
No, I always find people like you really fascinating because I honestly
Weirdo,
feel,
what are you doing?
I feel like sleep and food are probably like my top two things other than my dog.
Love it. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, look, when I see your plate in the morning, I can understand that completely. It's
Thank
like
you.
everything's on there. Sorry, going back to that because you talk about what about when it comes to fasting? Because that's a massive trend as well. People are always like, oh, let's fast, let's have coffee, let's not have coffee with it, drink water, no drink water. Your thoughts on that?
I would say for the general population, for women, for female hormones, to avoid it. And I went through a phase when I was a few years ago now, maybe 4 years ago, I'd be getting up at 5, I'd be going straight to CrossFit on an empty stomach, doing a killer workout, then like having black coffee, fasting until 10, 11 a.m. And I honestly feel like I really disrupted my hormones over that period. And it then showed up in ways where I had really bad IBS. I was in quite an unfulfilled job as well, but I was like running on adrenaline and it was not good for me. And in general, our cortisol in the morning is at its highest. So pairing that with, not eating for a long time, like until lunchtime and coffee, it's just a disaster. Fasting can work for a lot of people. I would say it can be more successful for women post-menopause because they're out of that like cycling stage. And I've got a business partner who's a female fitness expert, and like fasting absolutely like works perfectly for her. She's pregnant now. She's got another one. It's fine. But I would say with my experience in my clients, I wouldn't recommend it from a hormonal perspective.
Well, with like gluten-free, lactose-free, these always come things being thrown out to people, and people are like, am I lactose-free or should I go gluten-free? Why would I go gluten-free? Why would I not have dairy? Those sort of things. I mean, for me, I didn't recognize it till late because it was like I kind of ate for the sake of eating.
Yeah.
And then the last couple of years is like, or even this last year, gluten-free and then lactose-free, I kind of pushed that anyway because it was just easier to mix things with water than it was to get milk, and if you want to get off, for me to get off, say, sweet drinks or alcohol was sparkling water.
Yeah.
And so I just got addicted to sparkling water or water.
Yeah, I love sparkling water.
Oh, so good. I could have a whole podcast on that. But yes, that's something that I've kind of gone down. So just kind of getting your thoughts on the gluten-free side of things, lactose-free, getting checked.
It's a very, very common intolerance to be intolerant to gluten. Like my flatmate is gluten-free, and like I know a lot of people that they just do not tolerate wheat very well. But if you can tolerate it, it can be a great source of complex carbohydrate if you're getting a good quality one that's not ultra processed. So just see how you respond to it, and maybe just have it in smaller portions if you do feel like you're having bloating. But I wouldn't say it should be, you know,
have
like,
the wheat. Have the gluten, have
yeah,
the-
like I wouldn't say cut it out for no need. And what I do find is a lot of the time with people that go keto, for example, who are completely cutting out carbohydrates, when they then fall off the keto wagon because it's so unsustainable, they then really struggle to tolerate and digest carbs. So I would say, look, each to their own, but I personally eat it. And then in terms of lactose, dairy, as if you're getting good, like organic, like good quality dairy, I think it can be a great source of protein, healthy fats, nutrients, calcium. But again, a lot of people can't tolerate it, and some people might not have it for ethical reasons. Some people, it might affect their skin. But overall, I more or less eat everything, like as long as I'm buying it from like a good produce.
Yeah. The so with the lactose thing was like, I've grown up on a farm too, so I was like, milk was just part of life.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
just milk butter was right there. I was like, great, fantastic. And again, like for me, because I was so active growing up, I would just have anything anyway.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
mean, obviously I tended towards more healthier foods, but I've had a bit of a sweet tooth. I still got a bit of a sweet tooth, and so it'd be like, oh, I was gonna grab a bit of ice cream or grab something else like that, bag of chips, whatever like that.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to so many different, because there are so many of a trend fad. People come out with healthy ice cream, healthy butter, healthy chips, healthy pancakes, healthy da 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 da. That there's a learning process for the world and the general public to get into. Where do we start? Where do you start with people that, you know, you have to go gluten free, or these chips or these cookies that are, or ice creams that are protein based, you know, because they've got 8 grams of protein, and now it's a protein ice cream. So people go, thank you very much. How do you deal with that with people?
In so many different ways. What I would firstly say is, if you see a label in a shop or on a product and it's saying high fiber, high protein, low fat, it's probably not good for you. Well, it's not. If it needs a health claim, it's not good for you. Like you've got a pack of bananas over there, I bet that doesn't say high in potassium, good source of carbohydrates.
Let's have a look actually.
And it doesn't need it. A bag of spinach doesn't need it. So like eradicate that. That's usually like the ultra processed foods. And then just listen to your body and become more in tune. Like, for example, if you do eat pasta or bread and you do feel really bloated after and it's preventing you from concentrating at work or sleeping, then you might need to find some healthier alternatives to that.
Well, I had to go from that to gluten-free pasta.
Yeah.
It's all a pasta. And actually,
Yeah.
I didn't realize it. And I was like, oh, that's way better for me. So I was like,
Yeah.
for me personally, that's how it was.
Yeah, it is just, it comes down to personal approach. And I've fallen into the trap over the years of, you know, trying things and wanting to jump onto trends. But and being like, oh, maybe I shouldn't eat that, or maybe I should eat. But I know that my body performs well on, I can tolerate wheat, I can tolerate dairy, and it's fine. But most of my diet is coming from whole foods. And I think you can't go far wrong if most of your food is coming in its natural source.
I want to do kind of one more question about this because of time, but I asked you about the importance of good nutrition, the importance of whole foods. Like, how do you get that across to somebody?
How do I get it across?
Do you have a particular approach? Because like there's so much information out there, and there's a lot of people that sometimes aren't willing to accept it or willing to open
what
up
I
to
will
it.
do is when I work with a client, I will look at what they're already eating, and then I will pick that apart throughout the day. And I say, okay, so you're having cornflakes for breakfast, right? How can we improve this? Can we either go for Weetabix or oats? Or can you even, if you're not even willing to give up the cornflakes, can you add some natural yogurt and some nuts and some berries to that to make it a little bit? So I will.
And my mouth's watering, by the way, just talking about this.
But
I'm hungry.
I'll support them in like trying to improve what they're already doing. So if lunch is a ham sandwich, I'll say, right, can we put that on a good quality brown bread? Can you get not the processed ham? Can you get some chicken breast maybe? And add some lettuce with it and have some salad. So like people are making these simple swaps, but it's actually so much further. And plus what I also think when I work with clients is like when they're buying food out all the time, buying lunches out, buying like on the go all the time, they might have invested money to work with me, but I end up saving them money because I'm teaching them ways to either make things quickly at home or get those healthier convenience foods on the go that they can put together as opposed to buying something packaged. Sorry.
Actually, I do have one more question for you before you have this, because I think I saw on your post was talking about body confidence.
Yeah.
How do you develop body confidence? Or what's the journey, the process, the idea from your perspective of doing that? Because social media is a massive thing out there. You know, sometimes there's the debate of too much skin showing, or why are you doing this? Or, you know, if you're going to dress that way, then expect the attention type of thing. So it's obviously a hard thing for everybody to get to a point. And even for me, I was like, I wasn't one end of the spectrum where it was like fit shamed, not fat shamed, but fit shamed. Oh, showing off, because you muscle or whatever. Like just when I'd be comfortable with the shirt off, and people are like, well, put a shirt on. Why put your shirt off for? It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm proud.
That's
of
all
it.
jealousy and like a reflection
Totally,
of
it's
other people.
nothing to do with me. Totally, and like it took a little while to learn that.
Of course.
But like for you, you're going.
Yeah, I would
Did I say this
say-
correctly, by the way? Or was you? I think you talked about body confidence.
Yeah, it's something that I really help clients with as well, and it's something that I'm definitely on a journey with myself. But if I am having a bit of a bad body image day, I will just remind myself that like my body is doing so much for me. It's working for me. It's like working out. It's moving. It's capable of so much. And recently, with a client struggling with this, I've suggested that like when they get out of the shower and they like moisturizing their body, so like don't just like rush and put all your moisturizer on and like go on to the next thing. Like take your time, like slowly massage your body and like talk to your body. Like words are so powerful, and just say like, I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for looking after me. Like, thank you for waking up for me every day. And like looking at yourself in the mirror and talking to yourself kindly can go so far. And then in terms of like more superficial thing, like wear clothes you enjoy, like have a bit of a clear out, like things that you're not wearing anymore that you don't feel comfortable in, like get rid, and actually wear things day to day that make you feel confident and sexy and happy in your skin, no matter what size you are. And that's very easy for someone who is white, like relatively slim, fit and healthy. I know that I have a privilege, and there are other people out there that, you know, like don't have like
Working
fitting the
towards it.
beauty standard. Like I get it, and like it's easy for me to say, but your body is like, if you can treat your body with kindness and nourish it well, you can't go too far on. You just need to, you know, develop a relationship with it by journaling, affirmations, and just thinking of what your body does for you outside of how it looks.
You made me think of another question I really want to ask, because I was thinking about this the other day. The kind of I need to touch on that actually. The whole not fit shaming, but like
I keep thinking you're saying foot shaming,
oh
but
no,
you mean
fit. Sorry,
fit shaming.
Fit shaming.
Fit shaming.
Foot shaming could happen as well. People have that kind of fetish. No, like so. There's a lot of girls that kind of portray and show themselves on social media. They don't do it until once they're there, or they'll start portraying it a lot more once they've got there. Then they'll start going, "Oh, look, now I'm confident." But like you weren't showing the journey between when you were out of shape, overweight, and stuff like that. And again, it's that. I don't know. I just don't think. From what's your thoughts on it when girls are doing that, like when they're putting things on social media for whatever reason, like if they look good, then they should be doing it right, because in the way that it is confidence in yourself, it's just who you are, and just because you're in the space, whether you had the advantage to start with or not, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still there. So just do you have thoughts on that? Because we're dealing with body confidence, right?
Yeah.
And there's so much of just young girls these days, they just put too much. Like it's just
that external validation, isn't it? Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean.
Yeah.
They're looking at the validation, but then
Yeah.
there's also, well, yeah, you're also done well if you are there because it's your lifestyle as well, type of thing.
Yeah.
Is that part of the body confidence thing that you've kind of had to deal with or dealing with?
In terms
or know
of what,
someone?
like for myself, like
Yourself or someone
posting.
you're dealing with, you know?
I would say for like a client that maybe has got a certain aesthetic goal, and I would say like to unfollow people on Instagram that maybe are like, you know, putting in their face about like being really fit and healthy, those people you're explaining. So they're not constantly like feeding into the comparison trap. But for those people that are doing it and like they feel more confident now, I just think good for them. Like you do you, like own it. If that's what you want to do, like you'll find your way and you'll realize over time that maybe that wasn't the best way to sell yourself. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it's been a difficult one to answer, to be honest. It's just like, because you see so many people that go like what blows me away a lot of times is men and women, you know, that there's a lot of people trying to give advice on how to get fit, but they're in a very advantageous place. I mean, they're either very well built to start off with, and it's just kind of their lifestyle, and like, you can do it too. It's like, well, have you gone through when you were 30% overweight as a male or 40% overweight male to get to that
people
point?
That have actually been through it.
There's two type of people, but then I was like, well, you are there. Like, 'cause I've got this thing about life too, and I think a lot of people, they play the victim game. And it's like, I saw this analogy of like the 100-meter sprint. And it's like, well, yeah, some people do start on the start line and other people do start at the 90-meter mark to get to that 100 meters. And that's just, everyone can get to the end of it, can get the race. And the race of life isn't you win or lose. It's just you trying to get to that end of it type of thing. And I think a lot of people, because of the judgment, because of social media, because of body types and stuff like that, with so much more fitness being promoted and pushed out there, and healthy lifestyles becoming the norm as well. So it's like there's going to be more and more people that are going to look great, be fit, be healthy, and I suppose in a little small way, maybe I'll be around to see it or not, the majority of the world may be fit. And the normal is that most people are athletic, most people are active, or making healthier choices, or the bad foods are actually taken off, or most of the bad foods are taken off, and they're put in the corner instead of when you go out to the grocery store, they're the last things you see, and it's like pick that chocolate bar type of thing, because that's the easy grab for everybody, and I've seen a few more now, there's protein bars there, but it's just kind of, it always something I'm always thinking of, like when I'm going out with friends and I don't want to have the drink, or I don't want to have the chips or all these,
or the dessert,
or the dessert, and like for me, I'm still going through a process of normalizing that, and they make me feel like it's not normal. I mean, I don't care anymore. But you know what I mean? So it's the same thing with,
or like you're so boring, or like
literally always those come back out at you and stuff like that. And so it's that's one of those things that come around when it comes to nutrition, it comes to manifestation, that it's like it's something you've consistently got to work on. That there's not an end goal. Like if it's one thing, you got to achieve that, then it's the next step. Be more confident in yourself, and you see yourself confident, you believe in yourself being confident, not only just kind of achieving it. That kind of makes sense. I don't know what a rant is.
No, that does resonate.
After the side of that. Before we finish up, let them know where they can find you. Check down this camera here.
So you can find me mainly on Instagram. So it's HarrietHills_nutrition. Everything's on there. My membership. Reach out about my one-to-one coaching, and if you're interested in the Manifesting Wellness Program as well.
8 spots.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, awesome. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing. It's been really cool, and obviously the bouncing the conversations have been fantastic with you as well. So I'll be thinking about those 8. 8's my lucky number too, by the way.
Amazing.
It literally is. So I'm like, go get it.
Thank you.
2, 1, 2 sound.
Almost on the mic again.
That would have been perfect. That's the intro right there.
Don't cut that out. Oh, I love it. I'm going to start this on off by saying we've had so many good conversations in the last 30 minutes already. I'm sorry, guys, we didn't record those ones for you, but we're going to keep throwing out spitting those golden nuggets. Just for people to just give it from the reference, the reason I brought Omar on is because we just bounce so good when it comes to ideas, thoughts, opinions, and I wish I recorded. Oh my gosh.
Just a great host, man.
We're both hosts and Moses, mate. That's how we do it. We're gonna start this one off for people around the thought of sports. I mean, it's such a social place to be when you're in a sports team, whether it's a running club or anything like that. It helps you mentally, it helps you physically. We're going to dive into, obviously, being males, because you can be anything these days. We're going to talk about mental health too, and the challenges that men go through too from the sporting aspect. And that's where I want to start with you, my man. I want to start with you on those lines of, you can either share personally or anything on sports and men's mentality. When you think about that, or the own experiences you've gone through, do you have an experience you want to share? Do you have a thought on men's health? And I suppose what's on the expectations and the realizations of how men are affected when they play sports?
That's good. Wow, start off with a great question, right?
Boom.
No, I think it's a good point. I think the first thing that starts off is identifying why you're doing what you're doing, how you're doing it, and then the accountability factor, right? When you're actually in silence, when you're actually not around people. If you're able to be at peace with that, the other things start to go in. Nowadays, people are worried about what's on the outside and then focus on the inside the least.
I'm sorry.
Shall we just stop now? No, but that's. I think that's what you learn the hard way. Again, try not to sound like a dinosaur. When you're going through the phases, right? You start
Back in
thinking
my
you're-
day.
Yeah. You start thinking you're invincible, right?
Yeah.
It's part of that no fear culture, which is a beautiful thing, which we don't want to distort either. As an athlete, you start to think of, God, I could do anything. I could face anyone. I could match anyone. I could be as quick, as strong, anything. And then you start to get maybe the right or the wrong people surrounding you, which feed that. Now that's to your detriment, but also to your success. The problem is the moment that you stop feeling that or stop doing that and stop understanding that the outside noise is not as important as the inside noise.
Massively. Here's a good thing. Now you just said this. This is what's going to happen between us, by the way. We're just going to trigger each other off together. Like, here's a thought. Here's a question. Okay. Because my thought was being that, you get involved in sports teams, the social aspect, and then as a male, because you want to be the best or the alpha amongst your players, or you see the alpha who's best in your team, whatever sport this is, like, the competitive nature comes out and you go that way and you find yourself, like you just said, in two spaces. One is, oh man, I'm just going to kind of people please in a way, so you're just going to do what they do. And I'm saying this as a Kiwi from New Zealand culture, was like it was the norm to go out and play hard, and then it was go and social hard, and you'd end up drinking. And a lot of Kiwi male men just follow because the rubber arm, they're like, oh yeah, that's the cool thing to do, right? And so, but a lot of them get into the space where they are so talented, they could have gone on to higher honors easily, whether it be regional or international. But then they've gone into the social pressure in these sporting environments, and they've ended up just turning to drugs, become an alcoholic, overweight, have families because they got too many people pregnant. Like that's literally what happened in the New Zealand culture. It happens too often. And so peer pressure when it comes to sport, what's your kind of thought on that? Like, how do people get away from the peer pressure or the as a male? Because I mean, you're seen as weak to talk. You're seen as weak to be not going out drinking. In New Zealand that's what it was. If you didn't have a drink, or if you didn't scull your first can or something like that, you're like, people would just berate you, they just bring you down. Then you're like, oh, okay, yeah. But then you go home, you're the one having the massive hangover later on.
Yeah.
Do you see the culture changing, let's put it globally, or potentially from the UAE or UK or whatever? Do you see that culture changing, or do you see how can it change? Or
I think it's continuously evolving. So working in Europe, working in the Middle East, working in Africa, for me, it gives me an idea that everyone is trying to navigate around what is right versus what is wrong in men's mental health. Because the stigma of we no longer talk about it can now, to the new generation, seem like we're talking too much about it. Because for them, that's normal.
Yeah, literally.
Right? So it's understanding, probably doing more listening, because sometimes people then jump in and say, yeah, but this happened as well, and that happened as well, and not really understanding what triggers that. Because triggers are a real thing, but so are glimmers. And when you're actually finding something that triggers you, normally it's associated with a negative thing. But glimmers is normally something that's associated with a positive thing.
Yeah.
So when you actually get something that sparks you off and you go, actually, you know what? When I was younger, I was feeling this certain way. And rather than being drugged, this one person sort of almost just navigated me towards what I should be doing and then let me go my own way. Like, for example, I'll take it back to you. For example, you won one of the Fittest Man Championship, right?
It always comes back to that.
Hey, listen, right? And I won't let you guys forget it either. I saw this guy win, right? When you won, the day before, how were you feeling? And the day after, how were you feeling?
Oh, I love this. So the days before, I was like, I think I can do pretty well. And
what's pretty well? Top three?
Top three.
Okay.
I was thinking, there's even potentially a chance that I could win this.
Okay.
Like, only because, like, I don't want to sound cocky, but I mean, I had the, how do you call it? I don't even know about
You
belief.
had it.
I just had it. I
Yeah,
just knew that and it was just, to be very honest, I didn't train as much as I you see people doing training routines and stuff like that. It was just a way of life for me, and I just knew that my way of life and who I was and what I've done in my life puts me in a very good position to be competitive in most things or anything. And so when it came to the competition before the days leading up, I was like, I just had this confidence of like, I know based on this workouts here that my engine is huge, massive. Like I just knew that, and so I wasn't like I'm gonna beat you. Like there was no arrogance about it, but like I just knew within myself.
But you beat them.
But I beat them. I beat them quite well.
I'll say it for him. I got no problem saying it for him. This is why we work, people. I just have to finish up his sentence. Right, okay.
I don't want to say it, but okay.
Yeah.
I was pretty confident. And then like afterwards, it was funny because like during the event I had to step away from the event because I went out there. I don't back down when it comes to the competition. I was like, I'll give 100%. I'll die on the floor type of thing, right? And then when I put my time in and stuff like that, I still hadn't believed it yet until a couple more heats had gone. And when the realization started to sink in, I actually had to remove myself from the competition area. And I actually, because I was at the mall, and I went upstairs just to have time to myself and to kind of try and let it sink in. And I got quite emotional. I got to the point I was like, I was teary because I was like, shit, this is actually going to happen. I mean, and there was 100,000 dirham prize money as well, you know. It was like, geez. So as much confidence as I had going into it, I didn't have that belief that it was actually going to happen until there was like another heat, and then you can always identify someone who's going to push you or come close. And like after this kind of heat had happened and no one was getting close, and I was like, far out, this is actually going to happen, type of thing, right? And so it happened. Obviously, I was elated and stuff like that. And people kept asking me, I know, what did you do to get to this point? And I was like, I didn't do anything different. Like, I just did my normal training. And then what happened afterwards was I still didn't have the confidence, and to be very honest about it, I didn't have that confidence or belief, I don't know which one you think about it, that I was still that good. For me, it was just another day. It was just another competition. I just happened to be good at this particular competition. And it was not, there was still no ego afterwards, but I definitely had I've had a complex my entire life where I've seen people be very good at something. I was being very good at something, and people only recognized me for that goodness. They didn't know me as a person. And so when this competition happened and everyone was like, oh man, you're amazing, hey champ, like that, I didn't like it. Like,
okay, why?
Didn't like the attention because of, oh, you only like me, or you only
because I'm successful.
Because I'm successful, yeah. You know, I'm still the same person I was before I won the competition. You know, and yeah, it was just something I still struggle to deal with now, to be honest. And I was always in New Zealand, and this comes back to New Zealand culture. I was talking briefly before, is that I was so good at stuff just naturally. And so people were always like, oh, you're a show off. Oh, yeah, here we go again. Grant does this, Grant can do that, Grant. And I was just like, oh, what? So I had this thing of like, well, let me dumb myself down then to be accepted by society.
Right.
You know, and that's what I'd have. And
so you'd play it down.
Always. I still do today.
Right.
Literally, people, even now, like I'm 44 and I still do things like naturally, and they're like, oh, how do you do that? And it's like, I just do not. Like, this is just my lifestyle is who I am. It's not because it just comes to me. It's because I do things on a daily basis that keep me this healthy, this fit, this active, and I've always done that.
Yeah,
you know. But people don't stop to get to know me. You know what I mean? And that's what I feel is a massive void in my life, to be very honest.
Yeah.
And that's where the competition, the same thing happened.
Right.
From the mental health point of view, it was just like I'd be depressed. I'd be just like, yeah, but you only like me because I've won some competition, and it's because some status and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Had to deal with.
Yeah.
And people wanted to know me. Oh, you know, it's like but
where were you before?
Yeah, where were you? You know, you didn't pick up the phone then, type of thing. And I understand that it's part of life too, that you know these things happen and they put you in front of people. And you know, there's another side of it too that I had to really, really put time into learning, was to not what do you call it? I had to show appreciation. Like someone said, "Oh, you're awesome at it." I had to learn to go, say thank you, or I appreciate you saying that. You know, because otherwise I just blow it off and move on.
Right.
And that was a big thing that I still, to be honest, I still have to work with, honestly, when people compliment me on something like that.
Right.
And so it was really funny when we do talk about the mental health side of things in competition. Like there's being that good, there's issues there.
Yeah.
Not just being I'm not good enough.
Yes,
but
yes.
I'm too good type of thing. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, because the reason why I asked you that specifically is because I've seen who you are, and regardless of whatever success you've had, you've still been that person, and that's probably why I got closer to you. Had it been maybe if you were arrogant or you were the other person, then I wouldn't relate to you.
Yeah.
In that respect. So then therefore I'll be like, he's in his own kind of bubble, and his own class level is a bit of a big word, but like he's in his own class, right? So I'm not there. So I can't mix it with him. I can't talk to him. I can't understand him. But I think because you weren't, so that's where the practice comes on the mental health side. And that's where mental fitness comes in, because the things you have to deal with as a practice with your mental health. So
massively.
it comes in where physically, we said this on my show a couple of times, like physically, like if you want to get physically fitter, you go to the gym, but then if you want to get mentally fitter, where do you go? And that space is really between your ears, where you are still. Like how we started this conversation, when I said, you kind of have to come to the harsh reality of who you are and why you're doing what you're doing. One of the amazing people that I've had a chance to speak to and learn from, and he's got 2 books out, is Brian Keane. You heard of him?
Sounds familiar.
The Fitness Mindset. And he's brilliant, because he said something where he was like, Omar, for all your life, you've been looked at as a jack of all trades, as we spoke about off air, right? But he's like, when he realized what his why was, he realized he had to remove the ladder off that wall and put it on this wall.
Okay, yeah.
Because then he had to start climbing the ladder again.
Yeah.
Whilst when he was teaching as a PE teacher, he was earning good money, he was at school and everything, but he wasn't really, he wasn't feeling like he was adding value. So then he switched to fitness and then moved up that ladder, and then that became his wall. So I think when people start to realize what their why is and whether they're climbing up the right wall, is when
it makes a difference.
Yes, is when your mental health starts to get stable, because you're kind of moving in sometimes you don't know how far you can go, but you're moving in the direction you want to go to.
Yeah, massively. When it came to, I'm going to flip this back around on you. Because you went down the pathway to become a professional sportsman.
Yeah.
And then it was injury, right? That's to prevent you from going there.
Yeah.
And this is going to happen for a lot of people, especially youth trying to be, because now it's professional sports representation is far more accessible for people now. It doesn't have to be international anymore. You know, there's a lot of regional university-based, like people who have been paid, even here in the UAE at low levels in different sports, are getting paid to play sport now. So like you can start to not necessarily make a wealthy lifestyle, but have supplements for your lifestyle.
Correct.
Because you get paid. So what was the journey with you when you're going through that? When you went through the injury, the mental, how do you deal with it, or how have you ever got through it as well? By the way,
probably not. Probably not, because but for me, establishing that it happened very young, so I didn't go through playing for pro clubs and traveling the world and fly. I went through that as a coach. I didn't go through that as a player, but I faced the harsh reality that teenager's gonna feel when you are not going to make it as a pro. Not because someone told me, because I looked at the standard and thought, all right, how can you still impact and influence a team without being a player? And then that's where my first coaching badge was at 19, where normally, until you're in your mid-20s, you'll probably think I can still make it as a pro. Again, not going back to the dinosaur days, but the realistic times are you don't have social media, you don't have the links, you don't have people that are going to be coming down to spot you. If someone wants to, no one's going to message you on your mobile and say, where are you at? Okay, I'm coming to watch you play. It's not going to be like that. It's very different. It's old school. It's, you are up against some of the best ballers in the UK. And so I understand and I empathize with athletes, but I also understand it's a different time. There's that, we've almost got that sense of entitlement now that overrules the sense of doing things and being present and being part of a team, which is irreplaceable. When you're in the changing rooms, when you're with your teammates, when you're traveling on away games, when you sometimes have to go through the crappy pitches and surfaces and weather to be able to experience something like a brotherhood. And I know your culture, which is actually why I really loved your culture before I met you. One of my best friends, who's Zion. I don't know if I told you about him. He played for Samoa.
Okay, yeah.
And I met him when he was playing pro rugby in England. And we had something very much in common in terms of like the mindset of an athlete, but the transition of a coach. And when I saw how rugby players were doing the conditioning side, I was like, wow, this is a different level. And then when he saw the footballing side, he thought, is this what you guys are doing? I said, yes. Then we met in the middle through boxing, where that was kind of like a mid-passion where it was like, okay, we can both excel in this. Let's help train each other. And we went from that. So
see where those muscles are coming from, right? I was like, dang.
It's also Ramadan. So just kind of absorbing the different nationalities and different cultures and understanding, I think more than anything, that all athletes are people first. And like you said, when you won your championship, they skipped the people part.
Yeah, massively.
And they started looking at, Grant, the athlete, the fittest man, the competition. And then because you had to dumb it down before and you had to kind of be like, nah, listen, it's all right. I just, that's what I do. It almost, in today's world, right, it takes the shine away because the shine is the first thing that attracts people's attention to it.
Totally.
Right?
The chicken and the egg kind of thing going on. Yeah, literally.
And the first thing they will look at is, okay, like we talked about this again off air, like the likes or the
Should
follows.
hit record.
Yeah. The likes or the follows or the views, rather than, wow, how did he get here? What did he have to do? What's he like when the cameras are not around? How is he with his closest people?
Yeah. Massively.
Is he? I saw something a couple of days. I won't mention the organization, but I saw something a couple of days ago, and it was all about giving to charity, right? But there's so many cameras around.
Yeah. I've seen those for the TikToks and people going like, why don't you do that without the camera around? Why are you doing this? Because you're not getting in front of your...
I have to remind myself, because I always stay more on the half full rather than half empty. I have to remind myself that at least they're doing something for charity.
Well, it brings awareness.
Yes.
If
I also have to remind myself, when you're giving to someone or when you're doing something for someone, do you need the cameras there? Do you need people to see you giving? If I give to someone now, or if, for example, I did something nice today and I put it in my 24-hour, 3-a-day gratitude journal, right? It makes one of those. But then I have another 24 hours to do something else. I don't have to record every day I do something good.
Well, see, that's I would say that's where the balance is. If you've done it before the cameras are rolling, or you do it after the cameras are rolling, cool. I think that's where the difference being with people, and that's obviously it's hard to get away from the highlight reels of social media. But I used to be the other side, go like, oh, Bill, just doing it for popularity. But actually, and that's why I like podcasts type of thing, because then you get to see deeper the actual reality of this person, where with the short 90-second clips, the highlight reels that everyone thinks that's everyone's life is not true.
Right.
So I do think you do need to put the cameras on every now and again.
Right.
And I think the difference needs to be, it should be, in my opinion, it's just my opinion.
Yeah.
It just needs to be in a raw format, not edited.
Correct.
If it's done on live, if it's done on live things here to help bring awareness to these people and the issue that's going on, I think that's where it's great. That's where it's a benefit. You know what I mean? But if it's just done as an edited clip of the highlights of, I gave this person money, or I did these things, then that's where I have this 50-50 of like, I don't pay as much attention, put it that way. I want to see it. I do want to see it. Like, to be honest, I do want to see someone do it, but then I also want to hear that I've done more and more and more.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, without the cameras having to be there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you it's like anything. If you hear it from a second person, well, you like, if I say you do something, great. But then if I hear someone else say, oh yeah, I did this as well, and he did it again and doing it multiple times, then it's like, well, there's just love and respect from what you're doing. So that it takes away the he's not doing this for popularity because he hasn't recorded everything.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But still, there's an essential side that you do need the camera there to. It's a proof that you've actually done it as well. You actually, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I like the idea of the awareness. I like the idea of raising awareness on something that is worth something. I'm just at this stage, probably in my life, I'd say, and actually I spend more time indoors than outdoors, even though I'm in the media. Then when you tell someone, yeah, actually, no, I just like to chill or do this or do that. Like, really? Yeah, but you're everywhere.
You're so active. You're so talkative.
You're doing all this stuff, right? And then you're thinking, no, not really.
Need a timeout.
Yeah, but the stuff that I'm not doing, I'm actually trying to work on myself. Because you always say put your mask on first on the plane if something goes wrong. But if you have your family, your kids, you're always worried about them, right?
Yeah.
And then I think at some point you just have to kind of say, you know what? Like when we talked about again, we should have been recording. When I stopped going live on Instagram, when I do my show on radio.
Yeah.
To put it in context, I was doing it for years, and I had people that couldn't necessarily listen to the local radio here, but they would watch us on Instagram when I'm doing my show, which is talking about health and fitness, etc. And then when I stopped going on, got a couple of messages, "Are you okay?" And that for me, for my mental health, where I was like, I can't fake it. I can't just put on the camera and pretend like everything's all right. And I was going through a very dark time, and so I don't want people to see the darkness because I would rather bring light. And because of that, I stopped going on live, and then I'd get a couple of messages saying, "No live today," or "You're not coming on today," or "What did you talk about today on the show?" And they're regulars, right? And it might not be millions, but there are people that go, man, all right, can you at least send me the audio? Because I would like to listen to it on my drive back, for example.
Yeah.
And there's a 4-hour difference between us and the UK. So if they were watching from the UK, it was that. If it was India, if it was Saudi, if it was Egypt, if it was Denver, Colorado, which is what like a couple people from there would say, you know, we wake up early for this. And you're not live.
Yeah.
So then there's like a responsibility.
They feel lost or something like that.
Yeah, like and it's
you
such
feel
a
lost.
nice
What about
thing.
me?
Yeah, but that's such a nice thing to hear that someone actually cares enough to message you that.
It's surprising too, like
Yeah.
you're like, oh man, because people actually do want the best for you.
Yeah.
Because there's usually some connection they've made a relation with you.
They build it.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah.
So then, what I'd love to understand from your perspective then is because you've just kind of nearly hit it on the head here, where you've gone like you didn't want them to see your darkness.
Yeah.
Where I've had it, but now I'm completely opposite. Like I want to tell you my darkness, even though I know people go they shy. If it's on social media and they shy away from it, there's one that people will they'll be like, "Oh, I feel sorry for you." Okay, you know, and they kind of like if it's a likes or an engagement point of view, then that kind of triggers people to respond. But there's also like if I talk about like, yeah, yesterday I felt really depressed for a moment, but for me, I've learned to deal with it from a point of trigger of I know how to go for a walk outside, go do some exercise, listen to some music, do something productive. And it just snaps away, but it still happens on a not to say daily basis, but like there's those moments come in, but I know how to deal with them. So then for you, when he was live and you didn't want to show it, do you still struggle with that now? How do you deal with that differently? Or would you want to go live again and then just you had a fucking bad day? Feel like shit.
Well, I could say that on radio, right?
You can't say it on radio, but I mean,
no, I get you. No, I still struggle with it now. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I still struggle with it now. I had a month of exams for my license, and I was a completely different person because I was struggling to evaluate myself in the correct way. And very similar to what you said earlier, if I'm on a course with 23 other coaches and they're speaking well of me and saying, God, he's good, or the way he deals with players, or the way he navigates, or how he simplifies things, etc. And then you've got 3 or 4 assessors who are the ones who ultimately have the final say. We had to do the presentation the day before, which would be presenting what our training session will look like in 3 different phases. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., we would have to do the training session we've presented in front of the 23 coaches with 24 athletes who some don't speak your language. And then you get marked on that